motivos ha tenido que ser cancelado el los niveles en lo real, pero el circuit sigue estando aquí por lo virtual con todos nosotros y Pepe creo que nos lo vamos a pasar en grande, con lo que decías tú, el año pasado, los físicos, 15 simuladores, ahora ampliamos puertas hasta 32.
Hay que buscarle el lado bueno, ¿no? A esto virtual, ya que no podemos hacerlo presencial, que es lo que nos gusta, estar ahí con todos los pilotos siguiendo la acción. Pero bueno, tenemos eso, la posibilidad de tener muchos más pilotos y todas las ganas de vamos del lado bueno.
Pues sí, pues iremos conociéndolos bueno, tenemos mucho tiempo para conocerlos, a los pilotos, los cientos de pilotos que pasarán por esta pista, pero antes, pues nada, estamos con esta introducción, antes de los preparativos, ya sabéis, la carrera empieza a las 12, y luego durante la noche han sido los que han pasado esa fase de preclasificación, donde se apuntaron más equipos, más las 4 wildcards por parte de Supercopa México. Tenemos aquí pilotos de todos los rincones. Y precisamente pues para inaugurar esta transmisión, que también la carrera también la tendremos en los idiomas de inglés y en catalán. El inglés lo podéis ver en el canal de YouTube de Mundo GT, en catalán en la web de TV3, en el canal YouTube del Circuit. Y vamos a dar paso ya a los vídeos, la presentación, los saludos de María Teixidor, que es la presidenta de Federación de Cataluña. También hablará con nosotros Josep Luis Sanz Carrero, y por último Víctor Casanovas de Seven Mila, el director del área digital y de eSports. Prepararse ya que esto empieza, señores, en cosa de poco más de 10 minutos, todo el mundo aquí. Hasta ahora.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, here from me, George Morgan. We are here at the circuit, the graduate circuit of Catalonia here for this fantastic event that we've got in prospect here for the GT races around this circuit, 24-hour circuit. The Catalonia Barcelona is here, and we are commentating by I'm joined by my co-commentator, the great Kieran McGinley. Kieran, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. That intro didn't wait too long. I don't know what went, but it's coming on track very soon, and obviously we're going to take you through qualifying, get you through some qualifying tidbits, and basically do some general housekeeping in order to make sure you're brought right up to speed with the action. But we've also got 2 other commentators who will be rotating around. We've also got Jack Canan and Austin Smith, and they'll be joining us throughout the event here. So you've got myself and George for the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours, so be prepared. It's going to be pretty mental, I think, but yeah, I mean, I love a 24-hour no matter where it is. It's always got that special charm, that special appeal, and I'm absolutely looking forward to this. I've been hyped all week.
I got to say, Kieran, you've had experience of doing these sorts of races before. This is my first time. Very excited, I got to say. Very much struggled to get to sleep last night, knowing the prospect that I had to commentate a massive 24-hour sim racing event. This is going to be out of this world, folks. We've got some tremendous drivers and teams out on circuit here today. A mixture of real races, sim races, the best of the best here taking part in this race here today. Obviously, 24 hours strategy sort of goes out the window in these circumstances. You've just got to try and keep it on track, keep it clean. That is the only strategy really available today, isn't it, really, Kieran?
Yeah, and obviously the less mistakes, the fewer mistakes you make, normally the better your performance. It's not about outright speed. It won't be won at turn 1 on lap 1. That's simply not the case. Last year there were more than 800 laps of the Circuit de Catalunya. So we've got to take you through a lot of time and, yeah, a lot of laps of this circuit. And as you said, quite rightly, George, we've got a fantastic lineup of teams. Just to name a few: S2V, Williams Esports joining us for this one, MSI Esports, we've got Supercopa Esports Mexico, and also A2 Racing Team, plus plenty of others to keep us entertained. And I have to say, just looking at this team, there's some great names out there. The main thing I like about 24 Hours is the names that people come up with for the team. That's always fantastic. So I'm seeing some of them today. Hopefully we'll be able to give you a run through of all of them and go through the qualifying results and permutations of what's to come. But I've just been looking through the field. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 16 Porsches, 15 BMWs, and only 2 Fords. So either the Fords are going to be absolutely lightning and nobody's going to know why they didn't pick it, or they're going to be not so great. Considering they're GTE cars and that they should have that balance of performance, they could be quicker down a straight but slower through the corners, etc., then it should give us some fantastic racing out there.
It's going to certainly be a very interesting split as to who's driving what. Obviously, we've seen the likes of the Williams Esports team. They're going to be donning the Ford GT. One of the two races, or one of the two teams, in the classifications that are going to be driving the Ford GT. Obviously, something that some of these teams know maybe more than we do. Obviously, the BMW is synonymous with GT racing. Obviously, a lot of the teams have actually gone and donned the BMW for today's event. But certainly looking at the grid, like we said before, the quality stands out above the rest. As you can see, Williams Esports, I've got to say, have fielded a brand new lineup, obviously, since qualifying yesterday. Interesting strategy on their part, Kieran. Obviously, given the fact that we expected them to be at the top end of the classifications after qualifying, but yet they got hit with quite an aggressive penalty.
Yeah, obviously they got hit with 5 plays grid penalty for every lineup change that you have. So every driver that's different from the original one you started out, which you sign up with, is a 5-place additional penalty. So they've replaced 3 drivers. So they're all the way down the order in 18th place. So, but what you often find with these endurances is not about where you qualify. Qualifying is really only a small margin of the story because that's your fastest driver out there. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
It's going to be a corker, certainly, and I've got to say, it's not just Williams Esports who are bringing the big guns. We've got quite a number of drivers across this grid, including that of the Super Copper Esports Mexico. They're listing some incredible real-time drivers as well. The Jourdain brothers are taking part in this today. Obviously, big drivers in Mexico, and certainly looking to bring the same sort of charisma, the same effort, the same racecraft to this 24-hour event. I've got to say, we're looking forward to it. Obviously, there's a fine line these days between that of real racing and sim racing. We're seeing lots of sim drivers take the transition. We've just seen us, of course, this season, James Baldwin, the world's fastest gamer. He is now on in the British GTE Championships, and he's doing very well indeed, isn't he, Kieran? The transition has been quite easy for him, certainly.
Yeah, and obviously, outside events, outside of our control, have definitely helped to speed up this process of esports going into motorsports. I mean, James Baldwin is a fantastic example. Igor Fraga as well over there in Formula 3 is another fantastic example, and I'm sure there's countless others. But what I've also noticed is that veteran racing drivers are now coming into sim racing, so you might actually recognize a couple of names out there. There's a couple of test drivers, a couple of veteran drivers, definitely names you will recognize amongst the field. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, what you're watching now is the warm-up here, where Zenith Esports are on top in the number 2 car. But this is just a chance for the drivers to really bolt on, finalise everything, finalise their strategy. Any last-minute changes, I mean, they already know the weather. It's partly cloudy, 25 degrees, 55% humidity, and it's pretty much going to stay consistent all the way throughout. We will have day-night cycles, so that's going to add to more of a challenge. And obviously, the Circuit de Catalunya, obviously down the start-finish straight, is quite lit, but other places around the track, they're going to have to use their headlights. It kind of reminds me as well of other circuits that just aren't quite well lit. I mean, drivers of Le Mans will know this very well, that some of the track is not well lit. You've got to rely on your headlights, you've got to rely on your concentration, and really you've got to have a driver that stays focused throughout the night shift in order to do well. The night shift is going to be a tough time for any driver, let alone some of the best we've got in this field. So it's going to be challenging, but it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
Very stiff test indeed. A stamina test, not just a speed test, guys. These drivers have really got to try and hold it together on this circuit, given the fact as well, try and touch every apex as best they can to get the optimal pace in and out of the corners. Obviously, as the saying goes, slow in, fast out every time. And obviously, we're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers trying to don that certain chemistry when it comes to driving. It's going to be interesting to see who can cope the best in terms of a long stint. Obviously, these drivers have been through it before. They know what it's all about. But we've also got a couple of new up-and-comers as well coming through. And it'll be interesting to see how they take things, obviously. And we're going back to what we were saying earlier. These drivers have all got to do at least 50% of their full lap offering. Otherwise, it will mean a disqualification. So they are under strenuous, strict guidelines that they have to follow. And it only just adds to the pressure, Kieran. Who can handle it the best? That's the question.
Absolutely. Lots of rules to get your head around, lots of briefing. I'm sure the drivers will be briefed plenty about the stewards' decisions, obviously the instant points that you get along with iRacing, how that's going to be dealt with, what's going to happen each time, which we'll go into in greater depth later on. I'm sure all the drivers will have read through the regulations as they're supposed to, and understand what's allowed, what's not allowed, what will be punished. Obviously, racing is not, written out on paper. There's going to be some incidents that are going to be, a little bit touch and go. But when it comes down to it, the steward's decision is final, and that's what's been made perfectly clear to all of the drivers. Obviously, we've had plenty of meetings about what's going to happen, how everything's going to be running. It looks like it's going to be fantastic. Unfortunately, not happening at Barcelona this year, which is a huge shame, but it gives us an opportunity to have an English language stream, I should say, because only half of the, well, actually one of the people in the commentary team is actually English. You've got a Welshman, an Irishman, and a German as well. So, so a quarter of the team is English.
What's the joke?
What's the joke? Yeah, I'm trying to think of it now. Into a bar, something like that. So it goes something like that. But yeah, absolutely, it's going to be great. So the English language stream is the first one for the circuit to Catalonia. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know if I've made that perfectly clear yet, but I'm definitely hyped for this one.
Yeah, amazing scenes. I got to say, the first British stream in a 24-hour of Barcelona event. It's such an honour to be part of this team. Obviously, amongst some of these fantastic drivers that are taking part here today, and obviously the great commentary team that we've got together, including those from the Catalonia stream, the Barcelona, the Spanish stream, and of course us here in the UK stream. It's going to be absolutely brilliant, folks. I hope you're going to enjoy the events that are going to unfold in front of you here today. As you can see there, we're watching the cars just go around at the moment. The leader obviously being Zenith Esports. Let's see if they can hold it together right through. As we can say, a lot can happen in 24 hours, folks. This is certainly a very testing circuit. And don't forget as well, iRacing itself as a platform, it carries on a lot of intense physics. It takes on more of a realistic aspect. All the tracks are pretty much laser scanned in. You cannot get more real than this.
Absolutely, and we were just watching there the number 1 car of MSI. Now they were the winners last year in the 24 hours, so they are definitely the ones to watch. A little bit of a different lineup from them this year, but they'll be hoping to keep that momentum going. And obviously, if they can win back-to-back 24 hours, that sends out a huge statement to all the other teams.
Yeah, they frequently compete in the 24-hour Le Mans, as well as many other sim racing occasions. They field a very, very unique and strong lineup, and I would not be surprised certainly if they are tickling the top end once again. They're fielding a different team though to last year, very, very different indeed. Obviously their team is made up of Julian Rodriguez, Oriol Bouquet, Salva Talens, and David Perez. It's going to be very interesting to see how these guys get on. Obviously, a new era for the MSI esports team in 24 Hour of Barcelona. Let's see if they can do what they did last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, it's going to be a tough thing to better. Obviously, the only thing they can do is match it, which is by winning the event. So, really, the odds are stacked against them in that sort of regard. But at the same time, it's a fresh start for them. Obviously, they've got new members in the team, new drivers in the team as well. So this is a perfect opportunity to show the world what they can do in this car. They're going to be driving the BMW M8, which, as we've already discussed before the stream started, is a very popular car choice. It's making up just under, or I think about half the field as well. It's sort of very touch and go. In fact, the Porsche is the most popular car. We're actually watching the number 5 there, as the car goes through all the way through the final corner. This is the car that's the most popular with all other teams. 16 Porsches driving today, so it's a very popular car. That's half the field we're talking about here, all in Porsches. So if we get a Porsche mixed up here or there, I think that's understandable. But yeah, so we've got 15 BMWs and only 2 Fords. So that's going to be interesting to see how the Ford teams do. Just to give you a sense of what's going on, High Speed Demons, they're going to be driving in the Ford, as well as Williams Esports also in the Ford car. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those two teams get along, especially. We saw in qualifying that Williams qualified third. They've had a load of penalties handed to them. They're all the way in the midfield, and the midfield at the start of a 24-hour, not ideal where you want it to be. You're open and prone to other drivers making mistakes as well. That's what you forget in an endurance, is that there are other cars out on track, there are other drivers out on track, and the nature of the endurance is there's different drivers driving at each time. Fatigue will start to wear in very early on in this race if you're not careful. So the importance of making sure a driver's well enough and fit enough to make sure that they're fantastic in terms of tiredness, make sure they aren't. It's going to be very tricky, but that just adds to the strategy. And yeah, like I say, I love a 24-hour.
Well, it just adds to the spice, doesn't it? A little bit of extra tension that you just love, and we commentators do love it. We grasp onto every little thing, and it's obviously great because we want to see what the end result's going to be. Naturally, lots of factors are going to be taken into account, certainly in today's racing, given the fact that the Circuit of Catalunya holds such a mesmeric history in sports, certainly when it comes to racing. Also in Formula One as well, which I know, Kieran, you and myself, we're quite attuned to doing the sim racing events, certainly for Formula One. But today, obviously, we're talking about GT cars, and naturally, you're not going to get the downforce like you do with F1 cars. And as you go through the corners, despite your best efforts of trying to cling to the curbs and the apex, you can very easily be thrown out wide, and at the same time lose lateral grip on the curves if you swallow too much of it. So you've really got to counter in all these variations, and certainly going over a whole 24 hours event, the margin for error is so very slim.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you summed it up perfectly there. The margin for error is slim. There will be mistakes from every team, whether it's through strategy, whether it's through someone going off. You could have an unlucky exit and trip to the barrier if you're not careful. But the important thing is, it's not the mistakes you make, it's how you recover from them. You'll see a lot of the top teams still do make mistakes. There are still driver errors. No driver is 100% perfect. It's how you manage those errors, it's how you manage those mistakes and try and turn them around into long-term success. That's the huge difference with endurance. Things that prioritize sprint races, so anything really about 2 hours in length, in terms of lap time, in terms of time, whatever, is normally regarded as a sprint. When you make a mistake, it's pretty much race over. With this, though, there's plenty of time if you make a mistake to pretty much try and get back to where you were at least. Unless, of course, it's in the final 2 hours, in which case that statement's void. But, anything can happen.
Yeah, and also the driver changeovers, how vital are they going to be into the outcome of this race? Obviously, you're going to have drivers that have different capabilities, different abilities compared to their compatriots. Naturally, that can decide as well where a team goes. I mean, at the end of the day, if one driver's racing out of their skin for the first, should we say, 4 to 8 hours, all of a sudden you get a driver changeover. Everything can change in a matter of seconds. It could be one little mistake that sends the car off the end of the curb into a barrier, into the gravel trap. Anything can happen, folks. That is the beauty of sim racing and real racing for that matter. That is motorsport, and this is why we watch it. And certainly, given the fact that we've got this high level, or bear in mind all the qualifying times, all within 3.5 seconds, which I know may seem massive in terms of single-seater racing, but when it comes to this sort of game, whole different kettle of fish. These drivers are closely knit together, trust me.
Absolutely. And if we haven't hyped it up enough, let us know what we can do to hype up more, because I feel like this is just absolutely fantastic. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here as well for the first English language stream of the 24 hours of Barcelona. But yeah, as you can see, we've got about just over 15 minutes left of the warm up. Of course, race starting shortly after that. And yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to what's going on. As you can see, I didn't see who was top there. I think it's still the same. But as you can see, down to 29th place, BWY. I can't read today, but yeah, just over 3 seconds separating those top 29 cars. And as you rightfully said, in GT racing, that's not really that much. I mean, when you stretch it over 24 hours, you've got to remember that you'll have your best driver in. You might have a driver who's, just a couple of tenths off your best driver. No 4 drivers or no 3 drivers in the same team are going to be on the same pace. There's going to be drivers that maybe are slightly off the pace. There's going to be parts of the track, and when it comes to tyre wear, that's going to be very important for teams to manage. Obviously, with the track, with the air temperature there being 25 degrees, humidity 55%, we're expecting pretty good tyre life, especially for Barcelona. The track and the temperature there has been warmer, but luckily we're heading into the autumn now, so it's getting a little bit cooler. Although we were in the meeting with our colleagues, I think yesterday or the day before, and you could tell how hot it was over there in Spain at the moment. So I don't envy them. We're nice and cool here in our little commentary boxes, and I'm really looking forward to once again getting really into it, getting our I can't think of the word for it. No, I can't think of it. Getting our fingers in, and no, that doesn't sound right. But anyway, I'm looking forward to getting started with this. It's just going to be fantastic. And the first 2 hours, you're not going to miss it. You don't want to miss it. Obviously, we'll take you through each changeover. Each hour will give you a sort of review of what's going to happen or what has happened. If you missed anything, certainly will bring you up to speed. But in any case, it's getting very close now. I'm just sitting up here in the commentary box, and even I'm getting excited.
I got to say, the tingling in my fingers is starting to come through now. I'm really, just like you, Kieran, I'm on the edge of my seat. I cannot wait to see who is going to take advantage from the get-go. Obviously, like you said, we're going to see instant action from the very start. Teams are going to want to take their positions amongst the classifications on the grid. It's going to be them fighting tooth and nail, trying to get that early advantage to send themselves in front. I know we said it might not mean a lot through the course of a race, but just think, if you can lead it from start to finish, create that gap, you relieve a lot of the pressure off yourself. And naturally, that's the one thing that drivers do not need around certainly a 24-hour race where they're doing such long stints. Try and relieve some of that pressure. Obviously, you don't want too much of it. You want to try and negotiate your way around this tricky circuit. The middle sector, I think, is certainly very tricky indeed. Lots of curves, lots of snappy corners. Not forgetting that crucial bit as you head round Lakea into the Bank San Bedell. There's a tricky little semi-chicane there, which if you don't hit it correctly, if you touch the curb too much, you can very easily fly off. We've seen it in Formula One. Nothing changes in GTE, but at the same time, you've got to try and manage the car effectively around these very tricky bends and to really get yourself the best result possible. I got to say, like I said, like you said, Kieran, you cannot hype it up much more than what it already is. Credit to the Circuit of Barcelona. You have put on a clinic, my guys.
Oh, absolutely. And what you've said there is absolutely right. This the practice, the qualifying, the warm up, it's all trying to find that perfect setup. With the Circuit de Catalunya, it's a very balanced track. You've got to try and find the grip out there, but you've also got to find a setup that works down that long straight down towards turn one. If you have too much downforce on the rear wing, or if you haven't got the splitter tuned up right to this track, then you could find yourself losing a couple of kilometers an hour, which down the straight, you're going to be a sitting duck.
Crucial, absolutely crucial. And the best exit going into that first corner is vital, because you've got an instant left straight off the bat before you take the old Renault bend, as they called it, which is a sweeping right-hander heading into another semi-straight under the banner. And those first few bends can really be quite decisive as to how your lap's going to be. And I'm sure a lot of the teams were going through it during qualifying, how to tackle the first few bends. Obviously, it's crucial to get that great start. That sort of makes your lap in a way. And so I can imagine they've been practicing aggressively to try and get themselves prepared for this. This event. It's gonna be a corker. Like I said, I cannot predict who's going to win. Obviously, MSI come in with a rich history in this event. They won it last year. They're the surefire favourites this year amongst the teams. But like I say, 24 hours, it's all to play for.
Yeah, anything can happen in 24 hours. And of course, we've got the safety car on hand as well in case there's a big incident and everybody needs to get back. But some rules apply with it all. Obviously, we're going to be hopefully getting underway very shortly. I do hope, because I can't wait to get this started. I really can't. See cars out on track, see in a 24-hour. It's always a real pleasure to be able to start a 24-hour. That's just I haven't done that before, so I'm really looking forward to this one. And Giorgio, it's your first endurance, so you're going to learn the hard way that your voice, you're going to find it tough to keep up the intensity for a good solid few hours here. Luckily though, we have a schedule, we have people to take over, we have teams in this one. So just like in the race you're going to see, there's a strategy with us commentators about who's in the box at what time. So hopefully we get that strategy right, eh, George?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just the drivers and the teams that are going to try and strategize for this event. We commentators have to as well. We've got a very strict schedule guideline that we've got to stick to. I, of course, will be taking you through the first 4 hours of racing here. The first 2 will be alongside my co-commentator here, Kieran McGinley. And then he's going to be swapping over for my usual ORL commentator, Jack Canan, who does the Formula One with me on the weekends as well. And then, of course, we've got the big changeover then. Myself, I'll be taking a break for 4 hours. Kieran will be your host with the most for those 4 hours, alongside Austin Smith, who you will be seeing from 3 o'clock. That's British summertime, 3 o'clock. So look forward to seeing him in the stream box as well. I know he's very excited, Kieran. It'll be great. Obviously, different commentators adds a different contrast to an event. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I'd describe Austin as the stat man. If you need anything, any stat about a car, any stat about a driver, any stat about a track, he's got it. He's fantastic to work alongside. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to jumping in the box with him, as always, whenever I get the opportunity to do so. It always helps when you know and when you've commentated with someone you've been partnered with. That really helps. I think, George, this is the first time you and I are actually sharing a commentary box. So this should be pretty interesting. See how this turns out. The whole world will see how we get on as a pairing. So, fingers crossed, eh?
I hope it all goes well. Indeed. I mean, obviously, if you have any concerns in the chat, please raise them. We'd love to hear. No, at the end of the day, yeah. Let's not tempt them, shall we? But no, honest to God, we're really looking forward to this, folks. It's going to be absolutely brilliant, and looking forward to the event, obviously. And I got to say, it's a great honour to be sat in the comms box with you, Kieran, as well. I've been obviously been waiting for the moment that we would actually get teamed together at some point. I was hoping it'd be sooner, but we're here nonetheless. And looking forward to calling this great event. I mean, obviously, it's a real humble experience to be brought in with the circuit of de Barcelona, Catalunya, as well as Mundo GT. So it's great to be alongside these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking forward to getting really.
Hello, mates. Hello, mates. Hey, mates. How are you? Alfonso here.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
Yeah, good.
I just came to inform you what is going on, because maybe you don't know what is going on, right? So the problem is that the two of the teams didn't enter to the room properly, and race direction decided to restart, to make another room for all of them, and not leaving anyone behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
It's a shame that we have this delay, but it's for me it's more shameless to leave someone out of this race with all the effort.
That's fair enough. Did you want us to make an announcement, or just say we'll be
No,
right back?
We are in less than 10 minutes. We are going to start the race if the teams get in properly.
Okay. Will there be another warm up, or are they just going to go straight into the race?
Straight to the race.
Straight to the race.
When we are fine, you will see.
Okay, great, excellent.
Okay.
So should we keep on talking, or?
As you want, my friends. It's your channel. Your English channel is yours.
Oh, absolutely. I'm loving that. You've given us too much power. That's frightening.
High responsibility,
Yes.
Well,
I think
see you later. Bye bye.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, in any case, I think you've heard it there. That a little bit of an issue, but that happens in a 24-hour. So we'll get things back up and running very shortly, and we'll bring you the action as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, we have to somehow hype this up even more, George. It's a 24-hour. It's a GT race. There's BMWs. There's Fords. There's Porsches. I mean, I'm hyped up already. I think I can't get any more hype than I am right now.
No, neither can I. And I got to say, the fact that these cars are they're no slouches. It may not be Formula One, but they are real high-speed demon cars. Obviously, lots of them stretch up to or beyond 750 brake horsepower. You're talking some severe engines or some severe hardware underneath the bonnets of these cars. They're going to be absolutely out of this world. And plus, I've got to say, different manufacturers. How is that going to matter to things across the race? How's that going to change things? How's that going to mix things up? It's going to be very interesting, folks. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it pays off. Obviously, around this testing circuit of Catalunya. I think, obviously, as well, I want to raise a little bit of a tidbit about Williams Esports. Obviously, some of you guys might have seen the news over the last couple of days. The family of the Williams team stepping back away from the Williams Formula One team. Obviously, Williams Esports tied in on the sim racing side of the team. But very sad to hear as well that Claire Williams has decided that she will be stepping down from her role, and Derillion will be taking over fully the functions of the team for the foreseeable future after the Monza race this weekend. Very sad, though, isn't it? Heritage gone from Formula One, Kieran.
Yeah, and it's some of the last privateers, basically. Obviously, with Sauber pretty much taking over the name of Alfa Romeo, Williams was the last real team of privateers that we had left, and Yeah, it is an end of an era, but hopefully with this takeover and the unfortunate departure of the Williams family, the Williams name can keep going on through motorsport, through Formula One for as long as it can. Obviously, they've been struggling recently with the results, but it starts to look like the car's turned a corner at long last to try and make its way back up the order. They've got some good drivers behind them, including George Russell, who is a top quality driver. He's happy to be there as well to help the team. And he's got a level head on his shoulders as well. And if Williams can build the car and get him up the order, he's had a couple of Q2 appearances as well. So that's a really strong, encouraging sign for Williams. And if it's just a case of, outside events affecting everybody here, if it's hit Williams in this way, obviously they were struggling before. And when this lockdown hit, they got hit even harder than most. So yeah, I hope now that they'll have that stability, that financial stability to keep going and hopefully be a long-lasting name in Formula One.
Yeah, I got to say credit to, I know you mentioned George Russell there, certainly showed himself to be an incredible performer in that car. Given the fact, if you remember last season, Williams was so low on the grid and certainly struggling to reclaim any form of glory that they once possessed very easily, very near 2 seconds off the pace of other cars on the grid, which was pretty shocking over many occasions. People never expected it. Obviously, they had a difficult season beforehand, but I didn't think that they'd expect it to get much worse than what it had done. But George Russell has come along since, obviously, with the changes with the car this season. They look so much faster, so much better now. We're even seeing George Russell in regular Q2 sessions of the racing as well. So it's great to see them at least reclaim some competitiveness. And I've got to say, they look really, really strong. And it'll be interesting to see how the new owners and obviously the new managers of the team, how they managed to conduct themselves through this tricky period. Obviously, they've got a lot of money behind them now, lots of investment. What does this mean for Williams in the seasons to come?
I think, if anything, it'll help them. It will help their longevity. And I really hope it does. They need that money behind them. They need the finances to stay strong. Every team does. So hopefully this takeover allows them to keep going and to keep pressing forward and try and get themselves back into at least a point scoring team where they were in the mid 2010s. I mean, podiums as well for Massa and Bottas, especially at Silverstone. I believe it was 2014. They just pulled it out of the bag. I think qualifying pole as well in 2014. So it's a long fall and it's a long climb, but it looks like the climb is finally starting to happen. The reason, of course, we bring in Williams is because their esports team are no slouches. They are so quick as well. MSI may have won last year, but they're going to have some tough competition on their hands. And the Williams esports team, they handpick all their drivers. They really do pick the best of the best, and to drive for Williams Esports is an honor in itself. To be picked by them, you've done a good job basically. So I'm excited to see how they go. Obviously, we'll see how it goes over 24 hours. It's a long time. Anything can happen, but we'll see where they're at the end of 24 hours.
Yeah, well, they would have built their team, and obviously they would have taken the penalty into account. Obviously, when changing their drivers over, they would have known that obviously that they would have been hit with this penalty before changing their lineup. So obviously that's a big telling factor that they know, they're aware of the situation that they're in right now. They are down into that P18 of the grid, and they've got to mastermind their way back up. But they know they've got the quality and certainly the pace behind them to crawl their way back up. So it'd be interesting to see if they can make that mesmeric rise and get to the top end and challenge for victory before the end of play, which will be tomorrow morning in the UK time at 11 o'clock. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here, folks. Naturally, lots of cars across the grid order. MSI currently occupying P4 on the grid. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of getaway they get with their new drivers. Obviously, proving that they've still got the pace despite the driver changes for this year, nailing a 141.867 that placed them on fourth spot, not far behind that of Level Motorsports, who are in P3. Literally a few thousandths of a second separating them right now. Zenith Motorsports as well, only up in P2, just about a tenth separating those two in P3 and 4 as well. It's certainly a very open book at the moment. Don't knock anybody in this race because everyone's going to have a chance. Lots of pace amongst this grid, but interesting to see that Unicos Gaming, they were at least 3/10 quicker. So it's quite a major difference there. Oh, I think you muted, Key.
That'll be why. There we go. First mistake of the 24-hour is from me. Yeah, what I was saying was looking forward to this one. Obviously, they're a good team. They know what they're doing, and we'll see how it goes with their strategy.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can articulate their way to a positive finish here today. You can see there the warm-up once again taking place. Obviously, we've had to allow the other two teams that weren't able to get in to the event on our first part of the stream. Do apologise on that, folks. Obviously, just a little mix-up there with two of the teams. But they are in amongst us now, hopefully, and we can get underway as the drivers just make their way around the track, just quickly, just warming up before the start of this event. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Looking forward to bringing it to you. As you can see, lovely conditions here at Spain. Lots of virtual crowd there in the stands, and that's what we like to see. Nice attendance, no social distancing required in a virtual event, that's for sure, as we see them all up in the stands. You know, see the cars there flying through the main straight there before they enter turn one. We'll be seeing a lot of that certainly today, and hopefully a few overtakes as well. But back to what we were saying, under 0.3 of a second separating the top order there between MSI and Zenith, and that's in the very positive. We are currently... Latest news, folks, we are waiting for the Mexico team as well. So hopefully they will be with us shortly. That's the current situation as it stands. But of course, me and Kieran can keep you entertained in the meantime.
Yes, I hope so. Yes, that's I believe that's Supercopa Esports Mexico in the BMW. So that's the Jourdain brothers with Alex de Alba and Salvador de Alba. So it's a team of families in there, that's for sure. So I think that's the only team we're waiting for now, and then we can get the action underway. And with the restart, it's going to be a rolling start, single file behind the safety car, and then it's the launch down towards turn one, and then that's it for 24 hours. We go, and hopefully we see some great action, day-night cycles as well to contend with, and hopefully not any tired commentators. That's what we're going for here.
Well, no, I mean, I've brought my good supply of energy drinks. They're currently being kept in the fridge as we speak, so hopefully that will keep me going through the event. I see, Kieran, that you've got your Pepsi there. You're all ready and set to go. The sugars are pretty raised right now, feeling pretty good and ready for the start of this race.
Well, I mean, sugar levels aren't going high because there's no sugar. So so that's the mistake you've made there. That's your mistake now. There you go. One apiece.
Oh dear.
But yes, got a drink beside me to help the levels keep up as much as possible. Obviously, you've got to go through 4 hours to begin with. I've only got to do the first 2. So
all right, don't rub it
we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I know. It comes back to bite me later. Don't worry. But yes, I mean, obviously I'll be with Austin in the what we call the night shift. So for British summertime, that's 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that is where you'll see drivers fall into that lull of a false sense of security, where fatigue can set in. Sometimes you can take too much speed into the corner, and that's all it takes to make a mistake. And you'll see some of those mistakes happening under the lights here, under the dark sky of the night here in Barcelona. And of course, that goes down to how the fatigue levels are, what the concentration levels are like. You've got to have a driver with a wise head on their shoulders doing the night stint, and basically someone with an expert knowledge of the Barcelona track. Obviously, it's imperative that you've got to keep it on the track. You've got to keep going in the night shift. It's a night shift some drivers just don't want. They don't like driving in the dark. But it adds to that bit more of a challenge as well. So we'll see how they handle those when we get to the night shift later on today.
Absolutely, and as you can see on your screen there, that's the MSI livery making its way around this this very decent couple of right-handed bends. You've got to make your way around Europe car there. Very soon taking the chicane RACC. Now, you've got to try and hug the curbs on that bend. That's going to be a very crucial chicane at the end. You can see him all over the back of the orange car there. Certainly, we'll be seeing a bit of that here today, no doubt. Obviously, getting ready for some battling, getting in the slipstream there, heading down the stretch. We're going to be seeing lots of this, folks. It's going to be great. Looking forward to raising my voice for you later on today. And as you can see, they're going for a move already inside the Elf curve there in turn 1, but watch out for the 2 cars that have just come out of the pit bays. It's going to be very interesting. One already off the track, in fact, so the drama's already kicked off, Kieran, which is interesting to see. Just a quick note, though, you were mentioning, obviously, when we enter the realms of the darkness, of course, obviously that is when the temperature will probably begin to drop. Just how much will that affect the grip levels? Because obviously a lot of the track temperature does sort of, as the track warms up, obviously it makes the tyres a little bit stickier, and obviously they're able to cling to the circuit a little bit more. How much will that differ as they race through the night, obviously given the fact that the track will be cooling down?
I think it all depends, because with the circuit of Barcelona, obviously it's a track that's normally got a tarmac that's quite hot. So you'll normally bring tyres that are designed to cope with that heat. Now, when it comes to the night shift, you might see drivers try and switch onto softer tyres, but it might actually stay at pretty consistent temperature throughout. So you might actually find that although the sun's not beaming down, the track temperature stays relatively the same, especially with 32 cars going around it all the time. You might find actually that the circuit temperature doesn't actually fall that much during the night shift. With tracks like Le Mans, obviously it's a massive circuit. You might actually get parts of the track actually cool down whilst there's no cars on it. But with the circuit de Catalunya, obviously it's a much shorter track than Le Mans. So you might find that challenge that actually the tyre temperature doesn't actually go down and the track temperature doesn't actually go down that much. The tyre wear could be relatively okay throughout. Well, obviously we'll have to see what happens as we go through. But yeah, obviously certain parts of the track will be covered in shadows at some point in the race. That's going to affect track temperature just slightly. As you said, in the night time, track temperature is going to be a massive thing. But most of these drivers have done a 24-hour before. They know exactly what they're in for. Their night drivers will know what they're in for as well. The night can be challenging, but once you've done them quite a few times, you start to realise actually there's not much difference here. I've just got to know the circuit off by heart, basically.
Absolutely. Well, we've commentated on it loads of times now for the sim racing for Formula One, certainly, because obviously it's a very notorious track, certainly amongst teams and drivers who take part in certainly the F1 esports event. We've seen obviously sim racing catapult its way to the forefront ever since the coronavirus hit. Obviously, you guys are all aware the real race of 24 Hour of Catalonia at Barcelona was actually cancelled this year, obviously due to the fact of COVID-19. Obviously, we're in very special circumstances at this moment in time, but sim racing over the past year has certainly taken a huge rise since obviously the fall of real sports going through the last year or so. It certainly has been a very tricky time, but I'd like to think that we're combating it as best we can. We're able to bring some form of sport in occasion to you as well. Obviously, we are seeing sport relatively return to the forefront once again, but great to see that sim racing has been taken ever more seriously. And nowadays, the amount of finance that's included in it, we're seeing drivers now taking the helm of sim racing teams. Obviously, we've got Pedro de la Rosa, he's fielding a team here today, but also the likes of Rubens Barrichello and also Juan Pablo Montoya. Old school drivers that have come back, they've turned around and say, yeah, we want to go at this sim racing. Doesn't that speak a lot for the sport of sim racing? I think it does.
I mean, the best case for it is Emerson Fittipaldi jumping into a sim racing rig. That, for me, is the definition of veteran drivers coming back to sim racing. It is fantastic to see. And that team you mentioned, formed by Pedro de la Rosa, is actually Drive X. Now, I'm just trying to have a look at them in the standings. I can't see them just yet. Hopefully, it'll roll round and I'll be able to point them out to you. Yeah, there they are. Car number 14, 9th place, 6/10 off Zenith Esports in this warm-up. That is the team formed by Pedro de la Rosa. So it's a prolific team, of course, well-known team in Spain. And yeah, obviously it's a team formed by a former racing driver. So that brings in the element that the driver knows what they're doing. They can see the talent in the driver. And of course, Pedro de la Rosa, a wise head on his shoulders, prolific when he signed for McLaren, when he had to fill in for Juan Pablo Montoya in 2006 after he left the sport. But also he knows his way around the car. He's been test driving Formula One cars for a number of years before his retirement later on last decade. And obviously he's a very experienced driver, so he knows what to do. He knows which sort of drivers he's looking for. But yeah, I'm absolutely fine with seeing a Pedro de la Rosa team absolutely looking forward to see how they get on. And obviously they're top half, so it's a very close field, and top half is exactly where you want to be, because then you get to take advantage of any mistake that happens ahead of you, and those are the positions that really, really are important.
They truly are, and we've actually got a few names actually littering the grid. Going back to the mesmeric classification we got here, let's not forget Augustin Canapino, who's driving for the Williams Esports team. He is the equivalent, I suppose, of a James Baldwin in Spain. He is a huge name amongst the Spanish folklore, and certainly he's going to be here today, pitting his wits against a lot of these. And not forgetting as well, going up further up the grid, we have got the sim racer for, well, he drives the sim for DS De Cheetah Formula E team as well. We've got trying to obviously get him on board with me now. That being Arthur Lahouque. Sorry for pronunciations there, doing my best there, but he's driving for the Williams Esports team as well. So Williams Esports coming in with a rich pedigree of drivers. So it'd be interesting to see how they get on today. They come here as surefire favourites. Obviously, the 15-place grid penalty, they don't see it as a concern. Could these guys be the answer?
If they can keep out of trouble in the first hour, making their way through the field, then they've got a great chance. The only problem is that they're starting right in amongst that midfield. So they're obviously proven to be the third quickest team, or at least with the fastest driver, they're the third quickest team. That's the important thing. They're starting down in 18th, so who do they start? Do they start their quickest driver and try and get through the field? Do they try and start someone who's maybe the middle driver, maybe try and just get them out there, get the first couple of hours under their belt and see what happens? All sorts of strategy comes into play about when to deploy your fastest driver. And of course, with fair share here by iRacing, you have to do, this was explained to us, so I'm going to explain it poorly to you, but it's 50% of the equal share. So if there's 3 drivers in the team, so you have to do half of 33% of the race distance at least. So that's how it was. That's how I've understood it to be. If it's wrong, which it probably is, that's that. But if all the drivers don't meet that fair share criteria, then the whole team is disqualified. So they've really got to keep an eye on how many laps each driver has done, how much time has been spent in the car as well. That's going to be an important one. And like you say, when those driver changes will actually take place.
Absolutely, and certainly they've got to use it. That's the strategy in itself. Obviously, you've just got to manage the team. It's a very different strategy to what you would do in, say, like you say, a sprint race, which is over 2 hours. Naturally, you've got to try and articulate a far more intense strategy in those situations. In amongst the 24-hour strategy, you've just got to try and keep the car on the track right through the period, and obviously ensure that your drivers are well maintained and looked after and managed efficiently, and just to ensure that they don't suffer from fatigue or anything like that as they're going around the circuit, given the fact as well there's so many other elements at work here, certainly amongst the 24-hour circuit. We've spoken about the fine line in between perfection and failure in a race such as this, and certainly overnight it's going to be a true test to see who can manage those circumstances the best. But given the fact that these guys, as you say, Kieran, they're all experienced, they're professionals, they know exactly what they're doing, you cannot expect hopefully no critical situations happening out on circuit. So hopefully we'll see lots of positive racing, lots of superb racecraft, plenty of overtakes. Let's see if we can call you some decent action here today.
Absolutely. There's another team to keep your eye on as well if you're familiar with the esports scene, and that is S2V Esports. Now, obviously, they are a prolific team. If you've seen esports, very highly recognizable name in the world, let alone in Spain as well. So keep an eye on those ones. They've had a driver change, I believe, from the initial lineup. So they've got David Pena, Alfredo Malo, Sergi Maturana is the replacement, and I think Dino Filippa I think he's still racing. They've got him down as a 4th driver. They don't have to use all 4 drivers. They can just use the 3 if they want to. But if they sign up with 4, they can drop 1, and that's fine. So, obviously, recognizable names there, recognizable name, high expectations will be on their end. And it's almost like, do you go for a team that's got that high prestige and the expectation is really expected of you? Or do you go for a team that's maybe mid-table, but if you perform well, you'll instantly get recognised? I wonder how the drivers will see that. I think they'll just want to drive the fastest car for the fastest team at the fastest pace.
Absolutely. I mean, we look at today's real racing, and certainly the drivers all long to be in the fastest car because they want to be in the best position possible to steal a race or win a race, should I say? And obviously, that can be an encompassment of a lot of things: the build of the car, the strategy, the actual setup. That goes in to planning a circuit. There's so many eventualities to consider when it comes to sim racing and that of real racing as well. And these drivers have got to take every little ounce on board in order to consider which team they drive for. And obviously, these teams do their research as well. Williams Esports, they are certainly, as an example, they go around looking for the best of the best. And they've got a very rich history of superb tailor-made drivers for every single eventuality. And they're always planning for the future. And that's certainly something to certainly take note of. It's like footballers, you see teams like Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United. I know that they're your favourite team as well, Kieran, but we're seeing them bring in wealths of new players and talent coming through. Certainly to the world of football, and racing is no different. They want to try and encourage. You've got driver academies these days, Red Bull academies, Renault academies, Mercedes academies for Formula One, and it's very much the same in esports now. You've got the likes of the Williams team, the S2V team are always on the lookout for new talent. And at the end of the day, they're just trying to surefire themselves and trying to cement their legacy in amongst the best of the best in esports as well. So absolutely, you're going to be seeing a lot of competitive racing out there on track here today amongst various stages of the grid. It's going to be brilliant.
Yes, absolutely. We've also got obviously the penalties as well, which come through. So obviously the drivers will have to be pretty much on par with how the stewards are going to process incidents. They've also got the in iRacing incident points. Every 75 points, they have to take a drive-through penalty. That carries across the entire team. So that's off track, that's loss of control, that's contact, anything like that. Once it adds up to 75, it is a drive-through penalty slap straight on there. That's unlimited, so they can rack up as many drive-through penalties as they like. Not that you'd want to, but the idea is that every 75, that is a drive-through penalty slap on the wrist. Obviously, contact is going to be on a base by base. I'm sure will be updated of any incidents that happen out there with the stewards. So we'll see how everything goes. Obviously, there's stop and go penalty, and we'll see how everything ends up.
Okay. No problem. Whatever works. We'll make an announcement now, and then perhaps we'll go off air for a bit.
Sí, estos dos.
Hello. We're not meant to be criticising the game, were we? Okay, right.
viendo también un poco al piloto que van a correr, ¿no? Este coche por aquí, este va a aflojar, ¿no? Ya saben que no va a aflojar ninguno de ellos. En carrera seguramente las caras se lo van a tomar más. Lo que comentábamos, sí, seguramente para los próximos años físicamente somos capaces de meter tantos cockpits técnicamente para lo suyo. Como no alquiles un pabellón entero de IFEMA va a ser complicado, pero sí que el formato es el mismo, un poco para acercarse a ir probando los equipos tanto entre quali como sprint.
Well, we're back live here, folks. A little update for you. Of course, we'll be bringing you the race at 1 o'clock. That's the confirmation. Obviously, we've just been trying to wait on a couple of teams to join. Obviously, without a doubt, we will be proceeding with the race at 1 o'clock. So that's the latest update we have here today. And obviously, that being, should we say, 12 o'clock for us in the UK as well. Obviously, got to make sure we get our times right for our friends in Spain as well as us here as well. So obviously, we've got to take that into account. But obviously, Kieran, these things happen. It's part of sim racing. At the end of the day, we're all familiar with it. But nonetheless, still a very very exciting event to come forward very very shortly.
Absolutely. It just adds to the tension as well for the drivers. The longer they wait for this race start, the more tense they get. But yeah, hopefully we'll get started at 12 o'clock British summer time. That's 1 o'clock Central European time. So I think you're going to say, George, that we're going to take a little break to rest our voices for the stint up ahead because we're going to need them.
Absolutely. We'll be bringing you back the restart very, very soon, folks. It's going to be in the next 20 minutes or so leading up on the hour. And we'll look forward to bringing you that action as we now witness the Williams eSports car coming into the pits. And myself and Kieran will be back with you very shortly. Thank you.
el circuito y sentarse allí en un simulador encima de los boxes. Por parte de Level tendremos a Toby Soriano estrenando para Level en esta carrera. Por parte de MSI empezará Salva Talents, el valenciano. Por parte de Obsidian tendremos a Pedro Sánchez Albert, que bueno, llamándose Pedro Sánchez, ya sabemos, en otras competiciones, que es también este gran piloto.
Viene de triunfar además hace poco, ¿eh?
Sí, sí,
en la carrera de
una carrera en Indianapolis, que bueno, el chiste y los memes son totalmente. Así que ánimo también allá a Pedro Sánchez con Obsidian, en este caso. ¿Quién estrena? El bar de Keto, que bueno, cuando veáis el logo también, o sea, es como si fueran mancos, pero no lo son, amigos, están en el top 6. Oscar de Barrio, Ocote, el sexto piloto, y por parte de nuestros Juan en casa, Sergi Eras. Drivers, saldrá Manuel Cubo, el piloto español por ahí. Por parte de Top Game, no sé si parece que no tiene nada de nombres, pero Esther Rasmus en el equipo.
Sí, en torno a la mezcla, ¿no? Porque dice Plus Top.
Esto es más racing y todo, entonces no parece igual que racing. José Azcue, ahí cerrando el cartel, nuevo piloto en pista de Chile. Lo sube, se lo sube. Se montará en el primer stint, en estas vueltas, la pista de Chile, Australia, que también verá a otros simuladores en la primera vuelta. Otra posición cumplida para esa sesión mínima tiempo para una hora y como máximo 3 horas. Estrena el piloto chaqueño en la pista de Core Racing. Recordemos que el primer stint lo hizo muy bien, muy bien, yo creo, ¿no? Que podríamos ver stints en la vuelta del piloto o vueltas vamos, de partida del siglo, ¿no?
Ya, sí que es verdad que ese año pasado se puso muy contento, ¿no? Después de que avisara, si pasase algo por lo que fuera, pues bueno, sí que se quedó.
En la decimosegunda posición, Custom Exilium GT, Custom, la escudería virtual que se ha aliado con el equipo de eSports Exilium y estrenará Francisco Ramírez Muñoz la pista de Sitges.
Correcto, que además se estrena no en iRacing porque lleva recorrido, pero muy poquito, así en eventos top, comienza en esta carrera y además la clasificación oficial, mira, precisamente este piloto es el que hizo la clasificación y además va a salir en este primer stint. Se ha colocado en esa decimosegunda posición después de que en pre-quali entraran por los pelos, entraran en la última posición los 28, así que vamos a ver si puede opar un poco más a el nivel del equipo.
Pues sí, pues sí. Euromaster, el equipo del taller de neumáticos más famoso de los eSports, en 13ª posición. Tenemos ahí caras conocidas.
Sí, y Fran Parada va a ser el piloto que inicie este stint.
Pues el malagueño, pasándose del Gran Turismo al iRacing. ¿Quién más tenemos por ahí? El Pepe.
Rus Pepe, tenemos todavía la duda de cómo pronunciarlo bien. Tenemos a Juan Esteban, que será el que veremos en esta salida, en este primer stint. A no ser que haya cambios de última hora o alguno de los pilotos estén teniendo problemas. Juan Esteban va a ser el que salga. Pero haciendo pista, ahí tenemos la entrada del piloto. Parece contenido audiovisual que tenemos por ahí. Y va a ser José Miguel Fernández. hicieron una octava posición al final en la carrera, no está nada mal. Veremos si buscan ese objetivo o extrapolarlo, ¿no? Yo no sé, a la parte media de la tabla.
Marcos Calafón González, sección de PC,
Pues tenemos a Adrián Pegado. Esta salida que puede ser caótica, ¿no? Veremos, todo depende de todos estos pilotos que estamos diciendo, pues a ver cómo nos resulta. De los filiales, entre comillas, que nos gusta tanto el nombre, ¿no? Españita Rocket Factor. Sería la oficina oficial. Va a ser Gabriel Martín también, puede ser. No los tenía, la verdad, la matrícula, ya te digo, hay muchos equipos que no los teníais fichados. Y en esta ocasión, pues con Albert Ferrer.
por parte de Cometa hasta la meta.
Cometa tenemos, a ver si lo encontramos, porque hay un par de equipos que no han marcado tiempo, no sé si Cometa es uno de ellos. Quizás ese que está teniendo problemas, ¿no? En entrar ahora mismo.
Nos esconde su piloto de momento.
Sí. No nos figura en el live timing, así que esperando que si esos equipos que están teniendo problemas que puedan entrar. Saldría en la posición 24ª.
Y 25º Carbono eSports, con cariño decimos que parece que están patrocinados por Microsoft Edge. Mucho cariño desde aquí a José Manuel Cazón y a los suyos. Y Project Bullet también un equipo, no es de los más, tengo entendido que no es de los más veteranos, pero ojo porque tiene una línea bastante ascendente este equipo.
Sí, con Iván Moreno va a comenzar. En iRacing un poco lo toca. Los que mejor se me dan, ¿eh? Es bastante técnico el circuito y cuesta apurar los márgenes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Circuit of Catalunya now. We're within the 3.5 minutes. Thank you for sticking with us here through that little bit of time. Very shortly, we will be coming into the race very shortly. Kieran, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, we've been waiting for so long for this race. It adds to the tension, but you know what? It'll be well worth the wait. So obviously, with the race starting at 1 o'clock, all of the timings and everything will be pushed back by an hour. But it's an extra hour for the teams to really finalize everything. And trust me, they really do finalize everything at the last minute. They would have finalized everything at 12 o'clock British summertime. 11 o'clock British summertime. But now they've had that extra hour, they'll probably be sitting on their decisions thinking, maybe is that the right idea? I don't know. Yeah, I've fallen into that trap before where the race start is delayed and you sort of think, actually, is that the right strategy? I'm not so sure, but we're going to find out in just a couple of minutes' time when we get this underway. And my goodness, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, second thoughts on your setup and strategy could be your best friend or your worst enemy. You alone decide your fate here in 24-hour sim racing. The teams are working incredibly hard to try and get themselves to a standard capable of trying to tickle the top end here in 24-hour sim racing. And it's the same in all of sim racing and real motorsport as well. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Can't wait to see who's going to be taking the top spot and who's going to be tackling the first corner in front, leading the pack down through those initial few bends. Obviously, the first few laps are going to be crucial to decide who goes where in the classifications. We'll have the live timings on board as well. You'll be able to see the classifications on your screen as well, folks. Obviously, happy to be with you here on this fine Saturday afternoon. And looking forward, I can say that now because we're nearly on 12 o'clock here in the UK. So super. We're now into the afternoon proper now very shortly. But I got to say, very excited indeed. Warm-up is nearly coming to an end. Squeaky bum time, folks, as I like to say, through Formula One at the end of qualifying. And only this time, we've only got warm-up and straight into a race.
Yeah, straight into the race, and all that nerves, all that tension will be shown on that formation lap. Trying to get some heat into the tyres, heat into the brakes as well, because the last thing you want to do is not heat up the brakes properly. Heading down into turn one after the longest straight on the circuit with no brakes whatsoever, that's not a great idea. So obviously, do you be a bit tentative? Do you be aggressive? Obviously, it's not won this race on the first lap of the first race. Obviously, that's not going to happen. This is a long race. It is just a marathon, not a sprint. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers will approach everything today. And yeah, the longer we wait, the more excited we get, but the more well worth it will be. I am super excited for this one.
It's going to be brilliant. 2.892 miles accumulates this circuit. Obviously, plenty of corners for them to dictate. That's 4.655 kilometers, of course, in other money. But it's going to be superb. The track, of course, first held a Grand Prix race back in 1913. But obviously, since then, an accompaniment of other different racing has come down to the Circuit of Catalonia. It is one of the highest reputable tracks around the world. Certainly carries a lot of rich history in the last 100 years, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what it can bring to us. Obviously, the present circuit is from 2007 onwards, given the fact that they added the RACC chicane just before the final corner, that being the New Holland Bend. That's the final corner, but before then, like I said, the RACC chicane as well, which obviously does slow down the drivers, and trying to put a big, mighty GTE car through that is going to be huge pressure, certainly under racing circumstances. It's all going to be a question of how to keep it on track, maintain those grip levels as well. So much pressure going into this event, Kieran.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. And I think once you get those first couple of laps under your belt, once you get that first hour under your belt, you'll start to find yourself a rhythm. It's important in an endurance, you find your rhythm out there. So obviously, that's going to take some doing when you go into a race start and there's 30 odd cars out there with you out on track. But the more experienced drivers will know when to push, when to take it easy. And if someone tries to move up the inside, maybe they'll just try and let them through. They don't have to battle that early on. It's all about finding your own pace, finding your own strategy out there and making sure you can make the strategy work as best as you possibly can. When we start to go into the latter stages, so maybe the final 4 hours and 3 hours, that is where you're going to see drivers pushing to the absolute limit, because now they know it's their car till the end of the race.
Yeah, they're going to be turning up the heat towards the end, that's for sure. And I'd imagine we'll be seeing a lot of that, Kieran, for the final couple of hours that will certainly be calling for them tomorrow morning. I've got to say, very excited to see what happens leading to that event. Obviously, a lot of coverage still to come in between now and then. The cars you can see now are basically setting up onto the grid now shortly, so we will be able to start coverage of the actual race very soon. And I'll be able to say that usual speech I usually come out with: pedal to the metal, go, go, go. Can't wait to bring this to the 24-hour of Barcelona, obviously synonymous with usually my Formula One stream. So we're going to be bringing a little bit of F1 to the GT racing here today. So very much looking forward to that. You can see there, though, a sunshine shines upon Catalonia, the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. And of course, there's a few clouds in the sky, but majority of it, nice blue skies. You can see the podium there up on the left-hand side. Who's going to be taking that step here over the next 24 hours? That is the big, big question indeed. That's the view from the Campsa Bend as well, leading down to Lakea. And obviously the DRS detection zone, which would usually be used by single-seaters, is obviously not applied here today. But nonetheless, it'd be interesting to see how these guys manage the likes of the slipstreams in a situation around this circuit. Obviously on the home stretch, one of the key straights. Also the straight just after Renault before Repsol. And of course, the Campsa straight as well. Let's see who can utilize them more effectively to push themselves up the classifications. It's going to be a true test of skill and stamina. We can't wait to bring it to you.
No, absolutely. And I think the drivers will be taken to the track any moment now to start their pace lap behind the safety car. It is a single file start here. So the chance of some people going too wide down towards turn one, well, it depends how quick you are in your reactions when the safety car peels in and the leader guns it. So it'll be interesting to see that start. Obviously, it is single file to try and minimize turn one instance, especially in the first hour of the race. But, lots of drivers will be out there. Drivers will try and take positions. Other drivers will think, well, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So you'll have different mentalities through there. At the end of the day, they're all racing drivers and they're all there to try and win this.
Yeah, and bear in mind you've got big chunky GTE cars going around a very narrow, sort of not the widest circuit in Grand Prix racing, or certainly sim racing or racing in general. So it'd be interesting to see how they can manage it and try and battle with each other on the track. It's certainly got a lot of questions that need to be answered here, and I'm sure that we're about to see what will happen certainly on this circuit. I'm gonna be peeking through my fingers as to what happens at turn one. I cannot wait to see who snaps the advantage after that one. As you say, Kieran, obviously looking at it on paper, you've got to get a superb start after the safety car. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a few minutes now shortly, ready for the start of this race. Keep it with us, folks. It won't be long. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live with you here today. Sorry for the delays. Obviously, we're getting ready for the start of this 24-hour event. Sorry, I'm back in Formula One mode. Sorry.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but absolutely unreal scenes, though. Obviously, like you said before, the more anticipation, the more pressure, the more time. Obviously, it just spices it up once again that touch more.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nerves, the anxiety of starting this race. I mean, I can barely stay seated right now. It's all getting there. We'll eventually get there. But once this race starts, obviously, then the drivers can work their rhythm, calm themselves down, and just basically get them into a consistent lap time. They'll know what lap times they need to be doing. It's whether they can put them in consistently as well. That's what is the bane of endurance racing. You can be as quick as you want, but eventually, you can't be quali mode every single lap because it's unrealistic. You can't do that for 3-4 hours, however long your stint is. So you've really got to decide when to push and when to be considerate about your pace. Especially if you're on quali, you'll use more fuel, you'll use up your tires more. So there's those elements to keep in mind as well. So yeah, I mean, this is why I love endurance racing. You've got to have the right strategy, and more often than not, the right strategy is the one that wins. And more often than not, even more so, is that there's only one team that gets the right strategy. So I'm looking forward to seeing who it's going to be.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got plenty of drivers out on track, plenty of teams that are capable of winning an event such as this. And obviously, it's going to be up to them to decide what's the best way to certainly achieve that. Obviously, like we keep going over and over again over the strategy sense. Obviously, not really a strategy to really take on board in a race such as this. But the main strategy is basically to stay alive pretty much throughout a 24-hour period. Given the fact as well, though, the circuit of Barcelona does have, like we said before, winding corners, quick pace corners, very quick chicanes. It's going to be interesting to see how they get these big cars through those types of bends and naturally trying to cling to every single apex and generate as much pace on the outset of corner. But like you say, pace is not everything. You've got to try and last the time, keep yourself going throughout the race conditions. It's going to be interesting to see how they do their pit stops when they articulate those pit stops. Because bear in mind, like we said before, under the rules and regulations, they've got to do so much in order to not get a penalty or disqualified, should I say? So it's going to be up to the teams and the drivers to really articulate their way through this race, use their brain, I suppose, to try and mastermind their way to the front end of the grid. Be interested to see how they get on. Like I said, it's the equivalent of a marathon. If you finish this race, it's a great achievement, but obviously everyone wants to win, that's for sure. So we'll be seeing very much, I suppose, lots of competitive racing. At the same time, though, mastermind strategy as well.
Absolutely, yeah. One thing that we haven't actually mentioned before is iRacing. If you haven't actually raced on iRacing before, if you're not familiar, in the rules and regulations, the teams are allowed 2 fast repairs. So basically what that means is if their car is too damaged, they can get back to the pit lane, fix up their car as it was, and then go back out onto the circuit. And it only costs them, it costs them much less time than they would if they didn't have a fast repair. You normally find that if you do bin it out on circuit and you're towed back to the pit lane, you could be in the pit lane for a good 20 minutes, half an hour if you're not careful.
Guys, so quickly, so important. Emphasize in the thing of these visual problems that it was because not leave any team behind with problems, okay? And say thanks to the audience, to the spectators for watching us. That's it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
No worries. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, obviously, given the fact that we've had a few delays here today, obviously we've got a huge emphasis on trying to ensure that every team is able to get into the race here today. It's of the utmost importance, and obviously we want to make sure that we're bringing you the best coverage possible for this event, and that's only achieved by therefore allowing every single team to take part in this event. I'd like to thank you all for your patience sticking with us throughout this morning. Obviously, we've had a few delays here and there, but I hope that me and Kieran have managed to sort of keep you entertained, at least for the time being, even if it means having to look at our mugs half the time on the screen. But I'm sure nonetheless you've hopefully all enjoyed it. I can see obviously we've got some people in the chat party. Obviously, I would love to hear from you guys. Please send some messages to us. We're going to be here for a long time, so it'd be nice to catch up with our viewing public. Obviously, I want to hear your views as to who you think is going to win this race. Obviously, it's going to be very interesting to get a public opinion. Obviously, we might have a few experts in the world of 24-hour sim racing watching this event here today, so maybe we can get their insight into what we're about to see here this afternoon into tomorrow morning. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. I can't wait, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Kieran. Any predictions? Mike Key.
Second mistake of the stream. Yeah, obviously it's going to be. I think Williams Esports are going to have a good opportunity. MSI defending champions, if you like, coming back to try and reclaim their crown with a new team. S2V highly prolific. If I have to choose one, I'm going to back out and say I can't. Williams are a strong team. MSI are a strong team on their basis. They've got new drivers, which will have the same mentality. So hopefully they'll be going through there. And obviously, of course, S2V highly prolific. There are also other teams that could surprise us. What I love about 24-hour, you get the minnows that come through, and they love to prove you wrong. So hopefully, other teams can prove me wrong for sure. But how about you, George? Who are you looking out for today?
Well, I was going to take the sit on the fence role as well, but now you've already pushed yourself on it. I fear there's not enough room for me, so I'm gonna look at this. Yeah. So I mean, I'm looking at it now. I mean, on track, of course, you can't look past the sim racing team of Williams, despite the grid penalty of 15 places. I think they're going to come out fighting. They've got such a strong array of drivers on the grid here today in their car, and they're formidable. They've got so much experience in so many high-class events, and certainly this one is going to be yet another one. Also, like you say, don't count MSI, last year's champions. Are they going to come in with a flurry and retake their title? Who knows? But they're in a great position to do so, not far from the front end of the grid in qualification. So you've got to give them every chance possible. Interesting to see who wins out of the Porsche and BMW category. We've seen a lot of cars. There seems to be a bit of an equal split between BMW and Porsche, albeit maybe a finer gap in between them. The two Ford cars are going to interest me as well. I'm interested to see the reasoning behind Williams taking that different approach and going for that Ford car. Let's see if that works for them here today. Naturally, it could throw up a little bit of a twist at the top.
It can do, and one thing that strikes interesting to me is no one picked the Ferrari 488 GTE. There's no Ferraris in this race, so it is purely Ford GT, BMW M8, and Porsche 911. So there'll be a reason why the teams didn't feel the Ferrari was good enough. So we'll see now how they all get on. But as you say, the two Ford teams, I should say, are going to be very interesting to watch. Williams being one of them. As you say, the reason why they chose Ford, either they're going to be at the front of the field and they're going to be walking away with this one, having the right decision, or they're going to find it a little bit tough because everybody else is in the car that's going to take them a good portion of this way through the race. Just to reiterate, the two Ford teams, just having a look through my long list, you've got Williams Esports and High Speed Demon. So they're the two Ford GT cars out there, the only two. Half the grid is made up of Porsches, which is 16 car teams, I should say, and 15 teams made up of the BMW M8, which, as we all know, is a very popular car.
What are we thinking of the Jourdain brothers? I mean, naturally, they're a very strong team, made up of a very strong team of drivers as well. Obviously, very much professionals in the world of motorsport. How do we rate the transition period? I know we discussed James Baldwin earlier on today and his rise in the world of real motor racing, driving Jenson Button's Rocket Motorsport team car. And of course, they had very nearly another victory at Brands Hatch recently. Obviously, looking at the Jourdain brothers, who are now making that transition now into sim racing here at Spain, how do we rate their chances in a field such as this? Is their experience going to benefit them here?
Oh, definitely. The more experience you have in an endurance, the better. You can't have enough experience because the great thing about an endurance is that no two endurances are the same. You can throw yourself at 100 endurances and you'll find there'll be separate problems, collisions that might happen, your fault or not. There'll be repairs that need to be made. Anything could be thrown at you in an endurance, and that's what people have to stay on their toes. As we said earlier on in this stream, it's not the mistakes you make or what happens to you. It's how you do to recover, what you do to recover yourself and your race in order to make sure you get the best out of the car for as long as possible. I mean, take, for example, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was going to be a fantastic win for one team in 2018 until it all went wrong on the final lap of the 24 hours. The final lap is when the car packs up. That truly is heartbreaking to hand Toyota the win. And I think as well, that's what's going to happen as well. You've got to expect that things might go slightly awry. And it's how you recover from those scenarios that makes you a good team to compete with in this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, naturally, being a Spanish event, we've got a lot of Spaniard drivers in the cars here today, a lot of Spanish teams, also some Southern American teams as well. We've obviously got a few from the continents and from South America. You got the Mexico, your people from Mexico, drivers from Mexico, but also Williams fielding a driver as well, Josh Thompson, the UK driver here today. It'd be interesting to see how he gets on as well amongst this field. Obviously, a different variation of nationalities taking part here today, and that's the beauty of sim racing. Everyone can get involved, and that's what we like to see. It sort of edges up that competitiveness amongst the grid as well, and it's interesting to see how different cultures can impact certain driving styles. Mike Key.
Yeah, absolutely. Just just to take you through, I just had to reassure myself that I got that fact right. I didn't. It was actually the Toyota hybrid in 2018 that broke down on the start finish line, and it was the Porsche 919 hybrid that went on to take the win on the final lap of Le Mans 2018. And that really does boil down to what endurance racing is all about. You could be the fastest car for 23 hours and 55 minutes, but if you don't make it to the checkered flag, that all means nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like what they say about dart players. They say trebles for show, doubles for dough. And certainly we'll be seeing these guys element that fact certainly here in a 24-hour sim race. Like we say, fine margins, ladies and gentlemen, between success and failure here at Spain, that's for sure. Certainly given the fact that we're going to be here for a very long time watching these drivers try and articulate their way around this concrete circuit is going to be very interesting indeed. You can just see them coming around now on the, should we say, formation lap. Or the warm-up laps, should I say? And it's going to be interesting to see who could take the early advantage. I mean, obviously, experience pays in racing such as this. Being able to move the car effectively and efficiently around a tricky circuit with lots of high-speed corners, as well as some real tricky slow corners that you've got to try and cling the car to the curb on. As we now see the Williams Esports car, the Chill Blast sponsorship on the side there, making its way through the paddock and out onto the track. It certainly is going to be an absolute clinic here, folks. We're looking forward to bringing it here to you. BMW, Porsche, and Ford all across the circuit. I got to say, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be great. I mean, we've got live timing on my left. I've got the stream on the right. It's absolutely fantastic setup, and I am definitely looking forward to it. Seeing two Porsches go side by side through turn one. Oh, that's a bit of a moment there for the number 9 heading his way through. Just got a little bit collected there. I'm just having a look through. That's the Obsidian racing car there, who's now gone back to the pit lane. I believe the driver of that one, Pedro Sanchez Albert. Yeah, obviously get your mistakes ironed out now, because that's going to be really important going into the race here today. You want to iron out the mistakes as much as possible heading into the race, because really you don't want to be making any. We've said before that 24 hours is a long time. There's plenty of opportunities to make those mistakes, whether it's a little trip onto the grass, whether it's just a little bit of a wheel onto the grass on entry into one of the corners, which is very easy to do. It could be a spin, it could be a crash, anything can happen. You've got to rely on your teammates to make sure the car's okay, but also you've got to rely on your teammates not to push the track limits too much.
Yeah, we're going to be starting the race in a couple of minutes now, folks, so it won't be long. We're on the home stretch now before the start of this amazing event we're going to be have in front of our eyes now shortly. As you can see there, the cars all warming up as they lead up towards the race event, and very soon we'll be watching the safety car lead them around on the pace lap just before they commence this phenomenal race. And obviously that is when they will line up in a single file line to obviously prevent any possible incidents that we could get on the first couple of laps. Like I said before, obviously grid classification's all important here. You've got to try and cement your position on the circuit, and certainly no better way of doing that than contesting in the first few laps. And that's when you'll see things start to settle down, that's for sure. And certainly through the night, it's all about trying to stay glued to the circuit, try and articulate your way, like I keep saying, around these corners, these curves that can, if you snatch one, you can go for a spin. And as I say that, we've got one right in front of us right there. And
absolute curse of the commentator.
Yeah,
that one.
that was brutal. I gotta say, absolutely brutal, and I can only heartfelt apologise for that to the driver on that basis. But yeah, that's just a pure example as to what we can expect. As you can see now, the cars are now beginning to form up into a grid formation. Now, shortly, we're going to be seeing the safety car go out to the circuit here, folks. The action is about to kick off.
Absolutely. And of course, single file start here down towards turn one. It's going to be crucial here. We've been doing enough waiting. The tension has built. It's palpable here. You could cut it with a knife. All these, all these stereotypes, all these idioms coming in right now to describe at the start of this race. But I can tell you right now, the drivers will be so eager to get underway. We're eager to get underway in the commentary box. We've got one formation lap, safety car comes in, and then we will be underway for 24 hours here at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. Unfortunately, not in Barcelona, but nevertheless, it's an opportunity to give us and give you an English language stream, the first ever one here for the 24-hour at the Circuit de Catalunya. I am so excited, and I can't wait to get this one underway.
Yeah, we're making history here, folks. Myself and Kieran calling the very first, like he said, the very first British stream here of the 24-hour of Barcelona, Catalonia. We cannot wait. And big thank you to everyone who has stayed with us during the course of this morning. Obviously, we're glad that we're finally seeing the cars line up on the grid positions, obviously to get ready for the formation lap. And very soon, we will be calling the action down towards turn one. I cannot wait for this one. The weather is perfect. Certainly the scenery is perfect. Viva la España! We're bringing it to you live.
Absolutely. And of course, all this waiting, it's going to be rewarded heavily. I am so excited for this one. As you can see, the drivers and the cars there all ready to go. We can see on the screens here, it is Zenith Esports who are going to be at the top of the table. Ricardo Rico is going to be driving that car. Alongside him is the Unicos gaming car of Ismael Martel. We have cars moving now on this formation lap as we get underway. This means we're literally about just 2 minutes away, I would say, on this formation lap. Although we're going at this pace, I don't know.
Different style of race, this is Kieran. But no, they're getting themselves ready for the start of the race, folks. You can see there, Unicos Gaming leading the way. That being Ishmael Martel, who is leading the Unicos Gaming car around this track. Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico there in P2. Level Motorsports, Toby Soriano there in P3. MSI Esports, last year's champions, fielding Salbert Talens as well in P4. Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert there in P5. High Speed Demons, Daniel Gomez looking to tip the balance for them this year. DriveX Esports Calpers team, Sergio Ignacio there in P8 down there. We've had a bit of a chop and change up. Obviously, they're trying to organize themselves around this grid order now, but it's going to be Unicos Gaming leading the way as they make their way down towards turn one. Don't be fooled, the pace will quicken up.
Absolutely, as they just get themselves into order, into that single file that they need to get into to start this one with that lap around. It's just so everybody can get into their positions. As you quite rightfully said, George, the starting positions are going to be critical and crucial for this race. I mean, you've earned a place on that grid. Now you've got to take your spot on it. And of course, Unicos Gaming leading the way. Level Motorsports there with Toby Soriano in third place. Again, they are ones to watch. What you've got to remember is that when it comes to qualifying, you put your fastest driver in the car for the last stint. So this is the best the car, in theory, can get out on track. It's now up to the other drivers in the team to make sure it can stay there for as long as possible. And hopefully after 24 hours, they can get the result they need to show for it.
A true test of stamina indeed, nonetheless. It's going to be interesting to see who does take advantage early on, and you won't put it past any of these drivers to want to really tickle the top end. Remember, the time gap separated by no less than 3.5 seconds in qualifying. That is minimal in terms of GT racing, and it just shows, as a matter of fact, the amount of pace these guys can carry, as you can now see them trailing their way around the first bend, and or the first and second bend, should I say, soon to be making their way around the swooping right-hander. This is through Sector 1, of course, and very soon they'll be making their way down the semi-straight, which will send them down towards the Repsol right-hander. But it's going to be super, folks. Obviously, a lot of big teams making their names here today. Euromaster, who are actually a notable tire company here, fielding a Grandiose esports team as well here today. It's going to be interesting to see how they cope. But looking down at number 32, could the dark horses be Super Copper Esports, made up of the Jourdain brothers? Are they going to try and take this race by the scruff of the neck from the start? Is that real racing experience going to prove crucial? Don't forget, they are former Mexican NASCAR winners. So don't count them out. They know all about overtaking here, certainly when it comes to sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Never rule out those types of drivers, those experienced drivers who make their way into the sim racing world. They are definitely ones to watch for sure as we make our way through. I think we're just waiting for all the cars to make sure they clock up over the start finish line, and then we'll be able to speed up the pace lap just a little bit so that the drivers can actually get some heat into those tyres and into those brakes. Because the problem with them going this slowly is that all that heat dissipates, and obviously there's no way you could stop a car going at the pace that they do, near 160 miles an hour down towards turn one. Stopping them on cold brakes, it's not a great idea. So as you can see, all the drivers there are, it's basically just a traffic jam at the moment. They're so eager to get underway, they are literally trying to make it bumper to bumper to just try and urge the other driver, come on, let's get on with this, I want to race.
Absolutely. Well, like you say, I mean, going back to the way Formula One obviously deals with safety cars, naturally they have a better method of stopping. Naturally, the amount of downforce applied to those cars, it enables you to reduce those stopping distances. But when it comes to these sort of cars, they're a lot heavier, and certainly the brakes are put under a lot of pressure to try and slow this mammoth down. So naturally, they've got to try and just ease it up a little bit, just slow the pace down at the start until they reach the final couple of corners where they turn up the heat, and then you have a formidable start then leading down towards turn one. It's going to be unbelievable. I cannot wait to see who generates the maximum amount of pace, the best start possible after the end of the safety car. The pace lap is going to be so crucial as to who gets that first place start going through to turn one. I cannot wait to see what happens. I'm on the edge of my seat. The sweat is forming on the brow. I got to say, Kieran, I can't wait.
Already, we're only 5 minutes into the race. Oh, this is going to be exciting for you then. Yeah, as you can see here, drivers are just making their way through turn 5 and onwards they go. And obviously, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. There's plenty of drivers out there. Obviously, Williams Esports are all the way down there. They're coming up on the timing screen as 17th place. So they're going to have to try and carve their way through the field in order to make the most out of this race. They're going to find it tough to begin with, but they've got the experience. They've got the drivers. They are quick enough to make their way and carve their way through the field. It's all good being quick enough, but then the other option is, or the other side of it is, you've got to make sure that you make your overtakes clean and not cost yourself too much time. You don't want to be caught in battles very early on in this race.
No, and I'm just looking now. It looks like the pace is starting to wind up a little bit now. You can just see there, Ismail Martel starting to increase the gap a little bit there. Looking further back, we're starting to see some trajectory in between each car now as they make their way down towards the latter stages of this lap. Very soon, they will be getting underway here. As you can now see, the trail of cars making their way around. Obviously, the Zenith team, Unicos Gaming leading the contingent of cars around. Zenith Gaming, you were watching Ricardo Rico there, getting very close to the back of Ismail Martel, trying to almost push him along here. Obviously, like going back to what you were saying, Kieran, each and every single one of these drivers very keen to get the race underway. And as they now round the next right-hander, very soon they'll be tackling the final semi-chicane pretty much. And we will be getting this race underway. I can literally not wait. Unicos Gaming, like I said, leading the charge. Zenith there in P2. Is it going to be a question of these two gunning it out for the final, for the P1 position going into turn one? That is the big, bold question. You can see them rounding back Sambadel now. And very soon, the Europe car bend heading down to what will be the RACC chicane into the final New Holland bend as well. And how crucial are these corners, these final corners, going to be throughout this event? Now, as you can now see, look at the trailer cars there leading round back Sambadel into the Europe car bend now. The RACC will beckon for these drivers now. The heat will be turned up. Look at them glistening in the sunlights here at Spain. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Ismail Martel leading the charge. Look how close Ricardo Rico is. He's not giving him any sleep. Already rest there in front as now they round the New Holland bend for the first time proper in this race. They now start to turn up the heat now. Any second, they will punch it and start this 24-hour sim race. Thank you for being patient, folks. This is going to be absolutely brilliant as they line up, about to come across the line. Bear with us, folks. You can see, look at the trail there. Look at the trail. So tightly contested as they're about to cross the start-finish line, turning up the heat. Unicos Gaming getting underway. And it certainly is pedal to the metal. I'm trying waiting on the edge of my seat here. When's he going to go? When's he going to go here, folks? Test of strength here at Spain. That is the question. When do you think they will start to kick on, Kieran?
Well, I think that this could be another pace lap.
They're going around again.
Yeah, they might be. Because otherwise they would definitely have bolted by now down towards turn 1. So all that hype, George, you're going to have to do it again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. You're going to have to wear on your voice again.
Yeah.
But obviously we will get some racing action, hopefully. But at the helm here, you've got the cars making their way through the first couple of corners. But yeah, I mean, I can't stress enough how much I'm looking forward to this. You know, I love a 24-hour. I love seeing the cars go around, seeing all the strategy coming forth and seeing how it all goes down. They are stopping at turn 2, so hopefully it's not a problem here as they start winding down. But hopefully we'll get some racing action. Whatever's happening right now, as you can see, the cars have all stopped there on towards turn 1. So I reckon there's probably going to be another formation lap, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. We'll try and keep you updated as best as we can because we've got the information given to you. But the cars are just currently stopped at the moment. I wonder if it's just another pace lap that's going to happen. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank as to what's going on here.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, it looked like they were about to start the race, but obviously, maybe another pace lap, like you said. We will, of course, keep you updated, as Kieran said. Obviously, looking at it on our screens at this moment in time, we were expecting the race to start, but obviously, they've slowed down to a stop. I can only anticipate that there will be yet another pace lap. Obviously, do keep it with us, folks. We will obviously try and update you as we go on. But like I said, obviously, high anticipation for this event. I think I am seeing actually yellow flags dotted around the grid at this moment in time. So whether that means that we're going to have a slight delay before we commence another pace lap, getting the safety car out again to get us underway, we will soon find out. Unicos Gaming, though, still are going to be leading the charge. We can probably go through the drivers and just give you a bit of an insight as to who's starting in what car. Ismail Martel, of course, Unicos Gaming. Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico. Toby Soriano there for Level Motorsports as well. MSI Esports, Salva Talens there driving that car. Obsidian Racing, Pedro Sanchez Albert driving that car. Albar Deketo Racing Team, Oscar De Barrio Bouquet driving that car as well. Race for Cap Motorsports, Sergi Haras in P7. Of course, further down, you've got as well the R70 team, Pablo Espez as well driving the car. You've got as well Plus G Escudera, that being Mark Lobe there in P10. Customs Exilium GT, Francisco Ramirez Munoz there in P11. Euromaster Esports, Paul Munier there in P12. Rustizi is Juan Esteban, P14. Mamias Racing Team, Jose Miguel Fernandez Andrew there in P14. Cherokee there driven by Carlos Marin Casa. There in P15, and Kilometro Zero, Gabby Montoro is driving that car with William Esports driver Josh Thompson picking the blue livery up for them. High Speed Demons, Daniel Gomez will be driving for them. Mars Devils Esports, Marcos Alcaron Gonzalez driving for them, and IRS 10th Factory Sim Racers, Juanma Frias Gamez will be driving their car as well. We're very much looking forward to them taking the track once again. And you can see there Ivan Moreno, who we're currently looking upon there for the Karuma team. The Project Bullet e-racing team, should I say, currently lined up amongst the cluster of cars there on the grid. And there's Mark Alcaraz as well. So we're waiting to see whether the drivers form up again to form another pace lap. We will shortly bring you the action soon, folks, and keep you updated as to what's going on. Very exciting times here at the Circuit de Barcelona. Kieran, like I said, we can only just wait and watch and see what happens on the first lap. It's going to be certainly a very tongue-tickling prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, these issues can happen. It's why we've got the sort of safety car. It's why the powers that be can do all of that. And all we can do is just sit patiently and wait for some cars to emerge on a racing lap very, very shortly. But we just want to thank you all for your patience. Obviously, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for joining us for this one, and we hope to bring you some cars racing each other very, very shortly. Of course, we will bring you up to date as soon as we know what is happening at the moment. But in any case, we can keep talking about the teams. Maybe bring attention to teams we haven't discussed already, George.
No, absolutely. We've got quite a few out there on track that we've yet to properly discuss. I mean, I'm very interested to see what the new teams are obviously like. There's some we may not have heard before. Obviously, I'm not personally familiar with Unicos Gaming, but the fact that they're at the top step of the classifications is obviously a big boon to their prospects for this race. Obviously, Ishmael Martel is going to be leading them around. It looks like we have got some activity out on circuit now, Kieran. Zenith Esports, of course, Ricardo Rico as well. So, and Level Motorsports. You've got the top three teams there, which obviously we don't know a huge amount about them, certainly in the world of esports, but obviously here today, they've gone above the likes of MSI and, of course, Williams. So it must prove that they've got quite a bit of salt about them.
Yeah, absolutely. You would think then that they're going to try and push the pedal to the metal. I think to quote yourself, your fine self. Yeah, I mean they're obviously a good team to watch. There's other teams I'm expecting. Obsidian, for example, this is their third time in the 24 hours of Catalonia. So obviously, bit of experience between the teams. So you know the people running the team will obviously have that experience. They'll have that knowledge coming into this event. XBD out there, I've got them down as XBD. I'm pretty sure that's XBD Racing Motorsport in the BMW. They missed last year's event. They're coming back to make a return because they've competed in the first edition, if you like, of this 24-hour of Catalonia. So they're a very experienced team. Unfortunately, missing last year's race, and they're back this year, and they're going to try and be back with a bit of a vengeance as well. We've already discussed DriveX, but Cherokee are an older sim racing team. They've been around for quite some time, but looking at the teams, looking at some of the drivers, we'll probably expect midfield from them. Midfield would be a great result for them. Obviously, 24 hours, a lot can happen, so we'll see how they can handle it.
Absolutely, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams get on. Obviously, the new faces and some more experienced faces. Okay, I can confirm, folks, we've had an update here at the circuit. We've actually been been made aware that there was an accident during the formation lap at the race, so the cars have had to go back into the garage to be repaired. So we will bring you back the action very, very shortly. Obviously, they've got to ensure that all cars have an equal opportunity to obviously start this race, and we'll be waiting for all these cars.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, if there's an accident on the pace lap, then that probably means that the clock keeps counting down. So this is an interesting and bizarre scenario where the cars are just stopped waiting for the command to go, but all that time the clock is ticking. So more and more time passes. So there's fewer laps that can be completed in that time. That's going to have to be racking your brain for the teams around the fair share in order to make sure everybody gets the same amount of laps, or at least a similar amount of laps to qualify for the fair share. I mean, drivers were so excited to get started. There's been an accident. I mean, you can't write stuff. You cannot write it. But yeah, hopefully once they're repaired and join the back of the queue, or in their places, however it's going to be organised this time around, we'll hopefully get the action back up and running for this one. So that's the information we've got. So we'll wait for the teams to repair. So what this means then is this: it's kind of a suspension because the clock is still ticking.
It is. And the longer that clock keeps ticking, the more the drivers are going to get a little bit frustrated, maybe a little bit on edge. And naturally, that is when mistakes can be made as well. So certainly that's only going to provide more spice and action to certainly the first few laps here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. And we can't wait to bring it to you because I think it's just it's going to be the cork out of the bottle, isn't it? They're just going to come out all at once. It's going to go everywhere. The champagne is going to spray out wide. The cars will be absolutely on their hot heels, trying to almost pressure their way to the front of the grid. Those first few laps are going to be so key, so instrumental to decide what happens perhaps later on during the night of the stream. We cannot wait to bring it to you here, folks. Me and Kieran are literally sweating to wait on this one. It is going to be absolutely unbelievable. I hope you guys in the chat are doing okay as well. Like Kieran said, thank you ever so much for all your patience as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to be looking after you today, and I hope you all are enjoying the content, albeit we've had all sorts of different things happen. I think you're getting the full experience of sim racing, that's for sure. But Kieran, like I said, it's great to obviously see the rise of esports, obviously given the coronavirus crisis, and great to see now that we're starting to do major events such as the Circuit de Catalunya. And it's amazing to see that these circuits now are starting to see it as a proper representation of racing as well, because obviously they wouldn't be getting involved in it the way they do if it wasn't for their interest.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fantastic to see. Obviously, I think what's happened, obviously, this year has sped up that process. I think this would have been a process that maybe took place over a couple of years. Maybe over this decade, we would have seen the eventual rise of it. I mean, it's rising anyway, but I think it's more of an up sharp take. It's a spike pretty much of the interest in esports. We saw that in other series going along, sort of, legends coming back, putting on a sim rig and putting on a show. It's been absolutely fantastic to watch all sorts of drivers take the field and jump into a car and see how they go on what is actually equal machinery, which is something you don't often get, something you never get in real motorsport. You can have balance of performance in real motorsport. That's what we see in the GT cars. That's what we normally see looking into Le Mans, especially in the GT classes. But no two cars are ever alike, and no two cars have the same performance. No matter what you do, no matter how you tune the car, it's simply not possible to get the two cars to be exactly the same. In sim racing, though, entirely possible. Here the balance of performance is equal amongst all the cars. Okay, there'll be some straights where that doesn't happen, some corners as well, that doesn't happen. But if you're driving a BMW and another driver's in a BMW, you can be damn sure that those BMWs are going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, and that only makes it even more competitive, and likely the time gaps are going to be absolutely minimal, folks. So they're driving the same piece of machinery. It's who can manipulate the car around this sort of circuits. We now witness them head round the bend now. Whether we'll be seeing the start happen now as they come across the grid, now across that main line, the DRS line, as you can see there, the drag reduction system coming past the paddock. Are we likely going to be seeing a restart here as we now witness a fastest lap by Ishmael Martel? Obviously, it's going to be tough to beat in this situation as they make their way around the circuit. No doubt we're going to be putting one more pace lap in first before the start of this race. It's going to be absolutely superb, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. This is it. Hopefully, this is it. Behave yourself, drivers. We want to see some action. That's what we want. Don't double cross. Don't ever do that. No, single cross. That's it. That's what we want. So hopefully you can see now, it's a much quicker pace lap this time around. You've got cars dotted around. They're waiting for their spot they should be in to get themselves back in formation and back onto this one. But this time around, second time's a charm for this formation lap. Keep it on the track, drivers. I'm warning you.
Yeah, absolutely. We cannot bear to wait much longer. We're all looking forward to this. I'm sure I speak for many people in the live chat as well who are looking forward to just seeing the action take off in front of them right now. But as you say, they're definitely a lot faster now. The formation lap is definitely going at a more faster, fluid pace, which is superb to see. Naturally, this brings us back to a far more relatable level of pace right now. As you can see there, Ismail Martel for Unicos Gaming there, leading the troop around the next left-hander. Very soon they'll be taking the Verth curve, which will be the sharp incline left, leading up towards what will be that fast Campsa corner, that quick one that you can almost take flat out in a Formula One car. I don't think you can in these, though, because that will send you in the kitty litter. That'll certainly be something these guys don't want to do in this situation. That's the last thing you want to end up. To quote Murray Walker there, the kitty litter is not the place to be. But as you can see now, Ismail Martel making his way. Look at the Zenith car in behind as well, that green livery. And I'm not sure whether it'll be as angry as Shrek, but I'm sure he'll give it a good go as they come down towards Lakeia now. And you can see, look how impatient Rico is looking all over the back of the P1 sitter, maybe giving him a few reminders to say, look, mate, I'm here. And we're going to party right now because the race is about to start. All these drivers look menacing, Kieran.
That is definite mind games there from Zenith Esports. That is Ricardo Rico saying, look, I'm just here for the restart here. I'm not going anywhere. You better be on your toes.
Absolutely. Now they're round in the next right-hander now. Very soon, folks, we'll be bringing you. Look how fast they're going now. The pace is increasing. The start is definitely upon us, folks. Keep it with us. You can see there, him pushing along now is Ishmael Martel. He knows exactly you can see Ricardo Rico in his visor right now, and I'm sure he's very much aware that this looming green livery as they round the RACC chicane, heading round the New Holland now. Is the start going to be here, folks? The gap is increased as we now see crossing the line Ishmael Martel and his pedal to the metal. Go, 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 go. Surely, as we now see the gap of Unicos Gaming coming across the line. It looks like this race is finally underway as they come down towards turn 1.
They're slowing again. There's the safety car.
No.
You've jumped the gun again. I don't believe it. It's twice now it's caught you out. But yeah, there's the pace car. That looks like we keep saying one more lap. One of these times it will be true. But hype yourself up for a third one. Here we go. Come on, George. You can do this. You can do this.
I'm preparing myself. I mean, you've just had the most euphoric pace lap you've just ever seen right there.
You'll never see a pace lap like it. That's for sure.
Not at all. I just commentated a pace lap. That is amazing. I've never done that before in my life, folks. So hope you all enjoyed that. We're now watching the safety car. This must be the actual pace lap, seeing as the safety car is leading them round. Obviously, to allow, to ensure all drivers are now part. Just seen the Jourdain, one of the Jourdain brothers, nailing a fastest lap there of a 2:43. Like you said, that'd be a tough to beat one. That's for sure. See the safety car making its way around the next right-hander. This being obviously the swooping right just before the seat. And just after that, they'll have the next left-hander, of course. And it's going to be interesting to see how they manipulate their way around this circuit. Like we said before, these corners are very tricky. Look at that. Look how close he's getting to the safety car. Ishmael Martel is not keen to stick around. He wants to get this race started as soon as possible, Kieran.
He's got to be careful because if he makes contact with that safety car, he's going to be in big, big trouble. But yeah, that is the ultimate hurry up. I want to go racing. George has already commentated over 2 thrilling formation laps. This is the lap I want to go.
Absolutely. And you just look at him, he's almost pushing it along there, the safety car, just giving it a bit of a nudge of encouragement here, saying, look, we want to get this underway, as soon as possible. But they're now about to round the final few bends. Hopefully now, folks, we can start getting excited again. I'm on the edge of my seat, like I keep saying, and I will be until this race starts. As we now see, Ishmael Martel still coming around the final few it'll be the final sector very shortly. There's just coming down this long straight after the Campsa corner. You can see there Lakea in the distance. Just how do you think Ishmael Martel must be feeling right now, given the fact that he's very much aware that Ricardo Rico is giving him no sleep in behind already?
Well, considering the fact he's already done 2 insanely hyped up formation laps, this will be the one he's got to be on his toes. I mean, he's already seen the car behind him of Rico. He'll be wanting to try and make that move down in towards turn 1. It's all in the Unicos Gaming's car's hands. It is all in Ishmael Martel's hands that he's got to get a good start. And there you can see Rico is still all over the back of him, trying to put him off, trying to get the mind game started already. Don't forget the clock is ticking, of course, so this all counts towards the race results. We have just about 23 and a half hours to go, so plenty of action to come, and it looks like we'll wait now until the safety car comes in. Is it going to come in? No, it stays out. So I've just saved you a lifeline there, George, of hyping you up again. Safety car's still out here, which I assume is to make up for all that debris that probably has to be picked up out there by the virtual marshals, the virtual Orange Army, of course. Can't race without them in these trying times. But yeah, as you can see, even more so, Ishmael Martel is side by side with that safety car, urging him to go forward. I love that panel there. That just comes up with that yellow SC. There's no missing that one when there's a safety car called. I just wonder, in the bright lights there on board with that car, that's just going to come up, flash up, probably put you off, if anything.
Absolutely. And it's yet another trial for these drivers to try and master themselves around. I'm just looking there. You can see there Sergei Heras there in P7. Obviously making his way around the next right-hander. Of course, it's been turn 1. As you can see, the paddock lit up on the right-hand side there as we can see it. The people there, the virtual public, enjoying the scenes here, obviously enjoying the pace laps that we have encountered, certainly for the first few moments of this race. You can see there the string of cars there. The pace lap certainly seems to have come back to a normal standard, that's for sure. We haven't got anything like we had originally on the first pace lap, which is obviously encouraging signs. And but I got to say, I can't help but look at the Zenith car in P2. I really do think that they've come here to party here today, because Ricardo Rico is not leaving any stone unturned right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just making sure that he gets in the mind of Ismail Martel at this race start. Of course, he wants to. Anything you can do to try and get yourself at an advantage, whether it is mentally, whether it's pace wise, you want to do it. And I think Martel here, it's going to prove whether he can handle the heat there that's being produced by Ricardo Rico in that BMW. Of course, a Porsche leading the way, a BMW in second, and we'll have to look through and see how each car is doing. The highest Porsche, the highest BMW, and of course the highest Ford. Don't forget there are 2 Fords in this race. Unfortunately, no Ferraris, but obviously the team's feeling that the Ferrari maybe just isn't the right choice.
Maybe not. And I got to say, it's going to be interesting to see how the Fords get on, as you say. I mean, naturally, that's Williams being one of the selectors of the Ford car. And certainly as well, high-speed demons are also driving the same vehicle. As we now witness the cars now making their way around the next right-hander. And certainly, once again, down the semi-straight leading towards Lakea. And the safety car is going to be towing along Ismail Martel, who'd rather ride alongside the safety car at this moment in time. You can see the cars in behind are now properly warming up the tyres. They certainly get this vibe that the race is finally going to get underway here, folks. And I cannot wait to call it for you. I hope you're all keeping well in the chat as well. Please don't hesitate to lend your comments in the window as well. Show your support for these drivers on track. Naturally, if you've got a team that you're following, please give them all your support. Naturally, we've got 24 hours of this to come, folks. It's going to be brilliant. We can't wait as we now witness the safety car come round. Will it be coming in this time, Kieran? I really do hope so.
Well, we'll see. It's I've never seen a 24-hour that never properly started, but we'll see here as they make their way through. We'll see if the pace car pulls into the pit lane. We'll see what happens as we make our way through, because the last thing we want to do is go for a third hyped up formation lap here. So as the cars make their way now through that final chicane of turns 14 and 15, you can see now the cars are all bunching up here as they make their way towards the final corner, and the safety car's still out. So another pace lap here.
Yeah, yet another pace lap. And once again, like you say, this eats away at the live timing, certainly for the 24-hour event. Bear in mind, this is still part of the race. So it's certainly the patience amongst these drivers must be wearing a little bit thin now, naturally. So this could, in fact, lead to many potential incidents occurring on track. So more drama that could be made certainly here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. It's going to be very interesting indeed. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Fastest lap this time by Kaz on there with a 155.114. Once again, Kieran, we'll say it again. Tough to beat that one. That's for sure. Purple once again.
Very tough to beat that one. Yeah, it's going to take some work, that one, obviously. But yeah, obviously we're trying to get an idea here. Now, if I'm right in thinking, those safety car lights have just turned off. I wonder, because they were on a last lap, flashing away yellow lights and everything. I don't want to get false hopes or anything of a start of this race, of a green flag lap of this race, but the safety car lights are off.
But it'd be
Could this be the moment?
I'd imagine they'll lead down to the last few bends. If we see the safety car peel off, hopefully that'll mean that we can present the start of this race. Naturally, here they're coming around the under the Repsol banner now, and making their way around this next right-hander. This will lead towards the seat, and as they do so, you can see there the safety car in the distance, towing along Ismail Martel there in the Porsche 991 RSR, or the 9, or what would be the 911, I would have thought, the RSR. The BMW M8. Zenith Esports donning that vehicle here today. He's Level Motorsports in P3 as well. The Porsche also being used by them. BMW as well in P4. So it's interesting to see that the top 10 are mixed up between BMW and Porsche. The two Fords strung down the bottom in P17 and 18. It'll be interesting to see how Williams and High Speed do at the start of this race.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, we're going to be on the edge of our seats here, as you can see. Right on the edge of our seats, ready to get started. And of course, as you rightly said, George, that this all counts. There's no stopping that clock at the moment. Anything that happens now, the clock will continually go down until we reach the timer expiry. So I would say then, with the safety car lights are turned off, with the lead car there right on the tail, we've seen that before, haven't we? We've seen them right on the tail, ready to get this underway before. We've been here before. We're getting deja vu again. But yeah, let's hope this time around the pace car peels in and we can get started. We can have a green flag here at the Circuit de Catalunya.
We certainly can. And they're making their way up towards the next chicane now. And they'll be heading around the Bank San Bedell. and very soon, hopefully, we'll think for the last time. Sorry, they're going to make their way around Campsa first. Sorry, before they reach the next latter few bends. As you can see there, Ricardo Rico once again not leaving any sleep. In fact, he's decided he wants to lead the formation lap now as they make their way down this next right-hander. And there you can see the Europe car bend heading down towards the next chicane. Indeed, the Zenith car has got to get out of the way there shortly for the restart, because you cannot obviously be strung there as you now see them tackle the RACC chicane. Look at the drivers lining up alongside, and as we can now see, they're starting to peel off amongst the grid. Look at the cluster of performers there on the track. I'm trying to see if the safety car has indeed gone into the pit lane, folks. Keep it with us. Indeed, the pace is hotting up, and they're going away. They're being strung along, and it's pedal to the metal, surely. This time, it's go, 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 as they make their way down towards turn 1. Unicos Gaming with Ishmael Martel down to turn 1. The speed is hotting up. Here comes the Zenith esports driver of Ricardo Rico, giving no sleep to Ishmael Martel. Level Motorsports in P3, holding his position. MSI, the reigning champs, going toe-to-toe on the outset of that bend as they make their way around the next right-hander. It's all a case of sticking to this track. What a clean start, though. Kieran, it's all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. That Zenith car came very close to the grass there. Ricardo Rico really aggressive on the start, but the leader did well to hang on there. Meanwhile, then, MSI have gone up to 3rd place. Level have dropped to 4th place. As you can see here, multiple cars now heading our way through that turn 4, down the hill towards turn 5. You can see that's the Porsche there, the number 8 car, which I'm trying to look is the R70 team, trying to make their way through now, in through turn 5, now towards the slight left-hander of turn 6. It is a very, very packed grid here. Lots of frustrated drivers, lots of short tempers probably in this stint especially. They'll be wanting to get this underway. It is now finally underway, and you've got your racer there in Ismail Martel for Unicos Gaming. There he is, making his way down towards turn 10. The two of them, Martel and Rico, coming very close together. You would have seen there that Rico got onto the grass then with his right-hand side tyres, but managed to keep it out of trouble and managed to keep on track. He's just in 2nd place for now. Reigning champions MSI Esports there in 3rd place. You can see there we're riding aboard now with Sergei Heras for Race for Cat Motorsport, currently in 8th place right now as they're chasing down Oscar de Barro Boquete in El Bar de Queto. Just ahead of them there as they make their way through that final chicane, onwards now towards that long turn 16. Very easy to understeer off the track here if you're not careful, and down that start finish straight towards turn 1 once again. 1:43.3 from Martel in the car number 12 there, the fastest lap from Unicos Gaming. No surprise there because they've built up a lead now. 0.4 of a second it is at the moment.
Absolutely clinic start there from Ishmael Martel. After all the pressure he had from Ricardo Rico, you can see him there, the Zenith Esport car there in P2 there, holding his own there. In behind him as well, Level Motorsport, Toby Soriano there behind him as well, donning the Porsche, of course. But as you can see there, Ishmael Martel leading the charge. You can see there's the Williams Chilbass car of Josh Thompson. He's in P12, the number 29, trying to find his way or fight his way through this grid order. He's had an okay start, though. In fact, he's managed to, move his way, I think, up the grid order very nicely indeed. Sponsored by Chill Blast, of course. This Williams team looking ever potent as they're closing up on the car behind him. I believe that is indeed the Kilometra Zero car, I think, that's just in front of him. We're not quite sure. We will carry on, though, as they make their way through the next left-hander. Number 29, Josh Thompson, trying to gather all his focus here for the early start of this race. Obviously, overtakes can be made on the straight as they round the next right-hander, make their way down towards the next straight. Once again, Lakea beckons. It's looking really, really positive here, Kieran.
Yeah, down towards turn 10. Williams Esports here have had a good start. They're up to 12th place. On the grid, they were the 17th. Meanwhile, that's the number 17 of Mamaya's racing team getting a move past there on the, I think that was the R70 car, the car number 8 there. Williams Esports have found their way through, and they're both up a position. That car there, I'm trying to figure out who it is because there's a couple of cars that look very similar to it. I wonder if I can get a glimpse of the car number there. That might be Plusci Escuderia in the Marc Lobert in the number 19, but I'll have to confirm that later on. And it was, yes, it was Marc Lobert. Down now to 12th place. So he must have made a mistake there. He's handed 2 positions off. He's now down to 12th.
Yeah, he is indeed. Not a great start by Marc Lebert at all. Remember, he was at the top end of the classifications at the start of this race. Naturally, not a great start for them at all. But Williams, how about there for a start? They have risen their way right up the rankings. Josh Thompson now pushing forward and applying the pressure once again to the Momaes racing team of Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu as they make their way around the next right-hander. The Chill Blast livery looking ever potent here at the Spanish circuit as they now round the next right-hander. Certainly, they're going to be gunning a punching and a pinching their way around this circuit here. The early 30 minutes have certainly been nothing short of a clinic, as we expected here at Spain. Obviously, given the fact they've had to stick behind the pace car for so long, they've had to vent that anticipation they've had since the start of the race there. You can see there the Mamias Racing team there in P10, P11 for Williams Esports being donned by Josh Thompson. The blue livery getting ever closer to the rear wing spoiler of that car ahead. We got more battles further down the circuit, of course, and we got an issue. Unicos Gaming, it looks like Ishmael Martel might have an issue.
Well, we'll have to see on the timing screens. Let's have a look. He's not picking up, but has just, I think, just recovered there. I think that's just a timing screen scare for you there, George. But at the moment, then, I think the timing screen is now showing that they are leading the race. It's a little bit off and on at the moment. We'll keep you up to date as much as we can. I was just going to say, Fernandez there on that previous lap made a mistake going in towards turn 1. That's why Josh Thompson was all over the back of him through turns 2, 3 and 4. But Fernandez did well to recover from that one and keep that Williams Esports car behind.
Absolutely, and he's going to need every bit of pace possible to keep him behind as well, because this Williams car certainly looks very potent indeed as they now make their way down the home stretch. And you can see there the red livery there in the distance, trying to chase on the car just ahead. We got still a long way to go here, folks. We've got pretty much a slipstream train here leading down towards turn 1, and as they do so, they've got to try and get the best entrance possible. You see them hogging the curb there on the left-hand side to try and get their way, the best angle possible, the right trajectory, should I say, sorry, got to get my words out there, into that corner and try and swallow the curb as best as possible. So you can now see the Zenith car in P2. He's now all over the back of Ishmael Martel after that little timing scare we had earlier. Obviously, nothing has changed up at the top. Unicos Gaming still leading the way. Zenith Esports all over the back there, about 0.3 of a second in behind that of Ishmael Martel. Still early days though, folks. We're going to be seeing lots of battles between these two. They're certainly showing a lot of pace at this early stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that it's only 0.4 of a second at the moment, Martel leading the way ahead of Ricardo Rico, riding on board with him now as we make our way down towards turn 10. Obviously, a big overtaking opportunity is turn 10 here. But at the moment, then, Rico not interested in overtaking. He's probably a little bit too far back. The problem is then you don't want to make the move too early on, because you risk then losing time to the cars behind you. It's almost like sometimes you have to work together with the car ahead of you to just try and get away from the cars behind, then make your move later on. But obviously these are racing drivers, they're not going to be thinking about that. You can see here Rico right on the back of Martel as we make our way now through the chicane and around the final corner here, down the start-finish straight. It's a great exit there from Rico here. He's right in the slipstream of Martel as we make our way now down the start-finish straight. You can see there Martel defends to the inside. Rico is going to have to go the long way around. He's just about a nose ahead. Is he a full car ahead, heading down towards turn 1 here? Does he still have to leave the width? Yes, he does, because the Porsche there of Martel launches it up the inside, and the Zenith Esports car has to concede second place once again. It all looked like Zenith Esports had wrapped that one up for a move for the lead of the race, but you know what? Martel said, no way, I'm going to brake later than you and hold on to the lead. Great battling between these two, but look at that third place driver. That's Salva Talens in the MSI Esports here. He's coming along to say hello.
Yeah, I've got to say, the MSI Esports team looking potent as we now see Ricardo Rico having another look down the outside there. He's looking for a tasty move all over the back. This is poetry in motion here, folks, as we now see Ishmael Martel leading the way in these initial few laps. In behind, of course, Ricardo Rico in the green livery, all over the back end of that Unicos Gaming car. In behind, though, don't forget about MSI Esports, Salva Talens there, all over the back of that black and green livered car. Obviously, Ricardo Rico under a lot of pressure. He's got to worry about what's going on in front of him, as well as what's behind him as they break down towards the Kia. Certainly looking like a bit of potency is coming around, certainly for Zenith Esports. Certainly mirrors his attitude during the pace laps that we saw earlier on before the start of the race. As you can now see, Ishmael Martel leading the contingent around this next right-hander. Very soon, he'll have the final few bends before they commence the next lap. It certainly looks like he's going to be under pressure once again, as we can now see behind. We've got a huge cluster of cars, quite a break, in fact, midpoint through the grid. I'm not quite sure how far that gap stretches back. But looking at it on paper right now, the race is between Unicos Gaming and Zenith Esports, with Ricardo Rico getting yet another brilliant exit. I'm wondering whether he's going to take his chance now as the time gap begins to filter downwards. Just looking further up the circuit now as they make their way down towards turn 1. They're going side by side, I think, through the turn 1 now. The Unicos Gaming car of Ishmael Martel under pressure already is Ricardo Rico treading on the back of him. But don't forget that Salva Talens is right on his tail.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem that Rico's got. He's got to attack the lead of this race, but he's also trying to defend from the third place man of Salva Talens in towards turn 4 we go. And riding on board now with the MSI Esports car. Fastest lap, 142.1, but you can see in this queue a 144.0 on that last lap. That's what battling costs you. And in the long run, obviously, that's going to hurt you, especially if you're looking for a certain strategy, especially if you're looking at some point to get the drivers in. I wonder which one of these teams will be first to blink to change drivers, maybe even change tyres and fuel. Who knows what can happen, but this battle for the lead very early on in this endurance race is heating up very nicely.
Certainly is indeed, and there's literally a fly's eyelash set in the first 3 cars as well. We could be seeing yet more overtakes here, folks. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Like you say, that first pit stop is going to be really crucial because they're going to be using a lot of tyre wear and a lot of fuel in the initial few laps to maintain their grid positions. Unicos Gaming, of course, that's the first thing Ishmael Martel is going to be thinking about. I want to hold on to this lead of the race. All that Ricardo Rico's thinking about right now, really, is to topple this leader, and the same can be said for that of Salva Talens in P3. MSI looks to be these 3 at this early stage that seem to be dictating the pace as we now see them round the New Holland Bend once again here at the Spanish circuit, as we now witness that of Ishmael Martel leading the contingent down the stretch now. In behind these, obviously you've got Ricardo Rico and Salva Talens making their way down towards turn 1, and in front you can see there the Zenith car not yet able to crunch on top of the Unicos Gaming car going into turn 1. Ishmael Martel doing an extremely good job to defend that P1. The gap is being maintained. He's doing a sterling job.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely is. And the Zenith Esports car is just putting all that pressure on the Unicos Gaming car. Martel is absorbing that pressure so well as they now make their way towards turn 4 once again in this race. But, you know, all that pressure that Rico is applying to Martel here, Martel is just soaking up that pressure very nicely. We've got a battle further down the field involving multiple cars. One of them there is the number 17, so I'm assuming that's El Bardaqueto, the number 21 car at the head of this train, and ahead of the R70 car. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That's Race for Cat Motorsport at the front of that queue as they make their way now down towards turn 9 and then through turn 10 at the turn 9 is at the top of the hill here as we now make our way through that flying right-hander. And just to confirm that is Fernandez in the Mamias racing team. So this is a battle for 7th place as they head their way now down towards turn 10 for another time in this endurance race, this 24-hour long race. Don't forget, all these battles are happening at the very beginning of this race, but remember, it's such a long time you're spending out on track. Keep the car in good nick, drivers.
Absolutely. We're going to make sure you keep it on that circuit as you now witness them taking the next right-hander. Obviously, very soon they'll be making their way down the home stretch once again. And I've got to say, they're eating through these early laps, that's for sure, as they make their way around the RCC chicane, around the New Holland Bend now. Look, he might have got a good exit here, as we now witness Sergei Haras now, car number, in 8th position, making his way down the stretch. He's going to take a chance on the slipstream here as they come down towards turn 1. As he now moves to the right-hand side, takes the inside line down towards turn 1. Sergei Haras looking to pack a punch here in the early stages. He slips by. Can he hold on as he makes his way around turn 2? Phenomenal move there by Sergei Haras. He came, he saw, he's conquered.
Absolutely. Now he's up to 7th place, and now he's got that lovely air in front of him that he can just absolutely set some quick lap times. Well, that looks like De Barro in a little bit of trouble in that car number 21. He seems to be struggling out there. There's a whole queue behind him. Oh, he's got a car off there. That's the number 21 there. I'm just trying to look through the standings there. That is the El Bardaqueto racing team. That's De Barrio in the gravel there, and he's just have to play that long waiting game of rejoining onto the track there. And obviously, is there any damage to that car? Was there any contact, or did he lose that all on his own? Unfortunately, he was running up in 8th place. He's now down to 25th, but obviously still a long way to go.
Certainly is, and Barrio there, really a massive setback for him, obviously now towards the back end of the grid. We're just going to have a look at an instant replay of that, folks, as he rounded the next bend. Obviously, he was chasing it with contending, just a little bit of contact there sent him off. Obviously, that right-hander, we said before, the grip ever so necessary around these bends, given the fact that the traction can be minimal. The slightest touch can send you off course. Remember, these cars don't have a lot of downforce, and he has certainly paid the price. He is now relegated towards the back of the grid order, that's for sure, and certainly that's devastating, certainly for Barrios there. Just looking further up, of course, the battles are still being maintained across the grid, and naturally naturally there's going to be more action to come at this moment in time. I mean, obviously, we've seen so much of it in this early stages, but this is when we'll start to see the time gaps filter out now very shortly, as we now witness car number 4, that being of the high-speed demons, Daniel Gomez, trying to catch up with Gabby Montoro.
Absolutely. Just looking at the front bumper now as we make our way now down towards turn 1. You can see he's trying to close in on the Kilometra Zero car, making our way through turn 2 and then through that long right-hander of turn 3. You can see he's getting right up and close and personal with the Porsche ahead of him. Only one of the 2 Ford GT cars out there. The other one, of course, being the Williams Esports car, making our way now in towards turn 4. And now it is time for the high-speed demon car of Daniel Gomez to give Gabby Montoro a hard time, making our way now down towards turn 5. He's got a couple of cars ahead of him as well. That's going to benefit Gomez very slightly here because, of course, there's cars ahead of him. So that means they're going to be a little bit more bunched up. It could be a move attempted here by high-speed demons. But, of course, they've got to take their time. They've got to be patient. They don't want to force the move, especially this early on.
Absolutely, and Montoro has got to do his best to try and hold off, as you've said, Daniel Gomez, who certainly has the early race pace. Just look at this battle, though, up front, though. As you can see, Ismail Martel still leading the charge, but Ricardo Rico was shown to be a very promising prospect in this race, has certainly given him a few things to think about. There are a few exchanges, obviously, earlier on in the race, which certainly seemed promising, but in behind, that MSI Esports car of Salva Talents as well. Don't count him out. He looks incredibly strong right now as they round the New Holland Bend to commence their next lap, that being lap 15 here of the obviously the numerous amount of laps we will be seeing here today. Ishmael Martel, Unicos Gaming, still leading the charge in behind the Zenith car, the green livery that we are have been so familiar with since the start of the pace lap. The pressure that it's been placing upon the Unicos Gaming car. In behind these as well, we got a bit more of a gap. You can see another battle going around turns 2 and 3 as we now witness what looked to be car number 14, that being obviously, I'm trying to look up the grid there, Sergey Ignacio there for the DriveX Esports Scalpers team, who's trying to work his way up the grid order. It certainly looks like he's trying to pack a punch on the car ahead of him, though, that being Toby Soriano. But I've got to say, still early doors yet, folks. Lots of action still to come. But leading the way is still Ishmael Martel.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anything, this start of the race has provided us with such a punch here. And here goes the car there. I'm trying to remember who that was. I think that was the DriveX car, wasn't it? Of Ignacio. Yes, the number 13. Oh, so that is Toby Soriano there. I wonder if that's a back marker there that they passed this early on. That I think there have been some cars into the bits. Meanwhile, then we rejoin. This is the battle for the lead. Ismail Martel for Unicos Gaming and Ricardo Rico for Zenith Esports there. One in the Porsche, one in the BMW. And you can see here, they're pretty much evenly matched here. Great camera angle as we fly our way now through in towards turns 13 there. Now coming down towards this 13 now. That was 12 previously. Into 14 and 15 we go, but he's got close company from MSI Esports, Salva Talens right behind. This battle for the lead involving 3 cars at this moment in time, making our way now on towards that start-finish straight. How long can the leader, Martel, hold off Rico? Can he do it for the entirety of his stint here? He's going to have trouble here. He's defending to the inside. You can see Rico here has to go the long way around. We've seen this before, only this time the Porsche has the inside line. We can see here the Porsche can brake later than the BMW, but the Zenith Esport car there trying to make a move. He's now going to be on the outside of turn 3. He's going to be very, very brave to make this move work. Then side by side they go through turn 3 and still towards turn 4, still side by side, still giving each other plenty of room out there. But I think Martel, it might just get a nose ahead out of turn 4 and down towards turn 5. That BMW is onto the gravel. Squeezed onto the gravel there, but just about managing to rejoin there. I think the Porsche thought that the BMW was out of the way and he had enough room to do that. What that's cost, though, is the BMW one place. MSI Esports now with Salva Talens now in a position to try and challenge for the lead.
And it looked like to me that the MSI Esports, the only bit stopping him from actually competing at the top end was obviously that being of Zenith Esports Ricardo Rico, who unfortunately spilled out onto the gravel trap. That battle with Ishmael Martel certainly was intense. So they're making their way down towards the latter stages of this lap 16 we're in now, making their way down towards the final couple of bends. You can see that Ishmael Martel now trying to hold off Salva Talens, who now has an opportunity himself to try and challenge. We've got a BMW versus Porsche once again. This time, though, the familiar blue livery of MSI MSI as they now enter the final couple of bends here. The final chicane beckons as well. Obviously, you've got to try and take this certainly prudently to try and get the best exit. As you can now see, look at that MSI Esports car now under a lot of pressure. Is Ismail Martel as they now round the New Holland final bend. He is right in the slipstream. Is Salvatans. Will he get a chance? They make their way down towards turn 1. How long has this Porsche got as they make their way down the stretch? Look how close he's getting. He moves onto the inside to try and defend as they come down towards turn 1, but instantly moves down the centre. Will there be a switchback? No, he can't get it done. I gotta say, very close. Highly contested, but they rammed turn 2 and 3. He got a great bit of pace there, did Salvatans, but not able to pull off a clinic. But the Zenith Motorsport car, he has certainly come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, absolutely. He means business, doesn't he, Talons? He's right on the bumper there of Martel as they make their way now through turn 4 and downwards now towards turn 5. And you can see Talons is very much up for this. Now, Ricardo Rico falls into that role that the MSI Esports car was performing before. Just staying behind, sticking behind and seeing what happens with that lead battle. It helped MSI get that position up to second place, as you can see from the panel on the door there. The 2 lights there on the side of that BMW means that it is second place in class. And of course, there's only one class, the GTE, so that is relevant there only to the top 3 cars. Making our way now down towards turn 10 once again. But as you can see, Martel still holding on to the lead of this race as we approach the end of what has been a very eventful first hour of this race.
Certainly have an absolute clinic. Going back to that word clinic, it certainly has been. The drama has unfolded. Lots of incidents on circuit here, folks. Obviously, the biggest drama, of course, was that of Ricardo Rico taking a venture off the circuit for Zenith Esports, but that was snatched upon by the MSI Esports driver Salvatans, who's now rounding the New Holland bend once again, trying to take every single apex possible to try and close up on Ismail Martel, who is still holding on to that P1 spot. The MSI Esports man now surging up on the Unicos gaming car in front of him. Again, he switches to the inside to defend, but this time it might be too little too late. Here comes the Zenith Esports car. A diving move down the inside. Can he defend? Can the MSI car defend? Phenomenal move back there, but the Zenith Esports car, Ricardo Rico, looks an absolute formidable prospect. These two have come together all of a sudden, and he's going to get another chance now. Can he generate enough pace on the outset of the corner, down the semi-stretch, heading down towards the next right-hander? It certainly has been an absolute phenomenal start to this race, but this time, the Unicos gaming car of Ismail Martel is able to clear a few tenths of a second as Zenith and MSI, Ricardo Rico, Salvatans battle it out.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see there. That was a very opportunistic move from Rico, but it just did enough to put off Talons there. And now he's dropped away from the lead. He's fallen right into the clutches of Ricardo Rico there. There you can see that is the number 13 car there of Toby Soriano. He's trying to get into this battle, but he's got Sergio Ignacio behind him in the DriveX Esports team as they now make their way down towards turn 10. As you can see, I think that's just a back marker there getting out of the way. Yes, we've got back markers already repairing damage and whatnot, so don't be too surprised about that one. But we now make our way up the hill now through this steep incline through turn 12, that long right-hander here. But you can see now Pedro Sanchez in the Obsidian racing car making his way now through in towards turn 13, now down into 14 and 15. And I did say about that team that I was expecting mid-table. There they are, though, up the field there in 6th place.
Doing a tremendous job there, just behind the DriveX Esports team. Currently, just under a second separate them right now. But we said before, a second means pretty much nothing in certainly in this terms of racing. Certainly, the horsepower difference to that of Formula One obviously means that the timing variations obviously can be treated a little differently. But still, leading the way is the Unicos gaming car of Ismail Martel, doing extremely well to hold off Ricardo Rico and Salvatans, who have been certainly a pain in the ribs, certainly at this moment in time, giving him a few nigs and a bit of pushes here and there. But I've got to say, he's done extremely well to defend that P1 position. But certainly, nonetheless, I'm sure there's more to come as we now see the contingent now lead their way around the next right-hander. You can see the cars certainly looking to scrap and fight for those early grid positions that are ever so important. Just to confirm, we've had 3 cars enter the pits already, that being the Carbono Esports team, that of Jose Manuel Cazon, and also A2 Racing team of Mark Alcaraz, and also the BWY Academy team of Simon Marquez. They have all pitted already, and therefore are your back markers at the back of the grid, Kieran. Mike, Kieran.
There you go, another mistake from me then. But yeah, sometimes you pit in maybe for an early stop. Maybe it was low fuel at the start of this race. Sometimes if it is this early on, it will most likely be for damage to the car. So hopefully that won't be too bad for them, and then they can rejoin the race. But it is such a long race here. Don't be too disheartened if you have to pit very early on in this race. It is all to play for still in this race as we draw to a close of the first hour of this race. I think we've had a little bit of everything, George. We've had great battling, we've had confusion at the start, we've had multiple pace laps, we've had absolutely fantastic action, door-to-door action too. I can't wait to see what the other 23 hours bring.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, how can you not enjoy what we've seen? We've had loads of battles from the very start. It's been absolutely brilliant. As we now see Gabby Montero under a lot of pressure here now as they round their way around the next right-hander. Look at this contingent. They're going 3 wide near enough as they make their way around the right-hand bend, just looking further up. It looks like a battle between Gabby Montero, well, both Gabby Montero, but according to my telemetry, they're going to go 2 wide, I think, or 3 wide even. There's a car pushing on. I can't identify which is which right now, but looking further up, you can see them leaning down towards turn 1 and an immediate switcheroo heading down towards the first corner, and immediately they're going 2 wide around the next left as well. I'm trying to identify for you folks who exactly this is at this moment in time as they round the next right-hander, that being the car number 15, that being, I think, Gabby Montero himself. Making his way around there, managing to fight off the approaches of Juanma Frias and Francisco Ramirez. Both of them battling for each other for 13th place as we now see them tangling once again around the right-hander. Francisco Ramirez doing his damnedest to try and hold off Juanma Frias as they make their way around the next left-hander. In tandem, they're going in tandem once again, and this time it's Francisco Ramirez trying to hold off the approach of Juanma Frias, and once again negates the attack. Phenomenal battling here. Poetry in motion once again, Kieran.
Absolutely, but he got a little bit onto that sausage curb there. The car got a little bit unsettled. He lost that momentum he gained, but look at that. Look how tight he took turn 9 there. On the run down towards turn 10, this could be a fantastic opportunity for Juanma Frias now. Down towards turn 10, up the inside he goes, and the number 11 car there of IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers moves up a position, up to 13th place, according to my telemetry. Getting a move done now on Customs Exilium there. That's Francisco Ramirez Munoz there that he's got a move past now, and the BMW M8 now moves up the order into 13th place.
Certainly does. Just to say, we've got all sorts of battles going across the circuit. It's been nothing short of brilliant. Going back to what we were saying, so much excitement for the start of this 24-hour event. Obviously, the early stages are always going to be exciting because these drivers got to try and take advantage of what goes on in the pack, certainly, and try and heave their way further up the grid order. That's why we're seeing all these battles early on, because they want to cement their place amongst the grid to obviously benefit themselves going through the night race, that's for sure, because this is going to stretch out a lot further, I can assure you. And certainly when it comes to the driver changes, this is when the strategies certainly come into play. The intervals are very telling at the moment. Obviously, just under 0.3 of a second separates MSI Esports, Salva Talent, and Unicos Game. And Ishmael Martel not given a stretch of sleep right now at the front, and certainly still is under pressure. Looking as well, Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico, still half a second in behind MSI Esports, Salva Talent. The top 3 separated by literally 0.7 of a second. Nothing between the 3 of them up there as well. And I got to say, if it keeps going the way it's going, we could be seeing yet even more incidents in front of our eyes right now. But MSI certainly looking in the box seat right now. They're all over the back end of the Unicourse Gaming car of Ishmael Martel. A great chance for them to take the advantage as they make their way through to the next lap, being lap 23.
Yeah, and all of this has happened, and we've only just entered the second hour of this race. I mean, if you've just tuned in, you have missed one heck of a start here, I will have to say, as we've got a battle for the lead here. Martel trying to defend from Talons there as we make our way now onto that start-finish straight once again, as we make our way down towards the start-finish line, towards turn 1 as well. In the slipstream is Talons there. Will he go for a move towards turn 1? We've seen this before. Martel trying to defend the inside line, then comes back to the racing line when he realizes the BMW isn't going to pull alongside. What I think Talons is doing here is trying to get a better run through 1, 2, and 3 and have that little bit of a run towards turn 4 as an opportunity, but he's got to be careful about that car behind him. Of course, we know about Rico. He will go for moves if the doors open. So too will Talons here, but they make their way towards turn 4 in the same order they started this lap.
They do, and the time gaps are still being maintained, just over 0.3 of a second, separating Salva Talens and Ishmael Martel at the moment in P3. Don't forget Ricardo Rico, as you said quite rightly there, Kieran, looking ever potent in his green livery there in P3. In behind, though, look who's coming into it. Level Motorsport, Toby Soriano, trying to close the gap as well. He's currently 1.4 seconds in behind the Zenith Esports car, Ricardo Rico. So he's really looking to try and cultivate himself a little bit of momentum here and pull himself into the cluster of cars, leading the front of the pack. Still Ishmael Martel, though, leading the contingent. In behind, the MSI Esports car of Salva Talent. In behind him, the Zenith Esports car, Ricardo Rico. We're going to be seeing yet more mix-ups, I'm sure, down the home stretch. This is where we'll start to see the cars attacking each other viciously to try and claim the first place position. Obviously, it's going to be absolutely brilliant. We cannot wait to see it as an air round. The next right-hander very soon, the RACC chicane will beckon, and the New Holland will lead them around to commence the next lap 24 of this all-stations event. As you can see there, look at that blue livery striking there, makes a move, and we got a pit stop there. But the looks of it for Ishmael Martel, leading the road now is going to be the MSI Esports car of Salva Talent.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be a strategic call, so that's might be Martel's stint done. Maybe it's a change of tyres, but meanwhile, we've got Rico here, who's now right on the back of the MSI Esports car of Talons there. Talons does well to defend down towards turn one, but he's got a bit of a tighter line into one. You can see here Rico will try and use that to his advantage through two, and now through that long right-hander of turn three. Possibility maybe of a move in towards turn four could be on the cards. It's a little bit of a scruffy line from Talons there through the first four corners there, but he's done well to hold on for now. But of course, our race leader came into the pits. I'm just trying to see now where he's still, I think, in the pits at the moment. I will keep you up to date on where they rejoin. Obviously, it's an early stop in this race, earlier than we maybe thought in this race. But nonetheless, the team feel it's the right time to pit stop.
Absolutely. Naturally, a very interesting strategy call there, certainly by Ishmael Martel. He was under a lot of pressure, but nonetheless, he certainly managed to acquit himself well, managing to lead the majority of the start of the race. Obviously, you know, MSI Esports Salva Talens leads the way now, but he's not under no pressure at all, because Ricardo Rico is only 0.4 of a second behind him. And let's not forget Toby Soriano for Level Motorsports. He's now broken into that second now, 0.9 of a second away from the Zenith Esports car, Ricardo Rico. So they're starting to bunch up once again, and we're seeing a lot of the cars that were sort of off the pace slightly for the first few laps are now starting to come back into this now, as well as the Drive X Esports Scalpers team of Sergei Agnisio, who is currently in P4. So certainly plenty of battles across the grid. We've also got Escurida of Marc Lebert coming back into the frame as well. He's currently 4.5 away from the R70 team, Pablo Espez. But looking there, you can see the Zenith Esports car surging up once again on the MSI Esports car. Salva Talent, once again, doesn't need to defend this time. It looks like the gap's maintained itself pretty well now. It's only within 0.3 of a second, so not a lot of difference to how it's been over the course of the last few laps. It's certainly going to become a strategy test in these early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that's the number 17 car of Mayas Racing Team just come into the pit lane now. So, and Fernandez in the pit lane as we speak. But at the moment, we're still watching the race leaders here as they make their way through turn at number 4. Down towards turn 5 we go. And you can see Rico is not going to let this go. Not by a long shot. He's got Toby Soriano behind him as well in the Level Motorsports car. Drive X there. The number 14 of Sergio Ignacio there. As you can see, still pretty much all to play for this lead battle as we are now in the second hour of this race. There is Ishmael Martel, 9th place, rejoining behind Plus G Escuderia of Marc Yabert, who's currently in 8th place. We now see them heading in towards turns 8 and 9. Up the hill then we go. As you can see there, Yabert getting a little bit onto the curb there. Martel might be able to gain advantage. Now heading into 9, and then on the way through down towards the heavy braking zone of turn 10. If there's a place where Martel can try this, it's going to be here, but I think he's just slightly too far back, the Porsche, to try for a move, but he can definitely hound Yabert in front of him. He's also trying to chase down Yabert. I believe that's Pablo Espez in the R70 team. Ahead, unless I've got my cars mixed up, which I wouldn't put it past me. In fact, we are watching Yabert there. It's only taken me that long to realise, but that is Yabert in the centre of that. The R70 car is ahead of him. It took me a while to gain my bearings about that one, but there is the Ford GT, one of only 2 cars in this race driving the Ford GT, the high-speed Demons car, the number 4 there. Meanwhile, that's the BMW there making his way through. I believe that is Carlos Marin making his way through that final corner, and it's all to play for. Everywhere you look, up and down the field, there's battles to be seen. But you can see here, slipstream down the start-finish straight is oh so important.
It is, and I've got to say, if you can see on the board camera there, the sky camera, should we say, they were trying to, you can see that the 15 car, Carlos Marin, managing to hold off Marcos Alcaron, or Alacon, sorry, for the Mars Devils Esports. The gap was just too much to close down. In fact, you're probably more likely to get dirty air in that situation where there's like half a second gap in between the car in front. It's very difficult to obviously generate the slipstream. Obviously, you need to be at a prudent distance away, and this is why taking these corners as necessary. As we take a look at the standings as well, as you can see there, we've lost carts as well through the race. Albar de Keto Racing down in P31. BWI Academy, obviously they were the early incidents or the early stops that were made. At this moment in time, the Level esports car, well, I did say they were on top there. They're actually in P3. MSI still leading the way at the moment. Salvatellen's doing an incredible job to hold back the advances of Zenith esports driver Ricardo Rico. But like we said before, Level Motorsport did manage to close the gap earlier on. Just to say that gap has increased by no less than about 0.7 of a second. They're now into the 1.5 second territory. So there is a gap forming between that of the top two and the third place. So interesting to see that the MSI Esports and the Zenith Esports drivers look to be the quickest.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Unigos Gaming and, of course, Mamias, who I said came into the pit lane. They had a pit lane time of 16.7, didn't stop. I wonder if that was a drive-through instead of a stop. I wonder.
Could well have been. I mean, given the fact that track limits are vital here, would not be surprised if maybe they had to take I suppose a drive-through penalty. Certainly it's not something that's unfamiliar, certainly when it comes to racing, but ever so important. I mean, like we said before, track position is important in the first few laps, and if you have something such as a drive-through penalty that can scupper those chances, it certainly does not help you, as we can now see Ishmael Martel in P9 still riding all over the back end there, as you can see on that P8 car, that being Escuderia Marc Leber's car. As they make their way around this next right-hander. The R70 team, Pablo Espez, is still being chased by Marc Lebert at this moment in time. They're now within the 0.4 of a second gap. Look how close they are bunched up in front there of Ishmael Martel, and I'm sure that he's just waiting for one move to be made so he can perhaps take advantage of the situation as they now round the Verth curve, heading up to what will be Campsa, that quick right-hander where you can swallow a majority of the curve in order to get a nice, fast, quick exit. You can see there ahead there, Marc Lebert really trying to close up on Pablo Espez. They're in behind Ishmael Martel, who's trying to make use of the slipstream ahead of him there to try and generate a little bit more pace. We could be seeing a mix-up on the home stretch, Kieran.
Oh, he looked for a move there. Martez down towards that turn 10. He definitely thought that move was on, but he had to back out of that one. So Martel will have to keep on his toes there. He's got ahead of him Jobert in the Plus G Escuderia car and also number 8 Pablo Espez in the R70 team car. That is your battle for 7th place at this moment in time. And you have to say here, the Porsche really riding those curves there, taking no mercy with those sleeping policemen. Round we go, the final corner and onwards to the start, finish straight. I wonder here if Marc Jobert has got a little bit of pace on him because he had a good exit. I have to say, Martel didn't get a great exit out of the final corner. And you can see here the car's closing in on the R70 team car. I have to say, it's going to be one heck of a mirror to look into for Pablo Espez. He's going to see all these colours behind him. And at the moment, he's holding them at bay.
He's not the only one. Just look further back. High-speed Demons car. Daniel Gomez there driving the 4 GT, making his way around the next right-hander. He's starting to close up as well and trying to fight his way to be part of this ongoing 3-car battle that we're seeing right in front of us right now. As you can see, Pablo Espez really being put to the test here by that of Marc Lebert. In behind him as well, Ishmael Martel, who you remember was leading the race originally. He has since pitted. And obviously, as you can see there, the gap between the top two has not changed at all. Still within that 0.4 of a second, though. Kieran, look at the gap between that of P3 and P2. We're now near enough 2 seconds separating Level Esports, Toby Soriano, and Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico. These two are really starting to push on now, that being of Salva Talent and Ricardo Rico. And certainly this means that they're going to be able to just battle each other for the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just had confirmation. We work together as a commentary team. My co-commentator partner, Austin, has just confirmed to me that those 16.7 stops were regular pit stops. So either fuel or tyres, whatever the case was, normal pit stops considered there. It's only when you're looking at 10, 11, 12 seconds that they are the drive-through penalties. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how everything unfolds. There'll be a lot of pit stops, and we'll just have to see what each team does with them every time they visit the pit lane. But yeah, so close to lead this race into the second hour of this race. 2 hours in, or into the second hour, I should say, 1 hour and 10 in, I should say, and the gap is still less than half a second. I mean, I was not predicting this at all.
Well, we said before the race, didn't we, that consistency is key. Certainly in a 24-hour event, you've got to try and keep the car on track, keep it maintained. These guys are doing exactly that, but the main difference here is the fact that they've got the pace to do it. I'm just looking further down as well. Looks like there's some movements going on towards the back of the grid. Customs Exilium GT. I'm wondering if there was an issue there or something, because they've just gone greyed out on my screen. And the El Bardiqueto Racing team as well have been greyed out on my screen as well. So maybe some issues further down the grid for the two Porsche teams down the grid. I'm not sure if you're seeing that as well, Kieran.
Yeah, I think sometimes if there's a little bit of a connection issue between the driver and the server, sometimes they'll do something called blinking. So sometimes they'll just disappear from the standings momentarily, and then they'll rejoin once the internet is okay again. So they'll still be racing, and just if it goes momentarily blank, then that just means there's a little bit of basically server communication. They'll be back in hopefully in no time whatsoever. So that's just something there that the drivers have to be mindful of as well. And a little bit of a mistake there maybe. That was the Zenith Esports car of Ricardo Rico running deeper than probably I would like through turn 12, as we now make our way in towards that chicane of 14 and 15. Still your leaders of this endurance race, Salva Talent in the MSI Esports car, of course, champions last year. They've come back to try and do the same thing again, and obviously other teams around them are not going to make it easy. We've already seen that, how close this field is, how close this battle for the lead is, and let alone that, how closely packed the midfield actually is. It's fantastic to watch, and I can't wait to see how this all unravels over the next, multiple hours or so.
Absolutely. The time gap certainly filtering down. We're still within that half second. Maybe MSI, Salva Talent starting to pull away slightly now. Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico, maybe after that early bit of pressure, starting to feel a little bit of the strain on the car. As we said before, grip levels can be determined by, of course, how these drivers are tackling the corners here, and certainly around this degree of pace that they're showing early on. It wouldn't surprise me, obviously, if that Zenith car becomes a little bit trickier to manage, and obviously that will allow the MSI Esports car of Salva Talents to sort of career away with this lead for the time being, certainly showing that they're still very much championship material like they were last season, certainly managing this circuit extremely well indeed. Further back, of course, we've got DriveX Esports Scalpers team, Sergio Ignacio there in P4, currently within a second of Level Motorsports Toby Soriano. That gap has become within a second. That is phenomenal. And then there's another second gap, 2 second gap, back to Obsidian Racing driver Pedro Sanchez Alba. So they're starting to string themselves out a little bit more now. This will continue going into the night shift as well. But don't write this off yet, folks. It's certainly going to be a battle for the front of the grid. It's between the likes of Salva Talent and Ricardo Rico. Keep it with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking here that the night shift is still quite a long way away. Drivers will be focusing on driving in the daylight whenever they can. As you see here, the Zenith Esports car losing a little bit of ground through the final corner. I'm just having keeping an eye on the speeds going down the start-finish straight, and they are pretty much matched. I think Ricardo Rico, obviously there will be a bit of slipstream involved there, but it does look quicker in a straight line, that BMW there of Zenith Esports, and in fact that would be down to the slipstream there. So obviously Rico is just trying to do his best here to try and get that gap back down again to what it was for him to challenge for the lead of this race. Just looking down the order, obviously we talked about Ismail Martel making an early stop. He's still in 9th place, stuck behind the G Plus car and the R70 team car. That's happened off camera. The G Plus team car has moved ahead, Mark Yabert, ahead of Pablo Espes. So now Martel needs to get a move on and get past that R70 car. But obviously, if a move happens, I'm sure we'll be able to get you the action there. Meanwhile, we are still watching the battle for the lead of this race. MSI Esports lead the way ahead of Zenith Esports, making their way now down towards turn 10. And the returning champions look like they're trying to make their mark once again.
They certainly do, and I got to say they're doing it in terrific style at this moment in time. The Zenith Esports car within 2 seconds, 2/10 of a second now, nearly 1/10 of a second according to my screen here on the Delta. So I think it's considerably more than that. It's actually 7/10 on the actual HUD screens there that we can see right in front of us as they make their way now down towards the next right-hander. We can see now the two battles here amongst these two drivers further down the grid, that being the 12 car, that being the Unicos game in Ishmael Martel. Once again, trying to do battle with Marc Lebert, who indeed made that crucial maneuver earlier on. They're now up to P7 is Marc Lebert, and now chasing Sergei Heras now. Albeit, though, the interval in between those two is separated by just under 5 seconds. It's amazing the gaps, how quickly that they've been encouraged now as they make their way down the straight. You can see there Marc Lebert, who's going to be under significant pressure now because Ishmael Martel has already pitted as they make their way down towards turn one. The time gap still being maintained as things stand. I don't think he's got enough track to close down in the slipstream of that of Marc Lebert as they make their way around the first corner, around the second one. It certainly looks elementary so far. No challenges yet from that of Ishmael Martel.
Yeah, he's putting that pressure on the car ahead then. Of course, that's a battle right now for what I believe is seventh place. Yeah, so Marc Lebert right there, right in front of someone who's been leading this race for quite some time, leading all the pace laps, leading the first hour pretty much before making his stop. But now he finds himself a little bit stuck behind this Porsche in front of him in Marc Lebert. And this could cost strategy. Obviously, it's a long way into this race, but if you're not careful, if you're stuck behind a car for too long, it will hurt your strategy in the long run. I'm sure Unicos Gaming will be on the blower to him, saying you need to get past this car.
Absolutely. Sooner rather than later to make use of the pit stop that they had made. Obviously, they don't want anything to upset the strategy at this early stage. Obviously, looking at things right now, they're still maintaining that 4/10 gap between themselves. Obviously, Marc Lebert trying his damnedest to hold off that of Ishmael Martel, who we're currently riding on board with right now as they round the next right-hander. You can see how aggressively he's trying to hold on to the corners to stay in touch with Marc Lebert right now, but you would have thought being on perhaps fresher tyres or after an initial refueling that you'd have every chance of closing the gap. And it looks like you might have got a better exit here as they round towards the RACC chicane. You might have a chance here around New Holland as well. He's right in the slipstream there of Marc Lebert. The G+G Scuderia car is under significant pressure now as we now witness that of Ishmael Martel and Unicos Gaming down the inside there of what will be Marc Lebert in a Scuderia as he makes it. What a great move there by Ishmael Martel. Took advantage of the RACC chicane. The team will be delighted with that exchange, and indeed that moves him up a spot. Now he's got to try and hold on to it and close on the gap between him and Sergei Heras.
Yeah, that would have been a really important move there for that position for 7th place. Now Martel has got to get on with it now. He's got to put some lap times in and try and close up to the gaps here. There's the Williams Esports car of Josh Thompson there, and that's Marcus Alcaron in the Masked Devils team trying to chase him down. That's for P14 in this early stage in this race. Of course, a lot can happen, and a lot has happened for the Williams Esports team. They have been to the pits. They have had repairs done to that car. They are down the order, but of course, as I say, it is a 24-hour race. Anything and everything could happen in this one. There you can see the number 26 car of Alberto Pifera making his way now for DX Droids, trying to chase down Francisco Ramirez in the Customs Auxilium team, making our way towards turns 8 and 9, and he's got a car behind him. I'll see if I can identify that one with just car number alone. In fact, they've done it for me. It's Pablo Espes in the R70 team car. Obviously, been to the pits, made a visit there, and now rejoining down in 18th place, looking to try and get back up the order. Obviously, it will get to a point now where teams are starting to make their stops and trying to make their strategies work. So you'll come across different drivers on different strategies, and it's imperative that communication is key. So all the teams will be really talking to each other, or at least the personnel within the team will all be talking to each other. The mechanics that work so hard to get this car set up for the drivers that set up the cars themselves, they'll be talking every which way to try and see, are we racing this car? Do we need to get past? Should I race the car behind? Communication is so important when it comes to this sort of racing. If you don't have the communication, you're not going to get a good result.
No, not at all. And that's a certain vital bit of teamwork that must be applied between the engineers and the drivers alike. As we now see, Francisco Ramirez and Alberto Perfera making their way around the first few corners. And as you can see there, it looks like the DX Droids car is starting to try and close the gap. The Euromaster Esports car, though, of Paul Mune now trying to close the gap on Juan Mar Frias there in P10 as they now round the next right-hander. You can see there, Frias has had a very exciting start to this race himself, has been amongst many a battle already. He's currently in P10 right now and certainly doing his best to try and hold on. As you can now see, the Euromaster Esports man of Paul Munier now making his way through the grid order. He's currently only at this stage just over 4.5 tenths behind the car in front of him, that being Juan Mar Frias at the moment, as we now witness the Porsche certainly make its way around the next right-hander. Indeed, he's got to do his best to try and dictate his way around. The BMW ahead of him certainly won't give anything up as they ran their way down towards the Lakea bend. And this is when braking is oh so key, as they now round it now. Need to swallow quite a bit of the curb there. But obviously no traction lost there as they now round the next semi-chicane into what will be the Bank San Bedell. And in behind Paul Mune now for Euromaster Esports trying to close this gap. He's now within 3.5 tenths of a second. He is closing very viciously indeed, coming down through the RACC chicane now. It's important to get a good exit out of this one, certainly as they round the New Holland bend. Before they reach the home straight, the paddock on the right-hand side. Can he get significantly close enough? It must be the case that the Euromaster Esports car got a better exit there because it's gone over the 5 tenths, though the gap is starting to close now as we now see Paul Mune in the Euromaster Esports car start to try and close it up. Will he go for a late move into turn 1? No, not close enough. Patience is a virtue, he says. He's going to hold on, but it doesn't mean to say he won't get his chance later on in the lap.
I mean, Mune is really pushing here to try and get past Frias, but of course he just ran out of road there going down towards turn 1, but he is closing at a rate of knots. You can see there 2 tenths quicker on the last lap, so he's bit by bit closing in and applying that pressure to Frias ahead of him, but now making our way through turn 4 and onwards now towards turn 5. Oh, that was a car off the road there. Couldn't quite see which car that was making our way through. I'm sure we'll be able to identify that car later on in the race. No one I can see there I recognise there, but hopefully we'll get to see who that was. It could have been a back marker getting out of the way, but it's just a bizarre way to get out of the way if that's the case, right onto the gravel trap. Now that's not going to do your incident points any good whatsoever. But yeah, at the moment here, pretty spread out amongst everybody at the moment. I mean, yeah, this is spread out. This is compared to what we've had in the first hour and a half. This is spread out now. I'm willing to confirm that. So all it'll be now is teams trying to make sure that they've got the right strategy, that they're consistent with their pace as well. And if they come across another car, as I said before, they've got to be communicating with their team and saying, should we be battling this car? Should we let them go? Are they ahead of us, behind us, whatever? Because that becomes so important. You can see here that is Pablo Espes trying to close in on Pifera ahead of him for DX Droids. And in turn, looking to try and make his way past the car ahead, which is Francisco Ramirez in the Customs Exilium team, as we make our way now on towards that start-finish straight. I wonder if Pifera can try a move down towards turn 1. We've got a grandstand in the way. Then we get to see the lovely bright yellow car of the R70 team making our way now down towards turn 1. And again, just a little bit too spaced out to try and move at the moment, but I'm sure these drivers will be keeping each other on edge for the next few laps at least.
Certainly will do. Alberto Perfera now doing extremely well in P16 to hold off the advances of Pablo Espes. He's got a battle on all fronts, though, because Alberto Perfera, at this moment in time, ahead of him at the moment is Francisco Ramirez Munoz, who we've yet to really see so far during the course of the race. So it's great to see him on circuit now, certainly trying to defend from the DX Droids car that's currently chasing him down at the moment in P16. Obviously, looking further up there, Munoz is currently in P15 himself. Pablo Espes in P17 trying to close the gap as well and get himself into the fray. Certainly we've seen him already at the start of this race. He's certainly shown himself to be certainly a pacey little character indeed, battling with the likes of Ishmael Martel earlier on in the race indeed. But like you say, Kieran, obviously the time gaps are starting to filter through now. Some very healthy time gaps indeed. But I'm sure as they go through the nights, that is when the strategy changes, that's when the speed changes, and that's when we'll start seeing a different kind of race.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's always evolving, this race. There will be incidents, there will be cars spinning off the road. We have seen before. We've had a car in the gravel before as we ride on board with Alberto Piferera. As as we make our way now in towards that final chicane, then on board with that DX Droids car, making our way now through the final corner. Now we're riding along with the bumper, taking a healthy chunk of that curb on the right, and then an even healthier chunk of curb on the left-hand side as we make our way now down that start-finish straight. Of course, he's got the R70 car to worry about him right now, of Pablo Espes, as we head down towards the start-finish straight. But yeah, look at that, just in formation, just in tandem at the moment. No one's really quicker than each other, but no one's slower than each other either. So they're really just in formation at the moment and looking to see if the driver up front makes a mistake.
Well, it looked like there that Alberto Prefrera actually swallowed a little bit of grass there on the inside. It wasn't a lot, but it looked like he swallowed just a little bit there, and obviously hampered him just a little bit, just slightly, but was able to keep it on track. Hopefully that didn't hamper him too much. There we got Paul Mune there for the Euromaster Esports team, currently occupying P11, but he's under pressure from Carlos Marin there for the Cherokee team, who've certainly been impressive so far, have maintained a certain level of pace. And Carlos Marin Casas currently in P12 as things stand, chasing down Paul Munier, who's in P11. In behind the Cherokee car is the Mamias Racing team of Jose Miguel Fernandez, who's currently in P13 and really started to try and push at this moment in time, albeit still a long way to go, as we've said before. But there's your race leader, Salva Talens, who has led pretty much since we, of course, saw the previous leader, that being of... Sorry, just drew a blank there. Ishmael Martel of the Unicos Gaming team dropping back into the latter stages of the grid order after his pit stop. But Ricardo Rico still looking particularly strong and potent here. He's still maintaining a healthy gap, currently 0.7 of a second. That has increased slightly since the start of the race, but nonetheless an impressive start from him. Obviously, judging from the pace lap, as I go back to, he certainly looked to be a man that was eager to get the ball rolling, and certainly he has carried that ball and run off with it. The gap between Zenith Esports and Level Motorsports right now is pretty much just over 4.5 or just under 4.5 seconds. So they are starting to pull away even more now, and that pace is really starting to light up now at the top end of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're just seeing here as we scroll our way through the order here, you've got Pedro Sanchez there, Sergi Haras here in the race for Cat Motorsport cars, currently 6th place. But you can see here the best lap they've done so far, 143.132, last lap 143.7, so 0.6 off their best. You can put some of that down to tyre wear, some of it down to consistency as well, as he makes his way now down towards turn 10. Obviously, still quite some way to go in this race, and we've had so much action already in this race, but it looks like drivers are just starting to spread out. You've got plenty of cars out there at the moment. There's Ishmael Martel, Unicos Gaming, in 7th place there as he makes his way through that long right-hander of turn 12, making our way towards 13, and eventually that chicane of 14 and 15. There's Marc Hubert in Plus G Escuderia, making his way now down towards the chicane through 13 and 14. And towards turn 15, now through the right-hander of turn 16. There's Gabi Montoro in Kilometre Zero, making his way through that chicane, currently 9th place at this moment in time as he makes his way through that final corner. Then there's a bit of a train, Juanma Frias there in 10th place for IRS 10th Factory, as he makes his way now down that start-finish straight. Bit of a queue behind him, though, as we see P11 would be Euromaster, I believe, and then number 16, correct me if I'm wrong, as we make our way now down towards turn number 1 once again. But you can see, I'm just trying to see the number on that BMW there. I think it is Fernandez. It is in the Mamias Racing team here, currently in 12th place. That's the number 17 there. There's Josh Thompson, number 29, Williams Esports now in 13th place, one of the only 2 Fords on the grid. Of course, no Ferraris, no team decided to go for a Ferrari in the end in this one, but currently there in 13th place. Paul Mune in 14th place in the Euromaster Esports car, running in 14th place at this moment in time. Showed some good pace, but obviously you can see last lap 146.9 there, I think that is, I can read on my screen. Then 15th place Marcos Alcaron in Mars Devils Esports, in 15th place in the number 23 BMW, And then we've got Francisco Ramirez, their custom Exilium GT. Currently behind him is, I believe that's the DX Droids car, and it is of Alberto Piferreira. Making our way now through turn 9 and onwards towards turn 10. Will Piferreira try a move then down towards turn 10? He's obviously got the R70 car behind him, but again, just sticking into formation for now as they make their way through turn 10. And of course, that R70 car of Pablo Espes is not far away from trying to take advantage from this battle.
No, he's doing extremely well. The DX Droids car starting to surge and, well, make a resurgence here just within the 4/10 gap now of the car ahead. That being, of course, what looks to be Pablo Espes there as well in the R70 car, just in behind as well. That familiar yellow livery that we've seen already, ever so potent here on this Spanish circuit as they make their way down the straight once again. And this will be to commence their lap 40. So far, we've already had 40 laps here, Kieran. So it's phenomenal to see that already so much time has passed, and we've had so much action. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been full of drama, that's for sure. We've had plenty of battles, plenty of confusion, but we're under green flag racing. Fantastic to see, and we've got a big battle there for, I believe that is 11th place. There is Tony Vallejo in Kuruma Motorsport, apparently Japanese there, Kuruma, and yeah, it's just again, I love these team names. It's Kuruma car in Japanese. That's all it means. So it's car racing. I like that.
Yeah, ingenuity at its finest there, that's for sure. As we now see Salva Talens here in P1 for the MSI Esports team, still leading the charge. But at this moment in time, that gap between him and the Zenith car of Ricardo Rico, who rode the curb quite aggressively there. No doubt that would cost him a little bit of time as they round the New Holland final bend there. The familiar green livery that we've seen ever so potent at the front of the grid, now in the slipstream of the MSI Esports Salva Talens car as they come down towards turn 1 and 2. Naturally, so far, the lead is unchanged. We don't see a car leave the pits there. I'm not sure who that is, but obviously it's a lapped car. And this goes back to what we were saying. The lead is starting to get very much strung out as Toby Soriano, who was pitting before it comes into the pit bay from P4. And no doubt he'll drop down the grid order as well. Obviously in tandem with the rest of the teams that are now crossing the line. As we now see as well, the race for Cat Motorsports. Sergei Haras now. A lot of the teams picking now to make their first stops now. So we're starting to see the first lot of strategies come into play now, Kieran. It makes you wonder how this is going to certainly fit with the racing that we yet to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see their Mamias Racing team and also Williams Esports coming in for their stops as well. As you can see another car pulling up there, or missing his pit box there. That's not good for Juanma Frias. He had to kick it into reverse slightly there in order for the team to work on the car. There's Alberto Piferreira in the pits as well. Tony Vallejo into the pits for Kuruma Motorsport. Car Motorsport then in the pits. And looking to try and change up the fuel there, maybe even the tyres as well. Could just be fuel stops these. They're relatively quick stops going in here. So I wonder if they're just for fuel. There you can see Toby Soriano. You can see the car off the ground. So they're definitely changing tyres there on that car. So that means that now Carlos Marin is up the order in the Cherokee Racing team. I'm just trying to have a look at the standings here. He's 13th on my timing screen at the moment, but I think that's going to shuffle around in just a short while. See if I can. Sometimes it freezes on me, the timing screen, so it's got a little bit of not up to date. I'll give it a refresh, and it should tell me who is in 6th place. I'm assuming it's Marin in 6th place in the Cherokee car, but making his way now through, just in a race of his own, and this is what happens. Race leader then, Salva Talens into the pits then for MSI Esports. And did Zenith stay out? Yes, they did. So Ricardo Rico staying out then for another few laps at least.
Yeah, he certainly has. And this gets him the lead that he's been certainly chasing for at the start of the race. He was all over the likes of Salva Talens. And of course, don't forget as well, Ishmael Martel as well, who's currently down in P12. And looking to rise his way up through the grid order. You can see there Toby Soriano, who's now back out on track after his pit stop. P9 currently for the Level Motorsports driver. And you can see in front of him, he has got Albar Ducetto Racing Team Oscar de Barrio Bouquet right in front of him right now. And no doubt these two are going to be tussling very, very shortly indeed. Toby Soriano, of course, who was earlier on in P4 in the classifications before his pit stop, certainly has driven a very complete race so far. Certainly very consistent, as we now see Oscar de Barrio coming in for the Albar Ducetto Racing Team, and he will sacrifice that P8 position, no doubt, and make changes to his car. Whether that's just a fuel stop, we're not sure. Could that be for tyres? We're not sure. I'd imagine, as a lot of the drivers have done, they've just put fuel in the car and gone straight out again. But your leader, without question at this moment in time, is Ricardo Rico. Zenith Esports currently leading the charge.
Absolutely, and as you say, that comes into the pits then from the lead of the race. So it'll be interesting to see where he rejoins then in terms of MSI Esports. So Ricardo Rico now making his way into that pit lane and stopping the car in his pit box to make some sort of changes to the car. This is, of course, an opportunity that if the drivers aren't happy with the setup in this stop, they can make those adjustments to the wings, to the splitter, whatever they need to do. So Ricardo Rico there into the pit. Meanwhile, then, Salva Talent, you can see there just on the exit of turn 5 as we head in towards 6 and 7 before we make our way just up the hill, then through that slight right-hander of turn 8 through the curb there. You can see the sleeping policemen to try and keep you off that curb. But obviously, sleeping policemen here are not stopping these drivers from trying to take as much of these curbs as possible there. Down we go then, on board with Talons towards turn 10. It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy is going on here. What will Ricardo Rico do in his pit stop? And where will he rejoin once his pit stop is finished? It's an intriguing start to this race, as we so often say now, as we've got just over 22 hours to go. So there's plenty of time for plenty of action to happen on our watch. There is Ricardo Rico then making his way down that pit lane. And look at that, he's going to have a massive lead then heading down towards turn 1. Ricardo Rico then rejoins with ample space there. And there is Talons just only crossing the start-finish line. A massive lead then for Ricardo Rico. So this is where the strategy will come into play. Maybe Ricardo Rico is running a lighter car in terms of fuel load.
Could well be, and I got to say that puts him in the box seat now. Certainly, I mean, if he can maintain this pace, that'll certainly give him a great advantage going into this evening. As we now see the replay now of Ricardo Rico coming around this right-hander, he had a little slip, a little bit of a nudge there going out of what looks to be turn 1 into turn 2, and surely that would not have helped him, and certainly scupped a little bit of time. But none the matter, he is still in front and leading by a good 10.3 seconds. So what a phenomenal use of the strategy there by Ricardo Rico and the team of Zenith Esports. They have truly masterminded a truly grandiose strategy at the start of this race, and that's given them such a grandiose bit of leeway as well. And with fresh, with whatever they've applied to the car, whether that be fresh fuel, that'll certainly suit them well, or sit them well as they make their way through the latter stages of this evening's run.
Yeah, to take you through the pit stops there, MSI Esports, Salva Talons, 1 minute 1.4 stopped in the box. Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico, 32.6 stopped in the box. So it's a definite different strategy from both teams there. So what I can assume is that Ricardo Rico has got less fuel on board and the car is going for another sort of sprint stint, as you could call it, in an endurance race. But he's really just putting the pedal to the metal at the moment and trying to get the most out of this car for as long as he possibly can.
Question is, can he go, Kieran? That is the absolute question on my mind at this moment in time, obviously, as they make their way down the stretch into the first corner. Currently leading the way, Ricardo Rico. After that strategy, as you suggested, the difference obviously amounting to approximately that 10 seconds that we discussed. So that explains the time gap in between the two cars right now. Now, just bear in mind, that is actually depleted slightly and very nearly on the absolute 10-second mark. So Salva Talent is kicking on and managing to close a little bit of time. He's now within the 10 seconds now. He's 3/10 in now to 9.7 seconds, so he's doing extremely well. In behind them, though, we've got a battle here between Toby Soriano, who is already pitted, already up to P3, so he's done extremely well to come back into the position he was before he pit stopped. Sergio Ignacio, they're in P4 all over the back end of Toby Soriano as they make their way around this swinging right-hander, heading down to what will be the seat corner before the Verth curve. And you can see there, Toby Soriano trying to cling onto the apex as best as possible. Sergio looks to have the better run, heading down towards the Verth curve. Can he take advantage, though, as they head down towards this swinging left-hander? You've got to take a lot of the curb on the upswing now. And as they do so, you can see him. He seems to be more aggressive onto those curbs, does Sergio Ignacio now, as they make their way around the Kamsa corner. The fast right-hander heading down towards the long straight, towards Lakea. And in front there, you can certainly see that Toby Soriano doing his utmost to try and hold off Sergio as best he can, heading down towards the next left-hander, Lakea bend. And indeed, the Level Motorsports car doing his damnedest to hold him off as they rise up through the next left and right, the semi-chicane into the back Sambadel. I got to say, that BMW looks menacing, Kieran. Mike, Kieran.
Yeah, it really does. I keep doing that. Yeah, it really does. That BMW really does look menacing. You can see right on the back of that Porsche. Then, as we make our way now in towards the final corner, can that BMW find that little bit of extra pace? Then, and he will in that slipstream. Then, as we ride on board with that BMW Porsche in his sights, riding on board with Sergio Ignacio, looking for a move. Then, no, he backs out of it down in towards turn one. You could see there, and you could hear that he could backed off there, not wanting to make a move into turn one. Possibly a little bit strategic there. That's going to give him an advantage as he makes his way through, trying to chase down Toby Soriano here. Long right-hander of turn three. Onwards now towards turn number four. And you can see here, these two are not giving each other any sort of respite whatsoever as they fly through four, downwards towards turn five. Will Ignacio think about a move into five? No, not close enough just yet. But what he's trying to do now is just trying to take a slightly different line out of each corner just to try and see if he can gain anything on Toby Soriano. We can see that the BMW looks pretty menacing in a straight line, especially here. But obviously, if there's no real overtaking opportunities being arisen, if Toby Soriano is just doing his best to defend, then there's not a lot that BMW can do but just sit behind and watch the back of that Level Motorsports racing car.
Certainly is, and Toby Soriano doing his damnedest to hold off the certainly the rampant exploits of Sergio, as we see a move there made around that right-hander. A little bit of drama here further down the grid order as Carlos Barza is trying to hold off the KRT team there. We can't see which driver that is at this moment in time, but looking at it at the moment, Carlos Barza for the Commenter team now up to P23 after that initial battle with that KRT car. That is back in P24. They're pretty much hugging each other right now, but it looks to me that the Commenter team might have the upper hand going through that right-hander. We'll have a look at that replay just quickly now. As you can see them rounding the right-hander, Carlos Barza doing all he can and managing to sweep his way through to that P23 position. Obviously, we couldn't not quite see the move being made, but we're going back to the live screens now. Hopefully, folks, do keep it with us. It's been an absolute phenomenal start to this race. Obviously, looking further up the grid, Williams Esports, I think, starting to make a little bit of a charge as well. They're currently in behind Gabby Montero right now, that being of Kilometro Zero. Just to say, Williams have made a change of driver. They've got Arthur LeHook now taking the place of Josh Thompson. Interesting to see that we've already got that driver changeover, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of an early change, I think, but if that's what it's on the strategy, then that's what we'll go for. So really looking forward to this. Let's see if we can have another look at the, well, this is back live now. So thank you, team, for getting us back on track there. As we can see that the Zenith Esports car there of Ricardo Rico still leading that race. Just to confirm with you, I think driving that KART car is Juan Aragones. I think that's what's appearing on the timing sheet. So it might not appear on the graphics out there, but I believe it's going to be Aragones in that car. I mean, I'm happy to be corrected, but that's what's appearing on our timing screens there, George. So I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah, I think we'll go with you on that one, that's for sure. So that's Juan Carlos Marciano, or Marciano, sorry. Obviously, apologies for the pronunciation there, but certainly driving that KRT car. Obviously, they had a very feisty little exchange there going around that right-hander bend, and obviously looking at it on paper, luckily that there was no damage, to say the least. Looked like one of the cars ran wide, that's for sure, as we're now looking at Francisco Ramirez for the Customs Exilium GT team, chasing down Pablo Espez, who I've got to say has been very impressive indeed in that yellow livery, very recognisable livery, that R70 team, that's for sure, as they now make their way down towards the next left-hander, that at the Lakea bend. A nice string of four cars there. Just look at the pace of Pablo Espez going through that hairpin bend. He did extremely well there to keep the pace running through the corner, and he's hugging every single curve right now, riding all over the back end of Francisco Ramirez. You have to fancy Pablo Espez for a cheeky overtake going down the main straight as they now make their way down towards the RACC chicane, and on the outset now heading into what will be the New Holland bend for the next time now, commencing their lap 47, that's for sure. You can see them now bombing down the stretch, that of Pablo Espez not getting the best of exits out of that corner, hugging maybe a little bit too much of the kitty litter on the outset, heading down towards turn one now. You can see there Francisco Ramirez also trying to catch up on the car ahead of him as well, and it looks like as they make their way through, it's going to be Francisco Ramirez holding on to his position, at least for the time being, because he's battling with the IRS team of Andrea Povedano. So looking like a high-octane battle there, certainly between P15, 16 and P14 as well there, Kieran.
Yeah, Espes looking for a move then in towards turn 4, but not enough space there given by Ramirez for him to think about it. Looking behind him then, that is the DX Droids car of Albert Piferera. As we now make our way in towards turn 5. Ahead of Ramirez, actually, is the IRS car of Adria Povedano. As we now make our way down towards turns 7 and 8 here. And it's always a tricky complex here because the track banks up and goes up an incline just as you go through turn 8. It's very easy to have the car unsettled here. Are we going to see some sort of action down in towards turn 10 with Pablo Espes on Francisco Ramirez? He certainly thinks about it going into turn 10, but no move on there. The door was just simply never open for Ramirez. Ramirez never left the door open, I should say. Through turn 12 we go. Espes really putting the pressure on the Customs Exilium car of Francisco Ramirez as we now make our way through turn 13 and onwards towards that final chicane into the RACC chicane of 14 and 15 before the final long right-hander of turn 16. You can see there Espes has lost a little bit of ground on Ramirez there. So obviously different cars are tuned up in different ways. Maybe Espes's R70 Team Porsche can try and close in on the straight line speed. But you can see here Ramirez is really closing in to the car ahead of him in Adria Povedano. So it's all to play for in this 4-car battle for what looks to me like it's going to be P14. So absolutely fantastic to see.
You have to wonder whether the team have been in the ear of Pablo Espes and asked him to really kick on here, because it certainly seems to me that his driving style has kicked up a notch. He's taken a more aggressive line, certainly, and it is enforcing him to make a few mistakes. We have noticed that he did run wide on the exit of the New Holland bend, but nonetheless, he has managed to close up really strong on the back end there of what looks to be the car in front of him, that being of Francisco Ramirez for the Customs Exilium team. Literally a 4/10 gap in between them. There's actually a 4/10 gap splitting all 4 cars right now, as we now see Pablo Espes now bombing his way up to what will be the Campsa corner now, the right-hander, the quick one that you can take. Ideally, the car that takes more of the curb tends to be more favoured coming down this stretch now. And Pablo Espes is as close as he's ever been to the back of Ramirez now. No less than 2.5 seconds. A late lunge there down the inside of Lakea. What a phenomenal move by Pablo Espes. Lights out there from the man driving the R70 car, the yellow livery shining in the sunlight. Snatches that incredible move there. P15 for Pablo Espes.
Yeah, nice move there from Espes, and that moves him up a position. That's exactly what he wanted to do there in the R70 car. He can now try and press on and try and hunt down Adria Povedano as we make our way down this start-finish straight. But I don't think Munoz here, or Francisco Ramirez, is done with this battle. He moves to the right-hand side of the track, getting out of the slipstream actually, maybe trying to get into Espes's head there, looking for a move there, but it's not on down towards turn 1. But Espes will try now and focus on Adria Povedano as we make our way through turn 2 and onwards towards turn 3. But I think Espes here has got some unfinished business to deal with himself and Francisco Ramirez. I don't think Ramirez is going to let that position go so easily.
No, I think this is a battle that we're going to be seeing for quite some time. Just looking further up, Pablo Espes working as hard as he can to close up on Andrea Povedano for the IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers team. And obviously, the gap between them is starting to shrink. They're now within 0.8 of a second now. Literally, a fly's eyelash separating all 4 of these cars that are tanking their way along. I think actually it's going to be a 5-car grouping at this moment in time, as we now see the yellow livery there of Pablo Espes rounding the next left, heading up towards the next right-hander. And I got to say, I'm very impressed with certainly what he's bringing to the table this afternoon. It's been nothing short of exquisite, as we're now witnessing yet more drama here, as we now see a BMW looming up on the Porsche there. I can't quite see the numbers on that one at this moment in time, as we now look them move their way around turns 1, 2 and 3 around the next one. That's number 14, that is in behind, just challenging, just trying to see who that is. That is in fact Sergio Ignacio now challenging Toby Soriano. Once again, this battle is back on indeed, as we now see the Porsche rounding the right-hander, trying to stick to the curb as well, like glue at this stage, as they come down towards the next left-hander. Indeed, the BMW. Once again, we discussed Sergio's aggressiveness with this car. He certainly looks like a venomous prospect here, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's going all for it now behind the Porsche, trying to make a move stick here, but obviously not quite finding that right line at the crucial moment. It just seems like Soriano just picks the right moment to push on and the right moment to accelerate, and that is just causing him to stay ahead at this moment in time. Great battle for what is right now third place as they head their way now down towards turn 10. There you can see Toby Soriano being chased down by Sergio Ignacio, one in Level Motorsports in the Porsche, the other in DriveX Esports in the BMW, making their way now in towards turn 12 with the sun beaming down on them there as they now make their way in towards turn 13, towards the chicane of 14 and 15. Is this an opportunity here? Ignacio has to try and get this chicane right here. You don't want to take too much sleeping policeman on the inside there. It can unsettle the car. As we now make our way down the start-finish straight, is this a moment here? He's in the slipstream of Soriano, is Ignacio. Is this a moment for him to try and get up the order up to third place right in the slipstream? You can see Toby Soriano slightly moves to the right-hand side as if to say, don't try it, Sergio, but he doesn't. Sergio stays behind then in P4, just waiting for that ample opportunity to make the move on the Level Motorsports car.
There's definitely more to come between these two. Do not write off Sergio Ignacio there, who's in P4, closing on Toby Soriano, who's driven exquisitely there to hold on to that P3 position. This is a podium spot, and this is one to be demanded here in this early stage of this 24-hour sim race, as we can now see Sergio Ignacio now in P4, trying to close head and tail on this Level Motorsports car. The Porsche is certainly trying to do battle with this BMW. The BMW, like a force, like an unbridled force here, there in P4, pushing and a prodding this Level Motorsports car. The Porsche doing all it can to defend that P3 position. Toby Soriano driving an immeasurable defensive drive at the moment, doing extremely well as they bomb down towards the semi-straight, the Lakea bend. Will we see yet another last-minute move as we now see the P20 car of Kevin Oval of the XPD Racing Endurance team down in P20 at this moment in time, literally just tucked in behind what looks to be the KRT team and the El Bardaketo team there in Ps 21 and 22. Just looking further up as well, we got the Cometa team in P20, but it certainly looks like the battles are starting to come back into fruition now that all the pit stops are being made here, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. As we head towards the twilight of the second hour, as we see the car making its way through in towards turn 3, the number 21 car there, of course, of El Bardaketo Racing Team, looking for a move on the KIRT team, looking for a move down in the inside of turn 4. The BMW leaves the room there, and that is De Barrio trying to get the move done. I think he has got the move done. Now heading down towards turn 5. No, the BMW comes back at him, and the kart Almerian Racing Team car manages to hold on to 21st place then, and Oscar De Barrio has got to do that hard work all over again. Meanwhile, he's got to try and defend from that BMW behind him of Kevin Ovalle, as he now makes his way in towards turn 9. As you can see, they're just hugging each other pretty close for comfort, heading down towards turn 10. It's a Porsche surrounded, hunted down, hunting BMWs left, right and centre as he heads his way down towards turn 10, very close to the back of that KART car, as we now make our way up the hill in towards turn 12 here. I've got to say that the Porsche looks up for it, but whatever the Porsche does, the BMW has an answer for. You can see the two BMWs scrapping here. Behind them, that is Kevin Ovalle of the XPD Racing Endurance team and Juan Esteban in the Rusties. We're actually on board with the Rusties car there. In fact, no, we're not. We're on board with Ricardo Rico here. So these are all back markers ahead of him. So, of course, blue flags will apply here. There you can see the BMW moves over to the right-hand side. Only, I think that's about 95% throttle. You do not want to lose too much speed down the start-finish straight here. But Ricardo Rico dispatching of one back marker so far. And he's got two more ahead of him that will be focusing on their battle as well.
Well, it's unfortunate for Juan Esteban because that effectively takes him out of that three-place battle that was going on ahead of him between Kevin Ovalle and Oscar De Barrio Bouquet, who have been battling it out since obviously the last lap. We've been watching the progress certainly being made, despite it being towards the tail end of the grid. They certainly haven't left any stone unturned, as we now see Ricardo Rico. Just look at the severe pace of this man, as we can now see blue flags applying once again. Ricardo Rico moving past yet another back marker, that being Kevin Ovalle, I think. As they make their way past now. He's got Oscar De Barrio Bouquet ahead of him as well. So doing his best, Ricardo Rico, to climb his way through these cars. Now remember, if you remember correctly, Salva Talens came out around 10 seconds behind Ricardo Rico after the pit stop. I can tell you that gap has increased by a second, and no doubt with all these back markers, it's only going to increase Ricardo Rico's gap. So he's doing extremely well to dispatch all these blue flag cars here, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's important as well. Something we haven't really mentioned going into this endurance race, the way you get past back markers, the way you handle blue flags are going to be so important here. You don't want to lose too much time. In the end, it sort of averages out about how much you can, how much time you lose. But looking at the blue flags, you'll have to be aware if you're overtaking those on the blue flag, and obviously being the one with the blue flag. Obviously, you've got a battle like this, three-way battle for 15th place. Obviously, they'll have to take advantage. They'll have to heed the blue flags at any moment, but that doesn't stop the car behind from trying to take advantage of you letting the leader pass. So it's really challenging here. You can see here that is Porsche trying another move, looking there. But no move existing there for the El Bardaqueto car there of Oscar De Barrio, and he has to hold on for yet another lap. And again, the XPD Racing Endurance car still right behind him, looking to try and put him under a bit of pressure. I love that livery, the Rusty's livery of Juan Esteban. I think that's my favorite one so far. Heading now in towards turn number 4. What do they say? And towards turn number 4, ka-chow. That's probably what they say.
Phenomenal there. Yes, a great livery there donned by Juan Esteban, that's for sure. Rusty's now making their way around the next left indeed. What a livery indeed. Bright red with the yellow flame on the left-hand side. Symbolic to that who've seen the film Cars, no less, in cinemas and obviously in films. Great to see it here, certainly at the Circuit de Catalunya. And that's the advantage of this race. Obviously, we like to see serious racing, but at the same time, we like to see a few things that obviously, tickle a bit of laughter as well, which is absolutely brilliant. So credit to Juan Esteban for that. And he is actually getting himself back into contention with the back markers ahead of him, because looking through the grid order, Kevin Avalier is just ahead of him now, and he's got Oscar de Barrio Bouquet as well, making up almost a 3-car battle with Juan Carlos Marquiano as well, who is currently donning P17 indeed, is now round the next step. So you can now see the Super Copa Esports Mexico. Those are the real drivers, donned by Salvador de Alba. So they've changed drivers because it was Jourdain who was leading the way, one of the Jourdain brothers who commenced the race. So the Mexican team have now got Salvador de Alba, yet another real racing driver who competes regularly on iRacing, now taking part in this race now, and certainly looks very quick and pacey as well, donning all the lines that you'd expect, certainly for competitive racing. And let's see what he can pull off through this event as well. It certainly has been good. We've got a little bit of move making as well, as we now see what looks to be the Zenith esports car. I believe that's the MSI esports car of Salva Talent, who is now trying to whittle his way through those back markers that we saw before. Naturally, Salva Talent has got to try and regroup the gap that is separated between him and Ricardo Rico. He's managed to gain 3/10 since we last checked it, so he is doing something to maintain that gap, but still a long way to go, and he's got a lot of battling left to do.
He has indeed, and obviously still quite a long way to go as well. Just because you're leading now doesn't mean you'll be leading at the end of this 24-hour. Strategy is key. Taking advantage of others' mistakes is key. Recovering from your own mistakes is, well, critical when you want to win the race here, and even minimizing your mistakes as far as possible goes a really long way. There is the number 4 car, the High Speed Demons there. This is for 13th place. They've got Master Devil Esports ahead of them as they make their way now down towards turn 1. Will the High Speed Demons try a move here? Daniel Gomez thinks about a move down the inside, but not quite enough there to try and move down the inside of Marcos Altaron Gonzalez there, as we make our way now through the long right-hander here. And just to confirm, that is the number 23 of Mars Devils, and I'm not just commentating over someone trying to lap a back marker. That's happened before, it'll happen again, I'm sure it will. He's looking for a move then, down towards turn 4, up the inside, and I have to say the BMW there, I don't think put up too much of a fight, in all honesty, and the Ford, one of the only 2 Fords on the grid, now moves up a position. So that is the Mars Devils car moving down to 13th, and the High Speed Demons car of Daniel Gomez now up to 12th.
Great move there by Daniel Gomez, and certainly does suggest that the Ford car is no less potent than that of the BMWs and the Porsches. I mean, obviously, we said before that it was interesting to see a lot of the teams picking the Porsche car as their car of choice here today, as well as the BMWs, certainly more BMWs than Fords, to say the least. And Daniel Gomez managing to whittle his way up the field now. He's in P11 for the High Speed Demons team, who were very excited about this event, the High Speed Demons team. They actually messaged me yesterday before the event, very excited about the prospects of this 24-hour of Barcelona, Catalunya, of course. And great to see it out on track as well. And they certainly not just come here to just take part in the day. They've come here to compete as well. They're in P11 and now fighting the 8.7 second time gap between them and Carlos Marin. And of course, Carlos Marin is donning the Cherokee team, who of course are now in the top 10. 10th place as things stand and doing extremely well indeed. Obviously, one of the other unknown teams that we have seen already so far. Just interesting to see as well, Kieran, the Williams Esports team, Arthur Lehook, still in P8, but the time gap is now down to 1.5 seconds between him and Kilometro Zero's Gabby Montoro. Are we seeing a resurgence here from the Williams Esports team after a very difficult start?
I mean, it's been a difficult start, but of course, at the same time, they've done well to recover so far. There's a long, long way to go, of course, and they'll be perfectly good shape to try and mount on a comeback here. That's a move there. Going down towards turn one, is it? Yes, it is. I think it's just a back mark getting away. That's the Mexico team there, the Super Copa Esports Mexico. I think making way for the lovely orange and white liveried car. That's the number 22 there. So that is of Españita Rocket Factor. What a name! Driven by Gabriel Martin Alvarado. Well, what I will say here is it's the dawn of the third hour. 2 hours have passed already. It is flown by, but unfortunately for me, that means it's the end of my current stint. So we better get somebody else in this one, and obviously a change of the guard, I guess.
It certainly has been. I got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure to finally commentate alongside you, Kieran. I got to say, it's been obviously after so many months and weeks, we finally get a chance to commentate together. But I'm delighted to welcome as well to the fray Jack Canan. Jack, welcome back.
Oh, you see, you called on him too early there. You also rhymed it, which was quite nice. Welcome back, Jack. That's quite nice. No, but I don't think he can hear us at the moment. Hopefully, we can fix that one for him. But in the meantime, I mean, we have seen some great racing so far, haven't we? It's just been fantastic to watch. And if the opening 2 hours are anything to go by, I can't wait to see what else it brings us.
No, absolutely. I mean, I've got to say, we've been very lucky, certainly about the battles we have done since the start of the race. Obviously, we had those little issues we had to correct earlier on, folks, but that hasn't dampened the spirits. The racing has been high-octane fueled action. I hope you've all enjoyed it in the chat as well. Naturally, very excited to be the first British broadcasting team to bring you the 24 hours of Barcelona, Catalonia, and we couldn't get off to a better start, really, in terms of racing. Naturally, Zenith Esports still leading the way, though. Ricardo Rico being the driver in top spot, 11.2 seconds still in front, as we can now see the MSI Esports car of Salva Talens now. And you see there the gap between him and Soriano has been, well, heavily increased there to 16.2 seconds there as Salva manages to dispatch a few of the back markers there. There's Marcus Alarcon, who's currently there as well. But looking further up, Salva Talens, who we're riding back on board with, still trying to whittle away at the time gap between him and Ricardo Rico. And I can confirm to you that the gap currently in between those two, at least at the time, was 11.2 seconds. So not a lot of change since we last checked. It is Tony Vallejo of Karuma Motorsport in P20. They are 13.9 seconds clear of Gabriel Martin and the Españita Rocket Factor team. And as we crawl our way through as well, P19 Alberto Prefrera for DX Droids. And behind him, Karuma Motorsport Tony Vallejo, as we said before, trying to dispatch some of the gap there. 2.6 seconds is the difference, but there's a 3-car contingent dead ahead of him, which of course will be made up of that DX Droids car of Alberto Prefrera. And so no doubt we can see some more Harem-Scarum battles through the straights here of Spain. There's Simon Marquez as well. Simon Marquez, sorry, should I say, 40 seconds ahead of Rafael Parer, who is currently driving the A2 Racing team as well. That dark blue, that dark and royal blue livery. You can see the Logitech logo there on the right-hand side. So certainly a bit of highbrow sponsorship there, Kieran, along the side of that car.
Yeah, not a bad sponsorship, but yeah, I have to say that's pretty cool. We are working to get Jack back in the box, but it's all sorts of Discord things that I'm not familiar with. So hopefully we can get that sorted in due course. But yeah, I mean, being sponsored by Logitech, well, that's a huge name to have in this one, and hopefully we can see that sponsorship going all the way through. Yeah, I'm just. bit bemused at the moment. Someone, I need an adultier adult is what I will say in this scenario. But anyway, yeah, we'll focus on the racing for now. There is Ivan Moreno in the Project Bullet iRacing team, making his way now all the way through turn 3 in that lovely pink liveried car. You're not going to miss that by if you shone your eyes onto it. Jose Cazon in the Carbono esports car. Again, a nice livery there. Lovely turquoise wheels. Again, you're not going to miss them if you just have a quick glance there. They're a little bit of a back marker because letting the drivers through there. So obviously part and parcel of endurance racing, you are going to get blue flags at some point, whether you're on the receiving end or being the reason why the blue flags are out. But yeah, lots to play for in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and what a livery that is. Carbono Esports there, being driven by Jose Cazon at the moment, who's in Jose M. Cazon, who's in P21 as things stand. And obviously trying to close on what looks to be Marc Lebay, who is currently in P20. And ahead of him, of course, we have got Fran Parada as well for the Euromaster Esports team. I was saying that, I've just had a bit of a change up on my timing screen, so that's changed the determinations on that. Carbono is actually chasing the KRT team of Juan Carlos Marciano, who's driving that car. Ahead of him, of course, the Rust-eze car of Juan Esteban. And the contingent of these cars currently separated by approximately, well, there's more than 10 seconds there separating the Carbono Esports team. So by the looks of it, Juan Manuel Carzon is trying to close the gap. Juan Esteban, though, currently in P17. And trying to close up on Kevin Oval. Currently half a second separating these two. It looks like that gap is starting to shrink slightly as they come down towards turn 1. That red car looking menacing as well, whether it's as menacing as it is in the films. Look at that smile on the front grille there as they come round. Oh, there's a car off the track there, and that looks to be the Mexican car there that's just spun off at turn 1. So very interesting scenes there. I'm not sure whether we can see what happened as such, but nonetheless, the battle rages on as we now see Juan Esteban now looking for a move down the inside there of Kevin Oval's car there as they make their way around the XPD Racing Endurance team under a lot of pressure here for the Rust-eze driver of Juan Esteban as they come round towards the seat curve now. And it's certainly a case of who can negotiate their way around the curves better at this stage. You now see a little mistake there perhaps off that of Kevin Oval as they come down towards the Verth curve. Who could swallow most of the corner now on the outset, now heading up towards what will be Campsa, the green livery, certainly under a lot of pressure now from the red Rust-eze of Juan Esteban, who is now running around this right-hander, and certainly they've got to tackle this long straight, but for the time being, it looks like that Kevin Oval has managed to negate any sort of attack for the time being. But look how close the gap has come down to, Kieran. Phenomenal scenes. Mike Key.
I keep doing that. You're gonna have to make a punishment or something. Yeah, the gap is very close to all of these drivers, and considering we are only 2 hours into this race, it's encouraging signs to see the battles developing out on track. But yeah, there's still a long way to go. The drivers have to remember that they can't be pushing all the time. At some point, they've got to sort of realize that maybe saving tires and possibly looking after your fuel, looking after the car is the best way to go. But we're riding on board with Juan Esteban in the Rust-eze car, making his way now down towards turn number 1 here. Currently, it's gone back to 18th place because I think they're chasing down the XPD Racing Endurance car of Kevin Ovalle, making our way now in through turn 3. So yeah, watch out for Juan Esteban. He's looking pretty feisty out there. He looks like he wants this move done now.
He certainly does. He's starting to close up on the green livery once again. Will he make a move? He does switch onto the inside. He makes a diving move. Oh, shuts the door there, Kevin Oval. Not letting this happen. A little bit of oversteer there. A little bit there for Juan Esteban. Very nearly losing the car on the outside. I think he got a bit spooked there by the ever so defensive there of certainly Kevin Oval, doing his best to try and keep this Rust-eze car at bay. The Porsche looking absolutely menacing right now at this moment in time. And the BMW has to do its damnedest to try and keep the Porsche at bay as they now make their way up. And a mistake there, what looks to be from Kevin Oval, may have cost them a little bit of time as they now round the Capsa corner, hugging a lot more of the curve though, doing better than what the Rust-eze car did as they make their way down this semi straight down towards the Lakea bend. And still the time gap is pretty ominous right now, just looking at it. Currently half a second separates Juan Esteban and Kevin Oval as they make their way up towards the semi-chicane. The Bank Sambadel is now the next curve to take. Who's going to cling onto the curve better? It looks to me like Kevin Oval's done a better job of that one as they come round towards the next right-hander. Indeed, the RACC will be next as they round the Europe car corner. Running a little wide, there goes Kevin Oval. A better line there for Juan Esteban. They're trading blows here in terms of corner success as they round the final bend, the New Holland, before they commence their lap 61. You can see there, Juan Esteban currently cruising all over the back of Kevin Oval. Will a move be made here? Going down to turn one. Look at the smiley face on the grill. He is primed for a move here. Is the red car as they come down towards turn one now. The red car, ever potent. Here comes Juan Esteban. He gets it done. P18 for the Rusty's car. Kevin Oval's going to have to live to fight another day, but what a comprehensive move indeed. But look at Kevin all over the back end of that Rusty's car.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not done with that one, is he, Kevin Ovalle? He wants that move back, that P18 back as we head our way up towards turn number 4. But Juan Esteban, nice move down the start-finish straight. A lovely move down the inside there. And just easy as you like there down the inside. Got the move done. And it's already looking like he's trying to build a gap to the car behind.
He is, and that gap has increased to 3.5 tenths, now 5, nearly 6 tenths of a second now. Juan Esteban certainly on a mission, and he's got to close the gap now, certainly to the car ahead. But look at this battle. Povodano under pressure at this moment in time from Francisco Ramirez, who is also under a significant amount of pressure himself. But these three are gunning, absolutely gunning for it. They're rounding the final bend now, the New Holland, and surely one of these have got to make a move, because look at this, a contingent of 4 cars there making up certainly a very high-octane battle as we now witness Francisco Ramirez closing up what looks to be the car in front of him, just trying to see that's Povodano. Once again, he moves onto the inside slightly, does Ramirez, but Povodano not at risk there. The BMW is able to hang on. In behind him, though, you can see there Povodano just trying to keep this Porsche at bay. And look at him, he's right in the slipstream right now, right on the grill, or the rear end, the rear spoiler, should I say, of that BMW. The Porsche looking ever so feisty around this Spanish circuit and trying to cling on to every curb as possible to make this crucial overtake. As we now see him behind this battling is bringing into play that of Albert Prefera, certainly driving the Porsche to its extent. The Porsche certainly looking very menacing now at this stage of the race. And there's been an incident there by the looks of it. The blue and black car, I'm trying to see what the driver number there. It looks like number 28. And we'll see an action replay now as we now see. It looks like he was going slow, maybe a blue flag situation. Ran very wide there indeed, the BMW. And that is number 28. I'm just trying to see which car that is in particular. As far as I can see, that's A2 Racing Team, Rafael Parer. He is in the kitty litter, and that's not going to help him, certainly. He's going to have to go back on the track. He's conceded a lot of positions. You can see Povodano going past there as well. It hasn't been the ideal day for the A2 team here today, Kieran.
No, and I think he did hit the wall there as well. So that's going to be a little bit of front-end damage to that BMW. We haven't seen many cars hit the wall and have that bit of an incident there. But yeah, I have to say it's so easy to get into those mistakes. It's unfortunate as well. But whether that car will be able to carry on with that minor damage that it probably will have, or whether they decide to pit it in and just repair that car, maybe the front bumper as well. I mean, it's entirely up to the team. It's entirely up to the driver as well. It looks like they're staying out.
Certainly does. They're going to have to obviously try and swallow. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but they're going to have to swallow it nonetheless. Just looking there, the Zenith team still cruising away, and that time gap still hasn't changed. We're on 11 seconds still, well, 11.4 seconds to be exact. You can see that the MSI Esports team have actually lost around about 4 tenths of a second. We're here obviously in lap 61 now. That's being taken here by Ricardo Rico, who's still yet to box just yet for a driver change. Obviously trying to take out a long stint, no question. He certainly earned his stripes today after claiming that initial P1 spot. He's been nothing short of aggressive. You can see the A2 car moving aside, allowing the Zenith Esports car, Ricardo Rico, to overtake him. Nonetheless, certainly looking pretty strong now, Ricardo Rico, and the gap is certainly maintaining itself. 11.4 seconds, and what a great job he's certainly done for his BMW and the Zenith Esports team. They're going to be very chuffed, certainly with the performance so far of this car. I've got to say, it's been a very terrific performance, Kieran. Would you say the same about the Zenith Esports team? Certainly a great early showing.
Definitely a great early showing, but obviously all of that means nothing if you get to the checkered flag and you're not winning it. So they've just got to see now that they've got plenty of clear air, plenty of a gap now to the car behind. In fact, it's 11.4 seconds, so that gap actually has gradually come down from what it was when they first pitted in. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes as they make their way through turn 12 and onwards now. But Ricardo Rico can be very happy with this stint, challenging all the way for the lead. A little bit of a moment there when he tried to challenge for the lead, which then eventually gave Salva Talens the lead of the race when he was battling away with the initial leader of the race, who I'm trying to find now in these sea of names. It was Unicos Gaming, it was Ishmael Martel, wasn't it? So obviously he's done well to recover from that, but yeah, this isn't over, not by a long shot. Can't wait to see how that one develops.
Well, you've got another one as well. Toby Soriano, don't forget, he was having a battle with Sergio Ignacio there for P3 and 4. He had a similar timed pit stop to that of the Driver X Esports car of Sergio Ignacio. So they're pretty much following each other's strategies in tandem. Going wide there, Ivan Moreno, just looking back there, Project Bullet, as they rounded the Europe car bend. There you can see we're going back on board there with Ricardo Rico, who is trying to get past one of the back markers there, one of the blue flag condition cars. Looked to be a little bit of a difficult overtake there for Ricardo Rico, but he gets it done nonetheless and moves himself yet further. And he's currently nailed a fast lap of 141.961. Certainly seems to me that the fast laps certainly seem to be around the 140 sector. You can see there the MSI Esports car there of Salva Talens, who's also been driving for the whole stint so far. Certainly seems to have managed to run a consistent race. He's at least trying to break that 11-second time gap. He was within 10.8 seconds, but a fast lap of 142. He's still on the pace, though, Kieran, looking strong.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to help him to no end, isn't it? So, yeah, if he can keep up that pace, that's going to be really good for him. And looking at the last lap that he did, it's a 143.1. So that's looking like the tyre wear is starting to kick in. There's Arthur Lehoop there in the Williams Esports car doing well as a recovery drive. There is Toby Soriano there being closed in by that BMW. That battle has gone on for quite some time, but they're still as close to each other as they were about half an hour ago. So that is great to see between the two of them. I'm sure here Toby Soriano will just want to get rid of the car behind. He won't want that pressure behind him, but obviously he's going to have to make do with it for now in third place. That is Sergio Ignacio there right behind him as they now file their way through into that chicane. That's a back marker ahead of them, so they're going to have to deal with some blue flags in just a short while. It's down the start finish straight, so that's the perfect opportunity there for that BMW. I believe that's the number 20 car there, so that's the XPD Racing Endurance team getting well out of the way there as we make our way now down that start finish straight. But yeah, as close as ever, the battle between third place.
Yeah, Toby Soriano has been dealing with the blows from Sergio Ignacio, at least for numerous laps already so far. We obviously saw a battle between them earlier on where Soriano was trying to defend for his life against Sergio Ignacio, and it seems to be now we're going to be witnessing yet another one. Round two, certainly here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for this 24-hour event. You can see there Soriano there trying to hug as much of the curb as possible to get himself the best exit, going around the right-hander as they make their way down towards the seats now. And indeed, you can see there Ignacio has managed to bring the gap in quite considerably now. It's within half a second, that's to say the least, as we now see them tackle the Verth curve now as they round the upwards corner, round the left. It's soon to be going around Campsa, which is the fast one, of course, the fast right-hander where you can swallow a lot of the curb. As you can now see them there trying to hug as much of it as they can of it now, heading on the outset. Taking a little bit too much there on the outset is Ignacio, but certainly, to say the least, he's doing extremely well. Just about to come around the Lakea bend now. And the BMW certainly looks to be like a very strong car, no question, or no wonder a lot of the teams actually picked the BMW, the big beastie, certainly around this circuit here of Spain. And there's Sergio Gudiel. Looks to me that Obsidian have made a little driver change themselves and are currently doing okay. Obsidian currently in P5, and Obsidian Racing currently within the 10-second gap behind Driver X Esports Scalpers team as well. So doing extremely well to come back into the fold. Race for Cap Motorsport, there's Sergi Haras, who of course stopped earlier on. In behind Haras, you've got Ishmael Martel, who was leading the race originally, and he's come back into the fray because he's now up to P7, but really under extensive pressure because in behind Martel, it comes Marc Lebert, and certainly this is the battle we've seen before already. Marc Lebert on the outside there, driving that Escuderia car, takes and snatches that P6 position. A phenomenal battle there, indeed, from Marc Lebert and Ishmael Martel. I think I must have been passing another back marker car, so I got my facts mixed up there. It looked to me that there was a battle in contention there. Do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, I got carried away. but nonetheless, good to see at least some blue flags being honoured there nonetheless. But Mark Lebert in P8, he needs to close the gap. Nonetheless, he has still got a mountain to climb, about 4 seconds to close up on Ishmael Martel. The timing gap, had a little bit of a mare there going down the stretch. We now see Mark Lebert in the Scuderia car, P8, making his way down towards the next swinging left-hander. And that time gap is coming down slightly, 3.9 seconds. And he's in behind the Unicos gaming car of Ishmael Martel at the moment. Of course, he's got to try and get past a few of these back markers first before he can close that time gap of 3.9 seconds. So the sooner that car leaves and gets out of the way, the better. As we now see Tony Vallejo coming down the straight now, past the start-finish line for Karuma Motorsport. And there's Arthur Lehoc as well. Williams Esports also coming back into the fray, P9. And we're seeing a little rise here from Williams Esports here, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. I just had to check my mic wasn't muted there because I've muted it so much and then forget to mute it. I'm like, wait, did I do it? No. But obviously you're not telling me that I didn't. Yeah, it's a good resurgence so far. And obviously, as we keep saying, it is a long, long way to go in this race. All they have to do now, Williams, is just keep their head down and just put in the lap times, because that's the only way they're going to get back into this race. Obviously, you know, we hype them up to be ones to watch as they are headed out there, ones to watch in this race. And obviously getting into an incident at the start of the race, we didn't quite see what happened, unfortunately. But obviously, that's put them well down the order. But so far, you know, the drivers there have level heads. They know this isn't over, not by a long shot. As long as they keep putting in the good lap times, they'll be able to keep pushing on and hopefully get themselves back up into that fight for the lead. It is going to be tough, though.
Absolutely. The Mamias Racing team there, Jose Manuel Fernandez, currently in P11, chasing down Gabby Montoro, and currently just over 0.6 of a second separating those two. They're battling for P10 position, and Gabby Montoro doing his damnedest to try and keep this menacing Porsche at bay once again. That yellow and black livery there. And there's Arthur Lehouk as well, who's currently considerably behind Salva Talens, who is obviously just recently pitted after leading the race for a quite considerable amount of time. So that's an interesting change in the time gap. Whether that's correct, we're not sure. But according to our deltas at the moment, Toby Soriano is now leading the race. So we'll have to double check to make sure that's correct. And for some reason, we got a camera there on the safety car as well. I hope we're not going to be seeing an incident out on track. Nothing that we can see. Still green flags in accordance to what I'm seeing on my screen right now, as we now witness what looks to be, I'm trying to see the number of the car there, going up towards the next right-hander. Certainly a dullish red livery there, but I can't see the number on the car for that one at this moment in time. But for now, it has corrected itself. Toby Soriano still in P3. 0.3 of a second behind him is Sergio Ignacio. That time gap still being maintained of just under 0.3 of a second. That's nearly becoming 0.2 of a second now. So those two are certainly once again battling for that vital P3 position.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, it is a vital fight for this one. It's a vital challenge for Ignacio. He's got to try and close in as much as he can. I mean, it's just under 0.4 of a second on the timing screen. So, yeah, really one to watch there. They've been pretty much stuck together for quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on in the latter stages. And when strategy starts to come in, obviously, that's going to be a big factor, as we see there. That is the Ford GT there of the high-speed demons. That's Daniel Gomez coming into the pit lane to make a stop here, making sure he stops just before that pit lane speed limit line. Very easy to get caught out there, but I wonder what's going to happen here. Is there going to be a driver change? I mean, we're into the third hour here. It is highly likely that you're going to start to see driver changes right now.
Absolutely. And it's at the end of the day, it's the utmost importance now that they can make the changes ASAP. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of fatigue. A lot of these drivers who have been out since the start. Remember, we've had near enough 2.5 hours of racing here. So absolutely unbelievable scenes. Obviously, Zenith Esports still leading the charge. Ricardo Rico still leading the way. And that time gap with MSI Esports Salva Talens is still at a considerable gap of 11.8 seconds. So that's absolutely phenomenal. And then a gap there of around 29 to 30 seconds to Toby Soriano. And don't forget Sergio Ignacio. Those two have been battling for P3 now for quite some time. Obsidian Racing, Sergio Gudiel Ferrero, who's currently in P5. He's just in behind, around about 10 seconds away. So he's managed to really close the gap as well. So benefiting from the battle between that of Toby Soriano and Sergio Ignacio. And there's Alacon as well, the Masked Devils Esports team, P13. He is at this moment in time currently in behind the Cherokee team. And the gap between them, quite considerable, 16 seconds. But it's what's going on behind him that counts, because the R70 team, Pablo Espes, who is ever so dominant in his car, and the overtakes he's made have been so stylish. Watch out for him, because Pablo Espes, if he can close the gap strong enough, he is not afraid to make an overtake, Kieran.
No, he's not. We've seen it already, as you say. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. He's going to try and close the gap as much as he possibly can. You can see there. Look at that. 1:43.2 was his fastest lap time so far. His last lap was a 43.4. That just shows you how on the money Pablo Espes is. He's driving to the limit pretty much. Only tyre wear is holding him back as he makes his way now down the start-finish rate. There you can see 43.5 again, immensely close to his best lap time so far. So he is really on the money, trying to push as hard as he possibly can to try and catch the car ahead. The car ahead is, of course, the Masked Devil esports car. That's Marcos Alcaron Gonzalez in the car there, just ahead of him. I just have to confirm then that, yes, in the pit lane, High Speed Demons did make a driver change. Diego Nicolas is now in the car, taking over that one. And so now they have rejoined in 23rd place, only 1.4 seconds behind the car number 34 of KART.
Yep, that's Juan Carlos Marciano there in P22. Diego Nicolas, now in P23, chasing him down. And as we look further up, of course, obviously the battle's still pretty vibrant as things stand. Obviously, we've spoken about the likes of Fan Parada for the Euromaster Esports team. Obviously, Euromaster, you might be familiar, that tyre company, the famous tyre company throughout Europe, and very much have a rich history in racing as well, certainly given the fact that they like to take part in these events. And obviously esports has certainly taken a liking to their fancy, that's for sure, and they're doing extremely well. P12 at this thing stand, chasing Pablo Espes at this moment in time, 3.1 seconds the gap, but at this moment in time Pablo Espes is a lot closer to the rear end of Marcos Alacon at this moment in time, within a second nonetheless, 0.8 to be exact. So fully expect there to be a battle there shortly, because he's closed the gap within 0.5 of a second. So very impressive there from Pablo Espes to decrease the gap between him and the car he's trying to overtake in P10. But Ferran Parada now also himself looking to close down the delta time in between him as the things stand. 3.1 seconds. That is the time gap. That has not changed. Ferran Parada trying to push out some very consistent, consecutive fast lap times.
Yeah, and that's what he's got to do, is try and close in at least. He's got to try and put the pedal to the metal. There is Alberto Piferera. Pifera, that's it, that's the one. I'm adding an extra R where there doesn't need to be one. There's Adria Provedano there in the IRS tent car, being chased down by Francisco Ramirez then as they make their way through that long right-hander of turn number 3. That is, of course, for position then, the two cars. 15th and 16th this will be for, heading their way now down towards turn number 4, and you can see the BMW is not going to hold, it's not going to try to I'm trying to find the words here. He's going to try and defend. That's the one. That's the phrase I was looking for. I don't know why that was so difficult to come up with, but there we go. The Porsche of the Customs Exilium car really trying to chase down Provedano in the IRS BMW, making their way now in through turns 8 and up the hill now as we head towards the right-hander of turn number 9. And as you can see here, flying their way through, you can see obviously the Porsche has a smaller wheelbase. It's shorter than the BMW, so in theory it should be more nimble through the corners, but obviously sometimes with car design it doesn't work like that. So we'll have to see. He's definitely closing in, is Ramirez on Provedano.
He certainly is, and I like this Ramirez. I think he's a great driver, obviously within the half a second gap now already, and Provedano has certainly had a very stressful drive here today. He's been at the mercy of many a car on the grid, but he's doing his damnedest. He's doing extremely well in P13. Obviously a lot can change, certainly when it comes to pit stops and driver changes. We now witness Ramirez now rounding the New Holland curve, and this is a chance here. Look how close he is so early in the straight, and this should be pretty elementary certainly here for Francisco Ramirez as they now round up towards the first corner as they bomb down the stretch now, looking further ahead. Ramirez rising up to Provedano on his left-hand side, makes his move. Ramirez going round, but oh, he breaks late, and look at that, how crucial that is. The changeover. Provedano was the braver man. He held on. He knew that perhaps a mistake was on the cards. Ramirez relegated further down. Adria Provedano is maintaining that P13 spot.
Yeah, and Papadano just made sure to find their braking spot. That was as simple as that. And unfortunately for Ramirez there, missed the braking point, locked up, couldn't slow the car down in time. We'll get another replay of this one. It's just a simple case of out braking yourself there in towards the corner. You can see the lockup happening there. Just trying to carry too much speed into turn one. And unfortunately, it's cost the team quite a bit of time there as now heading their way up towards turn 7 and 8. But yeah, I think that'll be a frustrating one for Ramirez because he knows he should have made that move stick.
Yeah, very crucial moment there, certainly in the race. That's given Povodano a lifeline there. There in I think at the moment he's in P14 as things stand. Tony Vallejo, though, Kuruma Motorsport. I have to say, expected perhaps a little bit more from the Kuruma team myself, but there's still a long way to go. Tony Vallejo, of course, no slouch on his day, and currently occupying P16, trying to close down on that of Francisco Ramirez, who, of course, had that little blunder earlier on. Heading around trying to attack Povodano. But Vallejo currently 7 seconds in behind that of the Customs Exilium GT team. And the Kuruma Motorsport team certainly providing a little bit of a punch now. Can they rise themselves back up the classifications? Obviously, it'd be great to see them fighting it out in the midfield and hopefully further up the top as well. Just a quick tidbit as well. Williams Esports currently in P5 according to my timing screens. Whether that's correct, I'm not quite sure. But they're starting to really rise up the grid. Obviously, the pit stop's starting to make changes now. Arthur LeHook certainly doing a great job to maintain the car in a situation that it's in. So if they're really closing up onto Sergio Ignacio, obviously they've got a long way to go yet, a long way to get to gather traction. They've done certainly a great job to make their meteoric rise up the grid. So great work there from Williams Esports there, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's encouraging signs as well, this early on in the race to be up the order. And you know, it looks like they've got themselves that little bit of clear air as I think everything's changing over. So not quite sure there. But yeah, if they are that high up the order, that's fantastic for them. But, you know, there's still a lot of work to be done then to recover that one because they're a long way off the lead. And I know as the team, that is where they want to be. We've got Carlos Baza here, the Cometa team, right in front of the Rusty's team as we make our way now down towards turn 4. Always nice when you can clearly identify which car it is. The Rusty's team trying to battle away with the Cometa team. That's all the way down for 19th place. Juan Esteban is still in that Rusty's car then as they make their way in through turn 5. And Carlos Baza here just looking to try and stay ahead of the Porsche at the moment. No need to go all out defensive at the moment, making their way through turn 7 and then up the hill through turn 8 and onwards towards that cambered section. It's uphill on entry, it's downhill on exit through turn 9 there. It's a fantastic blind corner as you now make your way down the hill towards turn 10. And for Juan Esteban, we've already seen a move from him down in towards turn 1. I reckon we could see another one being lined up here again.
You certainly can, Kieran. I've got to say, I'd be very impressed with Juan Esteban. The pace he's showing has been absolutely phenomenal. Whether it's those flames on the side of that car, I'm not quite sure. But the Rusty's car certainly moving its way around this circuit at a very sublime rate. As you can see ahead of Juan Esteban at this moment in time, he's got Carlos Boza, who is currently ahead of him. Let's see if he can make a move down the start-finish straight as we now make their way down through said straight now shortly around the New Holland bend now. First, you can see that smiling grille on the front. Can he gain some pressure? Could those flames become a benefit now and streak him down the stretch now towards turn 1? I don't think he's going to be quite in a position to make a move this early going into turn 1, but nonetheless, he certainly looks very potent indeed, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's looking on the punch there. Meanwhile, that is Ovalle giving way then to the car behind as he lets a front runner through. Doesn't want to brake too late into one of the front runners there. That's the worst thing you do as a back marker, is take out one of the leaders in the race. It's a horrible feeling when it happens, and you do not hear the end of it if that happens. So rightly to stay out of the way of one of the front runners there. Just behind them, there is two cars close together, just trying to work out who they are. That's the striking livery of Carbano Esports. So that's one Jose Manuel Carzon. And is that behind them then El Bardaqueto of Oscar de Barrio? I think it is. Yeah, it is. There you go. So the camera confirms. I got it right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm amazed. But yes, that is Carzon there in the Carbano Esports team, being quickly hounded by El Bardaqueto team of Oscar de Barrio. So keep an eye on that one. That's a battle for 20th place.
Yeah, nothing between them really, just over 0.6 of a second, so very minimal indeed. So they'll have a chance to mix it up here later on. There's Marcos Alarcon as well, further ahead of him. He's currently in P13. Ahead of him, Pablo Espez, who we spoke about earlier on, is now back once again, looking to liven up our TV screens now, and does indeed move aside. Obviously, I think that was a car that obviously was just tickling in front of him there. He's got 16 seconds to find on Carlos Marin Casas for the Cherokee team. But Pablo Espez having a great race, but he's under a lot of pressure because in behind him is Marcos Alarcon Gonzalez there for the Mass Devils esports team. And certainly we're going to be seeing more battles there. But let's not forget your man, Oscar de Barrio, for the El Bar Duqueto Racing team, trying to close up on Jose Cazon now on the home stretch. You can see there the Cabano esports livery, very striking there, that turquoise blue on the black background. I don't think there's going to be quite a move yet made just yet, but you might overtake this. You might fancy a move based on this man here for P23, that being Kevin Ovalier. 0.2 of a second between these guys right now as they round turn 2, and as they do so, a mixture of Butler the Greens here as you see the turquoise livery rounding the right hander. As you can see, Kevin Oval trying his best to keep this Carbano Esports car at bay. The BMW striking, ever so striking, not just in colour, but in raw pace as well, as the Porsche runs a little wide there, doesn't take the curve all that well. Kevin Oval managing to bring it back in, and all this as well is given an opportunity here for De Barrio to come back into the race as well. So we got a real three car tussle, should I say, Kieran?
Oh, we definitely have. It's on. The bets are on now about who is able to get the best out of their cars at the moment. Heading our way now in through turn 7 and up the hill through turn 8. Now heading on towards turn 9. Lovely or helicopter cam, if you like. It's probably blimp or helicopter. I can't decide yet. But anyway, making our way now down towards turn 10. You can see there, Kevin Ovalle has got to be careful about the 2 cars behind. These aren't back markers, or these aren't front runners, I should say. This is for position. So Ovalle doesn't have to let them go. He's free and able to battle as he pleases. So let's see how he's able to handle Cazon there as we make our way now in towards turn 13, and then we make our way towards 14 and 15. That chicane there is going to be crucial. You need to get 15 absolutely spot on here. You can't take too much of the sleeping policeman on the inside. The car gets unsettled, and down this, well, kilometre long straight, I think it is. It adds up to maybe even more than that. It really does cost momentum. Here is Cazon then on the back of Kevin Ovalle. Is this a chance for a move for another position? He's certainly closing on Cazon there. He's looking for a move, going down the inside in towards turn 1, but again the door closes. Kevin Ovalle is not willing to give up this position without a fight, and a fight is exactly what he's going to get. Making their way through turn 3, Cazon is looking for some sort of weak spot here as we head towards turn 4, but Ovalle there is not budging. He holds on to P18 at the moment as we head our way through, and Cazon there will be frustrated with that one. The defending from Ovalle was perfect. He's driving the widest BMW Barcelona's ever seen as he's looking for a move down the inside in towards turn 5. But again, look at that, getting onto the curb of Ovalle there as he's looking to try and defend with all his might this position. Heading our way now up the hill through 7 and 8. The Porsche there in front, I think that is getting a little bit onto the curb. He's a little bit squirrely there, heading our way through. It was the BMW, it was right the first time around. As we now make our way down towards turn 10, once again, Ovalle has to think about where he's going to go. Cazon here looks like he's going to go for it down towards turn 10. He looks for a move down the inside, leaves his braking as late as possible. They're side by side on exit. Ovalle has the outside in towards 11 there, and he just about holds on. And Cazon there just trying to find a way past. He can't do it yet.
No, Kevin Ovalle with a phenomenal defending masterclass there. Certainly trying to keep this to Jose Cazon at bay. He's been absolutely relentless as Cazon, certainly looking impressive here. And all this drama is bringing in the other 2 cars in behind them as well, of Bouquet and Nicholas, as they now round the final bend now. You can see they're on the stretch. They're back on the home straight. Is this a chance here for Cazon to make a move, or is the gap simply too big? They're nearly enough 9/10 clear. So as we look at it now, heading down towards turn 1, no move yet can be made for Jose Cazon. Kevin Ovalle, that defending, I think, is giving him a little bit of respite.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now make our way through, Ovalle there is just doing his best to just hold on at this moment in time, and hold on has he done, because now that gap is looking closer to 1 second. So Ovalle there is just about holding on to this one. He's really trying to hold on, and at the moment it is working. That's exactly what he needs to do, and that's going to frustrate Kazan here as he now makes his way down towards turn 5. He'll be wanting to make this move stick. He knows he's quicker down the straights. He knows that he's probably got the better setup, but no way through at this moment in time. Meanwhile, this is a battle between car number 13 and car number 14 here as we make our way through. I think actually I'm going to correct myself there. Let's see, 14 and 13. No, that was for a position. That was Ignacio there making a move on Toby Soriano in towards turn 10. Down the inside he went, and he's got the move done. He's finally passed that Porsche. He's been waiting so long for that move to happen. It's finally happened, and after all that, Soriano comes into the pits. But Ignacio finally gets the way past, and he'll be delighted with that one. He'll say, finally.
Will this be the first driver change for Level Motorsports? The Porsche coming into the pit lane now. Toby Soriano, after doing a very, very long stint indeed, doing extremely well to maintain that P3 spot that he was maintaining. Sergio Ignacio managing to finally make that decisive move as we now witness them go through the pits. Is this the end of the stint for Toby Soriano? Let's find out very, very shortly indeed. He's certainly done extremely well to maintain it as the Carbano Esports car of Kazan now drives down. He's in P13 as things stand, still chasing now what looks to be, I think actually looking there, you've got Barrio there in P14 in behind him there, and Kazan just ahead of him. Obviously, he's still chasing Kevin Oval. Obviously, the time gap is actually changed because Oval is in the pit, so I'm not sure what the decisive move about that is. Alberto Garcia taking the box seat there for that car. So a driver change there for the Mars Devils Esport team. And they're bringing in Borja Garcia for that one. So interesting change there by them. And this obviously allows Jose Manuel Kazan now to move forwards. He's now got 6.2 seconds to find to try and close up on Mamias Racing team of Yuri Gomez. And I'm sure they'll be doing their damnedest to try and close that gap. The KRT team, though, P27, they're under a little bit of stress as well.
They are under a little bit of stress, absolutely. So they're going to have to keep their cool as much as possible here as they now make their way in towards turn 7 and then up the hill through turn 8. What's important is that they do keep their cool. That's the important thing. They need to be keeping their cool, making sure that everything is all in order. And once they've done that, they can then focus on themselves. But obviously, with so many cars out on track, it's a packed track already. It is going to be tough for the KART team to hold on here. But at the moment, they're doing okay. 45.8 on their last lap. It's 2 seconds down on their best lap so far, but obviously that happens if there's a bit of tyre wear, a bit of back marker, they have to jump out of the way. Anything could have happened on that lap, but keeping consistent there. There's Simon Marquez in BWY Academy there, making his way towards the last couple of corners. There's Fran Parada in the Euromaster Esports car, currently 18th in the number 16 Porsche, as he now makes his way through that chicane. I think being chased down by the BMW behind him here. But Fran Parada there, currently 18th place at the moment, and looking to try and get away from that BMW behind who's looming, who's ominous in his mirrors there. He'll not like that one bit.
No, not at all. Fran Parada trying to maintain that P14 position now. It's 14 now as we look at it on screen, and certainly doing his damnedest. We've got a little bit of a cluster of cars. They're going around turns 1, 2, and 3. Certainly, you can see there Iago Martinez, who is now taken over the Zenith Esports team. They've made their first driver change, and certainly that's interesting to see. Fran Parada now back in P14, chasing down that Zenith car. It's amazing how much difference a pit stop can make, certainly to the Delta times, as we now see Zenith Esports take up a position further down the grid. But phenomenal scenes here. Diego Nicolas now for the high-speed Demons, certainly doing extremely well. Still holding on to 13. But what a race so far, Kieran. It's been absolutely brilliant. The action has been nothing short of exquisite. More to come as well, I'm sure, with the other commentators.
I mean, absolutely, and hopefully I don't hog the spotlight too much, but anyway, yeah, it's been fantastic so far. Great action all around. Bit of a bizarre start, but you know, that's just the charm of it. But yeah, we 3 formation laps later, 3 hyped up formation laps, we got underway, and so far it's been nothing short of action, left, right, and centre. I've absolutely loved it. And obviously, through a 24-hour, anything can happen. Lots of battles will happen, but there will be some moments out there where cars are just about spaced out enough so that they're just sort of keeping the gaps to each other, focusing on their own strategies. So it's all battling right now, but at some point there will be some sense of calm as we make our way through. Meanwhile, Iago Martinez there now leading in that Zenith Esports car. He is now getting past the back marker there, so that's a nice move there. Just a leisurely drive at the moment for the Zenith Esports driver for Iago Martinez. No battles ahead of him. Everybody who's coming up in front of him is just going to dive out of his way. What a lovely drive to have.
Yeah, Iago Martinez doing extremely well. Still maintaining that lead. I was mistaken earlier on. It looked like he was in behind, I think, a few positions. But in fact, he was just overtaking some back markers. So they have made the most of that pit stop and certainly are in the driving seat of this race. MSI Esports there. Julian Rodriguez Moreno, they've made a driver change as well. And MSI still donning that P2 position. Obviously, further down as well, we've also got clusters of battles going on as well with you can see there Julian Rodriguez, who we're riding on board with there in the BMW, just rounding that right-hander now, certainly doing his best to try and close the gap on Zenith. That gap, though, has increased slightly, 12.7 seconds. And I've got to say, fair dues to them. They've still got a lot of work to do here, Kieran. Mike.
I keep doing that. Why? You've got to have some sort of forfeit eventually. Otherwise, I'm not going to learn. But yeah, I lost my train of thought there. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, just going to say the MSI Esports car, 12.8 seconds now, the gap in conjunction with Zenith Esports. That gap has actually increased now. And as I say that, it's now 13.6 seconds. It's gone up even more. So phenomenal there. So Zenith Esports still controlling the race. MSI dropping back slightly. Obviously not good signs for them early on.
I think as well, you have to bear in mind that drivers will be deployed in certain stints. So maybe MSI Esports are thinking, right, this is the stint where we have a conservative driver, someone who can look after the tyres, save some fuel, etc., etc. When we go down into it, 16.3 seconds after nearly 3 hours of racing is not a lot at all. So obviously they'll be looking for that one, looking to see what they can do. I think as well they've made 2 stops as have Zenith Esports. So yeah, I mean, if it's around 16 seconds, that's not actually a lot when it comes down to it. Considering we've had 3 hours on the clock almost. I'd say 2.5 hours worth of racing at the moment. That's not bad at all.
No, not at all. I suppose we've still got many hours remaining, folks. It's still all to play for at this time. Leading the way, though, Zenith Esports, controlling the race so far. If they can hang on, certainly it will be theirs to snatch if they can keep it going through the night. Obviously, still a long way to go. And night driving is obviously a very different experience to daylight driving as well. So they're going to be under a lot of pressure. We're just waiting, obviously, for our other commentator to join the fray. Obviously, Jack Canan will be with us very shortly. I believe we're just having some settings changed for him just so he can join the group. So we're just waiting for those to be applied to him. As soon as he does, obviously he'll be taken over from Kieran McGinley. I've got to say, Kieran, it's been a pleasure commentating alongside you here today. First time. I hope it's not the last.
I really hope it's not the last. Well, I hope it's not the last because we've got the last 2 hours at the end of the day, at the end of the endurance. So it won't be the last time. Not just maybe that right. Easily. No. But yes, absolutely. I have enjoyed it. And once we get Jack in to pass the baton over, I'm sure you two will have your usual link up there. That really good connection there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to rejoining you back in the last couple of hours. And that's the next time I'll see you now. So it's going to be pretty sad.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty sad indeed. But nonetheless, it's been fun. And we enjoyed the moments, of course. There's some early battles, some early overtakes that we were able to scream and shout about as we now see Manuel Kubo there in the Drive X Esports Scalpers team trying to close up. Trying to get away, I suppose. I mean, you can see there the level motorsports team currently 0.8 per second in behind at this moment in time. That's increased now after a reasonably untidy exit. Manuel Kubo still holding on, though, and doing okay. Manuel Kubo Torres, he's currently at the moment nearly 1.5 seconds clear at this moment in time of Bruno Asturi in Level Motorsports. So a good showing from him at this moment in time. Zenith, though, still leading the charge with MSI in hot pursuit. Still 13.8 seconds the gap, but still plenty of time for mistakes. Unicos Gaming, they've had a driver change as well. Christian Lamella has now taken the role, and he's now in P5, chasing down Bruno Asturi. 10.8 seconds to the gap there as well. Remember, Unicross Gaming came here on pole position for the start of this race. So they'll certainly have an answer for the grid certainly later on in the race. It'll be interesting to see if they can reclaim that position that they lost earlier on. But nonetheless, a great showing from all these drivers, and certainly looking forward to seeing some more action as we go through the stream. But as we now see Manuel Kubo going around this right-hander, Level Motorsport still maintaining that 1.1 gap. DriveX Scalpers team holding on to P3. And as they make their way down to the Lakea bend, you see they're hugging that curve. It's very vital that you hug that curve. Indeed, obviously it gives you the optimum traction and the speed coming in and out of the corner. And therefore that sets you up nicely for that left-hander going into the Bank San Badell. As we now see Manuel Kubo now heading around this right-hander, the Europe car bend, into what will be the RACC chicane as well, now around the New Holland right-hander before the home stretch. Bear in mind, we've done 84 laps already in this session, which has been absolutely unbelievable. The paddock on the right-hand side there, you can see from Manuel Kubo's car, and that's the BMW. He is there driving there in the P3 position. In behind as well, that familiar orange livery that we've already seen before, the Porsche making its way around the initial right-hand bend, that being donned by Nacho Gaspar for the Espanita Rocket Factor team, who are doing extremely well to hold on to that 17th place. They've come under a little bit of pressure as well, currently chasing that of Karuma Motorsport, who are currently 4.2 seconds clear, though they have got a nice gap of 12.2 seconds to Rust Easy. Martin Ray now taking over the driving for that team as well. So credit to them. Obviously the the strategy's working out for them so far. They are now out in 18th place and looking to put a charge on the grid order. Josh Thompson still very much in the Williams Esports car though, as we see the front view of Nacho Gaspar's Espanita Rocket Factor car, currently in P17. Look how close that the BMW is behind him as well. Obviously, whether there needs to be a move made there, we will soon find out, as we now witness Nacho Gaspar around the Campsa corner, heading down the stretch towards the Kia again. And obviously, no battles on the cards here at this moment in time, but nonetheless, Nacho Gaspar clinging onto the track as best he can. Will he be making a move here to allow the car through? As we can now see, indeed, there's 11.5 second gap to the driver behind him, so certainly he's not under any pressure. As you see, Manuel Kubo is currently in P3, so now Nacho Gaspar is going to have to move aside at some point to allow Manuel Kubo through. At some point, they're about to round the final bend after the chicane. And as they round the New Holland now, surely Manuel Kubo has got to be allowed to get round this car now. And indeed he does. And the Porsche sets aside. The orange livery of the Porsche allows him to go aside there as the BMW tanks on now. You can see Level Motorsport obviously has to dispatch this back marker as well. Nacho Gaspar is going to have to let this man through, that being Bruno Asturi, who is chasing a second behind DriveX Esports driver Manuel Kubo for third place. So still plenty of battles in hand here for the top spots here. And it certainly looks like it's all on the cards here. Kieran, battles to be had.
Battles galore to be had, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for Level Motorsports at the moment, but obviously they'll want to get that sort of avenging there. They'll want to get back past, but they're losing just a little bit of ground corner by corner, which is going to be frustrating there for the driver of the number 13 car there. So hopefully they'll be able to... for them, hopefully they'll be able to get back on the pace, but it just looks like corner by corner you can see the distance between the Level Motorsport car and the DriveX car just get bigger and bigger with every corner that goes through. But yeah, obviously I did see there actually just taking a cone away, so we're not seeing that cone ever again, but never mind. Now making our way down towards turn 10, and yeah, the number 13 car there, which I've just had a look at the timing screens. You were quite right to say that it's Bruno Asturi there driving that car, so it is a driver change. So this is what can happen sometimes. You know, drivers are more conservative on their tyres. Sometimes they're more conservative on their fuel. They're better at managing the car, but sometimes that comes at a cost with pace. But actually, it's not far off the pace of the previous driver, in all fairness. And yeah, it's just focusing now on trying to get that position back. That's what they'll be wanting.
He certainly will. And Bruno Asturi is going to want to take his time to obviously try and close the gap. Obviously, this is an important time for the Level Motorsport driver. He's currently 0.7 of a second in behind the DriverX Esports Scalpers team, done by Manuel Kubo, who has done reasonably well. He's in P3, the number 14 car. In behind as well, we've got Unicos Gaming further back in P5, done by Christian Lamella, who's currently 13.1 seconds in behind Bruno Asturi. Bruno Asturi still in P4 though, like we said before, a second behind Manuel Cuba. That gap is still being maintained, so Manuel Cubo Torres doing extremely well to maintain the car speed through these corners. That second has now been dropped slightly to just over 9/10, of a second gap. Zenith Esports, though, still leading the charge at this moment in time, folks. Iago Martinez doing very well indeed to hang on to the time that was set in place, and still maintaining as well. If anything, the gap between MSI Esports, that might have actually gained even more. Actually, they might have actually gained an even larger gap there, because that 13-second gap has now become 14.2. The MSI Esports team, now being driven by Julian Rodriguez Moreno, is now still in the charge. And do bear with us, folks. We have had a little bit of a change here.
Yeah, we'll just try and keep you up to date as best as we possibly can. At the moment, it is Zenith Esports still leading the way, 14.3 seconds ahead of MSI Esports. Zenith Esports driven by Iago Martinez, MSI Esports driven by Julian Rodriguez Moreno, Plus G Escuderia driven by Fernando Alcolea. Is now currently 1 minute behind second place, 1 minute 14 off the leader, but currently they're in third place. And it's Kilometro Zero, Sergei Real Yopart. He's currently 1 minute 22 down on the leader. That's a close battle between himself and number 17, Mamias Racing Team, driven by Yuri Gomez. Currently only 0.3 of a second separate them, so that's a great gap to have there. And obviously, it's great to see the close racing even this far in to the race at the moment. Then it's Cherokee in sixth place in the number 10 car, 4.5 seconds back from Mamias. High Speed Demons there. They're a lap down on the leaders. They're 20 seconds down on Cherokee, so not far between them. And we'll try and get you the positions update when we can. Well, welcome back, everybody. Problems on a little bit of an issue here, but we're back, and we've got a picture in front of us, so now we can tell you exactly what's happening. You're just in a bit of radio silence there, just to calm the nerves. But there you can see the Zenith Esports car trying to make his way through, and obviously the leader of this race. And I'm hoping that George, you're back here. So we're back. We're back straight in the box, straight back in the action.
We are indeed, Kieran. Yes, just a little bit of a quiet moment there, folks. Obviously, as we're just dealing with some some matters around here. But we are back live now, and obviously ready to commentate yet again more decisive and brilliant racing. It's been nothing short of brilliant. We've really enjoyed it here, folks, and it certainly has been something to watch and certainly something to enjoy. Nonetheless, we now witness the Zenith team now still leading the way. You can see there Iago Martinez doing an extremely good job to carry on from where Ricardo Rico left the team. After that great start, that's now enabled them to keep careering away there in P1 position. They're surely going to be really chuffed with that, and hopefully if they can just maintain it, that'll give them a great chance towards the end of the race. Obviously still being chased by MSI Esports of Julian Rodriguez Moreno, and I'm sure that they'll be trying their best to try and filter down that time gap. I can see that currently it's 15 seconds now. It's over 15 seconds. So it has grown a little bit more, albeit, though, still a long way to go, Kieran.
Yep, still a long way to go, as we so often say in these types of endurances. Yep, so long to go. But at the moment, it's looking good for Zenith Esports. Iago Martinez there making his way all the way through and just looking pretty comfortable at the moment. And that's great to see. So hopefully we'll get you that. Hopefully we'll get you Jack so soon. He's been waiting. He's been anxious. He wants to get in, and yeah, I changed the locks on the commentary box. He's not getting in, but yeah. Anyway, so at the moment, Zenith Esports still leading the way. Comfortable margin between them and MSI Esports at this moment in time. But I think when it boils down to it, these are the two teams we need to be watching for the end of the race.
Certainly do. They're certainly the ones spearheading the current classifications at the moment. Zenith Esports doing what they've done best so far, currently leading the way. Iago Martinez doing his damnedest to try and keep this car on top step. Obviously looking further down, MSI Esports there, Julian Rodriguez Moreno still maintaining that gap. That gap is in fact lengthened again up to, well, another 0.3 of a second. They're now up to 15.3 seconds now. Unicos Gaming back into P3 as well. Christian Lamella doing the wonder work here and bring them back up the classifications. We're now waiting to bring Jack back to the forefront. Do bear with us, folks. We will any minute bring him into the stream, and we will, of course, be witnessing some great commentary from my good friend, my Irish friend, Jack Cannan. Jack, can you hear us at all by any chance?
That is affirmative, I can.
Oh, brilliant. So we have got Jack with us. Obviously, I suppose we can now make the official handover. Obviously, Kieran, thank you ever so much for your first couple of hours. I think we've lost Kieran, so he's finished for the day, obviously.
No, you haven't lost me. You've never lost me. It's that pesky mute button. I need to. Something needs to change on my mute button. I'm getting all mixed up. Anyway, yeah, I kept the seat warm for you for way too long there, Jack. Hopefully everything's okay on your end, and yeah, I'll have a short break and I'll be back. So enjoy it, Jack.
Thank you, Kieran. I'll take over the reins.
Well, Jack, I'm not sure whether you've seen some of the coverage already so far, but certainly lots of developments since the start of the race. What are your thoughts from what you could see from the initial few hours or the couple of hours that we've had already?
I was surprised at the early attacks from Zenith Esports, MSI, and all of them fighting so hard in the early stages. But everything kind of settling in now with about well, almost 4 hours into this, unbelievably, at this point in time. So it's been fantastic action so far, and looking forward to seeing how it progresses in time, as I can finally see a stream on my head.
yeah, absolutely. Well, as you can see, yeah, no, I think we're currently in the midst of sorting out some of the stream work at the moment. So hopefully we'll have the cameras situated in the right place now shortly. I think, to be honest, I think it's we need to remove this. Need to move this to waiting room. Won't be a second, folks. It certainly has been a phenomenal race, and we've enjoyed some high-quality action, that's to say the least. Certainly, we're just on board there with Obsidian Racing. Sergio Godil, who's certainly been doing his best. As we see, the cameras have snapped back in now. We are back and being moved around. On the screen. Terrific. But Jack, welcome to the windows. This is great. Great to be watching. Obviously, what's going on screen. Like you say, it certainly seems to us that Zenith have taken the bull by the horns. Though it does say on my screen now, due to the time gaps, whether that is correct, I'm not sure if it is, that MSI have now retaken or taken the lead of this race. So a great effort from them. Maybe a changing in the winds here for the Zenith Esports team.
Yeah, they've certainly been really aggressive and getting their way up there. But of course, lots of pit stops coming in. And when we say people are taking the lead, we still have 21 hours of racing still to go. So still plenty of time for these guys to get to the lead at the end. So at this point in time, this is the kind of we had the honeymoon period of the racing at the start, but now it's where people are really settling into the groove, and this is the point in time that you need to be setting consistent lap times, consistent, banging in them lap after lap after lap, and making sure you're getting all those apexes hit, and especially avoiding those off tracks because the stewards are watching.
They certainly are. And if you want to ever tweet myself or Jack at all, you can see our Twitter handles just above there. Obviously, Jack, it's a little bit of a different outlook for us at the moment because usually we're commentating the Formula One, obviously for ORL, but we're here today, this time in a different context of things here at the Spanish Grand Prix circuit that we are quite familiar with in Formula One. Interesting to see different cars take you to the tracks. Obviously, you're familiar with commentating GTE and 24-hour events in the past. Just talk us through it as to how these drivers must be feeling at this point. Obviously, you know they're in the midst of the race now. Is this the point where they start to get comfortable and they start to just try and nurture the cars round, or is it a case that they're still fighting for their grid positions?
Well, I think this point is a mixture of both, where you're racing hard, but also actually at this point, perfect example there, as we saw just the Unicos gaming car going through. This is the point where lap traffic really comes into play now, because especially in GT racing, blue flags, yes, they're there, but they don't really. The point is the lap traffic just have to hold their line. They don't necessarily have to move out of the way, so it's up to the driver behind to carve their way through the field. So even that small little bit of lap traffic there allowed the Obsidian racing car to catch himself back up there. So lap traffic is extremely important here, but this point is a mixture of settling into a groove while also racing at the same time. It's a really tricky part of the race, and it's going to get even trickier when we head into the day-night cycle, which is coming up, I think, when we get to around midnight. As we see a move here. Esplanade Rocket Factor Customs Exilium GT up the inside for 13th place. This will be. Gets it on the brakes on the inside, and the Porsche moves up. Oh, he doesn't actually. Moves it around the outside. A little bit of touching right there, and we've seen that move quite a lot in this race, where the guys are trying to get up the inside, but there's a little bit extra room on the outside line. They're able to carry some speed on the outside, but this is the point. They're still racing hard even 4 hours in.
They are, certainly. I got to say, it's absolutely thrilling to watch. Just look at them there. Customs Exilium GT, brought to you by, certainly, Oscar Ortiz, who has taken over the driving of the car. Benito Rocket Factor, Nacho Gaspar, certainly proving to be a very tricky customer here today, and certainly proving that he has got all the talent in the world to compete with the best of the best. And in behind him as well, let's not forget Martin Ray for Rust Easy, that familiar car that we've seen from that Disney Pixar film. Or is it DreamWorks? I'm going to get slated in the chat for that one as we now see them around the next right-hander. And certainly it's going to be a corker. I've just seen there, Rust Easy is actually 7.8 seconds behind at this moment in time. So he's got a lot of work to do. Nacho Gaspar, though, currently 0.2 of a second in behind. That's just increased violently to 1.2 to Oscar Ortiz, who is now in P14. A great move, or certainly a great series of events here in lap 94. At this moment in time. Just looking further up, though, let's not forget the leader so far, as we now see another battle. Who can forget Unicos Gaming, who were actually leading the actual race of affairs from the very start, have now come back into the fray now. Christian Lamella with a sterling drive so far in his stint is currently in P4, now challenging that of Level Motorsport as they now come toe-to-toe now down the stretch past the paddock. You can see the Level Motorsport car driven by Bruno Asturi now under severe pressure there from Christian Lamella, who is making a move there on the outside. Indeed, coming into turn one. I think he's going to get the job done. I don't think so, actually. I might have got myself mixed up with a back marker car there, but certainly no less a battle there. I've just seen there 11.9 second the gap there. Sorry, got carried away for no reason there, folks. Amazing scenes nonetheless, though. Christian Lamella still in P4, though, but who can forget Sergio Goodil, the Obsidian Racing Team, P5. That's the gap we're seeing. Half a second separating those two right now as they round the next right-hander. But I've got to say, certainly plenty of battles on the cards here, Jack.
Yeah, plenty. That was another perfect example. Lap traffic, and Sergio Gordel immediately closes up. And this right here is, we're just flipping through it. This is, I think, our race leader, Zenith Esports, Iago Martinez at the wheel. He's got a very large gap over P2 at the moment, nearly a couple of laps, but there's course, pit stops to come in there as well. So, but Zenith Esports totally in control at the 4-hour mark. But we see it often in endurance racing. The night phase is where things go wrong the most. You're trying to negotiate lap traffic, and of course, you got to use your headlights around here quite a lot because the lighting would not be as good as some of. Let's take an example of Yas Marina, where they have these bright lights that are almost like day. But here, it's quite dark at night, and it's really a massive challenge when we get into that latter phase of the race, which is always where things go wrong. So keep an eye out for that. But for right now, it's just keeping your rhythm, and that's the key to this one, as these guys just battle it out for the top 5 positions. But Unicos Gaming, I think that they'll come through later on in the night phase. I think they're just settling into the rhythm at the moment.
They certainly will. And obviously, looking on our screens now, you can see that the Drive X Esports Scalpers team there is currently a second ahead of the Level Motorsports team. At least that's what we can see on our timing screens. Bruno Sturi now trying to close on Manuel Cubo Torres at the moment, who's in P3. Obviously, they've got a huge gap to meet to close up with MSI Esports. That gap is now 26.2 seconds. That's a lot of work to do to try and challenge that. But like Kieran so rightly said before, there's a long way to go and lots of things can change. We can see there Christian Lamella and Unicos Gaming 4.5 tenths of a second behind, in front of Obsidian Racing. That being brought to you by Sergio Goodil, who is currently in P6, really trying to close the gap. Half a second separating these now, as we now see the Unicos Gaming driver Christian Lamella now rising up through Verth Curve as they head up through the Kamsa. The very quick Kamsa bend indeed, a very fast right-hander, and indeed you've got to try and swallow a lot of the curb here. It's amazing how track limits make such a difference. I've got to say, I like the exit there from Obsidian Gaming. I think they read it slightly better there as they head down towards the Lakea left-hander. A little bit of a late break. You can see him getting closer and closer to the back end of that Unicos Gaming. It certainly looks like we have a battle on the cards here, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. They're starting to pile some real pressure on right now. I think he's not going to try anything too stupid here. You got a bit of lap traffic up ahead of him as well. That's not going to help him in this last chicane. Now, of course, that lap traffic is not obliged to move over, so he's got to find his way through himself here as we just ride through the last corner here and going to get in that slipstream, but he's got to watch out for that car behind him, the Obsidian Racing cars. He's going to get past the BMW on the inside line. But he's got to watch his mirrors, as that Porsche is going to be right behind him as well. He's actually managed to gap him a small bit there on the exit. So managing to have a little bit of breathing space for now, but you can definitely see that Obsidian Racing car is just keeping the pace of them. He's going to just aim for a mistake from the Unicos Gaming car at the moment. I think it is going to take a mistake for him to be able to get past here, but he's just going to sit behind because Lamella is setting some good lap times. He just needs to sit in there and just bide his time.
Certainly does, and as long as he keeps the pressure on, that is when mistakes are made. Certainly around Spain, where there's so many curves, like we said before, the grip is absolutely instrumental to maintaining your track position. As we now see Christian Lamella rounding the next left-hander in behind Sergio Goodil, looking to close the gap. 8 tenths of a second now. That has grown or doubled, should I say, since we last spoke. 4.5 tenths it was originally, now up to 8.5 tenths virtually. As we now look further down, Iago Martinez, there's our race leader so far for Zenith Esports. That green and black livery rounding now turn 1 once again into turn 2. And I've got to say, they have driven an impeccable race so far. We are only in early doors, as we've already discussed. But the MSI Esports team, don't count them out. They certainly are a very, very tricky customer to manage, that's for sure. But as things stand, you can see now that the gap currently lies at 15.5 seconds. They've still got a lot of work to do, as we can now see the MSI Esports now running around or riding around this right-hander. Looking further back, we've got potentially more battles in contention here, as we now see run down the straight for the Drive X Esports Scalpers team, the BMW in P3, who knows that Bruno Asturi, who's currently in P4, trying to catch him. 1.1 seconds the gap. This looks to be our next battle for the time being here, Jack.
Yeah, for sure. So Astori just sitting in behind there. These guys are a long way off our lead battle. That gap is at 15 seconds. This is P21. Espinito Rocket Factor. Nacho Gaspar going to try and move on the inside here. Let's see if he can get this done. He tried it not too long ago and managed to hang around the outside. This time he shuts the door on the Porsche and gets through. And he was wise to the previous move from the Porsche behind him. Shut the door immediately and pulled it off eventually. That is perfect sizing up your opponent.
Yeah, sterling move by Nacho Gaspar. He really packed a punch on that bend, really I got to say, he looked like he was eyeing up that move, at least for the last 10 laps, that's for sure. Him and himself, I'm sure, is delighted to make that move. Oscar Ortiz, the unfortunate receiver of that overtake, and he's now sitting half a second back on Nacho Gaspar as they make their way down this semi-straight. And very soon they'll be tackling the Verth curve, which is the curve that obviously sends you up left. As you can now see, look at him swallow the curve there, and on the outset swallows a little bit more as they head up towards the Campsa corner. And as he does so, you can see him. They've got to hog this. This is to get the best exit possible. Just look at that. See, minimal curb on the outset, but a lot on the inset. And that is what provides you with great straight line speed. As you can now see Nacho Gaspar heading down towards the Kea. There's another battle here as well. Just reviewing, I think that was car number 2, I think I saw there as they come around this familiar yellow livery we've already seen. Number 17, should I say. And that is Mamias Racing Team, that being Yuri Gomez, who is currently in P10, trying to close down on Sergey Rail Lopart, who is, of course, who has just come into the seat now for the Kilometro Zero team as they come down towards the next bend. Now you can just see them, look at them, literally grouping right up and close and personal together, rounding the next left-hander into what will be shortly another left-handed bend. You can see them there trying to round the right now, and you can see the Kilometro Zero team. Sergey Real is certainly under a lot of pressure here. The Yuri Gomez looking very comfortable in the Mamias Racing Team colours, that recognisable yellow livery that we saw earlier on today. And I got to say, it looks like this could be an overtake waiting to happen, Jack.
Yeah, Mamias Racing Team. We got a briefing yesterday about the team, and the Mamias translates from Spanish as the Mummy Racing Team, and each of these teams had an introductory video to them introducing the team. These guys presented their driver wrapped up in tissue paper as a mummy. So hopefully he's not wrapped in tissue paper driving the car. That might be a little bit hot. But Yuri Gomez chasing down Sergio Real, getting a little bit out of shape right there. Now, of course, these cars do have traction control ABS, which is adjustable as they come through each corner. So that is a huge help to them. And they will, of course, be using all of that ABS and probably not too much traction control, because traction control can actually slow you down, especially if you get sideways. Traction control kicks in and you get an immediate spin. Here we are at Rusty's once again. Martin Ray at the wheel, chasing down Oscar Ortiz, Custom William GT, who just lost a place to Nacho Gaspar, so Rusty's catching up. I absolutely love that livery on the Rusty's car. I love seeing Lightning McQueen going around in the 95. So, is it Ortiz now? I think Ortiz really falling off the pace here. He's not keeping up with Nacho Gaspar, and Martin Ray certainly looking like he's going to get past on the straight here with the straight line speed, because now, of course, Ortiz did not prove an easy customer to pass by. Nacho Gaspar took about 5 laps to do it. So we'll see now if Martin Ray can do it. And he's got a fantastic exit right there in the slipstream, running out wide, straight to the inside line. Let's see if he can have the straight line speed. And look at that, using a little bit of side draft as well to get himself alongside there. And I think Ortiz is going to have to give this up. He managed to hang around the outside once already on Nacho Gaspar, and again he goes late on the brakes there and still manages to shut the door. Gets a little bit out of shape on the entry, may leave him out of shape for turn 3 here. Here we go around the outside, maybe for Martin Ray. Going to run out of room there, but Ortiz is going to run out a little bit wide here. Martin Ray going to try a little cutback line up the inside. Now managed to pull alongside again. He's really having to work for this one here. Up the inside goes Martin Ray in that Rusty's car, and finally manages. He's going to have to shut the door on Ortiz here, as he's proving really tricky to get past, and eventually Ortiz sends one straight back up the inside. There's going to be contact there. Oh, there's contact on the exit again, and eventually Martin Ray has to go through. Ortiz gives up. I got to give him points for trying his best to hang on there.
Well, I got to say, into turn 1, you can notice there from Martin Ray's movements, he actually broke rather early going into turn 1, and I think that was to give him better traction and hugging into Q2. I think he was looking for that switchback all along, to be honest with you, because he knew that Ortiz would be a very formidable character going into that bend, because Ortiz did break late, therefore that's what swung him out going around turn 2 into turn 3, and that allowed Martin Ray to cling to the curb and make that move happen. It certainly was a very careful and considered approach to that overtake on Ortiz, so credit to Martin Ray for that, and certainly and a great move indeed for Rusty's as well, as we now we ride on board here with the Zenith car back again, still leading the charge. I got to say, they must be really chuffed for the way things have been going for them at this moment in time. Just looking further up there, we can now see the yellow livery once again, that being, sorry, that's the I believe that was the Kilometro Zero team, sorry, Sergey Real battling off Yuri Gomez, who is in behind him, as we can see. You can see there, we're following Yuri Gomez. In front of him, Sergey Real there of the Kilometro Zero team. They're going to have a chance here out of the chicane. Now, are we going to see a little move being made here after the New Holland bend? As you can now see the paddock on the right-hand side, the crowd's littered in expectation as we now see the Level Motorsports team in front of Kilometro Zero. Sergey Real looks to have the straight line speed and holding off Yuri Gomez, at least for the time being. You can see in the background, Mamaya's Racing team missing that key bit of straight line speed that they also needed to get this move done as they round turn one. Sergey Real holds on to P6, at least for the time being.
Yeah, he's hanging on in there very, very nicely. Sergey Real versus Yuri Gomez. Gomez has been following him for past couple of laps now, just trying to find some gaps now. And as well, the Zenith Esports car is right behind this, and they're going to have to negotiate their way through this without getting themselves involved in too much of a battle, because I keep reiterating, lapped cars are not obliged to move over, so Zenith Esports has got to be kind of aggressive here to get their way through. So they've got another BMW just up ahead of them, which is going to hinder them a little bit as they catch up here. So Gomez is going to probably have to take advantage of this lap traffic up ahead of these guys to try and make his way through. Goes wide on the edge to the S's, into the gravel now he goes. Zenith Esports are going to watch out for that one there. And there they are right there, just catching up on the entry to that long right-hander. But I would imagine the Zenith Esports car backed right off as soon as they saw that. They cannot afford to get caught up in instance this early on.
No, not at all. And Kilometro Zero, obviously this eases a little bit of a pressure. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I think that was my mistake on that. It's not actually Zenith, as far as I can see. I believe it's actually the Cherokee team in behind. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to get confirmation on that. I'll have to double-check the numbers. But Zenith still leading the way. I'll have to double-check to make sure that green livery is that of Zenith, because I'm not sure whether it is. It could well be. Obviously, the screen's looking a little bit narrow at the moment, but obviously we will confirm that to you when we see it. As you can see there, Fernando Acalia, we haven't seen him yet today, as we now see Manuel Cubo there in P16. He's got a long gap away from Baltazar Sevilla, who is in P16. But Parvadano as well, who's currently in... we're seeing Ortiz, in P15, riding on board with Baltazar Sevilla, who is chasing Oscar Ortiz there. As you can see, the gap, 20.8 seconds, a long way to go yet, but he's got some back markers. He's got clear first before he can even think about moving further up the grid. And looking there, you can see there, Fernando Akalila there ahead of Sergey Real, 0.3 of a second. Not sure what's going on there with the time gaps. We'll obviously confirm that for you in a second. But Baltazar Sevilla still holding on to that P16 spot. Just looking in behind him, you've got Alberto Garcia Blasco, who's currently 1.6 seconds behind Baltazar Sevilla. And obviously, those two, I'd imagine, will be tussling very soon. As we can see there, Yuri Gomez of the Mamaya's Racing team, who we're riding on board with now in the yellow livery, closing up on Sergey Real now of the Kilometro Zero team. I'm sure there's got to be some movements made there at some point. I think, obviously, looking at it on paper right now, I think, obviously, Sergey Real... Oh, so we've got a bit of a change once again. Just have a look at the times. Obviously, we're getting some change on their overlays. It is indeed a lapped car that he is passing. Blue flags here going down towards the Kia. Obviously, this is what we're going to encounter now as we go deeper into the race. More and more lapped cars, Jack.
Yeah, so the Porsche that's just in front of the BMW is the car of Sergey Real, I believe. So the BMWs are battling amongst themselves a lap down. So I've just been looking. I believe MSI Esports have pitted. So it's Christian Lemaya, who is now in P2 at Unicos Gaming. So MSI have been in, and they are now further down the order, making their way through. So this we're looking at right now is the A2 Racing team heading through the last corner. So this is down kind of the tail end of the field right now as they come through the last corner. But we carry on our way right now. One of the Porsches coming through here. This is a Diego Cana El Bordequeto Racing team in the number 21, filing their way through. And but yeah, we're closing up on 20 hours to go, which is still a heck of a long time for a race to go. They still got to go through the day-night cycles. Race for Cat Motorsport, Andrea Rodriguez and Sergio Gordiel, Obsidian Racing in P6 at the moment. So these guys have come up a couple of positions after the stop for MSI. So it should be Unicos in P2 at the moment. And there is Level Motorsports P4. Unlucky for some. Number 13 on the car hasn't been too unlucky for them yet, but they're hanging in there nicely in fourth place for those guys. And all going well for so far. But currently Zenith Esports, I believe, have almost a minute on the next car behind them, which is quite a sizable lead. I've just refreshed my timing. MSI Esports have reappeared in second place. So the gap is 15 seconds between the top one and to DriveX in P3, level P4. So this is the battle actually we're looking at right here between Manuel Kubo and the DriveX Esports Scalpers team and Level Motorsports. So he's been closing up slowly in these past couple of laps. So the battle for the podium now is on.
It is Level Motorsport. Bruno Asturi has managed to close the gap. He's now just over 8.5, or just under 8.5 tenths of a second behind the DriveX Esports Scalpers team of Manuel Kubo, who's now round in the next left-hand. As you can see there, look at that familiar fluorescent yellow livery. You can just see there's the Williams Esports team. We haven't seen a lot of them today, to be honest, of Josh Thompson. He is, of course, in the car. And just rounding now towards the next left-hander. You can see there Fran Parada ahead of him in the Euromaster Esports car. 0.6 of a second now between these two. So they're going to be battling and having a straight fight now for this P14 position. Parada is going to have it all to do here because the Ford GT has certainly looked rather pacey on the straight, certainly for Williams Esports. So let's see if they can get it done going down the home stretch. They come down now towards the final chicane. That's the RACC. And they'll have the New Holland final swing-in right-hander now. The paddock on the right-hand side, you can just see it there. Euromaster Esports car, Fran Parada, that's done in there. A bit of an untidy exit there from Josh Thompson, but they come down the stretch now. Can he close that gap? 0.4 of a second now between these two. And indeed, if anything, the gap is increasing going into turn one. So the Williams team really struggling there, but hugging a lot more of the curb than Fran Parada has, and maybe that'll give Josh Thompson a great chance to make a crucial overtake here as they come round towards this next right-hander, sticking to the curb a lot better than what the Porsche's doing right now, and the Ford definitely looks like it's more content at this moment in time as Josh Thompson maybe just veers wider than what he would have liked, but he comes under round the Repsol corner now, and indeed what looks to be the Porsche struggling, battling as the time gap reduces down to the late 0.3 of a second. Jack, is it only a matter of time?
I believe so. Lock up from Parada and straight through goes Josh Thompson. Small little mistake was all it took from him there. And Euromaster lose the spot to Josh Thompson in the Williams Esports car. So all he had to do was bide his time. But the 4GT, not a popular choice of car, but apparently is the fastest car if you manage to tune it right. So obviously Williams Esports doing a nice job tuning that 4GT, but plenty going for the Porsche because it is a lovely car to drive if you've ever managed to get behind the wheel in iRacing. But the 4GT, a little bit, it's a much harder car to drive, but it is very fast if they manage to tune it correctly. But Josh Thompson for Williams Esports into P11 now, and I'm just having a quick look at MSI starting just a small bit to chip away at the Zenith Esports gap. They're taking a couple of tenths out of our leaders at this point. Now, after 4 hours of racing, I must say, a gap of 15 seconds is virtually nothing when we've got so much more to come. So 15 seconds after 4 hours, that's minuscule in these terms.
It is obviously still a long way to go here, folks. And as we can now see, there's the Williams Esports car. Once again, Josh Thompson coming into turn one after making that real mesmeric move earlier on to overtake it to be Fran Parada there, who's still stuck behind him, 0.4 of a second, still separating. Doesn't mean to say that Parada can't come back and fight the Williams car. Interesting to note that Williams have already had 3 stops today. Obviously, they've had Josh Thompson start the race, and now he's back in the car once again after changing over earlier on. As you can now see, the Fran Parada, who's driving for the Euromaster Esports team, they've had 2 stops and still chasing the Williams Esports team as things stand. But it's still Zenith Esports, though, leading the race currently 14.9 seconds. Looks to me that Julian Moreno is actually managing to close the gap slightly on the Zenith Esports team. So whether they're finding some traction now, obviously, like you say, Jack, early doors at this moment in time. But interesting to see that the 3 leaders in the classifications are the BMW M8s.
Yeah, I think that's a very popular car as well. Everyone loves to see the BMW M8 out front. But yeah, doing a nice job there, just kind of matching our leaders for pace right there. In that previous sector, it took about 0.4 of a second out of them there. So he's starting to find some pace, is Julian Moreno. DriveX Esports have still got Bruno Asturi hounding them in P3. Still hasn't been able to make a move past yet, but he's sticking in there in that 3rd, 4th place. So you can see we're still sticking with Josh Thompson as he now tries to catch up. The car in front of him is the Mass Devils Esports BMW, currently driven by Borja Garcia. So he's now on a chase. He's managed to gap the car behind him already, Fran Parada, and now is trying to catch up to this BMW, trying to get inside that top 10. So still with about 20 and a half hours to go. Do not count out Williams Esports just yet. This now, who we're looking at, is the race leading BMW, I believe, Zenith Esports, we're looking at the moment. That is the number 2 car indeed. They're currently in the lead by 14.7 seconds at the previous check. So currently just pacing themselves and trying to get their way cleanly through the lapped traffic and avoiding the off tracks, especially because those are the ones that can really, really hurt you when you get to the end. Of course, the instant limit, 75 off tracks is a penalty of a drive through, and then another 75, you get another stop and go, and then disqualification as it goes. So 75 off tracks sounds like a lot, but think these guys are racing for a full day, and penalties are really going to hurt you. So 75 off tracks over a 24-hour period is a lot to watch, and in some cases it's very easy to run out wide and just lose your concentration a bit as they just lap the Mexico car right there. Zenith Esports put another lap on them and goes in front, but they cannot afford to run out wide 75 times because that will be a penalty, and can't afford to spin, cannot afford to make contact. So it's a real test of concentration, especially now that we've settled into the period of just getting the rhythms together.
Certainly are. And Zenith looking ever potent at this moment in time. Obviously, Iago Martinez carrying on the current race tradition that they've taken and leading with a storm at this moment in time. Obviously, MSI still occupying P2. Like I say, still a long way to go. This race not yet decided by any means at this moment in time. Looking further back, obviously, we've seen a few battles. Nacho Gaspar has really been impressive. He's already managed to increase the gap on Rusty's Martin Ray by around about 2 seconds at this moment in time. Looking further back as well, Oscar Ortiz, who came to blows with the Rusty's car, Martin Ray, has dropped back quite considerably. That gap is now well over 8 seconds, between the two. So they've done extremely well. Just to say, the R70 team have made a change as well. Eric Tetes Asuna has now taken over that car. Comet, the team, of course, chasing them right now, 15.7 seconds behind them. Baltazar Sevilla has taken the seat there at this moment in time, as we now see Salvador de Alba, one of the other professional drivers that we've seen here, currently driving the Mexican car. And very interesting to see them. Obviously, we had one of the Jourdain brothers earlier on, and I'm sure we'll see another one very, very soon as we now witness what looks to be another tussle for a grid place now down the stretch. We now see the high-speed Demons car coming under pressure from the R70 team, Eric Tetes, who has now taken over the seat, as I just said, chasing down Oscar Ortiz, and 0.8 of a second in between these guys as they now enter turns 1, 2, and 3. Just look at it already, he's closed down into the 0.7 department now, so it won't be long now before we see the R70 team once again tackle the likes of Oscar Ortiz right now. They're looking ever potent here, Jack.
Yeah, Ortiz still falling away. Of course, he's been passed twice and about to be a third time now. And we've seen Ortiz be a very, very hard defender. He will not let it go very easily. It does Ortiz. Tetes has a look on the inside. Very late decision from him right there. Let's see if he can get it done in the R70 car. Ortiz gets the run on the outside line, shuts the door on Tetes, and he has to hang back for now, but a really late decision. I think it was very good driving for Oscar Ortiz to just open the steering at the very last moment to give Tetes the space. But now you can see, even 3.5 hours in, the guys are really, really going for it still, as Ortiz hangs on for now as they head down into the last sector. Ortiz is wide again. You can see Tetes just closes up on the exit of the corners. I wonder, is Ortiz carrying a little bit of damage? He's really struggling to get that front end turned in through these corners, get the exit. Just seems to drift wide, suffering from a lot of understeer. Could be the tires starting to go off as well on that Porsche up ahead of him. Tetes closes right back up to him now in the slipstream, and see if he can get the exit through this last corner to try and get a front of the Customs Auxilium GT car. Again, he's just not able to get up alongside there. He'll have a nice slipstream down towards turn 1 and 2 here. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull alongside at least. Getting in the slipstream, really closing in on that Porsche up ahead of him. Moves to the inside line. He's too far back to try it, though. Ortiz late on the brakes. Tetes has a think about it, but not quite able to do it just yet. But Tetes, I wouldn't put a late move past him. He's going to have to try something to get past Ortiz.
He will, and I got to say, a little bit scrappy there from Eric Tetes onto that first curb. Looks to take a little bit of the chunkier part of the curb, which I think hindered a little bit of his speed. I mean, I've got to say, I think Ortiz at this moment in time is sort of favouring the track over the curbs right now. Whether that is a case that the grip has fallen off the tyres or something, I'm not quite sure, but he certainly seems to be really struggling. As you just saw there, Eric Tetters looked like he hesitated slightly on the inset there, heading into that left-hander as they run down towards the Verth curve now. As you can now see, Oscar Ortiz under all sorts of pressure as things stand, as they rise up to that steep incline on the left-hand bend of the Verth curve, heading into Campsa. And this is when Ortiz can now late brake after the Campsa bend, heading into Lakea. Just look at that. Oscar Ortiz not favouring any of the curbs whatsoever on the inset. On the outset, he had to, though. He had to swallow it in order to keep the car on the track. As here comes Eric Tetters, looking at having another look on the inside. Gets a lovely exit out of Lakea now, heading up into the next semi-chicane onto the Europe car bend now. The back Sambadel, sorry, not the Europe car. The Europe car comes next, as you can now see the R70 team car, the yellow livery. Eric Tetters all over the back of Oscar Ortiz, and Tetters goes wider than Ortiz does around the Europe car bend into the next chicane now before they reach the final bend, that being the Europe car bend. Oh, sorry, not the Europe car bend, the final Holland bend, the New Holland bend. And indeed, he is right close and personal with Ortiz now. Eric Tetters looks to make a move count here. Can he get in the slipstream as they head down towards turn 1? Surely it's now or never here for the R70 drivers. He can now see him looming up towards turn 1. But no, is he not going to try a late break? He tries, shuts the door, Oscar Ortiz. A great sign of defending there by the man in the Customs Exilium GT car. Phenomenal bit of driving from him once again to show Eric Tetters off the circuit. And indeed, as they round the next right-hander through towards the next straight before the Repsol, it's been nothing short of impressive here, Jack.
Ortiz is proving to be a very, very starch defender here. Tetas now trying to get an exit into this left-hander. He's trying to nip down the inside here before he's going to try it again. He goes late on the brakes. There's going to be contact there. Surely he finds the space somehow. And Tetas goes through on the inside line. What a move. He had to try something there. There was door-on-door contact, but an absolutely fair move. Ortiz throws one down the inside now into the S's. Now there's contact. And off the road goes Tetas. The stewards will be looking at both of those instances now, I'm sure. After the contact, Ortiz was certainly not happy with Tetas there and throws a dive bomb on the inside. Never going to work there. Tetas going to pull off to the inside of the run. I'm sure he's going to have to tow back to the pit lane, I think, to try and repair some suspension damage, I would imagine, on the left-hand side of that car. But 3.5 hours into this one, that was a little bit unnecessary, I'd say, George.
It certainly is, Jack. I've got to say, the ferocity behind the wheel of that R70 car right now. Eric Tetters must be in bits right now after that particular affair. Obviously, going off the track the way he did, that will not be condoned. I can imagine the stewards really getting involved in this. He's really struggling to keep on the track now. As you can just see him entering back, there's definitely some suspension issues there without a shadow of a doubt. He was struggling to keep the car on the circuit as we now watch this instant replay. If we just look further back now, it looks like, yeah, you can just see Ortiz there lunging down the inside of the Verth curve. It just shoved off what looked to be that R70 car onto the gravel trap. Eric Tetters coming a cropper once again, and that surely will not help their prospects. He had so much pace as well, and now as we come back to the race live coverage, a very, very anguished Eric Tetters has now got to try and deal with the car and try and fight back the pace that was lost before, Jack.
Yeah, Ortiz was never going to make that corner when he threw that up the inside, so I think he's going to be in a little bit of spot of bother with the stewards. But here is Iago Martinez, the leader, Zenith Esports car. It's been out in the lead for the majority of this race so far after the sequence of pit stops. He's out in the lead from MSI Esports, who are now 13.6 seconds behind. So they're closing in now. The MSI BMW. So just chipping away at the gap slowly, but I would imagine that the lap traffic would also play a factor in that as well. But again, they can't afford to back off too much because MSI are really keeping the pressure on. They're just letting them know they're still there, the 13.6 second gap. And that's certainly a minuscule gap in terms of endurance racing. So it's a fantastic drive from the guys so far. As we get to the 20-hour mark, I'm sure there will be some more changes. This is Yuri Gomez in the Momias Racing team, still lapping around there. He's still behind the Kilometro Zero car. He's been behind that car for a long, long time now. This is the Rusty's team. I believe this is up behind, Nacho Gaspar. Here he goes. He's going to come to the inside. Not quite, but now we're going to see a battle between these two guys. Espinito Rocket Fact up ahead and the Rusty's car right behind. He's going to try and get himself through here. Martin Ray showing good pace actually in that car. He's really closed up to Gaspar in the past few laps after catching up to the guys behind. He obviously caught and passed Oscar Ortiz. And now they've got a huge gap behind. There's a little lunge from Ray up the inside. He's going to be able to get a cutback line. He's going to be able to pull alongside. Gaspar will have the inside line, and he's going to shut the door immediately on the Rusty's car behind. But certainly now, Martin Ray, I think the drivers have just got to calm down a little bit. There's a lot of aggression coming at the 4-hour mark. There's still 20 to go.
Phenomenal. Nacho Gaspar defending heroically there to shut the door there on Martin Ray, who does look ever potent in the Rusty's car indeed. As you can see, look at the flames on the side there as he punches his way through the Kamsa corner, heading down on the semi-straight towards what will be Lakea now. Is there any chance here Martin Ray can make a move coming in towards the end of this lap? I'm sure he will think about it on the home stretch, that's for sure, but at the moment he needs to focus on getting onto the rear of Nacho Gaspar's Espinita Rocket Factor car, the two Porsche should I say, rounding the bank. Sam Bedell now heading down to what will be the Europe car bend, and as they do so, keeping it nice and clean and tidy through these curves. I think that Martin Ray is taking some of these curves a lot tighter than what the Espinita Rocket Factor car is, as Nacho Gaspar rounds the final bend in behind Martin Ray as they pass the paddock now. Is the slipstream going to pay off for this man? 0.6 of a second the gap at this moment in time as they now come down the straight once again. Before they come down towards turn 1, is there going to be enough growth there from Martin Ray in order to make a move? He's already within the 5/10 gap. No, not enough at this moment in time as they now take the curve, but it depends on what sort of exit he can get off turn 1, and I gotta say, it looks certainly very slick as they come out of turn 2 into turn 3 now. They don't want to run wide at this point. You want to hug onto the inside line. Nacho Gaspar still driving a heroic drive there in aim of defense of P16, but I gotta say, Martin Ray looks utterly formidable as he now makes a little lunge down on the right hand side.
Yeah, he's really trying to throw it up the inside. Just having a look at the overlay, looks like we have a new leader in the number 14 DriveX Esports Scalpers team have taken the lead. I would imagine that Zenith Esports are now taking a pit stop, but Martin Ray still behind Nacho Gaspar here as they close up to the S section right here. Through the S as they come. Ray really needs an exit here, but his Porsche certainly looks a lot more pointed, a lot more aggressive on the curbs, like you said, really using a lot of them as he enters that corner, using all the way out. Got to be careful not to dip a wheel on the gravel there. That is a section for an off track if you dip a wheel onto that gravel. So very easy to do as well, especially when you're on worn tires. The understeer on the way in ruins the off tracks for you, and we've got to watch those yellow curbs as well. Don't want to get caught on those, especially if you're on a single seater. It will ruin the floor on that. Now coming up round the last into the RACC chicane. Still Martin Ray still stuck behind here, and not a whole lot he can do. Seems that Nacho Gaspar just matching him for pace a little bit. Zenith Esports back to the lead now. I'm sure that's just the timing screens refreshing after a few laps. So Zenith Esports still firmly in the lead at this point as they come across the start-finish line. We've now completed 113 laps of the Barcelona circuit. Just another, 700 to go?
Triple figures, Jack. We've got to this point now all of a sudden. It's amazing how the time flies, I've got to say. I mean, I've been here, obviously, since the early hours, since the production meetings we had, of course, early this morning. And obviously, when we came up to 11 o'clock, when the stream officially became live here in the UK. Absolutely phenomenal scenes now already. I've been in this hot seat now for over 5 hours. Unbelievable racing, though, that we've had on track. Zenith Esports still leading the way. Iago Martinez doing the business, at least for the time being. Currently separated by what says to me at the moment, I can't imagine this is quite right, given the fact that it says here that there's a whole bunch of laps there separating Zenith Esports and P2, which I'm sure is not true. So I'm sure MSI is still up there for dancing at this moment in time, as we now see once again the battle between Martin Ray and Nacho Gaspar, keeping up appearances at the moment. So just over 0.6 of a second between the two of them at this moment in time. The red livery storming down the straight now, heading down towards what will be the Lakea bend. You can see Nacho Gaspar coming into view now of that Rust Ease car. Indeed, Martin Ray certainly seems to be handling the curbs far better than what Nacho Gaspar is. Whether that's a question of lateral grip, I am not quite sure, but you can just see him there taking every line as it comes. You can now see the Espinita Rocket Factor car trying to make its way into the latter stages of this lap. This being their lap 113, I'm sure, as we now see Martin Ray on the outset trying to get it. In fact, he comes into the pit lane, so maybe a driver change here, Jack.
Yeah, could be. I think he was getting a little bit frustrated behind, so obviously the team called for it to pull him in so he doesn't ruin the tyres sat behind. So Martin Ray comes in the Rusty's car and see if he's going to swap out for a new driver. Certainly going to put some fuel and new tyres on that car nonetheless. But here we look at the Level Motorsports car, and they're still behind. Manuel Kubo and the DriveX Esports car, they've been sat behind, just kind of pacing the BMW up ahead of them for a lot of laps right now. But Level Motorsports sitting in there nicely at the moment. Bruno Astori still at the wheel of that Porsche, behind Manuel Torres up ahead of them in the DriveX Esports car. So through the left-hander they come, and the Porsche just keeping tabs on that BMW right up ahead of them. Currently last lap 143.8 for Level Motorsports. Currently a fast lap of 42. So you can see how far they're lapping off the pace in 4 hours into this race. But you can see now, coming through the RACC chicane, and across the line they'll come. But Level Motorsports are now in, so we're now into another phase of stops, it looks like, George.
It is Bruno Asturi. Whether that means he's going to jump out the car, I'm not quite sure. But indeed, they are in the pit lane, and that means they're going to have to sacrifice that even more of a gap to Driver X Esports, who is still staying out with Manuel Kubo. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see how these strategies come into play towards the end of the race. Obviously, we will not see the fruition of these stops until later down the line. Obviously, like Jack said, we are well within the 100 laps mark now, 115 to be exact at this moment in time. So a phenomenal stretch of pace. And still at the moment, Zenith are leading the way at the moment. Iago Martinez once again proving to follow on from Ricciardo Rico, what he did in his initial stint. And certainly Iago Martinez certainly seems to be following suit. Obviously, I know we can't obviously make judgment yet on who's going to win, but certainly Zenith seem very comfortable behind the wheel at the moment, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like it. MSI are certainly keeping good tabs on them at the moment, as Level Motorsports just finishing off their stop. Just having a look, Rusty's Martin Ray is still in the car, so he has come out. Euromaster Esports have also been in. They've now put in Paul Monet into that car. There's a number of cars, and Nacho Gaspar is also in the Rocket Factor car. And out comes the Level Motorsports. Asturi looks like he's still at the wheel of that car, so still Bruno Asturi at the wheel of that Porsche for now. I believe there's been a number of others. Karuma have been in, Mass Devil have been in, Customs Exilium, so Oscar Ortiz, Nacho Gaspar, a lot of cars have come in on this lap. So, and I believe MSI are also into the pit lane as well. So we'll see our second place drivers are now into the pit lane. I'm going to see if they're going to have a driver change as well. Julian Rodriguez Moreno, currently at the wheel. He's now going to peel into the pit lane, see if they're going to have a driver change for that one. But if MSI are in, then surely Zenith are going to have to respond pretty quick, because the gap is quite close between them.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Zenith make a move, I would say, on the next lap, surely, if now that they've seen MSI Esports. That might trigger the team to pull them in for a stop. So we'll see. Well, we'll soon see as to whether that will come into fruition as we now wait for the changes to be made to the MSI Esports team. We're unsure as to whether they're going to make a driver change. As far as I can see, I think they're still going with Julian Rodriguez Moreno. I think, Jack, I can't see any changes to the driver. I'm not sure whether you can.
Not at the moment, no. Just waiting. I think they're still in their pit boxes at the moment. I can also see DriveX Esports scalpers have also been in. They're currently in their stop with Manuel Kubo Torres. I believe no change of driver just yet. We'll wait to see when they exit the pit lane whether they've had a driver change. But Zenith Esports surely going to be in at the end of this lap to respond to MSI. And they've got to have a good stop here to make sure that they keep themselves out in front of MSI, because we know in the early parts of this race, the intense battles between all those guys. And yes, just having a look, Julian Rodriguez Moreno still at the wheel, and Zenith Esports leaders in.
They are indeed. So could this mean that, obviously, given the fact that the time gap between MSI and Zenith, how effective is this pit stop going to be? Obviously, they've kept their nose clean pretty much, Zenith. They haven't been in any bumps or scrapes. They can obviously just come out, I suppose, with new tyres and new fuel, I'd imagine. It'd be interesting to see how long the stop is. Generally, we tend to see it as a minute and 2 seconds for a stop. At least that's what MSI did for their last stint. So it'd be interesting to see where Zenith responds for their stop. Obviously, as we now round the next bend, we're looking at a battle here, I believe, between one of the 4 GT cars looking further down. High Speed Demons under a lot of pressure here as we now round it. It looks like a move has been made there. I just caught the glimpse of that. Obviously, my Delta hasn't shown who it quite is. I'm not sure whether it's the R70 team there of Eric Tetters. I'm not sure, or it could be Boya Garcia. I'm not quite sure there, Jack. I'm not sure whether you caught that move there.
I did just catch it, but I'm not quite sure who that is. It might be the Level Motorsport car who just came out of the pit lane, but I'm not quite sure at the moment. Looks like Zenith Esports still have Iago Martinez at the wheel, and they have still come out in the lead of this race, so they've managed to respond nicely to MSI, and we'll see what the gap is when they cross the next timing delta. It won't be too much, but after those stops, Level Motorsport P3, Unicos Gaming in P4. I think we're still waiting for DriveX Esports to cross the time delta to get our update on that. But the timing should not have changed too much. A couple of drivers will have changed. A couple of teams will have changed drivers, but most of them would have just taken fuel and tires at this point in time. We're now looking. This is actually the DriveX Esports Manuel Kubo behind Josh Thompson in the Williams Esports car. So obviously Williams have not stopped yet. And you can see Manuel Kubo starting to put some pressure on Josh Thompson now. Thompson is out of sync with this whole top 5 at the moment. But he's driven well to get into top 6 at the moment. See if he can hold on, keep this BMW behind him. But fresh tyres, I don't think it's going to be too hard for Manuel Kubo to get past here in the slipstream already. With that, you can see how massive that M8 is compared to that Ford GT. Onto the inside line now for Manuel Kubo. This is for P6 on track. The Ford GT's got some legs in a straight line though. Down the inside, Josh Thompson not going to fight that one too hard. Up the inside goes Manuel Kubo into P6. Decent move, and not a whole lot that Josh Thompson could do about that on the fresh tyres.
No, I think the biggest concern, for Josh Thompson, was just to keep that Williams on track. I mean, obviously, they've got to make another stop surely, because those tyres must be falling off slightly. You can see the time gap already pulling away between that of the Williams and, of course, the DriveX Esports Scalpers driver Manuel Kubo doing an extremely good job to make that heroic move there down the inside. And indeed, Josh Thompson had to forfeit, no doubt, that move. But yeah, like you were saying, the size difference between that BMW and the Ford GT is unbelievable. Just the sheer meteoric height and the width of it. It's just a monster around this circuit. But I got to say, a great move indeed by Manuel Kubo. Moves him up to P5. Incidentally, I just want to draw your attention back to Zenith for a minute. Their pit stop was actually 48 seconds. So they actually gained a little bit on MSI there, because MSI's pit stop was 1 minute and 2. So therefore, that means there could be another 12 seconds to add on to that delta time, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like I would imagine that they may have taken on a little bit more fuel, so that would account for the time difference, and again, could be tire changes. Some of them may not have opted to change tires on one side of the car or all 4 tires at once. So Zenith having a good stop there, and of course there will be driver changes later on, so it'll change, chop and change back and forth. But you can see that I think the level Motorsports now sit P3 or P4 at this point in time as the timing tries to update itself across the line here. This is the Race for Cat Motorsport car. He's trying to chase the Unicos Gaming car, which is in front of the BMW, straight in front of the car we're on board with now. Andrea Rodriguez at the car Race for Cat, of course, representing Race for Catalunya. Of course, Catalunya's independence. So these guys, obviously, patriotic of Catalonia, great to see it. And Christian Lamea in the Unicos Gaming car is just in front of the BMW that we're looking at right now, the Porsche just up ahead. The Unicos Gaming car that's, of course, led the early part of this race, but is now sitting in third or fourth spot at the moment. And Rodriguez trying to chase down that car up in front of him, but he's got to negotiate the lapped car right in the middle of it as we approach 20 hours to go. It sounds like a lot, but it's really flying by.
It really has. I'm actually mega surprised that obviously how long or how quick we've been, actually, if you consider the time difference. But yeah, brilliant to see. I mean, obviously the racing has been nothing short of superb. I mean, my stint in commentary will be coming to an end in the next 10 minutes, and we will be welcoming Austin Smith, who's going to be joining us. Obviously, German Austin Smith, not a German name, but he is German. And a great human being as well. We've had a lot of fun with his, certainly with his hardware over the last couple of days, haven't we, Jack, in terms of getting him set up for this event. But nonetheless, a good commentator as well.
Oh, fantastic. We referred to him as the stat man. He knows everything. Every little bit of info about every car, every driver, he's got it. He's got so many different forms of information in front of him at once. So prepare to learn something with Austin Smith in about 10 minutes time. My stint's also ending. We're welcome back here McGinley back into this, so that there'll be a good duo to have. And we're back for I think in 4 hours after this we're back, and then we're going to take you late night, 4:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the morning. We're going to take you through in the last couple of hours. And yeah, it's all good. So we're approaching 20 hours to go. And we'll hand over the reins to the other two in just a few moments' time. But we're just still waiting to see what the plan is going to be for the pit stops. Of course, Zenith have come in, they've gained time on the others, and I'm interested to see how Williams Esports are going to work this, because they seem to be extending quite a long stint out there. They're out of sync, but I don't think they can afford to pit too early, because they're going to drop very, very far down the field if they do.
No, absolutely. I mean, pitting now would probably be a bit of a mistake. I mean, given the fact, I suppose they want to try and keep the car out on track for as long as possible. Josh Thompson doing a great job of obviously just keeping the car on track. I get the feeling, obviously, since the move that was made on Manuel Cubo Torres, they were just conscious of the fact of keeping the car on track, maintaining the level of pace, obviously, even if it is slower than the rest of the grid. I mean, obviously, given the fact now, if you look at the delta times, 2.2 seconds separating Williams and the car of Manuel Cubo Torres, who is now currently in front of that Williams Esports car. It's been absolutely brilliant nonetheless, though. A great showing of tenacity from Williams Esports to climb from where they were towards the back end of the grid to fight their way back after they had that 15 grid penalty after fielding a total different team for this event. Obviously, Josh Thompson was the only remaining member from that first squadron that was actually listed to compete in this event today. But credit to them, Jack. They've done well to rise up to where they are now. P6 at the moment, to be fair to them.
Yeah, driving very, very well. So we've just a couple more pit stops still to come, but I think a lot of drivers have now continued on. I haven't seen a lot of driver swaps, so I think every stop so far, and just as I say that, Josh Thompson is in. Williams Esports are into the pit lane now, so we're going to see if he's going to stay in the car or he's just going to put some fuel and tires on and keep going. But not a lot of driver swaps during this particular stint, so I think the driver swaps are going to be more towards the start of the night phase. That's where you're going to have a lot of drivers swapping over, because each of the drivers have to do their fair share of the driving. Of course, if they don't do that, they will be penalized. So they've got to do at least 25% of half distance, I believe. So they've got to do at least a couple of, I think at least 50, at least a couple of hundred laps each they've got to do worth of driving. So a couple of hours each. So we're currently looking at now the Sergey Real chasing after Yuri Gomez, Kilometro Zero chasing after the Momias Racing team, just up ahead of them right there after the stops. So they're still fighting out. And I think actually after all of that, Yuri Gomez, they made the stop. And I think eventually Yuri Gomez, he's been chasing them for ages, has managed to slot in front of him at last.
Yeah, credit to Yuri Gomez. A great show of tenacity from him as well to boost up his rankings, that's for sure. As you can now see, Sergey Real as well in P8, being challenged shortly by Fernando Alcolia there in P9. You can see the delta time is currently 1.7 seconds. The Kilometro Zero car currently in P8. In behind P9 is the Plus G Escuderia car, and obviously plenty of changes going on as they make their way down to the stretch before they reach Lakea. 1.1 seconds the difference between these at the moment. We're riding on board there with Alcolia at this moment in time, and 1.1 seconds behind, but he can certainly close the gap. As you can see, Sergey Real only just ahead of him, 7th place to his name right now. 1.2 seconds between is the gap now, but it depends on what sort of exit they can get going into the stretch now. Can he get within that second delta time? That is the big question. Obviously, he'll benefit certainly if he can cruise his way through the grid. But obviously, with 122 laps in, plenty more to go. It's certainly going to be a huge stamina test for the rest of this race. And I got to say, it certainly is all to play for.
Yeah, so we just had Zenith Esports pop back up on the Delta. 29.6 seconds they've managed to gain on MSI Esports. So it was a 15-second gain they managed to get in the pit stops. Level Motorsports are currently third. Doing a nice job. Bruno Astori sitting in third. Now we're looking further down the order. This is Otto Cross in the Karuma Motorsport car chasing after Paul Mune, who's hopped into that Euromaster Esports car. So he's fresh onto the track after the pit stop, so he's going to be trying to get into his rhythm as well. So filing up through the hill we look at now, this is the Karuma Motorsport car just behind in that number, that BMW just behind right there. But currently Zenith Esports doing a very, very nice pit stop to get a further 15 seconds in front. I can only imagine that MSI either put more fuel in or they opted for tires, and Zenith Esports have saved the tires and are putting them a little bit further on. Update on Williams Esports, they have kept Josh Thompson in the car as far as I can see, so he's continuing on in the Ford GT for now, and they slot back out just around in and around this battle actually, just behind. So they should be on fresh fuel, fresh tires, and we can see what Thompson can do. It looks like he's going to be doing a very long stint in that car.
Definitely. It definitely sounds like it. Bear in mind, he's already had 2 stints because he pitted earlier on as well. They had another driver that came in and took over for a brief period of time. So obviously, they had to put him back out again in order to get his full stint out. And obviously, looking at Oka Cross, who is now in the Karuma car, who we're riding on board with, now trying to close the gap. Obviously, the Karuma team, who have got certainly Odka Cross in the car, have made that switch fairly recently. They're now challenging Euromaster Esports. That's Paul Mune, and that gap is now within 7.5 tenths of a second now. So that's between P15 and indeed P14 as well. I got to say, Karuma looking pretty quick at this moment in time. The BMW GT or the BMW M8 GTE now rounding the left-hander, heading down to what will be the Verth curve. Look ahead, the gap is starting to close. You can see, seeing that, it's now up to 8 tenths. So obviously, as they rounded the curve, maybe the Euromaster Esports car got a better exit than first thought. Indeed, he got a better one there as well. So maybe Oka Cross having a little bit of trouble with the car and trying to do it when it counts. I've got to say, he looked quick through the Kamsa corner anyway as they make their way down the stretch, heading down towards the Lakea bend. And they're coming down into the 7 tenths mark now as they break down into Lakea. And indeed, it looks like the Karuma car got a better exit indeed. The car ahead, obviously being the Euromaster Esports, Paul Mune going out a little wide after the exit from Lakea. And as they make their way around the Bank San Badel into the Europe car corner now, heading down to what will be the final chicane, that being the RACC chicane. They'll soon be tussling for the lead, but a battle for their respective positions for P13. As we now see, Daniel Nadal, who has taken over the DX Droids car, is currently under pressure from Juanmar Frias, who has been out on track for a good considerable amount of time now, heading into turn 1 indeed. So he's in P12 fighting for that P11 position at the moment. This is between obviously the Porsche and the BMW GTE once again, and that gap is now within half a second, Jack.
Yeah, he's looking pretty feisty behind in that IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers car. DX Droid trying to hang on there. Daniel Nadal hanging on for dear life at that Porsche. Now, back to the Karuma Motorsport battle. Still Paul Mune, still hanging on in that Euromaster car. But it's going to be a difficult task to keep that BMW behind him. He's done a decent job so far, just matching him. But I think it'll be a couple of laps time before Karuma are going to be able to make their way through past this Porsche. But Zenith Esports still comfortably out in the lead, and we still have MSI in P2, but the gap now extends to 30 seconds. It was at 13 at the pit stops, it's 30 now, but the key point is MSI could have fresher tyres and may be able to extend the stint even longer to just try and jump. They have to do something to try and get in front of Zenith.
Absolutely. And Zenith, I've got to say, seem to be utilising the strategy very effectively indeed. Still leading the way after that pit stop, which gained them 15 seconds. A phenomenal 15 seconds. A great show of tenacity from them, that's for sure, as we now witness this battle carry on now. As you can now see them rounding the right-hander very soon and past the DRS line. Indeed, looks like we could be seeing yet more battles down this straight. We'll get confirmation. Car number 11, that is, that being of Juanmar Frias, who is now making his way down towards turn 1. Juanmar Frias now challenging Daniel Nadal of the DX Droids team into the in the first corner, losing a little bit of shape there, Manuel Frias, by the looks of it, and very nearly lost the car. And very shortly, I'm delighted to announce that we're going to be bringing Austin Smith to your screens as well, and the returning Kieran McGinley. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, doing pretty well actually. Looking forward to taking over. Obviously, I feel sorry for Jack. He's not had a chance to really get to grips with everything. It's a real shame, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully we'll see Jack back in the night shift later on, and yeah, looking forward to seeing that. From what I've seen, you've had a lot of action without us, so I'm looking forward to taking over and getting straight back in there.
The business step.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'm very excited to join you guys as well now, and be a part of this as well. Very much looking forward to this. I watched a lot of the first 4 hours. Unfortunately, not all of it, but yeah, it's shaping up to be quite interesting. I mean, what is the gap now? Let's see. According to the timing screen, it's a minute between Zenith in the lead and Unicos, but surely this is going to come down.
I would not be surprised indeed. It's going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, Zenith pitting, looking in good shape at this moment in time, but naturally, like we say, a long way to go. A bit of a twist at the top, though, as we see. I think there must be an issue with the times as we see them there. Obviously, Unicos Gaming coming back into the fray. Christina Lamella, who has since taken the seat, looks incredibly strong. But we've got to say, we've given a few hat tips there to Williams, who have decided to stay out on track. Obviously, after Josh Thompson was nursing the car around, and certainly be interesting to see how they get on. Obviously, a stop at this moment in time would not benefit them, but they've made such a meteoric rise since they started this morning, Kieran. Obviously, we can. I think we can all appreciate the boon of improvement that the Williams Esports team have taken so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic for them to bounce back, and that's the whole meaning of an endurance. If you don't have the greatest start in the world, it's definitely not over, not by a long shot. So great to see them bounce back. Obviously, there's still plenty of time for them to get straight back into the action, and still plenty of time to get a good result. I think wherever they finish now, whether it's 7th place right now, whether it's all the way up the order, whether it's slightly below, I don't think they'll mind. After the start they've had, they'll just be looking to get to the checkered flag, and I think they'll take whatever finish they get to. I think they'll be slightly annoyed because they're all really competitive drivers. They're all really quick drivers. They all want to win. But I think even they will see that sometimes getting to the checkered flag after such a bad start is a victory in itself. As blasé as it seems, unfortunately, as cliched as it seems.
Well, no, like we said, it's a marathon event, and naturally, you've got to take it as it comes. It's very much, an achievement if you can make it across the line of a 24-hour event. But I got to say, credit to the Williams team for articulating their way around the track, and obviously taking on a very brave strategy indeed. Great to see Josh Thompson putting in a hell of a shift there for the Williams team, doing a great job indeed. But obviously, still more to come, and I'm gonna now I think hand over the reins certainly to Austin and Kieran. So it's been a pleasure, guys. Obviously, we'll look forward to watching the next 4 hours of you guys taking it on, and we'll look forward to, we'll meet back in, say, 4 hours.
Absolutely. We'll see you then. Have a good rest. You've earned it, and we'll see you very soon.
I haven't.
Oh dear, Jack. We'll get there. We'll get you a 4-hour stint. We'll work on that one. But thank you very much, guys. Take your break, and we'll see you very, very soon. In the meantime, Austin, welcome. How are you doing?
Doing fantastically, Kieran. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad myself. Obviously, we've had a good start to the 24-hour. We got there in the end. We had the formation laps. We got excited about the formation laps, and eventually we got the race started. But it's been action-packed throughout. One thing we saw happen on the stream whilst it happened, I'm not sure if any stewards got involved, but it was the R70 car that got into a little bit of hot water on the exit of turn 7 and 8. Obviously, that's I haven't heard anything from the stewards as of yet, but obviously, I'm sure we'll find out in due course if any action was taken. And it kind of looked like the move wasn't on. Obviously, bit of overspeed. Was he making the corner? Was he not? You could argue all day about that one, but at the end of the day, they're out there. They've still got just under 20 hours to go. They've just got to keep their heads down and keep going.
It's the whole spirit of an endurance event, especially a 24-hour like this, that you have to just keep your head down, keep moving, even if adversity strikes, like we saw in this situation. You have to keep going. And if there's one thing in a 24-hour race that will get to you at some point, it is adversity. Every team is going to face it. Every team is going to have to get through it. And whoever does it the best tends to be the one that wins the race.
Yeah, I often said it's not if you make mistakes, because they will happen. It's how you recover from those mistakes. That's the main thing. So hopefully everyone can be safe in the knowledge that the moves are happening. We're just seeing the Rusty's car. I think you'll like this one, Austin. The Rusty's car going around the outside there, battling away. That is of course, the number. I wish they were the number 95 team. Unfortunately, they're not. They've had to settle for another number, which is the number 18. But it's good enough. It's good enough, number 18. That'll do. Is this for position? It is. That is the Españita Rocket Factor, driven at the moment by Nacho Gaspar. And in the Rusty's car, it's Martin Rey making their way now down towards turn number 10. And I have to say, that is for P17 at the moment. So a really good midfield battle at the moment for them.
Really seems like it, and yeah, I think they do have the number 5 on the side there at least.
Well, they have
even
95, yeah.
Yeah, even though they are the number 18 for us, but yeah, at least they're sticking to the actual number and the whole theme. I really do like this livery. I think it's my personal favorite. But yeah, it's a really close battle here, and the question is really, when are they gonna try and go for the move? Because surely you want to get past, you want some clean air, you don't want to battle for too long. As fun as it is in a 24-hour race like this, but it's always a bit of danger. If you start battling away, it's always a potential hazard there, and you don't really want to do this, as fun as it might be for the driver himself. Ideally, the best running for the team is if you're not involved in anything. No overtakes ultimately, but no battles, no fights. And I think we're getting closer and closer here, as the Rusty's car was having a little look there into turn 4 into the Repsol corner. Wasn't there yet, but I think maybe at the end of the back straight we might see something happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to take you through, myself and Austin will take you through the next 4 hours. We are at the 5th hour of the 24 hours Sim Racing International Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And at the moment, we have a lead of just over 1 minute, which actually over 4 hours so far, that's not bad at all, Austin, really. Leading by a minute, that's actually really commendable, and how it shows how close the field actually is. Normally, when you see other forms of motorsport, they're normally a lap down by this point.
Yeah, 1 minute is really absolutely nothing, and it's even less if you consider that right now we have second, third, fourth, and I think even fifth in a gap of about 10 seconds of each other. So it's really close behind Zenith. Zenith may have gotten the upper hand on the rest because of their strategy, but that can all come back. That can all come crashing down in a heartbeat. And I remember you guys talked about earlier, I think it was you and George, about the Le Mans race with the Toyota, where in the last 5 minutes the car broke down. All of that can happen. It's still 19 hours and 51 minutes left to go. So a lot of time for any car, for any driver, for any team to run into any sort of issue.
Absolutely. We're just seeing Martin Rey here looking for a move down the inside in towards turn 4. Can he try and get the move on Nacho Gaspar in the Españita Rocket Factor car? They're still side by side now as they head their way down towards turn 5. Gaspar has the inside line. Rey has to concede and take the outside line there as we now make our way on the exit of 5 through 6 and towards that 7 and 8 complex there. You see the Rusty's car looking for a move down the inside there, but not quite happening there. He's right on the rear wing though, right on that rear bumper. Porsche versus Porsche as they fly their way now through turn 9 and all the way now down to turn 10. It's a great run from the Rusty's car. Is there an opportunity to have a move down at turn 10? He tries the dummy, now switches to the inside, trying to go up the inside in towards turn 10 there. Borja Fernandez around the outside, but Martin Rey with the little dummy, the little switchback, gets the move done. A great move there from the Rusty's car, and a great move by Martin Rey.
Certainly, this is how you overtake. This is overtaking 101, really. If you want to get a move on in this corner into La Caja, you want to overtake down the inside. It is a hairpin. You don't want to be on the outside. The next corner is a left-hander as well. So you really want to get that inside. And the Rusty's car just very, very well done there from Martin Rey. But I have to say, from the Españita Rocket Factor car, maybe a little bit of a stronger defense hugging the inside line would have helped. But in the end, also a great move there from the Rusty's car.
Absolutely. It's I think it's my favourite livery out of all of them. I have to be honest with you. I don't know why. It just is. Kerchow. And making their way now up towards turn 4 then. And I have to say, the car behind is not actually going away as much as the Rusty's team would like. Espanita Rocket Factor of Nacho Gaspar still pretty much there, looking for a way past again as they now make their way through. There is the BMW M8 of the number 2 car, Zenith Esports. I mean, they're leading by 68 seconds at this moment in time, and the luxury that Zenith Esports has, the luxury that Iago Martinez has, is that, well, any car in front of him is going to have to jump out of the way now.
Well, they don't really have to jump out of the way. The rule, obviously, in most endurance races is that the car in front, the car that's leading, the car that's lapping, has to find the way past, and the car in front doesn't have to jump out of the way and just roll out the red carpet and let them through. But certainly, if you are the leader of the race, a car that you are about to lap is probably a bit more compliant than if you were second, third, or fourth. Just because if you're behind, and I've been in that situation, I can tell you from experience, you don't want to be influencing who wins the race. And if you see the number 1 popping up behind you, it's just something that in your head that clicks where you're like, oh, it's the number 1. Let's make sure nothing happens. I'd rather move out of the way than cause any kind of accident. If it's P5 showing up behind you, you're a bit more banging on the rules and saying, listen, you have to find the way past. I'm not gonna let you. You have to. Once you're there, once you're alongside, I will not fight it, of course, but you have to get there at first.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're looking at one of the closest battles out on track. It is, of course, the battle we've been covering, I think, since we've started this one. The Rusties versus the Espanita Rocket Factor team. Meanwhile, we're riding on board with Porsche here, heading down towards turn 10, and this is a great idea as to how quickly those cars stop. They may still be GT cars, but they've got some powerful brakes on them to make sure that car actually does slow down. And then making your way now through turn 12, the long right hand, seems like it goes on forever, that right hander, but you've got to keep it in line there, in towards turn 13, clip of the sleeping policeman there. You can see how much the car reacts to that in towards 14 and 15, and then making our way now around the final corner in turn 16. That is the number 26, so that's the DX Droids car there. Currently driving that one is Daniel Nadal Mayorgas, so making his way down the start-finish straight. He's 22.7 behind the next car, which is High Speed Demons, driven by Diego Nicholas. Obviously, High Speed Demons, one of the only 2 BMWs in the sorry, not the BMWs, one of the only 2 Fords, I should say. Yes, I don't know why I keep getting that mixed up, but yeah, only 2 Fords among the field. The other one being the Williams Esports teams. The rest of them are, as you see, Porsches here or BMWs. So it really is a dominant field for the German make of car, for sure. But there's the number 12 there of Unicos Gaming, currently 4th place at the moment, driven right now by Christian Lamella, as now he makes his way in car number 12 through number 12. One thing that intrigues me, Austin, is that obviously there was a Ferrari 488 GTE on offer for the teams. But why do you think that none of the teams felt the Ferrari was the right car for them?
I think it mostly has to do with the character of the track. Obviously, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya is a very particular track. You have one long straight that we're seeing right now, the start-finish straight. You also have the back straight that's kind of long, but not too long. And apart from that, it's a lot of corners. It's a lot of high-speed corners, some low-speed corners in the final sector. But for the most part, it's a rather fast track. It's also a rather short track at only 4.6 kilometers. If we compare that to the typical GT tracks, something like Le Mans, obviously, which is 13 kilometers long, and something that a lot of these cars have been built for. Where you have long straights and it's very fast. Maybe that's why the Ferrari hasn't been chosen, because it's not that good in the corners. It would have an advantage on the straights, but that advantage is negated and more than negated by the circuit layout and the many corners that we have around here, and the grip that you need that the Ferrari doesn't give you.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's a shame that we don't see any Ferraris out there, but obviously the teams have decided that maybe the Ferrari is not for them. We see a car in the pit lane, one of the BMWs, I think that's the KART team, because they're the only team on my timing sheets that are in orange, so that implies they're in the pit lane. Car's not on the jack, so maybe just a top up of fuel.
Yeah, seems like it. Although now it has completely disappeared, and it's back, so it's pinging in and out of existence. But yeah, it seems like no tire changes on the car, and just a bit of fuel. Maybe a driver change as well. Maybe it's a fast repair. That could be the case. We got to keep in mind every team has 2 fast repairs available, and maybe this is the one that the one of the 2 that the kart team is using here. So that could be another situation.
Absolutely. So they're in the pits now, as you can see on the screen there, 27th overall at the moment. And I think that is Mario Lobo, who's Maria Lobo, who's going to take over the reins here. So yeah, car's not on the jacks yet, but as you say, it could be a driver change out there. And here we go with some on-track action. We've got a moving car. It's a Porsche heading down towards turn 1 now. It's a nice little livery. It is the number 21 car that's going around there. So that's the El Bardaqueto racing team. It's driven by Diego Cano. And I think looking at the back of the field there, it's a long way back from, yeah, I mean, the El Bardaqueto are in a race of their own at the moment. They are 8.6 behind the next car, which isn't too bad, but then they're 1 minute 38 ahead of the car behind. So really, they're looking at just trying to move forward rather than focus on anybody behind, which is not a bad scenario. If you don't have to worry about the cars behind you, you can solely focus on attacking the cars ahead.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the best situations you can have, where you don't have to look behind. You can look up front and you can start licking your lips a little bit and prepare an overtake. Obviously, it's still a little bit too early for that for them, with 8.5 seconds behind the next car. But that certainly is a possibility there. But I think we see another battle here now, and that's a lot closer than 8.5 seconds. This is 1.5 seconds between Unicos Gaming and the Race for Cat team, the Race for Cat Motorsport team. That is for P4. We see the Race for Cat Motorsport team right here in the red car with the Catalan rear wing with the red and yellow. Basically the Catalan flag on the rear wing. And that seems to be a battle that's heating up a little bit. Could get a little bit interesting in the next couple of laps here, as we are heading to the 19-hour 40-minute mark. So 4 hours and 20 minutes almost gone. And this could get very interesting in the next couple of laps.
Oh, absolutely. Just to clarify, that move down the start-finish straight was a back marker. That was that was the Carbono Esports team, driven by Mark Hagele. So the race you're seeing is between the 2 Porsches now up ahead. So the car directly in front of this one is now for position. And as you quite rightfully said, Unicos Gaming there in the number 12, just ahead of this car here, the Race for Cat Motorsport car, driven by Andrea Rodriguez. At the moment, 1.3 the gap between them. So again, not bad at all, considering we're deep now into this 24-hour. And yeah, Race for Cat have been a bit under the radar for the first 3, maybe 3.5 hours, but they've come alive now. The only problem is that sometimes you can have teams that sort of arrive on the scene early, but then because of that, they then swiftly leave the scene and finish down the table. I mean, you're I bring you into this because you're obviously much inclined into the endurance racing series. You've done endurance racing yourself. What sort of things would be going through a driver's head? Obviously, if you're at the front, fantastic. But what sort of things could happen that put you down the field?
A lot. There's a lot. You could have any sort of incident. We saw it with the R70 team. You get hit by another car, and all of a sudden you're in the gravel trap and you have damage, and maybe you need a fast repair. If you have no fast repair available, if you've already used both of them, then it's a long repair. It's a slow repair, and that hurts you so much more. There is maybe an inconsistency with the, let's say, the driver's skill, because obviously we have driver changes. Every team has at least 3 drivers, at most 4, and there could be a sort of skill gap between the drivers within a team. So you could have one real fast driver who's going to bring you up the table, then you have a driver who's not as skilled, who's not as good, who will drop you down a little bit. You could have some sort of mechanical issue. You could have some sort of technical issue, meaning internet connection could drop out, and that would suddenly make you lose laps, if not completely ruin your race. I mean, you could have a complete retirement from this. But the drivers, if they do have a disconnection, they will be able to rejoin, but it will cost them most likely at least one lap, if not more. So that could all happen. There's so much that could be going on, and I gotta say, I've been doing this. I think the first time I did endurance racing was about 13 years ago, so I've been doing this for quite a while, and I think I've seen it all at this point. There have been races that have been stopped way back when, when the internet was in its infancy, basically, when the connections were dial-up. Although no, they were not that slow, but races were stopped because the whole server went down. I hope this doesn't happen today, or tomorrow for that matter. But I've seen it. It happened twice in the same race as well. And ultimately, we finished a 24-hour race with, I think the leader was running for 21 and a half hours. That's how long the periods in between took.
Well, absolutely. I mean, 13 years ago. The less said about that, Austin. We'll swiftly move on, shall we? Well, we're
Yeah,
sitting here
I know I'm old. Okay, I know I'm old.
well, we're sitting here. We're on board. I believe this is with Diego Nicolas in the High Speed Demons, obviously in the Ford GT, trying to chase down Borja Garcia in the Mars Devils eSport car. So this is, I believe, position. Yes, it is for 14th at the moment. So obviously, High Speed Demons are looking for that top 10 finish. They've been in and around the top 10 for the past couple of hours, but that was Nicolas there getting a little bit too friendly with the curb there. You don't want to do that too many times, because not only do you get that 1x next to your name in the, or it could even be 2x if it's severe enough, you could also have that loss of control, which obviously could find yourself heading to the wall. But just to add insult to injury, you get 2 incidence points for being out of control of the car. So you really don't want to do that.
Yeah, and once it gets 75 incident points, that's a drive-through penalty. And in a 24-hour race, if we look right now, the prediction, iRacing always has a prediction of how many laps are expected to have been run at the end of the race. Right now, that prediction is sitting at 839. To give you some perspective, we're in lap 138 right now, so still 700 laps roughly to go. A lot of time. And in 839 laps, you're allowed 75 incident points, 75x, and that's a penalty. So 74 is what you're allowed, 75, that's a penalty. So you're allowed 1 incident point less than every 10 laps. So if anyone right now is over 13, 14, they're already in trouble.
Absolutely, and obviously we see here that the Ford GT, it's a great looking car, I have to say. It really does look well, and in the hands of this team right now, it's looking mighty strong. For high speed, they're looking for the for that position there. They're pushing hard for it. They want that position. They've been running in and out of the top 10 all race long. As we saw in that replay, they got a little bit pushy with the curb on the outside of 9, but those sorts of mistakes are going to happen. No driver is 100% consistent, really, Austin, are they?
No, that never happens. That never exists. Nobody's perfect, and nowhere is that truer than in racing, especially in sim racing, where you have so many so many things that can influence your lap. You have the fuel that goes down. You have the tires that wear. You have the track that evolves in some way or another. So you have the energy levels of the driver. I mean, we're prepared here as commentators. I know that George had his energy drinks prepared. I don't know about you, Kieran. I've got my orange juice prepared. I'm not an energy drink kind of guy. But the drivers have different. They have changing energy levels. So it all plays into it, yeah, it's certainly. I think it's impossible to go through a race like this, even as one driver, and if you do 25% of the whole race distance, so you're 1 out of 4, to go through a race like this with 0x. I think it's impossible.
It sounds impossible. Just saying that, it sounds impossible. So yeah, I mean, it's going to happen. I think that's the key thing. It's going to happen. It's trying to minimise how many times it happens, because obviously with the track limits here, obviously in the briefing they'll have been told what's track limits and what isn't, and that will be reinforced by that one. We've got a couple of Porsches and a BMW here. Making their way through in towards turn number 5. That is the number 26 there. Number 26 we saw going through. So that is DX Droids there, driven right now by Mayoragas. And he's got a car behind him, which is the lovely pink coloured BMW. It's a lovely livery. You're not going to miss it if you have a glancing eye. It's sort of pink along the sides, and it's grey and fluorescent green or yellow on the back. There's always that debate whether it's fluorescent yellow or green. I side with green, but anyway, it looks like just trying to figure out here, just looking on the timing screens. Yeah, there is a battle to be had there. You've got the number 16 of the Euromaster car looking to close in, as well as the number 7 of Kuruma Motorsport, which you'll like this one, Austin. Apparently, Kuruma in Japanese means car, so their team, as we're riding on board with them, or following them, I should say, is Car Motorsport. I like it.
Yeah, I know I know about this since I think 2014, 2013 maybe, because there is a car in Grand Theft Auto called the Kuruma, and it's a very good, amazingly, it's a very good off-road car, yeah, it's an all-wheel drive car and everything, so that's where I know it from. But yeah, maybe it is actually an homage to GTA. That could be the case as well. Maybe all the drivers on Kuruma Motorsport just like playing that game a lot. And the Kuruma is one of the most iconic cars in that game.
Absolutely. We're looking here at the Rusty's team now, as Martin Ray looks to hunt down somebody else. I'm just trying to figure out, that's the number 7, so that's not for position. Number 7 is Kuruma Motorsport. So just trying to figure out here, that actually could be for position. It's just,
yeah.
I'll tell you why. It's because when I go away from the live timing, it stops updating. That'll be why. That'll be why it's not accurate. Keep refreshing it. That's what happens. Yes, that is for position. The number 7 and the number 18. So that is for, at the moment, P17, as they now make their way all the way through. As you see the Rusty's car there, just clicking back into the track there as they now make their way up the hill through 11 and 12. So a battle here to be had between Kuruma Motorsport in the hands of Otka Cross and Rusty's in the hands of Martin Ray. We've seen a move from Martin Ray before. He's not one to shy away from it.
Yeah, in fact, since that move, Martin Ray has pulled a 5.5-second gap on the Espanita Rocket Factor car, driven by Nacho Gaspar right now. So since we saw that move, they already pulled a gap of 5 seconds. They are one of the faster cars on track right now. Their last lap was 1 minute 43.9. Oh, sorry, 1 minute 43.5 rather, for Rusty's, 43.9 for Kuruma. So they gained 4/10 on the last lap. Their best lap isn't actually that great. One of the few cars there that are in the 1 minute 43s. The Kuruma Motorsport team has the better best lap, the better fastest lap. But they are consistent right now, and over a 24-hour race, your fastest lap does not matter. What matters is your consistency over time. How close can you stick to your fastest lap? And the closer you're able to do it, and right now, Rusty's Martin Ray is doing a great job there. The better your result is going to be. So Rusty's moving up the field here, one position a couple laps ago, and now looking to get another.
Absolutely, he was all over the back of that Kuruma car then, all the way through the first sector. Seems to have dropped away slightly through the second sector, but that could be the way the car's set up. I mean, Martin knows how to overtake. We've already seen it in our stint here. for the next 3.5 hours. Myself and Austin will be taking you through the action there as we head towards the dusk at that point. But yeah, that Rusty's car, yeah, again, you're not going to miss the livery, not by a mile. And Kuruma Motorsport, the Otka Cross, is not going to miss it in his rear view mirrors. That is for sure. As we now make our way around the final corner and onwards now towards the start finish straight. Can that Rusty's car find the legs to get past Kuruma Motorsports? BMW versus Porsche as we head now down the start finish straight. Can he find a way past Kuruma? Now he's a little bit too far behind. We're riding on board on the bonnet now of the Kuruma Motorsport car. But look at this, he's getting right up close. And I tell you what, those teeth are absolutely terrifying.
They really are. That's the one thing about that car that really should scare Kuruma Motorsport here. But then again, it's going to be a bit trickier for Rusty's. The last time they overtook a car that was the Espinita Rocket Factor car, that was Porsche on Porsche as they go right here down the inside. A little bit of a mistake, I think, from the Kuruma Motorsport car, from Otka Cross. And the Rusty's, that was about as easy an overtake as you can ever hope for. I was about to say it was going to be difficult because obviously it is now a BMW M8 and we all know how big that car is. But if it moves out of the way, well, that makes it that much easier.
It does. It almost seemed like the Kuruma car just wasn't interested in battling, or at least looking for maybe a move down towards turn 10. He wants that advantage down the main straight, perhaps. But yeah, the move just looked a little bit too easy there for Martin Ray. I reckon something's up there with Otka Cross. He might be thinking strategically as well. When you get into these long endurance races, is it worth battling a car for a position this early on? He's probably thinking probably not.
Yeah, he saw the gap that the Rusty's car has closed on them. As I said earlier, 5.5 seconds it was. And he probably thought to himself, look, I don't need to battle this. It's 4.5 hours as there are the flashing lights of the Rusty's car. That is not for position. I think they're trying to show the car in front that they're coming up. That's a lapping. But yeah, do you really want to battle this early on as we have another car in the pit lane? Or is it still the same car that we saw earlier? It is still the same car. It's still the car team.
Yes, so they've been in the pits now for quite some time, which is really unfortunate for them. Hopefully they'll be getting out of the pit lane very, very soon. But yeah, they've been in the pit lane now for 17 minutes, almost 18 minutes. So maybe something that's got to be a repair to the car. It has to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been there for nearly 18 minutes now.
Yeah, surely. At this point, maybe they have run out of fast repairs because fast repair never takes 18 minutes. So maybe this is a slow repair. And that really spells doom for the kart team. Because if you are out of fast repairs after 4.5 hours, or 4 hours really, the next 19.5 are going to be really, really difficult, and you're going to struggle a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing the one of the Ford GTs come in. This is the high-speed team making their way in towards the pit box. Diego Nicolas brings it into the box there, and they get the pit stop underway. We'll see what happens there, and it is a driver change. So Oyer Hugo is the driver who's going to be taking over, and obviously the paint has to be taken off and then reapplied for the new driver there. But he'll be making his way back out onto track then. So surely with a driver change, that would come with the fuel and the tires, would you think?
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't make much sense. You're gonna have to give the new driver. If you are making a change which takes so much time, you can't just switch tires and fuel up the car at the same time, and therefore not cost yourself time. Use it for a refueling and for fresh tires, and then get back out there and let the new driver get familiar with the car, get familiar with how it handles again, and with the track. Because obviously, as I say, the conditions, the track conditions influence how the car handles.
Yeah, we've got Unicos Gaming coming into the pits then, just into the pit lane now. Christian Lamella driving that car. Meanwhile, Iago Martinez there, you can see, still leading by, let's have a look now, 26.8 seconds was the last time they crossed the line there. So still a sizable margin, but not entirely impossible to catch, especially in this scenario. But you can see they're running wide on the exit of turn 16, and it seems like the drivers are really taking liberties with the curbs. I think they've been briefed that they're allowed to do that. I think rather than white line on the start of the curb, it's probably the white line on the end of the curb. It's the end of the track limits there.
Most likely, if the drivers do it consistently, you can be very assured that that has been addressed in the drivers' briefing, and that they are allowed to do it. So it seems like the curbs generally are part of the track for the most part. At least the red and white, and sometimes the black and yellow curves here as well. They seem to be part of the track. The green stuff, that's the thing you want to avoid. At least you want to avoid it with all four wheels. You can get on it with two, but you want to avoid it with all four. So that seems to be the agreement here between all drivers, which makes it a lot easier for the drivers regarding the incident points, because if you're not leaving the track, if the curbs count as part of the track, you don't get an incident point. But just to get back to Zenith Esports and Iago Martinez, I have to say, I'm quite impressed with his stint so far. I mean, the gap has come down a little bit to Level Motorsports in P2 from 1:08 to now 1:04, which, to be fair, is negligible. But you got to keep in mind, Iago Martinez is one of the youngest drivers in this field. He's 16 years old. It's not that he's a veteran of sim racing, that he's done this for 10, 15 years, or he has that much experience. He's a young gun. He's a guy who probably, I don't know when he started, but at 16 years old, he kind of started, years and years ago. So for him to just be that patient and be that consistent and just wind down the laps, I have to say I'm really, really impressed.
Yeah, he's putting on a good show at the moment in this, it's still the early stages of this 24-hour. You can see there, Martin Ray has obviously moved to the right-hand side because he's seen a back marker up ahead and is looking to just try and get any sort of slipstream to help him down in towards turn 1. I think the car ahead is now a back marker, so we'll be expecting them to just sort of move aside, maybe. Just make life easy, I think, is the word there for Martin Ray. There you go, flash of the lights there. It lets him know that he's there. But there you can see he's now going up the inside. And I have to say, the back marker's not going to budge that easily. That's the number 32 there. I'm just trying to see which car that
Customs
is.
Exilium.
It is, yes. So it is a Customs Exilium. So yeah, that is a back marker. So obviously, I don't think Martin Ray will be too pleased with that one, as I think he gets a bit of a flashing lights in return for that one. But he's through, and he's put a car between himself and Kuruma Motorsport, which is all important when it comes to endurance racing. He can now focus on the car ahead. Meanwhile, that is Diego Cano for El Bardaqueto Racing Team. He's looking to try and close in on the car ahead, which is Oscar Ortiz. So this is the Customs Exilium car we were just talking about, and this is what we're sort of talking about with the blue flags. Obviously, the blue flags are there. They're there to warn you that there's a faster driver behind who's not on the same lap as you, preferably who's on a lap or done more laps than you, for example. But when it comes to the blue flags, and then you're trying to battle with another car, you've got to try and get your priorities there, and you've got to think, well, would I rather lose time letting a back marker through, or would I rather just get the move done, get on with it?
Yeah, as we see the flashing lights so many times, we saw it, I think, for the third time in a lap. Maybe for some of the viewers might be interesting to explain that it doesn't mean the same that it does if you do it on the highway or the motorway or whatever you call it in your country. It's really just to show the driver in front that I'm here, I'm right behind you, I'm a faster car, I want to get past. And usually you see a second flashing of the light once they want to make the move. When they get close enough that they feel like they want to go for it now, that's when they flash it for a second time saying, be careful, I'm making a move now. It's not so much a move out of my way, I'm faster, and if you don't move, I'm angry. It's more of a nice warning, because that's really the only option the drivers have. I mean, what else do you want to do to warn another driver? You can't yell because they won't hear it. There is no microphone connection between the teams. So all you can really do is use the lights that you have on your car and show the other car, hey, I'm here, and hey, I want to move. It's less a means of expressing your anger, and it's more a means of communication.
Yeah, absolutely. It, as you rightly said, the flashing lights isn't normally aggressive. It's more of a just look out. I'm gonna pass you because I'm ahead of you in the race. Is really what that means. So obviously it's perfectly clear to the drivers. Obviously they have the interval screens, so they're different colours. Blue if they're a lap ahead or more. Red if they're a lap down or more. So that's how it differentiates there. So they can have an idea of who they're battling and who they are not. That is the number 21 car of the El Bardaqueto racing team. So that is still Diego Cano in that car. I'm just trying to work out that orange and red liveried BMW behind. Something leads me to say that that's the number 7, but I wouldn't hold me to that one. In fact, I wouldn't, because it might not be. That might be the Karuma Motorsport car, actually.
Which is the number 7.
Oh, it is the number. Oh, so my eyes do work. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karuma Motorsport then. So this isn't a battle for position. This is Karuma Motorsport wanting to try and get past to put a lap on the Porsche ahead. In fact, no, that's the Karuma car back in the background. There's a BMW in the middle, which I can't quite decipher. Ah, we've lurched onto it now, have we? We'll see as they will fly their way through. So that's the Karuma car then. That's the number 7 of Oscar Cross. But I can't see what that BMW is. Whatever it is, it's moving out of the way.
Yeah, so it must be a car that's a bit further behind. Could be the 27 Project Bullet. It's what?
It's the number 3.
The Cometa team, yes. So I was about to say that. So there are 3 teams that are even further behind a Bardaqueto, where it makes sense that it could be them. It was either going to be Project Bullet iRacing, the number 27, or BWY Academy, the number 31, or, as it turns out, the Cometa team, number 3, with Baltasar Sevilla driving right now.
Absolutely. Hopefully you're all enjoying the stream tonight, and hopefully you'll be sticking with us for as long as you can. It's great to have you along with us. Great to have you with this action in front of us, and we're looking to go through for the next 3 and a bit hours now. We're going to take you through all the way up until, I believe, that's 8:30 my time. Obviously, you're based in Germany, Austin, so it will be a little bit different for you now.
Yeah, we'll be 1 hour more, so 9:30 then from me.
Yeah, that sounds about right, doesn't it? I have to double check that one. Yeah, so 9:30 Central European time and 8:30 for British summertime. Meanwhile, this is a move here on the inside of number 26 and makes
that's a spin.
And that is a spin for the number 1 car, who was right up the order. That's the MSI, yeah. So they're making a move on the number 26. Now, what's going to be interesting is, was that for position? No, it wasn't. That was a back marker.
No. Yeah, that was a back marker. He did not leave enough space. Here we see a replay now. I want to see exactly what happened. So, yeah, it was an optimistic move from the 1, I would say. But at the same time, if I was the car that's being lapped, I would probably leave a bit more space. Ultimately, I think we can file this under misunderstanding. But very, very unfortunate there for Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car. They were only 26 seconds behind Zenith in the lead. That gap has now opened up by 10 seconds more, 35 or 9 seconds more, 35 seconds. So they've lost quite a bit of time from this, and they've lost a couple of drivers that they have to lap now. Thankfully, one of them is pulling into the pits right away, so that makes it just a bit easier. But yeah, the gap there, we see it 35 seconds now between Yago Martinez in Zenith Esports car and Julian Rodriguez for MSI Esports. So now 36 even. It's always going up and down a little bit, but basically they lost about 10 seconds from this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things you've got to be careful, both as a front runner and a back marker. Those blue flags are there to warn you, but it's up to you to make sure the move is safe. And I think, as you rightly said, Austin, it's just a miscommunication. I don't think the Porsche was aiming to leave the room. Then he had to, and it just sort of all unravels there. I'm sure it will go to the stewards. I'm sure they'll take it to the stewards on that one. Meanwhile, we're riding on board then with the MSI esports car as it now tries to get away. There you go. There's a back marker that just jumps straight out of the way. No way am I getting involved in that one with Rodriguez behind the wheel, especially after what happened to him a couple of laps ago. In fact, one lap ago. You just go nowhere near him at this point. Let him do his own thing at this point.
Yeah, especially if you've seen what happened, which was the case here. The car that jumped out of the way has seen what happened the lap prior, and he knows, oh, that driver, in this case Julian Rodriguez, he's gonna be a bit angry now if this happens again. If there's any contact again, he's gonna be really mad. So better move out of the way, roll out the red carpet if you have to, but just don't bother him, let him go, and don't make him any angrier than he might already be.
Yeah, let the Rodriguez, let him through. Just don't worry about it. Obviously, MSI Esports, they're only 35 seconds down. I mean, you say that's gone up by 10 seconds. It's Level Motorsports with Andres Fernandez come into the pit lane. They're currently in the pit box now. Also in the pit lane, Karuma Motorsport with Otka Cross, and also DX Droids with Daniel Nadal Nagoya as they looking at it there. Karuma have not changed driver. Meanwhile, DX Droids have. They've now going to put Borja Crisper Vilches in the car, so he'll be the next driver out to set a couple of lap times. Unicos Gaming obviously have Pablo Hidalgo in the car as well. They're currently running on our timing screens at the moment in 5th place. There you can see David Gomez in Project Bullet iRacing, 26th place right now in that very colourful BMW as they make their way now down towards turn 10. They're trying to chase down BWY Academy, 7.8 seconds up the road. That's not impossible.
Yeah, it's certainly something that they're going to have their eyes on, especially with the issues they've had previously. They are in 27th now, or 26th now as the timing screen switches there. I don't know who they overtook actually, but I think it was the Kometa team. But yeah, they're looking at this, looking at the gap, monitoring the gap, and 7 seconds can come down quite quickly.
Yeah, and especially in this sort of scenario, it will come down mega quick if you're on the pace and on it from the start. David Gomez, as we've got a spinner up ahead. Now, who was that spinning on the exit of turn 2? That'd be interesting. I saw a flash of blue there as we passed it on the bumper cam, but someone has lost it on the exit of 2, possibly on entry into 3. We've got a replay of it here. Let's see what happened. Let's see. We've got a car off there. So that's the end of the spin. That, to me, is that the number 7 car there?
I think, yeah, it is.
Yes, it's Karuma Motorsport. So Casado, who's just jumped into the car, has had a little bit of a moment there on the exit of turn 2, entry into 3. So that's not the way he wanted to start his stint for sure. But hopefully it can only go uphill from here now.
Yeah, and it's especially cruel for Karuma Motorsport because if you look at the gaps right now, I'm trying to calculate this quickly in my head. It's about 20 to 25 seconds from where they are right now, P21, to P17. So 5 places there in the midfield within 20-25 seconds. And that's basically what they lost as... I think the big gainer from this one was the Rusty's car, because not only did they get past Karuma Motorsport, but they also just overtook the Euromaster Esports car with Ivan Ruiz. So Juan Esteban, who has jumped into the Rusty's car now, he's having a wonderful time right now, gaining positions, just gained one on the last lap there on the Euromaster Esports team, and they find themselves now in 14th place and still moving further up the road.
Absolutely. From the timing screens, we've seen MSI Esports and Zenith Esports, I believe that is, into the pit lane. MSI Esports, Salva Talens is now back into the car for what I believe will be his second stint. Zenith Esports have now sent Ricardo Rico back out in the car. Now, obviously, Austin, if you tuned into the early part of this race, you'll know about Ricardo Rico and how he was hunting down and eventually grabbed and snatched the lead away and just basically ran away with it. They'll be very eager, Zenith Esports, to put him back in the car right now.
Yeah, I did watch that, and it was quite amazing to see Ricardo Rico really having a lot of pace. And after the young gun, give me 1 second here. After Iago Martinez was doing a good job there of basically managing the gap and making sure that they stay in the lead and everything's going well, everything's going smoothly. Putting Ricardo Rico back in the car, I think, is a bit of a statement here from Zenith Esports. They're saying, we want to walk away with this one right here, right now. And maybe they're even keeping their I would usually, the way they do it is they keep their second best driver for last, their best driver at the start, that way they can try and pull out a gap. That's Ricardo Rico. The second best driver usually comes in towards the end. I don't know whether that's going to be Iago Martinez again, or whether that's going to be Lucas Colombo or Aita Mediavilla. One of those three certainly. But this is a statement right now from Zenith. They want to make sure that MSI Esports have no chance, and MSI Esports reacts the same way by bringing in Salva Talens. So these two really battling it out, and it's going to be interesting to monitor the gap. Right now, 36.5 seconds between those two teams. It's going to be interesting to see how much comes down or moves up, and which of the two BMWs is going to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you tuned into the start of this race, you'll have seen that battle there between Ricardo Rico, Salva Talens. One team that was up there at the beginning of this race, Unicos Gaming, now down in 9th place, currently driven by Pablo Hidalgo. Down there in 9th. Obviously, they were really punchy at the start of this race, but I reckon something's happened out there, unfortunately for them. But at the moment, they're down in the sort of, they're still upper midfield, in fairness to them, so a long way to go. But obviously, they'll be a bit disappointed, especially after that fantastic start.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2 laps down on the leading cars after a very promising start. That's something you never want to find yourself in, not the sort of position you want to be in, and so we're seeing this right now. In fact, they're dropping further and further. Are they in the pit lane right now? Because they're now down to 17th. Maybe it's just the timing screen that's acting up a little bit, but if they're actually dropping that far, 20th now, I think something might be wrong with the Unicos Gaming car.
Oh, maybe, but yeah, so hopefully not, but there you can see it's a little bit too slow for them, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully that's not the case, because that's the last thing they wanted in all of this. Hopefully they'll be able to get back on pace very, very shortly, Austin.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, trying to find that they're now down in 21st. So still no sign of life really from them, it seems, as everyone else is battling away. We have the 30th place car seeing right now, which is the car team. They are apparently back out on track, so that's at least nice to see. Their repair took them 24 minutes, and it's just painful to see. They are they're 25 laps down on the leaders and 9 laps down on the next car, which is the A2 Racing team in P29. So not really much of a battle for kart right now, but it always remains true in endurance racing. If you finish the race, you can be proud of yourself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think lots of drivers will be thinking that as well. The main part of it is obviously to finish, and I was saying that about Williams Esports early on. Obviously, they haven't had the greatest start in the world. They'll want to keep going, keep moving forward as much as possible. But I think although they're a team that prioritise winning, although they're a team that are used to winning, I think getting to the checker flag after that bad start will be a win for them in any case. I just hope they do see it that way and keep going till the end of this race.
Oh yeah, they for sure will. The sort of spirit in the Williams Esports team definitely tells me that they're going to try and finish no matter what happens. But I did talk earlier to Javier Guerra, the manager of Williams Esports. I asked him a couple of questions. I just wanted to get a feel for what the goals are for Williams Esports and how they approach this race. And he said to me that it's their third consecutive season taking part. And he also said this season, unfortunately, virtually. So he was hoping for this race to be once again held at the circuit directly in the circuit facilities, like it was the last 2 years. But he also says they have the same objective as they had in the last ones. They couldn't enjoy any victory, not even a podium. So hopefully this weekend we can get a better result, he said. So right now it's not looking too great in that regard, but there's still 19 hours left to go. So a lot of time, and they are right now 6 laps down on the leading cars. And if I remember correctly, 6 laps down last year was a top 5 finish. So if they can find the pace at this point and have a smooth running for the next 19 hours, which is going to be difficult because it's still 19 hours. But if they do find the pace, if they do find some smooth running, there is an opportunity here still to be had.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll keep one eye on the timing screens for sure to try and keep up with all the battles happening out on the field. But it is Zenith Esports still leading the way, a good 38.6 seconds ahead of MSI Esports, which after this amount of time, which is not long at all, 45 seconds now on the timing screen. So it's a little bit back and forward. So. We'll go with 36 seconds because that's what's come back onto the timing screens. Yeah, to be that far behind actually isn't so bad. They've got plenty of time to recover from that, and all it takes really is a mistake from a driver, and that's the standings changed completely as Williams Esports now come into the pit lane. Dominic Stabe looks like he's taking over the control of that car.
Yeah, and for some reason that Williams Esports car just jumped into 3rd place on our timing screens, which is 1 lap down. After it showed as being 6 laps down, I don't know what's going on right now. Maybe they are not doing so badly after all.
Maybe not. But we'll have to just take it as it comes, unfortunately. That's all we could do. But at the moment, it does say that Zenith Esports are top with MSI in 2nd place. And MSI, obviously, winners last year. Zenith Esports have turned up and they're looking to try and shake the boat a little bit. How do you think MSI, can they recover? I mean, I know it's early on, but what do they need to do to get back into this?
At this point, just hope for some sort of mistake from Zenith. Maybe try and close the gap bit by bit with 19 hours left and 38 seconds down. If they win 2 seconds, or if they gain 2 seconds per hour, which isn't that much, we're talking, 2 seconds per hour. That's nothing. If we say 1 minute 45 lap time, you could gain a 10th a lap, and you'd probably, at the end of the day, you'd be there. So the gap is absolutely nothing right now in the grand scheme of things, and just get your head down. Don't throw in the towel, and just try and get as smooth running as possible. Make sure you are doing well on every single lapping. You're cautious, you're careful, but you're not too careful, you're not too cautious, and you get that position in the end, hopefully. That would be the tag. At this point, you're not thinking about what position are we going to finish. It's still 19 hours. It's too early to think about that. 2 hours before the end of the race, that's probably when you start thinking, okay, so if we want to make a move, we have to do this and that and this and that. Right now, you're not really focused on that all too much.
Yeah, Absolutely, and it's as you say, it's still a long, long way to go. You're just seeing there that Dominic Stabe is now back out on track in that Williams Esports Ford GT, and he's got the chance now to try and chase down Mark Yobert, who I don't think they're racing each other. But as you can see, I'll have to check the timing screens because Yobert has now disappeared,
are.
unfortunately. Yeah, so obviously the timings are just trying to catch up and doing their wonderful little thing. But we'll have to see what happens. And sometimes this happens, but everything just works like clockwork in the end. But I think Zenith Esports are still leading the way, contrast to what our telemetry is telling us, with MSI in second place.
I think MSI is leading now, at least that's what the on-stream graphics are showing. So maybe Zenith went into the pit lane? That could be it. It shows 4 laps, the stint, so did they come in recently? Maybe that's why MSI Motorsports is now or MSI Esports, sorry, is now leading. So just a strategy change, sort of. And obviously MSI Esports would still have to pit at some point as well. So it's getting close. It's getting close. Maybe on strategy, MSI Esports might be able to get the win regardless. That's why I'm saying 36 seconds, whatever we had as a gap, it's not that much. Depending on the strategy, this could still change easily.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously that will have an element in it. But all the drivers have to do is just keep the concentration levels up and just keep going as long as they possibly can. We've had Carbono Esports into the pits. Mark Hagele comes into the pits. He's just finished 36 laps in that stint, so that's a long, long time to be in that car, considering they're doing 140s around the track. So that's at least an hour in the car, maybe a little bit more. So let's have a look and see what happens here. He's doesn't look like he's changing driver to Carbono Esports, so it looks like they're going to stick with Hagele for another stint here.
Now, 1 minute 45 per lap times 36 laps is pretty much an hour. 63 minutes is what that ultimately comes down to, thanks to my quick calculator there. I can't do that in my head.
Oh, you're good at the math, though.
Yeah, but not that good. It was basically a 1 hour stint there, which is quite long. I think most drivers try to go for a sort of 40 to 45 minute stint, somewhere between 24 and 27 laps is where they usually end up. And so going for a full hour, certainly a different strategy, but it is a strategy that might actually pay off at the end. It might actually work out. If you go longer stints, you're losing less time in the pit lane. If you can keep up the lap times for that long, then, you know, it might actually be a really, really smart strategy to just go longer and try and stretch it out 36 laps.
Absolutely. We've got a 3-way battle, I believe this is, for 19th place. This is DX Droids with a driver in there, Españita, in the Rocket Factor. So that's Borja Chisper Vilches, I think that is. I think that's how you pronounce it. I probably butchered that one, unfortunately. But you've got Españita Rocket Factor with Alvaro Garcia Paredes, and also Karuma Motorsport with Francesco Javier Casado, all battling now for 19th place. So it's looking pretty good for that battle there. They're looking pretty much on par with each other. I wonder, actually, is that another car behind them ready to take on board this challenge here, take on board this battle, maybe make it a 4-way battle for 19th place? It's going to be fantastic to watch all the way through. In fact, it's higher than that at the moment because now they're classified as 17th. So it's a bit all over the place, but we'll keep up with it. Obviously, we'll keep up with it as best as we can. All we know is it's a 3-car battle for now.
Españita, Rocket Factor, and Karuma both sort of half a second behind the next car in front. So Españita half a second behind DX Droids, and Karuma half a second behind Españita. So it's really, really close, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to solve this. Whether there are going to be some overtakes. One car that has pulled away from this group quite significantly that we've seen in this group earlier is the Rusty's car, the best livery I would say, on the whole grid. They've pulled out by almost 15 seconds to the DX Droids car. So they've gotten a massive gap there, just completely driven away. They're in 15th right now, and then they're enjoying their time as we are on board now with MSI Esports in second place. And I think my timing screen has stopped again, so I'm going to have to reload this quickly.
Yeah, if you change window, it stops entirely, so you got to change it. It catches me out as well.
I see. Yeah. It shows us now that there's a 2-minute 37-second gap. I don't think that's correct. Yeah, there you go. Now it's switched to 35 seconds. It's still the same that we had this whole time, somewhere between 35 and 40 seconds at all times. And it's exactly what we're seeing right now. So, yeah, again, a lot can change. The strategy, if Zenith Esports has to pit more times than MSI at this point, then there might be an opportunity for MSI to take the lead. If you know, Zenith is able to is not able to run the same stint length as MSI is. So at this point, hard to tell who's going to win this one. And I would even say that at this point, there are a couple more cars in this battle. I mean, we look at Race for Cat, we look at Obsidian Racing. Even the cars that are a lap down by now, all of that can change. If we look at Unico's Gaming, we look at Mamiya's racing team, we look at Plus G Escuderia, Level Motorsports, of course, can't forget them, and even R70, who had that incident earlier in Turn 7, where they got basically pushed off the track and into the gravel. They're still kind of there. They're less than 2 laps down at this point. And that's still in striking distance, so they still have a chance here of getting, at the very least, a very good result.
And bear in mind, 20 laps ago, they came in and had a 7-minute 43-second stop. So that's obviously something to take on board. Meanwhile, we're seeing a Porsche and a BMW getting very up close and personal as we make our way now down the start-finish straight. This could be a little bit tasty here. The number 22 of Alvaro Garcia in the Españito Rocket Factor car. Here comes Francesco Casado looking for a move down the inside. No, he thinks better of it into turn 1. No move for him so far, but he's going to keep that Porsche on its toes all the way through the first few corners here, really right on the rear bumper there. We're riding on board with Dominic Stabe, so he's looking to try and get through this as best as he possibly can. The worst kind of battle to come across when you're a front runner is a 3-way battle for something that's a lap down.
Yeah, that's the one thing you never want to encounter, because none of them are going to budge. And at the worst possible scenario, they're all going to be battling, they're going to be side by side, and you will not find a way past, because around the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, it's going to be very difficult to ever make it 3 wide, maybe down the main straight, but even then, it's going to be very tricky, and you don't ever want to run 3 wide in these GT cars, or in any cars really. So, yeah, this is the one moment where I think Dominic Stabe was hoping that he was going to be somewhere else, anywhere else on this track, other than behind the 2 or 3 cars battling.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's just got to try and find his way through as best as he possibly can. He's dispatched of 1 car, the number 7 there, but he's now got 2 more ahead of him to try and get past, and I'm sure he'll try and use the start-finish straight as best as he possibly can. That's a Porsche there taking a really unusual line going into the chicane, but I suppose that's a line that helps him down the start-finish straight at the cost of the entry into that chicane in the first place. There's the flashing of the lights to let the other car know, I'm here, just let me through when you can. And he's a little bit boxed in at the moment, is the Ford GT, but then the other Porsche backs off, and Dominic Stabe gets past another back marker. 1 more to go, and he'll have a little bit more clear air. Obviously, it's just going to be, it's that mix of, he wants to be patient, but also aggressive to try and get through. Doesn't want to lose a lot of time. But we've already seen before of back markers and front runners coming together.
Yeah, we've seen it, and it doesn't always end well. I got to say here, Dominic Stabe had really a lot of luck that the 2 cars in front were cooperating as well as they did. I mean, that first lapping of, I think it was the Españito Rocket Factor car, that was textbook. That's how you do it. You just go off the racing line, you slightly lift, let the other car come through, you're losing a minimal amount of time. You're losing what, 2/10, 3/10? It's absolutely minute. And then the DX Droids car basically did it just as well. They pulled out on the outside of turn 3. That long right-handers. There's the move on the inside. That is the Kuruma Motorsport car going up the position at 2 positions lost now for the Espinita Rocket Factor car.
Well, it's that pink liveried car there. I'm just trying to see the number 21. Yeah, that is. Oh, is it? I can't tell. I think that car's a lap down on these guys as well. So he's just slipped through and said, "Thank you very much. I'll absolutely take that one." And meanwhile, the number 7 of Kuruma Motorsport, Francesco Javier Casado, gets a move done. Now looking and focusing on the car ahead, the DX Droids car of Borja Gisbert Vilches. And obviously, I'm absolutely butchering that name, unfortunately. But if you're just joining us, welcome along to hour number 6 of the 24-hour race here at the Circuit de Catalunya. Austin and I will be taking through the next 3 hours. Good luck with that. But yes, we're here to bring you all the action as we see it. We're here to call all the action for you before we hand over to the Dusk team. I'm going to call them Dusk tonight, and then Austin and I will be back for the night shift. The night shift, Austin, are you ready for that one?
I'm very ready for that one. Usually the night shift is where all the fun happens. I know that from experience. When I was participating in 24-hour races, the night shift was where all the jokes came out. That's really where we had the most fun. Sometimes the most stress as well, because obviously during the night is where all the issues usually happen. Day running is easy. Once it gets dark and it's hard to see, it's getting tricky. It's getting difficult out there, and more mistakes happen, more issues happen. But yeah, that's also where the jokes come out. Because you need to. Or at least I always needed to sort of ease my mind off, because if I got too focused, I started making mistakes. And I think for some drivers, not for all drivers, but for some drivers it is the same way, that if they get too focused and they're too into it and they get this sort of tunnel vision, the mistakes happen because they stop paying attention to the things that happen around them. And that can be just as deadly in a 24-hour race as not being focused enough.
Absolutely. That is Daniel Diaz there, getting well out of the way in the Cometa team. Just trying to let all the back markers through. Very slow on the inside of turn 1 there, but just letting all that pile of cars come all the way through. And oh, he's lost it! Through turn 3, locks up the brakes and keeps it out of the wall. Fair play. I mean, okay, he lost the back end, but he knew he had to lock the brakes there just to keep the car out of the wall. And I think, okay, it might be a bit annoying that he spun, but the important thing is he kept it out of the wall.
Yeah, exactly. You can afford to lose, what was that, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, maybe 4. You can definitely afford that. What you can't afford is hitting the wall, losing a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or as we saw earlier with the R70 team, 8 minutes, or with the kart team, 24 minutes from a repair. So losing some time but no damage is always better than getting damage, even if that damage doesn't lose you time. For example, if you just rub off on someone and suddenly your suspension gives out, that's way worse than spinning and hitting absolutely nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would be frustration at the start, but then a little bit of relief. Okay, I spun, but I didn't hit the wall. So benefits and positives to bring out of that. Currently watching Dominic Stave there, making his way now down towards turn 1, currently in 7th place. There's the next car, Mamias Racing, Ivan Casanova in 6th place there in the Porsche, looking to try and get away from the Williams Esports driver. But we know, Austin, they're quick drivers, Williams Esports. They'll look for any opportunity.
Yeah, certainly. If there's a chance, if there's an opening, just a little bit, they're gonna go for that. They're gonna be aggressive. And they're gonna take that opportunity. So we see we just saw for a second there the Williams Esports car just come into the frame. That's how close it is, about 3 seconds, the gap between those two cars. As meanwhile here we're looking at Salva Talon's MSI Esports once again. That gap now not perfectly accurate. Now we're looking at Zenith Esports here. 9 minutes 12 is not accurate. That is not the gap. It's still closer to 35 to 40 seconds. Kieran?
You're gonna have to remind me about the mute button. I
Yeah.
keep hitting I'm not mute. Yeah, there has to be some.
I think
sort of
this was
every time.
I think this was the 3rd time, or maybe even 4th time this has happened to you so far this stream.
Tell me about it. It's my own fault, and yet. But we've got Adam Trayen. I think that's how you pronounce that name. Going in towards now the final chicane through 14 and 15, then towards turn 16. Currently, they're classified as 23rd at the moment. We'll have to see as they cross the line what that sort of lap time is going to be and how far behind he is. According to that, he's 58.3 behind the next car, but we'll have to wait and see about that one. A bit of a lonely race for the number 21 at the moment, which is sometimes the case when you're in endurance racing. I find that that's sometimes the most difficult time, when you literally are on your own out there. There's no one to battle, there's no one chasing you down. The concentration levels you need there are so, you have to be on point there.
That is very true, and that's also usually that's what happens during the night oftentimes. The moments where I always struggled the most was not when I was battling during the night, it was when I was on my own during the night. And usually what I always did was I made sure that I always had one teammate at least with me in a at the time TeamSpeak call, but obviously now everyone would use Discord, in a call with me, and just so I have a little bit of company, that I get kept on my toes, and don't just lose all the focus. So that really helps us. Here we see, I think that's the Karuma Motorsport car trying to get a move on the Euromaster Esports car down the inside of La Caja, and that is the position taken. Great move there, and also a little bit of compliance, I would say, from the Euromaster Esports car, sort of opening up the inside there by who was that? It was Ivan Ruiz, who almost let by, didn't really defend it much. That move from Francesc Casado. Now up to P14 and Euromaster down to P15.
Yeah, absolutely, but maybe not for long, because here comes DX Droids then, right on the back of the Euromaster Esports car of Ivan Ruiz. Here comes Borja Gisbert down the inside. Can he try and make this move? No, he can't. He had to back out that one. But there's a spin! Oh, that was so close there. And that was the DX Droids car. In fact, is it?
Oh,
no,
that was Euromaster.
In the Euromaster car, just dropped it on the exit of turn 1 there, that looked like. Did he hit the wall? Is that car okay?
See the next camera angle. We're also going to get a replay, so this might help it. But turn 1, just too much on the brakes. You see on the entry, he already started sliding. So the brakes kind of locked up, and he slightly hit the wall, tapped the wall there. I'm not sure that's too bad. Sure, it's going to be some level of damage, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. I don't think that's going to require a repair. But certainly too late on the brakes there, the Euromaster car trying to defend the position and ultimately losing 2 more. Very, very unfortunate there for Ivan Ruiz. They're now down to 16th place, at least on our timing screens. Maybe they are 17th, but I think 16th is correct right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, that little bit of a spin there obviously will be annoying for him, because it just didn't look like there was any contact. But obviously, he had that little bit of a spin, get into the wall, and hopefully it's only bodywork damage. No major repairs needed. We're watching David Gomez in the Project Bullet iRacing team making his way through that final corner, and all the way there in 25th place. We'll have to see what car that is ahead. That is the number 26 there. That is Borja Gisbert in the DX Droids racing car. Currently 14th place as classified on our standings, down in towards turn 1. and obviously they are not battling for position. But another Porsche loses it on the entrance into turn 1. Just too much speed going in there for Gisbert, and he's instantly lost that back end. It's swapped on him there, and that's the second lap in a row we've seen a Porsche just drop the back end there.
Yeah, once again, it was basically the same thing. It was a Porsche going too late on the brakes, locking up, and then just started spinning. He wanted that position. Oh, that was the lap prior. That was the lap prior. That wasn't the incident. That was the lap before that we saw on the replay there. So I think the technicians are now trying to get the replay of the second incident. But yeah, the same thing happened again. Too late on the brakes, trying to be a little bit too eager, and then just locking up, and the rear of the car just comes around, and all of a sudden the rear overtakes you, and that's the spin right there. And in this case, I would argue it was even worse, because he was stuck in a position where he could see everyone coming along, and he was on the inside. If he rejoins on the racing line. He had no opportunity to sort of ease his way back onto the track by being off the racing line. So he had to wait longer than the Euromaster esports car, than Ivan Ruiz had to wait the lap prior. So that really hurt him. And they're both close to each other right now, around 2.4 seconds. The gap between the DX Droids car and the Euromaster car. The Euromaster car is still behind, but the gap has closed.
Yeah, absolutely. And the gap closing is a very, very good sign there for MSI Esports, and especially for Salva Talons. Sometimes when you're out there and the gap just doesn't decrease, you start thinking, what more do I have to do to close in? But Rico here is looking to try and run away with this one at the moment. Fastest lap from that BMW is a 141.2. Last lap, 42.3. Now, bear in mind then, let's have a look here. That's 18 laps so far on this stint at the moment. Obviously, that doesn't take into account of driver changes. That's just tyres and fuel. If they're changed, if you visit the pit lane, it resets the stint. So there have been 18 laps there in this setup, and Rico looks pretty strong there. Only about a second off, which is understandable considering tyre wear is an issue.
Yeah, and I think we're getting closer towards the next pit stop. Maybe not driver swap, because Ricardo Rico has only taken over at the start of this stint, so 18 laps ago. So he hasn't been in the car for this stint, at least, for his second stint, for too long. Obviously, he started the race for Zenith Esports, but I reckon it's going to be about another maybe 15, 20 minutes until we see that Zenith Esports car come into the pit lane. Unless, of course, something unprecedented happens and, you know, they get some sort of issue, which obviously we don't hope. I hope I did not commentators curse them there. But, yeah, no, about 10 laps maybe, lap 28, maybe a little bit earlier. As I said before, 24 to 27 is usually what most drivers will do. Even though the R70 team right now is on the longest stint with 29 laps since they last pitted. Although their last pit stop was, of course, that 7.5-minute repair job that they had to take there. And now Gerardo Babia Ramos is driving for them, and they are in P12 right now, so that's looking good for them, trying to come back through the field after that long wait.
Yeah, very long wait indeed, but they see Zenith Esports pretty comfortable lead at the moment on the surface, but of course only we say only around 40 seconds at the moment, Austin. In endurance terms, that's not a lot at all, considering we're now into hour 6 and the gap's only 40 seconds. That's pretty commendable between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. 40 seconds in endurance racing, especially in a 24 hours, nothing, as we have the 13 and the 27. That's not full position. That is Level Motorsports getting a move on the... Who's the 27, if I can find it? Oh, that's Project Bullet E-Racing. So that was a lapping right there. Level Motorsports being on the lead lap, and Project Bullet E-Racing 4 laps down now.
Yeah, and it looked a little bit too close for comfort there, that move on the in through turn 9. I'm sure both drivers were holding their breath through there, but luckily they both made it through without making any contact, which of course was the plan all along. Meanwhile, then, that is, I believe that is Manuel Cubo,
Yeah.
Manel Cubo in the DriveX Esports car there, and of course that back marker moves to the right hand side, but obviously Manuel Cubo wants all of the slipstream he can get to try and close in on Andres Fernandez in the Level Motorsports car. Battle for third place is hotting up very nicely in the 6th hour.
Yeah, this is for the podium right now. And certainly, if there's one achievement you want to get, if you can't get the win, you want the podium. You want to be in the top 3, and that's what we're fighting over here. Level Motorsports and DriveX Esports. So as we move on now to the El Bardaqueto Racing team in P25, which is running all by itself. I'd rather see the battle that we just saw there, but for some reason we're not getting that right now. Something's going on with the El Bardaqueto Racing team, I would assume. But if I look at everything on our timing sheet, I don't exactly see what is going on. Now we're seeing Obsidian Racing. They're 4.5 seconds behind Race for Cat in P6, so that could get interesting. And then Race for Cat is only 8 seconds behind Unicos Gaming that we just saw there. So everything's getting close now between P3 and P7. It's about 25 seconds between all of them. Kieran, I think you're muted again. Kieran?
I'm sure I pressed the unmute button. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
That was very strange. I'm sure I must have double pressed it. But anyway, Manuel Cubo certainly means business here as he's trying to close in. But of course, they've got that back marker there, trying to get out of the way now, round the outside of turn 3, as he now tries to take the racing line. Does he through? Around the outside. Hopefully he leaves the room for the BMW behind as well, as they make their way now down towards turn 4. And hopefully that has all resolved itself, and it has. So now, again, they can focus on that battle for third place. But this is something that endurance drivers have to basically cope with. They have to be able to manage the traffic ahead of them as well as manage the battle behind them.
Yeah, that is a very, very integral part of endurance racing. You have to always be aware of your surroundings in front, behind, and sometimes even to the side, you know, if you're making an overtake or getting lapped, depending on which side of that coin you are on. But yeah, there's so much going on during a 24-hour race. But this is what we're waiting for, this sort of battle. This is what we love to see. Manuel Cubo here is getting closer and closer, I feel like, but when is he going to be close enough to make the move? Right now it's about half a second. I reckon if he comes out of that final corner with about 3/10, if he maybe gets a better run, which I think he's set himself up slightly better for the exit, but I think he's too far away at this point. Maybe if the slipstream is strong enough, I don't think it is, so he's going to have to wait at least another half a lap or wait for a mistake from Andres Fernandez there. Manuel Cubo has to wait for a mistake from Andres Fernandez, yes. I got my drivers mixed up a little bit there. From the Level Motorsports driver in front. Right now, this doesn't seem like it's happening.
No, it's just sort of that stalemate at the moment now, where both drivers are pretty much setting similar lap times. To tell you the truth there, Level Motorsports, Andres Fernandez, last lap, 142.336. DriveX by Manel Cubo, 142.2. So it really is just setting very similar lap times. So they get closer at some points and then further away, but on the whole, the gap is closing, although albeit very gradually.
Yeah, it's basically a matter of time when the first one of the two comes into the pit lane, and I would expect Level Motorsports to be the first ones because their stint is 1 lap longer. So on the last pit stops, it was Level Motorsports who came in 1 lap prior to DriveX Esports. So expect them to pull in first, and maybe that sort of overcut by DriveX could see them through. Maybe they're not even trying to get the overtake done right now and get into P3. They're just saying, hey, we can go 1 lap longer than you can. We're just going to wait for you to come into the pit lane, and then we'll take you. Because then, yes, the tires are a little bit more worn, but what's more important is the fuel is really, really low. And that is the more deciding factor in this situation. So the cars are always a bit faster towards the end of the stint than they are at the start of the stint. So if DriveX can just stay out 1 lap longer, they have a good opportunity here of taking 3rd place.
Absolutely, as I believe that's the number 7 car there of Kuruma Motorsports. We've got a Porsche off there at turn 1. I think that's just to let the traffic through, although I could be proven wrong. I think that was the R70 car there. It looked like the distinctive yellow livery there. Meanwhile then, you've got the Williams Esports car then, ahead of this Porsche. Just trying to make out the number.
That's Mamias, that's the 17 car.
So that is for position then, yeah. That
It
is
is for position.
Is now up ahead of the Mamias racing car, so that's a move done. Another move in the bag there for Williams Esports. They'll be happy with that one. It's another position gain, as you can see there. Pablo Hidalgo is flashing his lights there at the next car, as he's 11.5 seconds down on Manuel Cubo, but he's got a lot of back markers between himself and the 4th place driver. This one is Daniel Diaz there in the Cometa TB. Well, this is a battle between the 2 cars here, BWY Academy and El Bar de Quito. This is for 25th place, and that is Daniel Sanchez in the 21 car, trying to find a move round the outside, trying to get the traction down. Didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to there, but is still pretty close to the BMW behind. The number 3 car is not involved in this battle. Oh, Daniel Sanchez gets onto the curb and loses the car, collects the number 25 with him. Sorry, the number 31 of Basayo. And that is just driver error there from Sanchez getting onto the curb, losing the back end, and he couldn't stop in time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that one is going to go to the stewards as we get a replay here. And you can see how he gets it just too far there. And for some reason, the car in front, the... what was it? The... one second, I gotta get my timing screen correct. Yeah. The BWY Academy car just slowed down as well a little bit. It seems like the El Barquetto racing team, Danny Sanchez, had the overspeed, so he wanted to make that move into the 4th last corner just before the chicane. That's not an overtaking opportunity usually. That's not where you want to try it. You just have to stick back there. And ultimately he ran too wide as well. Lost grip there. We see it again. Gets a slide on and then hits the rear of the BWY Academy car as well. And they're both off. Both spun around. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that one is going to land on the steward's desk. And they're going to have to make a decision there. And I don't think... I don't want to, you know, speculate, but I don't think it's going to be too good of a decision for the El Barquetto racing team. I don't think they're going to be happy with that decision when it happens.
Unfortunately for Jose Antonio Basayo, he's down the order a little bit, but only lost 1 place, obviously, but a lot of time lost in that instant there. He got into the gravel, went to drive away, then has to wait for the perfect opportunity to re-emerge safely onto the track, which takes even more time. So he will not be a happy driver there as he makes his way through. Meanwhile, this is the number 13 car of Andreas Fernandez. I mean, I'd certainly not take that number. Braver driver than me to take that number for sure. But, of course, this is the battle for 3rd place. As you can see, Fernandez has just got a little bit of a gap now over Manuel Cubo as they make their way through turn 3. And, yeah, a podium battle this early on could define how the rest of the race for these 2 teams goes.
Yeah. This could very well be the case here. Manuel Cubo and Andres Fernandez, again, they still haven't pitted yet. And in fact, I'm looking right now, I see that the Unicos Gaming car in P5 only 12 seconds behind these 2 here. So still rather close. They are on 33 laps on their stint right now. So they're going a long way into this one with Pablo Hidalgo. And it's going to be interesting to see who pulls the trigger first, who's going to have to come in, because no one wants to come in. It's that the fuel runs low, the tire wear is not an issue, but the fuel runs low, and then they have to pit to refuel the car. So it's going to be interesting to see who will be the first one. Unicos Gaming of the top 5 definitely should be the first one with 33 laps. They should come rather shortly. But then I think Level Motorsports might be a lap or two ahead of DriveX Esports and have to come in just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. There is, of course, Jose Antonio Basayo, who was involved in that incident. Behind him is the 11th place car of Jonathan Goitis. Goitis, I think that is actually, who gets the position there. Obviously, that's a lapped car there of the car behind. So Goitis doesn't have to fight too hard for that one. Meanwhile, then, as we're heading now down onto the start-finish straight, the 5th place car of Race for Cat Motorsport, currently being driven by Julia Pro Albert, is making the way down towards turn 1, and obviously now in a position here, 9.3 seconds behind Pablo Hidalgo. Maybe one to watch, Austin.
Yeah, and what I find a bit surprising is that the Unicos Gaming car is now in P4. Did someone pull off into the pit lane? Because that's what it looks like to me. The Level Motorsports are DriveX because Unicos was in P5. Now they've moved up to P4. I think my timing screen has frozen again. Yep, that explains it. 2 minutes ago. So let's see. Oh no, MSI Esports has now fallen down. It's not Level, it's not DriveX, it's MSI Esports. But they haven't pitted apparently. Or maybe they have. Maybe it's just our timing screen having some issues. But it could be that MSI Esports with Salva Talent actually went into the pit lane that early after just 25 laps. That's what it seems like. As whoa, there's the Race for Cat car running wide. That's certainly an off track right there, at least one. And Julia did well there. Julia Pros Albert did well there to keep that car on track, because that corner, that exit, that can be deadly. There's less grip on that little green AstroTurf, and if you get all 4 wheels on that, a Hail Mary is in order to keep the car facing the right way. Kieran, I think you've done it again. Kieran? Oh. Okay, so Kieran is apparently completely frozen right now, so I'm just going to try and take over until we get some sort of sign from him. As we see Dominic Stabe here in P9 right now, 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds, almost 9 seconds behind Mark Yobet in the Plus G Escuderia car. So this can shape up to be interesting in the not so distant future. So we'll see how that develops. Where is the Williams Esports car can go a long way. They've only done 22 laps in their stint. Everyone around them, and when I say everyone around them, I mean everyone down to P14, from P1 to P14, has done more laps in their stint than Williams. So they can take this car maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit shorter. We don't know, but certainly longer than anyone else. They are the last ones who have to pit in the top 14 right now. So the Williams Esports team certainly looking to gain some positions through strategy. Meanwhile, we see that the gap between Level Motorsports and DriveX has increased. They were really close, remember, a half a second was the gap between the two of them. Now it's 1.8. I think my timing screen, yep, has frozen again. But it's 1.8 seconds, 1.7 seconds between the two of them. As MSI Esports hasn't actually pitted. They just dropped on our timing screen earlier for whatever reason, but they haven't actually pitted. So the gap between those two cars still in the high 40 seconds between Zenith and MSI at the front of the race. Zenith still leading the way. As which car do we see here? That's a Porsche. Hard to make out the number right now for me. as someone just disconnected. I hope everything's still going fine. High Speed Demons in the pit lane. One of the 2-4 GTs now in the pit lane. They've done 36 laps. So they've gone that whole hour again. Oh yeah, Hugo was the driver there who goes into the pit lane, and he has now his pit stop. Is he going to switch drivers? It doesn't seem like it. Unico's Gaming also in the pit lane now with Pablo Hidalgo, and that was a normal pit stop, no driver change, 40 seconds that pit stop. So they are back out on track with Pablo Hidalgo still. For High Speed Demons, however, this seems like a longer stop. Maybe there's some repairs involved, but I don't think Oya Hugo is just about to leave that cockpit right now. I think he's going to do another stint. But the pit stops have started. The next pit stop phase has started. Unico's Gaming and the High Speed Demons are the two teams that have kicked this all off. And Kieran?
Hello, I'm back. Oh,
You are
internet
back.
just-
Fantastic.
Yeah, my internet just decided to pack in for about 2 minutes, so that was
Oh,
fun.
wow.
I just saw Alex de Alba there as I just rejoined, getting a little bit of a moment there through turn 2. Managed to pick it up though, and obviously Alex has to be careful because there's other cars around that are trying to get the lap on. But what did I miss, Austin? Fill me in.
There's two pit stops by Unico's Gaming. Pablo Hidalgo is still in the car, but has dropped down to P7 now. And the other team was the High Speed Demons, one of the two Fords, also pitted, but Oya Hugo is also still in the car. However, I think there was some slight repairs maybe, because it took them a whole minute, while Unico's Gaming was only 40 seconds in the pit lane.
Well, there you go. So hopefully, that was all on my end. Unfortunately, nothing to do with anything else. I have no idea what happened. That was just bizarre. Just everything dropped. But there you go. It happens. Anyway, I'm back now. Unfortunately for all of you, and back into this race. Obviously, we've got 18 hours and 18 minutes to go. We're almost at the quarter mark stage, and Austin, I have to say, it has flown by.
Yeah, it really has. We still have 75%, 76%, let's say, of the race left to do, roughly. But yeah, the first 6 hours just flew by, and so will the next 18 most likely. So we'll get through this. Is Obsidian Racing now in the pits as well with Ruben Luque Nogales, and that's 55 seconds.
That's Alvaro Garcia in the Espanita Rocket Factor car again. Another Porsche losing it at turn 1. What is going on?
Yeah, there seems to be a particular thing with the Porsche that the BMW doesn't suffer from, where turn 1, if you're just a little bit too late on the brakes, all of a sudden if they lock up, you start spinning. We see it here once again from the rocket. The slide starts. You saw that there. The slide starts before the apex. That's how you know it's a slide on lockup and not a slide on or a spin on power slide. So it's not from giving too much acceleration and spinning the rears of the car and therefore spinning, but rather being too late on the brakes, braking too harshly towards the apex and losing the car that way. That's how you know. If it's before the apex, it's because of the brakes. If it's after the apex, it's a power slide. It's because there's a little bit too much throttle involved there, and the rear tires just spin. You get wheel spin and then the whole car spins.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Meanwhile, that is David Gomez, who's in 23rd place in the Project Bullet e-racing team. He's not racing the two cars ahead. The two cars ahead happen to be Alvaro Garcia Paredes in the Espanita Rocket Factor car, and that cost him a position there to number 7, I think, up the road. That's at least what it says on the timing trees. But there is the 17th place car, the High Speed Demons car of Dier Hugo, making his way now down that start-finish straight. In fact, that's the car that was that passed Alvaro Garcia in that spin. So now Alvaro Garcia's got to try and make up that ground, but he's losing that ground to High Speed Demons at the moment.
Yeah, after the pit stop, Oye Hugo really having a good time. Even though, as we mentioned earlier, usually once you're coming out of the pit lane, you're slower than you were when you came in because the full tank of fuel slows you down. But maybe Oya Hugo has some more confidence on the fresh tires. Maybe that helps him a lot, and he doesn't mind the more fuel that much. And that could be the reason, because his last lap, 1 minute 43.2, only half a second slower than the team's fastest lap of a 1 minute 42.7. So really, really quick there, right out of the gates. Not really what we usually see in endurance racing, but in this case, maybe this could be a really good stint for high-speed demons.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as we head now towards the latter part of the day, I should say, obviously the track temperature starts to cool down. George and I were talking about this at the very start of the stream when it comes to track temperature. I mean, you've got an experienced head on your shoulders when it comes to endurance racing. Just how different does the track change when the sun starts to set?
It's quite literally a change of night and day. It really is. It's absolutely. It's like you're driving a different track. All of a sudden, you know, during the day, you drive a track that has tarmac. At night, it kind of feels like you're driving on dirt. That's how much the tire temperatures, the track temperature, the lower track temperature makes the behavior of the car change. That's how drastic the change is. And of course, the issue to note here is that it's a gradual change. It's not that all of a sudden, oh, by the way, here's driving on ice. Good luck. No, it just happens over time. The grip goes down minute by minute, hour by hour, and you're going to have to adjust over time. And I think this may be why we do see these sorts of spins into turn one, because one thing that does happen as well is your brake distance gets longer. With every lap these drivers do now, into the evening, into the night, the brake distance just gets a little bit longer. And when I say a little bit, I'm talking maybe 10 centimeters every lap. But that means if you're half a meter too late, which 5 laps ago was fine, all of a sudden you have to brake half a meter earlier, and all of a sudden you start locking up into the corner, and you start spinning. And that's what we've been seeing now for the last hour, roughly. That time and time again, it's the Porsches who struggle with it. The BMWs not so much. As they are a bit friendlier, let's say, on the brakes. They have other issues where, you know, they have a little bit more issue regarding power oversteer. So you start spinning the rear wheels and all of a sudden the car spins on you. They have a bit more issue than with that, but the Porsches, they're a bit more delicate on the brakes.
Absolutely. As obviously that compounds the problems. Maybe that's, you know, a contributing factor to why the Porsches are struggling now with turn one. We've seen 3 different Porsches have a little bit of a spin through turn one. Maybe there's already a lack of grip at turn one now, so the drivers are going to have to be careful. Meanwhile, we're following this battle for 15th place. This is Gerardo Babio in the R70 team up against Dia Hugo in the high-speed Demons car as they now make their way onwards now towards turn 7 and 8. Obviously just over half a second between them as they make their way through, but you could see that as they make their way up the hill towards turn 9, and the Porsche of the R70 team versus the Ford GT of the high-speed Demons making their way now down towards turn 10, and we see here it's almost for Hugo here, but not quite enough.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm looking at more pit stops right now. The Plus G Scuderia team with Marco Bet is in the pit lane now as well. Same with the Rust-eze car. Again, the best delivery on the grid, I think. Juan Esteban in the pit lane there. And the IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers team as well with Thiago Carvalho. And the Euromaster. And now the Kilometro Zero team. Everyone's coming in now. Under green flag. So it's not that they're coming in because there's some sort of safety car or something. It's still green flag running, but it's time for them. The pit window sort of has opened for all of them, and we expect at this point the top 4 to come rather shortly as well. Zenith Esports on 34 laps, MSI Esports on 34 laps. Level Motorsports, I would expect to come in rather shortly. Maybe at the end of this lap. They're on 36 laps already. And then DriveX on 35. So all of them should be getting ready for their next pit stops right now. And it seems like some of the drivers have adjusted their strategy, or some of the teams have adjusted their strategy. Because I saw earlier when I was watching, I had the timing screen open, I saw teams coming in with like 24, 25, 27 laps. Now they're all going 36. I think they have maybe learned a little bit from some of the drivers that they saw can go 36 laps, and they're like, hey, why don't we do this? And so now it seems like they're all doing it. So 36 laps seems to be sort of the normal stint length for all of these cars.
Absolutely. Here comes Hugo as he looks to try and put that pressure on Babio as they make their way up the climb now through 11 and then through turn 12, making their way through. And that Ford GT, I have to say, looks planted to the track. Absolutely no stopping that one through the corners. But then the Porsche just looks like it has the slight advantage on the straights. And of course, there is that little bit of balance of performance. Let's see what this Ford GT can do then around that final corner and onto the start-finish straight. Can he try and close in? There you can see, I think the Porsche gets that wonderful straight line speed, and already he's pulled out half a second on Hugo down the straights, and there's nothing that Ford GT can do.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, the 4GT has the advantage in the corners, but the Porsche on the straights just pulls away. And that's basically, it's almost a death sentence for the Ford, for the high-speed demons, because the one thing you need around this track to overtake, I would say, as it is with most tracks, is you need top speed. You need to be able to get the acceleration out of the corner and then overtake into the braking zone. Otherwise, you're going to have to get very, very creative. And that's going to be tricky for, as we see someone pulling out of the way there. It's going to get really tricky to make an overtake happen. And we're going to see the same thing here on the back straight once they head through Campsa and then towards La Caja. We're going to see the same thing. Maybe a better run through Campsa can help them, but at the same time, still too far away. 4/10. It's going to go up to 5/10. Oh, no, it actually went down, surprisingly. So maybe the better run through Campsa does help. So this might be the premier overtaking opportunity there into turn 10 for that 4GT. Maybe into the chicane. Look at how close they're coming now. This could get really interesting here.
Absolutely. Keep an eye then down that start-finish straight. Now they head through the chicane of 14 and 15. Then they've got the final corner of turn 16. And we've already talked before about how crucial the exit of turn 15 is, because you've now got this kilometre-long straight as you make your way now down towards turn 1. Can the Ford GT pull anything on the Porsche? It's a lot closer than it was last time around. But again, I think it just tops out a little bit too early as they head down towards turn 1. I think that Ford engine has given all it can give down the straight there, and the Porsche still was slightly pulling away.
Yeah, this is the tricky part. This is why the back straight is probably better, because there the Porsche can't just pull away as much. But the difference in the grand scheme of things is minute. It's a couple of kilometers per hour, like 2-3 kilometers per hour in the grand scheme of things. But on this long straight, obviously that's multiplied. That, because it's so long, it takes so long to get down that straight. It's just such a big difference. On the shorter straight, plus the Ford being so planted through turn 9, through Campsa, which is coming up right now, the next right-hander, that really helps them. And then add the slipstream to it, and there is an opportunity into the hairpin of turn 10.
Absolutely. Here we go then, down towards turn 10. Again, the Ford GT just looks a little bit too far behind. I think that's going to be really frustrating for the driver then as they make their way through that number 4 Ford GT, making their way around. As it is Hugo. I just need to double check that one because I didn't want to say the wrong name. But Hugo now making his way in through the final couple of corners, really attacking the inside curb there through turn 30, through 14 and 15, through that chicane, and then onwards towards the final corner of turn 16. And I think this one here is just a little bit too far out of reach. We've seen that the Ford GT struggled to keep up when it was closer than this. So I think Hugo is going to have to really focus on getting those corners absolutely nailed down.
Definitely. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of an update on the leaders. Zenith Esports and MSI Esports were both in the pit lane at the same time, in the same lap. And Zenith Esports kept the lead right now. But 25-second pit stop only for MSI Esports. And I think the same is true for Zenith Esports as well. So they both took rather short pit stops there. They did not stay as long. That tells me that there's probably something going on, that they refueled the car, but they didn't go for maybe the full tire change. I don't know. Something's going on there. Maybe they didn't go for tires at all and just refueled the car. But certainly interesting to see them stop this quickly, both of them, really in tandem. Everyone else stopped at least 35 seconds. That would be Unicos Gaming. They stopped 37.6. So there was definitely a tire change involved. And then everyone else 40, 45, 50, 55, a minute even for DriveX. And for DriveX, I think it was also a driver change with Sergio Ignacio now at the wheel. And then I think the same is true for Kilometro Zero, where Daniel Ramos is now in the car. So that's why they took a bit longer. But for those two in front, Ricardo Rico and Salvatalens for Zenith and MSI, they did not make any changes there. They refueled the car. Maybe they didn't even stop for tires.
No, absolutely. You're seeing here riding on board with the Ford GT as they make their way now down towards turn 1. Just having a quick look in the chat. Make sure you're getting the chat in, getting your support in for your favourite teams, maybe even favourite drivers. Here comes the Ford GT. Oh, the Porsche saw exactly what Hugo was trying to do there. He tried a little bit of a cutback and then a swoop to the inside to try and get that move done, but didn't quite work in time.
Yeah, it was a creative move, but it also was a little bit predictable. And in the end, that's the one thing you don't want to be if you have such a straight line disadvantage. You don't want to be predictable. You have to make the move where you wouldn't usually expect to move. One of those places is certainly turn 4. Obviously, it doesn't always end well, as we saw in Formula 1 with, back in the day, Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. For those of you who don't know what turn 4 is, yeah, it's that spot. But it's certainly an overtaking opportunity if you want to get a little bit creative. It is a possibility because turn 3 is basically almost flat out. And if you just get that better run, which the Ford should get because of its better traction, because of its better grip, it should get that better run through turn 3 and then be able to make that overtake happen into turn 4. But in this case, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seen in chat there, is there a possibility of rain? No, is the short answer. But there is a possibility that the track cools down. And as Austin said earlier on, there's a chance that the track just could become completely different in the night time. So keep an eye out as we head in towards the dusk. Just over 18 hours to go here as we see that's one of the Porsches there just getting out of the way. Meanwhile, that's Andreas Fernandez currently running in 3rd place for Level Motorsports, making their way now round the final corner and then onwards towards that start-finish straight. It's been a good stint here for Andreas Fernandez. He's done really well so far.
Meanwhile, since we're talking about temperature, there was a little bit of a temperature change in the last 10 minutes. It got half a degree Celsius colder already.
Oh,
so the track is down from 26.1 degrees to 25.6. The air temperature is still at a solid 22.3, so that hasn't actually changed much. But the track got colder, and that's the one that matters. The air temperature doesn't really matter all too. Sure, you know, if it's colder, it's a little bit better for the engine because it's cooled down a little bit more, etc. For the brakes as well. But the track temperature is what decides the grip of the tires, and that coming down means the lap times for all drivers should be coming down, or should be going up rather. Obviously, they should get slower. And we might actually see some more mistakes. You said it might be a possibility. that the track is going to get colder. I think it's a certainty.
Just like to add a bit to the drama. We've got a three-way battle now for, I believe this is going to be 13th place, because now we've got the car behind Hugo, who's decided to join the battle. Now I'm just trying to work out who that was. It did flash
No,
up, didn't register with me. I think that's, is that Thiago Carvalho behind?
Could be for the hold on no, Diego Carvalho is 12 seconds behind Mass Devils. I think there's just two drivers for position. The third one is either a lapped car or a lapping car. Either way, it's the first two were a battle for position there with High Speed Demons, and I think the other one was R70, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, High Speed Demons and R70, and they're getting really close. On a timing screen, 0.2 seconds. So this could get interesting. The move not completed by Oya Hugo. Now it's 7/10. But he's certainly trying to get a move on the R70 team, as Williams Esports is now the last team to make it into the pit lane of the top 17. Everyone else has made their pit stop by now, and they are the last ones in this sort of window. This sort of pit window, right at the 18-hour mark remaining, right at the 6-hour mark of time already elapsed.
Absolutely. We are now into hour number 7, which means one thing. We are a quarter of the way through this 24-hour race here at the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. And it is Zenith Esports who lead the way by a good sizable margin. I don't think it's quite a minute 52. I think it's just under 1 minute. Ricardo Rico leading the way in that Zenith Esports car. Then it's Salva Talens then in second place for MSI. The winners last time out, the winners last year, are currently in second place. Andreas Fernandez then in third place with Level Motorsports. There's Sergio Ignacio there in fourth place for DriveX Esports. Currently they're holding fourth place. Pablo Hidalgo is in fifth place for Unicos Gaming. Well, leading the race at one point. There's Dominic Stabe, who's now making their way out of the pit lane for Williams Esports in that Ford GT car. Just recently been to the pits, of course, and a little bit of adjustments to the car, maybe a bit of fuel on. Just having a look back at his last pit stop time, 55.4 seconds. So probably a change of tyres there on the car as well for Dominic Stabe. He's staying in the car for a little bit longer. There is Ruben Luque for Obsidian. We haven't seen a lot of Obsidian actually in this race, but they are in 7th place. They're just keeping themselves to themselves, and sometimes being just to yourself, being under the radar, is actually a benefit to you, because actually you're just racing on your own.
Back with anyone else, which means less potential hazards. And I think that's what we're seeing right now from Obsidian Racing. They are 23 seconds. It's skipping up and down on our timing screens. So something between 20 and 30 seconds behind the next car. So they're not battling anyone in front, and they're certainly not battling anyone behind. So right now it's very smooth running, and that's in these changing conditions right now, when it's getting colder, when the track is cooling down. That's sort of what you want. You don't want to be battling right now, because that just takes your focus away from nursing the car through the corners, not braking too late into turn 1, as we've seen with so many Porsches. And Obsidian Racing is one of the Porsches, so they... Oh, the sunset in Barcelona has started. This is going to get really interesting now. We just got that message. Let's see at the track temperature. It's still 25.6, but the air temperature has now gone down by just 0.1 degrees Celsius. Not much, but it's a sign of things to come.
And of course, Austin and I will be with you for the next 2 hours to bring you through into what will be the dusk, and probably maybe when darkness starts to fall across the circuit, we'll be handing over to the to our lovely colleagues there of George and Jack, who will be taking you right up until the night shift here. But at the moment, there you can see Ricardo Rico in Zenith Esports. I mean, he's been in fantastic form. The team have been in fantastic form today, haven't they, Austin?
Absolutely. They have been dominating this so far. It's a good sort of relay battle between them and MSI Esports. Obviously, they're not close on track, but it's a strategy battle between the two of them right now. And right now, Zenith Esports and Ricardo Rico have the upper hand. The question is whether that will be the case. A, once we're handing off to George and Jack, and B, obviously more important for the teams and the drivers, whether that's the case at the end of the race.
And you can see there Mamaya's racing team, Ivan Casanova. Obviously, the translation for their one is mummies. Yes, the ones you wrap up. That's why you can see that logo on the side there. Quite a clever design. I quite like that one. They're currently in 9th place there as they now make their way in towards that final chicane. And yeah, Mamayas here have had a good stint so far. Obviously, they'll be happy with being in the top 10 right now. That is for sure, as they have got Plus G Escuderia with Mark Jabert in the car. I think that's in the Porsche behind. Not too far behind as far as I can see. Only 2.4 seconds. So that'll be one battle to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Plus G Escuderia came into the pits 5 laps after Mamaya's. And so they should be struggling a bit in terms of fuel, because they have more fuel in the car, so they should be a tad bit slower. But at the same time, maybe it's not that much. It's only 5 laps of fuel. It's not that significant. And Plus G Escuderia is gaining some time, as meanwhile we see the gap between Zenith and Level Motorsports is now 1 minute and 29. Is it really that large? I'm a bit surprised, I have to say. I was not expecting it to be that much, and in fact it has come down on the timing screens now to be 33 seconds. That seems more like it. Kieran, I think. Kieran? I think he might be gone again. I think his internet has cut out for the 2nd time now, so I'm just going to continue until I get another sign from him. As we see Kilometro Zero here right now in P11 with Daniel Ramos, as he is 32 seconds behind Mark Yabet, but 15 seconds ahead of the Cherokee PS Octo Sim team of Jonathan Goitiz in P12. So not much of a battle there. Here we have Carbono Esports. They were just in the pit lane the lap prior, so they just came out of it in P20 now, and they are not in a battle for position. That car in front is not for position. The 4GT, that's the High Speed Demons. They're in P14, so 6 places ahead, 1 lap ahead. So this is not really fighting for position right now. High Speed Demons, obviously easy to tell. They're one of the 2 4GTs, and they're the one that's not white and blue, because that's Williams Esports. They're the one that's black and red. And I think, yep, Kieran has just left, so let's hope he rejoins rather shortly. Kieran, are you back?
I think so, yes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm hanging in there for sure. But yes, hopefully I'm getting back on track now. I don't know what it is. My internet is not a great time at the moment. Meanwhile, Gerardo Fabio is still in front of Oyer Hugo, and I think Hugo at this point will be getting a little bit frustrated that he hasn't found a way past that Porsche yet. But as we mentioned before, obviously with the Ford GT, it is a good car down the corners, but down the straights, it just seems to be lacking against the Porsches.
It really does, yeah. We talked about this a couple times, and it just shows time and time again. So again, my advice is that basically, Oyer Hugo has to get a little bit creative, and he was trying that. It's not for a lack of trying that he's still in 14th behind the R70 team. He was trying to get creative into turn 4, and I think that's one of the better opportunities for that 4GT to make a move on the Porsche. But so far, no luck, no dice, and maybe try something else. I mean, you can get really brave and try a move into the final sector, into the final chicane, maybe. You could try a move into turn 5. That's a wonderful corner that opens up, so it might give you a little bit of an opportunity there. As we see him now falling away, actually, a little bit there. We see the gap has increased. It was about 2/10, 3/10 for the most part. Now it's gone up to, I think, almost a second. My timing screen has frozen again 2 minutes ago, but I think the last time it showed me it was 6/10. I think it has gone up to a second now, and indeed 1.4. So, Oya Hugo now not even close enough to mount any sort of challenge on the R70 team.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a shame as well, because that 4GT was doing a mega job. And there you go. That's the Carbono car. That's a lap down, that BMW, and it's found a way past the 4GT. So I think that'll be a little bit of a kick in the gut there for the number 4 team, the high-speed team. Obviously wanting to try and get back underway, but maybe they could use that to their advantage. Maybe they can try and use a bit of the slipstream of the BMW to try and get themselves back and try and get themselves up the order once again, or at least try and close in to the R70 team, because that's a big lock up there in towards turn 5. Just about gathered that one up, just a little bit too eager to chuck the car there into turn 5, and the car said, "You're having a laugh, aren't you?"
Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm actually surprised that Oya Hugo was actually able to hold that car on track, to keep it on track, because in that corner it's slightly falling away, and the issue, of course, with that would be that once you start going too deep into the corner, all of a sudden the camber of the corner is working against you, and working against you hard. So for him to actually keep that on track and not even leaving the track at all, I have to say that was a really good move, really good save there by Oya Hugo, by the number 4 car driver. So well held, I would say, but obviously he lost himself some time that he wanted. And you mentioned that, and I was going to elaborate on this as well. I'm pretty sure that he let this BMW of Carbono Esports by quite willingly to use it as a sort of help, hoping that the Carbono team, that Lucas Grania, is going to make a move on the R70 team car as well, and he can sort of slip through on the coattails of the Carbono Esports team here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's maybe the plan behind it. Lucas Granja in the number 24 BMW, making his way now down through turn 5. You can see there, very confident in the steering there. No problems with losing the back end on entry with the BMW. But as you previously mentioned, Austin, it's all about the exit of the corner. The power oversteer that these BMWs can achieve is something you need to keep your eye on. Making their way now in through turn 9. Little kiss of the curb there. Use all the curb on the left-hand side as much as you're allowed to really open up the exit of the corner, and then heavy braking then down in towards turn 10, the slowest corner on the circuit.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the chicane is also rather slow, but it's just a little bit quicker than the hairpin. And now the slow sector of the track. Not really much of an overtaking opportunity, because once you're getting through a corner, it's Carbono Esports spin in the chicane. And how do you get this around now? Yeah, like this. That's a good idea. This time you cut the chicane. You tried it once. Oh, don't get stuck there. That was... that can be really tricky if you're spinning there because of the big sausage curves on the inside there. Obviously, discouraging any sort of corner cutting. Once you get stuck on these, it's basically race over. Or at least you're going to have to be towed back to the pit lane. And that's going to cost you a lot of time. So you don't want to get stuck on here. He had to give it a little bit of a push there. A little bit of a throttle, a little bit of acceleration to safely make it over. And a little bit of time lost there, obviously. But in the grand scheme of things, again, no damage. So everything's fine.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully that's lesson learned then. Don't take liberties with those curves. You can easily beach it there, as you quite rightfully said. Meanwhile, we're riding on board with Alvaro Garcia, and this is a chase down of Francesc Casado, and we've seen this one before, Austin. In fact, Francesc Casado, as far as I remember, got the move on Garcia after the Españita car had a little bit of a spin, but this time around, the roles are reversed.
Yeah, they are. They both came in for the last pit stop at roughly the same time. The Españita Rocket Factor car 1 lap earlier. Maybe that's why we see the Kuruma Motorsport car ahead now. It's because they had that 1 lap overcut and were able to jump them in the pit lane. But now, with 1 lap less fuel in the car, it should be the Españita Rocket Factor car that has a little bit of an advantage there and might be able to get the move on. A little bit too far away right now, 1 second, roughly 0.9. The move isn't on just yet, but it can certainly develop this way. I think Españita Rocket Factor, if we look at the last lap between the two, oh, it was so close. 143.298 for Españita and 143.325. So 27 milliseconds between the two cars. Try and stop that with a stopwatch. You're not going to be able to do it.
No, absolutely not. Blink of an eye almost, isn't it, really? As
Yeah.
what they say. But yeah, absolutely. Garcia here is just trying to close in once again on Casado as they now make their way down towards turn 10. And I have to say here, that's the number 7 car then of the Kuruma Racer, or Kuruma Motorsport, I should say. That's the number 7. And you can see there right on the back, Garcia. Not going to make life easy for Kuruma Motorsport, as I like to call them, Car Motorsport, because that's pretty much what it translates to. Anyway, Españita Rocket Factor, obviously one of the Porsches to spin at turn 1 earlier on this race.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the logo for the Kuruma team, and I think that logo is actually inspired by GTA, if I'm not mistaken, because the Kuruma in GTA is made by a company called Karin, Karin. And I think that K is that K from that fictitious GTA Online car brand. So I think that car is actually, or that team name is actually inspired by GTA Online. It just furthers my my suspicions.
Definitely furthers them if that's the case. I'll take your word for it, Austin. But anyway, the number 22 car there making their way through. That is, of course, the Españita Rocket Factor car. And that is Paredes in the car. Alvaro Garcia Paredes, I should say, making their way now up through turn 9. And these two are just sort of testing each other with the lap times at the moment, testing each other with the sector times. They're setting roughly similar lap times, it has to be said, just to have a look back at it. Yeah, around 0.2 quicker Rocket Factor than Kuruma on the last lap. So bit by bit, you can see that it's getting there for the number 22 car, but it's just slowly chipping away at that gap.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what it is once they come across the line this lap. I'm going to have an eye on that, but the gap is coming down. It was at one point I saw 0.3. Now it's 0.7 again. So maybe a slight mistake there from Alvaro Garcia. But as they come across the line, what do the times say? Another 10th by Españita Rocket Factor gained on Kuruma Motorsport. So just that 1/10. If you start chipping away lap by lap by lap, always a 10th here, 10th there, at some point you're going to be close enough. I think at this point, if we had the fancy Formula 1 AWS graphics, it would say something like, in striking distance in 5 laps, overtake difficulty sort of 80%, something like that. I think that's what I would estimate right now.
Yeah, and the front weight would be 30%, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, tire performance, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 22 car then of Alvaro Garcia, trying to chase down the number 7 of Kuruma Motorsport. Well, we hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We've got 17 hours and 41 minutes left to go in the 7th hour of this endurance. Obviously, as always, leave us a comment below. who you're supporting. Make sure you just get involved and have a lot of fun with this one, because we are absolutely having a blast, aren't we, Austin?
Yeah, we definitely do. As we're seeing Mark your bet here on board with him. That is also a really close battle here between Plus G Scuderia and Mamaya's racing team. This could be an opportunity here for your bet at some point. It's Porsche versus Porsche, so the whole 4GT issue where they don't have enough straight line speed, that does not come into effect here. This is the same car for both drivers, so this should be quite an interesting one. Although obviously the setups, because they are open, the teams are all having their own setups. There could still be some differences between the cars. They're not in the exact same car. They're in the same brand, the same model, but they're not in the exact same car because every team's setup is obviously different. And that's one of the big challenges for a 24-hour race as well. You have 4 different drivers, but you can only have one setup. You can't just change your setup mid-race because you have a driver change. That's impossible. There are a few things that you can change, but every single change costs time. And so you're trying to go for a sort of middle of the road setup that fits all 3 or 4 drivers that you have in your team. And that can be quite a tricky challenge because some drivers love oversteer. Michael Schumacher was famous for this sort of oversteery setup that he then was able to control on corner entry and corner exit. And then some drivers like to run a more understeer setup. That, for example, was Fernando Alonso, who really excelled at that. As maybe there's a move now happening for the Plus G Scuderia team. Down the inside he goes. He's just not there. Oh, is he? Oh, the other car left the inside open, and that is the move done. Up into 9th position, now 8th position actually, goes Plus G Scuderia. Mark your bet making the move on Ivan Casanova.
Yeah, that was an important move there from your bet, and it just looked like Casanova, he sort of saw that Porsche on his right-hand side, trying to use the inside line, but I don't think he realised that he actually had more space than he realised and left the door open, and that left Yobert to say, thank you very much, I'll take that away from you, and that position is now mine. I think the car behind will be absolutely kicking themselves there.
Certainly, yeah. But it's not over yet. I mean, he's still rather close. We've seen how close it was for the longest time. I think what also played into this for Ivan Casanova was that it's an endurance race after all. The first thing you want to avoid at all times is some sort of contact or even a crash at worst. And so maybe he was a bit worried that once Mark your bet pulled out of the slipstream and showed himself on the inside, that he was going to brake later, and therefore Ivan Casanova took sort of avoiding action prematurely. That he wanted to absolutely make sure there was not going to be contact, there was not going to be any incident, there was not going to be anything happening there. Sort of a safety measure, because at the end of the day, he didn't lose much time from this. Sure, he lost the position, but in an endurance race, you'll see that oftentimes the car in front is more willing to give up a position, because if he doesn't, and you know they do come together, they do crash, that loses you so much more time. So risk minimization is the name of the game. Kieran, are you muted or gone again?
Yeah, I'm gone again apparently, but yeah, I'm back.
Just
now,
muted,
don't worry.
thankfully.
Don't panic. Yeah, don't panic. Mark Yobert then, as you said, takes the position away from Ivan Casanova, who in turn loses it on turn 5, locks the brakes, and keeps it out of the wall there. Now, that was a very important lock-up, that's for sure. He kept that out of the wall very well indeed, and it just looked like he lost it on corner exit. Let's have another look at what happened. We were riding on board with him at the time, and yeah, just a little bit too heavy on the loud pedal, I think that is. But he knew what to do, lock up the brakes, stop the car hitting the wall, and off he goes again. So well recovered anyway.
Certainly. Again, the most important thing is keep it out of the wall, keep it out of everything that's sort of semi-solid. That includes cars, it includes walls. it kind of includes sausage curves as well. You don't want to be hitting those. You don't want to be stuck on those. But apart from that, you know, it's not too bad. But yeah, he did a very good job of that. And as much as he lost time, again, it's always the sort of thinking that in endurance racing you have to adapt. That basically says, as long as I don't get damaged, everything is fine. And he lost. We can see on the last lap there, he lost about 7 seconds to his fast lap. So certainly some time lost there, but again, 7 seconds is nothing in endurance racing, and certainly a lot less than potential damage and maybe a minute of repairs.
Absolutely. As Mamaya's racing team move up to ninth place, or move to ninth place, I should say. They had that spin, but it hasn't cost them position, so at least that's the plus side they've got there for Ivan Casanova. But yeah, he's just got to keep focused now and see if he can try and close that gap down to Plus G Escuderia in the form of Mark Jobert. And now tries to go through there. And they think he took that pretty much the same pace he took the last round. He's not afraid there to keep going and keep pushing on, despite making that little bit of a mistake there.
Yeah. At this point, you got to press on. You got to move on, and just try and forget any sort of mistake that you're making. Because we said it before, nobody's perfect, and nowhere is that truer than sim racing and endurance racing even more so. So any mistake that you make, be aware that A, everyone else is also making mistakes, and B, you just have to move on. You just have to forget about it. Make sure you don't do it again, obviously. Learn from it, but most importantly, forget about it and just keep pressing on, keep pushing on, and just try and not make any more mistakes, or as little mistakes as possible. As he's flashing the lights now. Don't know exactly what that is. Yeah, maybe he does. Yeah, maybe he got the call from one of his engineers who's watching the stream, telling him that the camera is on him right now. That could actually be the case. I remember. No, I remember back in my day when I was racing endurance racing, we used to do that. I definitely did. I am guilty of that. I had one of my teammates engineering me for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and he told me at one point that I was on the stream, and I decided, you know what, I'm just going to flash my lights.
Little bit of fun then for us and for him. Absolutely. I like that. I like that. That's really nice. Ninth place at the moment then from Mamias there. That's Ivan Casanova giving us a friendly hello. That's quite nice. I do like that. I do like when the drivers have a little bit of a laugh, even after the mistake as well. He's still got that good side to him to just have a little bit of fun as well. Flying through turn 9 and then down towards turn 10. And what that mistake has done then is it's given him a little bit of breathing space front and back. He's now just in a bit of track of his own at the moment, just to set pace at whatever he wants. And meanwhile, Rico there still leading that way. Last lap time 141.8 from the Zenith Esports driver, comparing that to their fastest lap time so far of a 141.2, and bearing in mind that the track temperature at any moment now is going to start to fall away as we head closer and closer to the night shift. Williams Esports driver then in Dominic Stabe in 8th place, the number 29 Ford GT, that lovely Chill Blast livery, making his way now down towards turn 5. And just having a look at the timing screens here, seeing if that's a car he's racing up ahead. Obviously, Stabe and the team, I should say, had to start from basically the midfield after they changed 3 drivers in their lineup after the registration closed. So what that meant was a 5-place grid penalty for every driver that they changed. They changed 3 of them, so 15 places they went down. So he had qualified 3rd. They started around about 18th place. And so far so good for them. It's been a decent start. They got caught up somewhere in the opening hour. We didn't quite see what happened to them, unfortunately, but it was an issue. They fell down the order yet again, but they have recovered at this moment in time to 6th place. I have to say, it's been a fantastic comeback effort from Williams Esports, and we're only a quarter of the way through the race.
Yeah, and you mentioned the track temperature earlier. I have news to report in that regard. It has gone down since, or in the last sort of 15 minutes, 20 minutes, by 1.2 degrees. Celsius, from 25.6 now to 24.4. It's getting really cold on track right now. And this is going to be a challenge for the drivers. Bit by bit, it's just chewing away. I reckon by the time nighttime comes around, we are going to end up around, I'd expect probably, air temperature is probably going to be around 15, 16 degrees. Track temperature maybe in the sort of, or maybe even less than that, maybe 12 to 14. Track temperature is going to drop by another roughly 6 to 8 degrees. So this is going to get really, really cold. And I hope the drivers are ready for this.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
we have seen the Porsche struggle with turn one already in this race, so I can't imagine that's going to be too good for them. They won't be looking forward to turn one, turning up every single time they go through another lap. But I suppose I'll have to just learn how to take the corner and learn as the track evolves. Or in this case, it's weird because you kind of want to say evolves, but as the cars are going around, obviously more rubber is being laid down on the track. But now the temperatures on the track are starting to get a little bit cooler now. So it's sort of, track is evolving, but also the grip's falling away. It's kind of an odd concept.
Yeah, it really is. And for the drivers, this is really challenging. I would argue, this is even a more challenging time than the nighttime, because once it is nighttime and the track has cooled down, that's when you sort of settle into a rhythm again. That's when you you have a feel for the track, you have a feel for the car in these conditions. And so at that point, it's fine. Right now, when the conditions are changing, and we know this from any sort of racing series all the time, it's always when the conditions are changing when drivers are struggling the most. Kieran? I think he might be gone again. I'm pretty sure he's gone again. Alright, so I'm going to take over once more. Kira's internet really not holding up today. Let's hope that changes at some point. Meanwhile, my timing screen has stopped again 2 minutes ago, so let me quickly get that in order right now. What car are we looking at? We're a little bit too far away to tell the number, really. One thing I can tell you is that there's a rather close battle for 6th place between Race for Cat, the Catalonian team with Julia Pros Albert at the wheel, and Unicos Gaming in P5 with Pablo Hidalgo. 3.5 seconds the gap between those two cars, as we are also nearing the next phase of pit stops. It will in fact be Unicos Gaming who are going to be the first ones most likely. R70 is actually in right now, never mind. They're in 12th position now as they just entered the pit lane, and they're going to fall down the order. But Unicos Gaming 30 laps into their stint, so expect 6 more laps. So let's say about 10.5 minutes or 10 minutes until they come back into the pit lane, most likely. And Kieran, are you back? No, he does not seem to be back. So yeah, here we have Jonathan Goitiz for the Cherokee PS Oseo Sim team, currently in P12, 6 seconds behind Kilometro Zero and Daniel Ramos driving that car. So 6 seconds, you know, that's a nice little gap to drive down. That's something that when I was racing, endurance racing, obviously, as I say, back in the day, 6 seconds, anything under 10 seconds was always the gap I was looking at saying, you know what, I can drive that down. And most of the times I couldn't, but it sort of gave me that kind of focus. And I think that's where Jonathan Goitiz is as well now, that he just unlocked a little bit more focus, seeing that gap to the next car ahead and to 11th place. And 11th place in sim racing means you're basically in the top 10 because one of the top 10 can always mess up, can always have some sort of issue or some sort of crash or accident or incident or whatever, or having to serve a drive-through penalty from too many incident points, too many X. So anything's possible at that point. Certainly an opportunity there to be had for the Cherokee PS team, as we are looking at Rusty's now. Juan Esteban in P16. He's 5 seconds behind IRS 10 Factory, so that's also rather close. And again, one of those gaps where you look at thinking, yeah, that's something I can do. Especially with the power of Lightning McQueen, you gotta say, that certainly should give him at least 1 second per lap, really. But last lap was pretty good, 142.6, just 0.08 of a second slower than the team's fastest lap so far. So they're really in a rhythm now, Juan Esteban is, as they moved up to P14, but still 5 seconds behind IRS 10 Factory. Gained a 10th on the last lap, though, as we're going to see how much they're... And there you see last lap and fast lap in the bottom there, so just under a 10th slower, 0.08 of a second exactly slower on the last lap. So a really, really good lap time there. IRS 10 Factory was half a second away from their fastest lap. However, their fastest lap is also faster than Rusty's is, as he heads through Banks Sabadell. And it's a long corner. Kieran said earlier, it's almost never ending. It feels like it never ends. It's a 180-degree corner. Because it's so long, you take some speed through it. It doesn't feel like a hairpin. It certainly isn't a hairpin, but it's still a 180-degree corner. It's such a tricky one. As he now heads to the line. Let's look at the times again. Only a 43.0 by IRS 10 Factory. And you see in the bottom left now 42.7. So that's 3.5 tenths gained by Rusty's on this lap. If they keep this up, they could get close within the next 10 laps, nearly, or not 10 laps, maybe 14 laps by the end of the stint almost, at the start of the next stint for both of them, because they have been on these tires and with this tanker fuel for 27 laps now, both of them. Thiago Carvalho for IRS 10 Factory and Juan Esteban for Rusty's. As here we see Ricardo Rico, the leader, still driving away as if nothing could ever bother him in the lead for Zenith Esports. He makes it look easy, really, at this point. Gets the next lapping done here on the Mexican car, on the Super Copa Esports Mexico car. Alex de Alba driving this one right now. Very easy to distinguish this one from all the other ones, because obviously it has the Mexican flag on it. Makes it quite easy to tell apart. As I'm still waiting for Kieran to join back. I don't know what has happened to him. Oh!
It's going well. It's going really well.
Yeah, I can tell.
A sternly worded email will be heading in the way of my internet service provider, that is for sure. But I'm here for now as we make our way through on towards the next hour benchmark. 17 hours and 22 minutes left of this race still to play. And there is Basayo. Now, we haven't really seen him since he got caught up in that incident down at turn 13. So just being able to keep the head down and just keep driving on. I think they're struggling maybe with the with the front runners, I should say, because the last lap time was a 46.9, and when you're a back marker and you're lapped every so often, it really does interrupt your rhythm.
Yes, at that point, it's hard to find it back as well. Once you are in this sort of situation, it's sort of a vicious cycle, really. You get lapped, you don't find your rhythm, you become slower, you get lapped more, and so on and so forth. And it's really tricky to get out of that. What I would suggest at that point is the only thing you can really do to completely get out of it is a driver swap. Just get another driver in, someone who hasn't been in that situation, a fresh mind, if you will, and let them start driving and get into a rhythm, hopefully quicker That's sort of the only way you can do it, and then you can take the wheel at a later stint again. But it is very, very tricky once you are at that point.
Absolutely. We just got in the pit lane, I do believe, although it has frozen since. Unicos Gaming were in the pit lane as of 17:23:13 to go, so nearly 2 minutes to go. So at this point, they should be well out back on the track. They've come in for a stop. And where did they rejoin? They had a 47. What's that? 47-second stop there.
Yeah, rejoin in P6 with Danny Lozano now. I think that was a driver swap as well. If it was a quick one. That's for sure. Although that's pretty much what they... Yeah, Pablo Hidalgo was in the car beforehand. Now it's Danny Lozano. So they have swapped drivers. They are now with, as I said, Danny Lozano in the car, as we still see Alex de Alba in the Supercopa Esports Mexico team. The most fun thing, not the funniest, the most fun thing about the Supercopa Esports Mexico team is not that they're from Mexico. That's pretty cool to have teams even from outside Spain. We have another Latin American team in here as well. And we have an Argentinian driver hopefully taking the wheel later on for Williams Esports in Agustin Canapino. But what is fun about this team is that it's two pairs of brothers. It's the we don't have that in any other team. We just have that for Supercopa Esports Mexico. It's the Jordan brothers, Michel and Paul, and it's the De Alba brothers, Alex and Salvador. And Alex obviously at the wheel right now. I like that. It's a family affair for this team, and if there's one thing we need more of in racing, it's certainly, you know, family bonding being a part of racing. Are you muted again, Kieran? Or have you dropped out again? Oh, I think Kieran has gone again. Yeah, that's going to be a very stern email to his internet service provider at this point. We can only apologize for the technical difficulties. It's not really in our hands. It's certainly not in mine. It's certainly not in Kieran's. But those things unfortunately happen, and if it wasn't these COVID times, we might have been on scene, but with COVID playing a part in this, obviously the internet connection is one of those things that are, you know, a little bit of a question mark, and certainly tonight they are, or it is. But yeah, we see Alex Alba still. His position's swapping a little bit here and there. It's 25, then it's 23 again. It's unfortunately not incredibly consistent, but that's just part of the timing screen. Here we have Sergio Ignacio for DriveX now. And I think that was... Oh, no, that was not a driver change. Obviously, they've come in 29 laps ago. Although, did they do a driver change back then? Let me quickly find this. The DriveX Esports team. Yeah, I think they switched from Manel Kubo to Sergio Ignacio. I completely missed that. Apologies for that. But, yes, so... Hey, you are back!
It's getting exasperating now, but yes, I'm back. I don't know how much longer for. It's hanging on by a thread, it looks like. But the amount of times it's dropping out is insane. I don't understand what's going on, but yeah, it just has to hang in there until the next stint starts, which if you're watching us, if you've just joined us, welcome along to this one. As you can see, we've got just over 17 hours to go, and as darkness starts to descend on the track, obviously, as we've mentioned before, the track temperature starts to go down, and this is where we're getting into that twilight zone, Austin, before the night shift, where every driver dreads driving in the night time. As you've already mentioned, it is where the most mistakes happen, where concentration starts to wane at that time of the night, and you know, you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those mistakes.
One thing I'm going to disagree with you on is that no one wants to drive in the night. Yes, it is more difficult, but I, for one, always enjoyed it. And I can tell you why. For me, it's a very peculiar reason, because I have some sort of light sensitive, like my eyes are very light sensitive. And so driving in the night for me was always very welcome, because obviously it's not that bright, you know. it's rather dark, and I can still see everything fine when it's a bit darker. So I was always very, very happy to take over the nights, and plus I'm a night person anyway, so it always played into each other for me there. And if I did make a mistake, I could always say, "Look, it's nighttime. You would have made the same mistake," to my teammates.
Oh, absolutely. That's how it goes. Oh, you would have made the same mistake,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah. of
You have
course
an
you would.
excuse instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Actually, you've converted me now. I am a night driver now. The number 12 there of Unicos Gaming. Now Danny Lozano is in the car. That's the number 14 car, the BMW of DriveX Esports team. So that's Sergio Ignacio. So that could be third place lapping sixth place in this race, just coming up to the 6 hour mark, and that is exactly what has happened. In fact, coming up to the 7 hour mark, I should say. So now it's all a little bit spaced out, but this is where the distance travelled is going to be important. This is where mistakes, you need to keep them down to a minimum. On-track battling will sort of become sort of, oh, we'll have to let these guys through and everything. And you're sort of relying on yourself not to make those mistakes. And especially as we head into the nighttime, you want to at least make it to daylight on the other side.
Yeah, especially usually when you have a sort of single class endurance race like we have here, where it's only GTEs. Sort of the 6 hour mark is when you start thinking less about other cars in front and other cars behind, as in trying to battle for position, and you just start completely focusing on, okay, now I need to get past this guy, now I need to get past that guy, I hope they let me through somehow, or otherwise I'm gonna have to find a way through, where do I do it? All these sorts of questions now cross a driver's mind. For some of them, it's some of them get a little bit of a spotter sometimes. I remember that being a thing, at least back in my day. I don't think that has changed much. The driver who engineers you also tends to be sort of a spotter for you to say, okay, he's going slow now, you can pass him, you've cleared him, you know, because that's the one thing that's always hard to tell is, have you cleared the other driver? Everything else, you know, you see in front. But if the car that you're about to lap, or if the car that you are lapping in that very moment, is in your blind spot, you don't know, are you completely past them? Can you turn in? And that's where a spotter can actually, even on a road track, you don't just, spotters are not limited to ovals, and a spotter can really come in and help you there. And usually that's one of your teammates. Sometimes, you know, obviously for professional outfits like Williams, MSI, Zenith, it's probably that they have someone dedicated to engineering and spotting. One person for both, not two separate people. That would be a bit overkill. But one dedicated person to it, and usually it's some sort of a team manager or something. Someone does that, usually who's not racing. But if you are, for example, if you are Mamaya's Esports, or Mamaya's racing team rather, which is, they're not a professional outfit. They are very fast. They've earned their spot here, but they're obviously not a professional team. Or let's say Rusty's with their fantastic livery. There's no big esports team behind them, and so usually in those situations, it's a teammate who's in the in a call with the driver and sort of engineers for them and plays the spotter for them as well.
You mentioned Canapino for Williams Esports earlier on. I'm just wondering if they're saving him up for the night shift, because he hasn't made an appearance so far for the Williams team, and obviously because of the fair share that drivers have to meet and match, obviously that's going to take into effect. That's going to have a bit of a hold on things. How much of the night stint do you think he's going to do?
A lot. You have to remember as well, if you look at the nationalities of their four drivers, we have Dominic Stabe, who's from Austria, I think. We have Arthur LeHook, who's from France. And we have Josh Thompson from, I think, the UK, I'm pretty sure. And then we have Agustin Canapino from Argentina. That's a different continent than the other three. That's a different time zone. So the nighttime for us here in Europe is going to be the evening for Agustin Canapino in Argentina, so it's a lot easier. It comes a lot more natural to him to drive in a sort of evening time The other three, Stibe, Lahook, and Thompson, can then sleep during the nighttime. Maybe one of them is going to stay up in case something happens, and again, you know, spotting or something. But for Canapino, I think he will drive a lot of the night. Maybe one long consecutive stint where he just pits for fuel and tires every now and again. But apart from that, he just jumps into the car, keeps going for however long he has to fulfill the fair share and not deny his teammates the fair share. And then he just drops it off to the other three. That could very well be the strategy that Williams Esports are employing. I wouldn't be surprised because it plays into the whole time zone issue very well. And I think Kieran just left again. So I'll have to continue. Oh, is Kieran back? I hear some sound. I think, Kieran, are you back? I'll take that as a no. Race for Cat Motorsport, meanwhile, is in the pit lane right now. They have just left the pit lane, in fact. 48-second stint and a driver swap. It is from Julia. Can I find her name? 1 second. Where is that? Oh, down there. From Julia Pros to Andreu Rodriguez, who is now in the car. Rejoined just behind Plus G Escuderia, just behind Mark Your Bet. Half a second, not even. This is going to get really close and up front here. It's going to get really interesting as Unicos Gaming is also only 7 seconds ahead of Plus G. We have Daniel Lozano here in the frame, 7 seconds behind that. As a fantastic battle, I think. Probably between Plus G and Race 4Cat, sorry. As 3 more teams now into the pit lane with Mamias, Cherokee PS, and IRS Tent Factory. All 3 in the pit lane now. And I think they're keeping drivers. Thiago Carvalho stays in for Tent Factory. Mamias has Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu. I think that's a swap, actually. I'm pretty sure that's a swap. For the Mamias team there. Yeah, it was from Ivan Casanova to now Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu. And Cherokee also switched drivers from who was it? I think, yeah, from Jonathan Goitiz now to Carlos Morain Casas. So they've swapped drivers as well, and they have a new driver in the car as well. So we can see sort of the evening time is when some of the teams roll out their some of their drivers for the first time in these changing conditions. It's more of a preference thing. Usually the 4 drivers, I can tell you from experience again, the 4 drivers usually tend to talk to each other and say, okay, when do you want to drive? And then they say, oh, I like, you know, the stable conditions. I like sort of, I think I can handle changing conditions very well, and I kind of enjoy that challenge. Some are gonna say, like me, you know, I enjoy the nighttime. And then some are gonna say, you know what, when it gets warmer, when the track gets faster, I really enjoy that feeling, and so they drive in the morning, and that's how you kind of split it up a little bit, and switch the drivers out as you wish, and as the drivers get to an agreement with each other. So let me quickly switch my screens here again. We are now on board on the rear of Ricardo Rico. Zenith Esports, the leader still after all this time. They are still leading the way and lapping cars all over the place. Here's another one about to be lapped. 1 lap, in fact, on second place, Level Motorsports. I think that is because MSI either was in the pit lane or yeah, it was just a timing dropout. MSI is now in second. They can see it, Salvatalons. The gap about 49 seconds though, so Zenith Esports, Ricardo Rico doing a great job there at just increasing that gap bit by bit, just getting a couple more seconds here and there. Remember, about 2-3 hours ago, the gap was 35 seconds. It's gone up to 50 now. And at the end of the day, that's kind of the crucial thing. You want to increase the gap, not decrease it, not manage it. You want to make it clearer and safer for you in case you lose some time or in case there's something going on. As DriveX now in the pit lane with Sergio Ignacio, they've done their stint. And we're waiting for Zenith and MSI. They should be coming into the pits rather shortly. So I would expect Salvatalons to come into the pits either at the end of this lap or the next one. Level Motorsports in the pit lane as well. And they have switched drivers. Level Motorsports switching drivers here from, I think it was Andres Fernandez to Moises Caraballo. So they're switching drivers now. Espinita Rocket Factor keeps Alvaro Garcia Paredes, and indeed Zenith Motorsports, or Zenith Esports, apologies, comes into the pit lane. There they are. Ricardo Rico, is he going to switch with another driver? And also, will MSI Esports follow in? Or will they take the lead of this race, at least for one lap? Obviously, with the gap being 50 seconds, this could get really close, at least for a lap. Unless, of course, MSI Esports come into the pit lane at the same lap. Here, Lucas Colombo now taking the wheel. So it is indeed a driver swap. Lucas Colombo Russell is in the cockpit right now. So this will probably be about a minute stop right there for Zenith Esports. The question is whether MSI is staying out or whether they are coming in. I'm trying to see. They're coming in as well. They are coming in as well. Salvatalon's right there. That's him. He's coming in as well. So Zenith Esports will keep the lead no matter what. Maybe MSI Esports will get it for a second in the pit lane. Depends on where he has to stop. No, he stops right behind. So Zenith Esports still keeps the lead in the pit lane. Will Salvatalon swap? Yes, he will, with Julian Rodriguez. So both teams swap drivers at the same time. And Lucas Colombo gets underway again. And he reassumes the lead. I mean, he never really lost it, to be quite honest. But he's back out there in the lead position. And MSI Esports will probably come out in second place as well. They're still in the pit lane, obviously. And I think, Kieran, are you back now? No, I think he's completely gone at this point. Oh, never mind. Kieran, are you there? I heard something. I shouldn't get my hopes up, really. But yeah, so Zenith Esports...
No.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I've had to do is reset my router now, so hopefully, it'll last longer than 90 seconds before hitting a problem. Anyway, I'm sure you'll talk about the MSI Esports car in the pit lane. Julian
Both Zenith and MSI were in the pits, and both have swapped drivers.
So that would explain that then. So obviously the race for the lead is well and truly back on. And obviously when you're talking about drivers that are pretty much on the same strategy, we'll change drivers now, it must be a little bit frustrating for the driver behind.
Certainly, yeah. That's the worst case scenario for MSI Esports there. That when they swap drivers and they come into the pit lane at the same lap, it's the leaders of Zenith Esports as well. However, the hope is that maybe Julian Rodriguez Moreno can get a little bit of time on Lucas Colombo, because it's no longer Ricardo Rico driving that car. We saw how fast he was. The hope is that maybe Lucas Colombo is not as quick. That's, I think, what they have to hope for now, MSI Esports that is, to try and close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, and I think with the new driver, I don't think we've seen Colombo in that car just yet, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of pace he can set in that car, which is leading this race by a sizable gap. Although, take nothing for granted in endurance racing. You could have the biggest lead in the world, but it can all go to pot if there's some sort of safety car, or if your driver out there makes a mistake. It really is as simple as that. But there we can see the BMW there of Sergio Ignacio in the DriveX Esports car, currently in third place, but I think slightly out of sync at the moment.
No, actually not. They pitted one lap earlier than Zenith and MSI, so they're perfectly in sync. So Sergio Ignacio doing a really good job here. Everyone apart, the only ones who are a bit out of sync right now are Williams Esports with Dominic Stibe in P7. they have to pit within the next sort of 3 laps. But apart from that, everyone has pitted in the last 8. Well, Unico's Gaming last 12 laps ago, but everyone else who's in the sort of top 13 has pitted within the last 12 laps. So no one's really out of sync apart from Williams Esports, who still have to go in sort of like a 3-4 laps time. Oh no. I think he's gone again. The router reset apparently did not help. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we are nearing the 17-hour mark. It's 1 minute left. It's 51 seconds left until we get there. So 17 hours left. We're 7 hours into the race. And right now it is Zenith Esports leading the way. About 50 seconds ahead of MSI Esports. Both cars just made it into the pits about 3 to 5 minutes ago. Then it's DriveX Esports in 3rd place, doing a really good job there as well. Unico's Gaming in P4, Race for Cat in P5, Obsidian Racing P6. Then it seems Level Motorsport in P7. I'll just call it as I see it because the timing screen isn't perfectly accurate. But that's what we're seeing right now. Level Motorsports P7, Momay's Racing Team P8, Williams Esports P9, Kilometro 0 rounds off the top 10. Then we got Cherokee PS in P11, High Speed Demons in P12, R70 in P13, and the Masked Devils Esports 14th, and plus GS Scuderia P15. And Kieran, I heard you?
Yes, that was Alcaraz having a moment at the top of the hill there. That was coming out of turn 12. So a little bit of a moment there for A2 Racing Team. Not quite sure what happened because he must have dropped it on the curb on the outside of turn 12 because that's the only reason I can think that the back end would swap out on him like that. But it is a mistake. It is a spin. And unfortunately, it's lost them time.
Yeah, although at the same time, again, you're thinking in this sort of scenario, in this sort of situation that they're finding themselves in, where they're in P29. You're thinking more about don't get damaged, try and finish the race at this point, because they are 14 laps down on the next car, 22 laps on the lead. So you're really thinking about finishing this race and trying to make it to the end more than you're thinking about, oh, we lost 5 seconds or 10 seconds here or there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure you've been through the running order so far, Austin, but I will announce that it is our number 8 here in the 24 hours of Barcelona, Catalonia. Great to have you with us here for this racing action, and just great to have you on board. Make sure you're cheering your support in the chat for your favourite team. Who do you back in this one? We're currently riding on board with Zenith Esports and Lucas Colombo, who, as we previously discussed, Austin, hasn't actually been out in this race so far just yet. But I mean, the great thing about our timing sheet is that it comes with a little bit of a license by their name and a little bit of iRating as well. And we can have a little sneak peek at the sort of driver we're expecting here in that Zenith Esports car. So yeah, good iRating, good license. So yeah, we're expecting at least good lap times at the moment. Let's have a look and see. Last lap time was of 1:41.7. And for MSI Esports, last lap time was a 42.4. So that tells you a huge story.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising looking at the iRating and the license that Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car has an iRating 641 points higher than Lucas Colombo, and a license that is they're both A, but 2.4 points higher for Julian Rodriguez from 4.99, which is, I think, perfect. I think 5 is the max. A5 is the maximum, so absolutely perfect license there. Lucas Colombo, A 2.59, so it's good. You know, it's A rated. That's what you want to see. But certainly some level there, some steps still left behind, and we have Williams Esports now in the pit lane, and Agustin
comes.
Canapino takes the wheel. I was expecting him to start a little bit later. It's still rather early in EU, Central Europe, where Dominic Stibe and Arthur LeHook are, is 8:30 p.m. And in the UK for Josh Thompson, it's 7:30 p.m. So it's still rather early. It's the evening time, but they bring in Agustin Canapino right here, right now. Maybe they want to move a bit through the field and make a sort of statement.
Yeah, absolutely. As we'll have to see what Canapino's pace is like, and as you say, Austin, maybe a bit early in this grand scheme of things, but probably to the team, it's right on time. Who knows what their strategy is going to be? And as I have to say, I think you were mentioning this earlier before with Williams, especially. They've got an international roster of drivers. So obviously they've got someone in Argentina, in Canapino, who is probably going to be racing in the bright sunshine, but actually at the circuit here, it's going to get dark very soon.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a sort of I don't know if cognitive dissonance is the right word, but it's a little bit of a gap between obviously what you see outside and what you see in the game, and that's always something that I found a little bit tricky. I always liked it when it was all synced up and I was racing in the night while it was night outside in the real world, because it sort of gives you the whole vibe. What I always hated was when there was a sort of scenario where it was dark, it was nighttime in the game, and outside bright sunshine, the light comes into my room and everything's bright except for that PC monitor. I personally always hated that sort of scenario. But maybe I'm just a bit peculiar about this. But I didn't enjoy driving in these sorts of conditions. So for Agustin, might be a little bit of an issue, but I don't think it's gonna be too much. He's too much of an experienced race driver to let that get in the way of him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how he gets on in those, as you say, challenging conditions when it comes down to it. But I think in the short term, and the short answer is he's a good driver. He's done all this before, and he should be perfectly fine. But you never know. You never know. You can never count anything out in an endurance race. We're currently riding on board with Jose Fernandez in Mamaeus Racing Team, trying to chase down a certain Catalan flag of a rear wing, as we may now make our way in towards turns 14 and 50. Now that chicane where we'll just make it our way through onwards towards that final corner, that final right-hander, and onwards now towards that start-finish straight. Once again, a familiar sight for all these drivers. And as you can see, dusk is setting upon us at this moment in time, and very soon, maybe not at the end of our shift, Austin, but definitely very soon, we'll descend into the nighttime.
One thing to note here, as we see Mamaeus Racing Team following Race for Cat, this is not for position. The Mamaeus Racing Team is one lap down on Race for Cat, so they're not battling here for position. Race for Cat in P5 right now, Mamaeus in P9, so there are a couple of cars in between, but obviously spread over one lap. But it's just one lap, which around a track this short, minute 40, it's not exactly Le Mans, is it? So it's not that much. One lap is a minute 40 exactly, or a minute 45, somewhere around there. Right now, a minute 42 if we look at the time from Race for Cat. So it's not that much time in a 24-hour race. That would be half a lap around Le Mans, and that is definitely still achievable to be reeled in. So anything is still possible here. It's nice on this sort of track where the lap time is only minute 45, minute 42. It's quite nice actually to be a lap down, because what it does is it shows you, as we have a battle between Race for Cat and Unicos. So maybe Mamaeus Racing Team is doing well to stay behind that and let those two battle, because no point getting involved in this one right now. Oh, that's a massive moment for Unicos Gaming there. You don't want to ride over that sausage curb on the exit there, and this might be the opportunity, the better run for Andrea Rodriguez. The move is coming down the inside. Lozano doesn't defend it. Who is late on the brake? Later on the brakes. It's the Porsche race for. I mean, it's Porsche be Porsche anyway, but that is the move done into turn 1 and race for Cat. Andrea Rodriguez now up to P4 and Danny Lozano down to P5.
Absolutely nice move there, and I think for Lozano, I don't think he, as you said, put too much up of a fight for that one, especially down in towards turn 1. He did back out of the braking zone in towards turn 1, so yeah, I don't think he's interested in fighting that position at this moment in time. But that is Andrea Rodriguez for Race for Cat now up to 4th place, and they'll be looking now to try and extend that margin and maybe even try and close in on 3rd place. I'm just having a look. They're a good half a minute up the road, 3rd place, but you know, it's not. Don't ever rule it out. It's taken about 7 hours to get a gap between the leaders of nearly a minute. It could easily turn on its head when you least expect it.
Yeah, certainly. It can always change. Anything can change in an endurance race. One thing that, by the way, we're gonna have to. Hopefully, we don't have to talk about, but I think it might be interesting for the viewers to know the rule about this, is what happens if the whole server goes down. We've seen it before in plenty of endurance races, or endurance sim races, that the server goes down, all of a sudden everyone's scrambling, is like, oh, what are we going to do? What's happening? What's going on? If the server does indeed crash completely, which fingers crossed it won't, the race will be restarted behind the safety car, and I think all the gaps at that point are erased. So the order will stay the same. So right now it would be Zenith Esports, even though the screen shows MSI in the lead. That's a timing glitch. It is actually Zenith Esports in the lead, 50 seconds ahead of MSI. But yeah, it would restart behind the safety car, with obviously the time remaining as if it was sort of red flagged, but the game or the time kept running. So if it's let's say if it stops right now, the race would be let's say the race could be restarted in 19 minutes and 10 seconds from now, then the race time remaining would be 16 hours and 30 minutes. So the time would still go on ticking virtually, obviously not on the server, but sort of in everyone's heads, and then it would be restarted so that it still ends at the same time it was supposed to end.
Well, there you go then. That's your lesson there from Austin into what happens if we need to red flag due to server crash. Fingers crossed we don't have to use that method and that system, but you know, it's always good to know the procedure just in case. Probably a good idea at this time to take you through. Obviously, there's 3 types of cars out here today. We've got the BMW M8 GTE, we've got the Porsche 991, it appears on the timing screens on R1, and the Ford GT GTE. Try saying that quickly 5 times. But the highest of each in the BMW, it is Zenith Esports in Lucas Colombo. The highest Porsche out there is Level Motorsports in 4th place. It's Caraballo there, who's a new driver into the car. And the highest Ford out there is the Williams Esports car, overall in 8th place, of Augustine Canapino. So always interesting to know who's got the best out of their car at the moment.
Right now, it's really a battle less between the teams and more between the driver, the car, and the track. That's what it's all about right now. We don't really have that much battle, so I think the closest gap I can find right now is Unicos Gaming, 1.5 seconds behind Race for Cat. But obviously that move just happened, so that gap should be closing. Should be increasing rather. I also see a gap there between IRS Tent Factory and Rusty's of 1 second. Don't know if we'll get a camera shot of this. Obviously, you know, the camera is basically controlled by the Spanish team, not by us. So we just get the signal and cannot influence it. So we'll see. Maybe we can get a view of this battle. I don't know if it even is a battle, because again, our timing screens are sort of a bit all over the place, so it could be that isn't even happening. But I see a 1 second there, 0.997. But yeah, this is right now the closest battle. Apart from that, there's not much going on between Kilometer Zero and Cherokee for P10. Last spot in the top 10, 3.8 seconds the gap there between those two. So that's certainly something to maybe look out for in the next couple of minutes. But apart from that, it's really more about driver versus the car. The car can be quite stubborn at times versus the track.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is what it all boils down to in the eventuality here. Meanwhile, we're riding aboard with Carballo in the Level Motorsports car, climbing the hill now towards turn 9. He's got a big BMW in front of him there as we make our way now. It's the BWY car. We're getting up and close and personal with that one as he moves to the right-hand side. Remember that BWY car is a lap down, so he's going to try and make life easier maybe for Moises Carballo, and he's got the move done anyway. Meanwhile, further behind, that's encouraged another BMW to try and take over and try and get the move done there. Is that the MSI esports car? I'm trying to figure it out here because that's a new driver in there, Julian Moreno.
I'd be surprised if it was, because MSI is in second, even though on our timing screens it's not. But it's MSI Esports is still in second. I think it's going to be a different car there.
It might be a different car. It might just be creating drama where there is none. We might get a close look. It's definitely not the number one.
Oh
car.
yeah,
It's
the A2 racing team. Yeah,
Of Mark
it's the A2 racing team.
Yeah. Yeah, just sorry to basically put a little bit of drama into this where there isn't any needed. We've got a great race on show anyway. I don't need to add drama. That's just not how it works. There's Juan Munoz there in the Customs Exilium GT team. Ivan Moreno in the Project Bullet iRacing team in 25th in car number 27. Not far away from the car in front. There is Mark Hagele. Hagele, I think that's how you pronounce it. Obviously, let me know if I've butchered any names there, but currently they're in 24, so that's actually for position between the two cars there. Mark Yabe in 7th place for Plus G Escudiera. I've been really impressed with Yabe's showing. Raul Esteban in the Rust-Ease car, the terrifying teeth at the front. Yes, that car's in 15th place, car number 18. Besides the number 95, it misleads you to believe it is. There's the number 1 car of Julian Rodriguez. That's rightly identified now by everybody else but me as the MSI esports car, currently in 2nd place. And there you can see 50.9 seconds between our leaders, Lucas Colombo, Zenith Esports, out in front. I have to say the gap pretty much has stabilized. It's probably going up, you know, a tenth or two every single lap. And to be honest with you, in a case of an endurance, that obviously is a little bit misleading when you get to the end of the race and you find that you're 1 lap or 2 laps down. But actually, it's pretty close still between the two leaders.
1/10 a lap. We have right now so iRacing. I mentioned this before. iRacing always sort of tries to predict how many laps there will ultimately be. Right now, the prediction says 847. We had a lot of green flag running, and so that number is now quite high at 847. If you add that up, 1/10 per lap, times 847. That's a lot. That's a minute 24. That is a minute 24.7. That's almost a lap. That's about 20 seconds short of a full lap around here. So if it's a tenth and a half, we are definitely at 1 lap, and a tenth and a half is nothing. So yeah, it can be quite misleading to be like, oh, the leader won by 3 laps or 2 laps or 1 lap. It's not that much when you have a rather short lap like this of 4.6 kilometers, 1 minute 45 lap times, and you do a 24-hour race on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did like the fact that you came to the conclusion that 1/10 times by 847 was a lot. I did quite like that.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
Yeah.
Yeah, you put me right in my place there. There's the MSI esports car, the number 1 car, riding around in 2nd place. There's the Ford GT car of Daniel Gomez in the High Speed Demons Ford GT. And we've seen before how this car does seem to struggle in a straight line, but through the corners, it does look planted.
It really does. That is the one benefit of the Ford GT. And it's something that over the course of a 24-hour race is something that really helps you. Because obviously, if you do have no sort of issue, no sort of struggling with the car in the corners, it just makes for a nicer driving experience. Sure, it's not going to be as fast as a straight line. It's going to be trickier to overtake. But what it also does is it reduces the possibility of mistakes. And I'll said it before, I'll say it again. The number one thing you don't want to happen too often during a 24-hour race is some sort of mistake, some sort of, damage, some sort of incident. That's what you have to minimize. That's what an endurance race is about. It's not pure pace. Pace, I don't want to say it's secondary, but with limited pace, you can still get a really good result. But if you have a lack of racecraft, that's going to be much more difficult in a 24-hour race to compensate, because you're just going to attract crashes at that point, and it's costing you time. It's costing you more time in the pit lane from damage. As speaking of damage, Daniel Diaz here for the Cometa team, that front bumper, it's disintegrated is the only word I can think of right now.
I was going to say "is no more." I would have finished that sentence, but at
Yeah.
the moment, there looking like the car is in for repairs, and we'll see how they get along. Do they have a fast repair to use then for that one? Do they need to use? Do they want to use the fast repair there? They've done a driver change. They've put in the car Victor Santana, who is ready to take the helm once the car is able to rejoin there. So. Tyres are being changed, fuel is being changed as well. I think it's a little bit of a change of strategy with that bit of damage at the front. It all depends whether they use their fast repair there, Austin.
Yeah, that's whether they still have one, really, for the most part.
Yes.
If they do have one, obviously, I think this is the kind of moment where you would use it for, because that must have been a violent impact. And I think so. The tires are changed at least. The car is now back down on its wheels. And yes, they actually did use a fast repair there. So that was a 1 minute 9.6 pit stop. So they used one of their fast repairs. The question is whether they still have one available or whether that was their second one. But that's the benefit of having a fast repair. If you do have an impact like that, which just costs you so much time if you don't have a fast repair. This would have cost them probably, I would guess, about 10 to 15 minutes without the fast repair. So that really helped them now, saved them about 10 to 15 minutes, or 9 to 14 minutes, if you want to be completely exact.
Which we do.
Yeah, which we do, exactly. So now they're back out on track, didn't lose too much time. Is it unfortunate? Yes. Is it something that happens during an endurance race? Also, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. As we ride on board with our race leader, Zenith Esports, currently driving at Lucas Colombo in the number 2 car, as they're now flying their way through that right-hander.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see here the on-boarder enjoy these sort of shots always. And Lucas Colombo here following some more cars. That's the sight that you usually have as the leader. You don't see that often in sort of anything that's 2 hours or under in terms of race time. You don't see that sight very often if you're the leader. In a 24-hour race, that's the most familiar sight you'll ever have. It's another car or 2 in front of you. Kieran, are you muted or gone again? Oh no, I think he's gone again. Oh boy. All right, so Zenith Esports still leading the way ahead of MSI. 51 seconds. It stays stable, but again, it's always this 1/10 here or there. The gap was 50 seconds when they came into the pit, so Zenith has gained another second in the last 15 laps. It's actually less than a 10th per lap, but still, it's just chewing away bit by bit, like a beaver building a dam. Just, step by step, and the gap just increases over and over and over.
What an idiom to return to. Like a beaver building a dam, did you say?
Yes.
I don't even need to know the context. I'm happy with that.
I had to fill the time, while you were gone again for the 17th time.
Yeah, that's probably actually pretty accurate, to be honest with you. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
But we're seeing here, hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't know how many times I can say that without being insane. How do they define insanity again?
Yeah, doing the
I
same
like
thing
it.
over and over again. Yep.
Expecting a different result. Yeah, that
Oh yeah.
sounded about right. Meanwhile, there you can see the number 2 car of the Zenith esports team leading the way, and they look in control of this one for at least the first 7 hours, at least for the first 7.5 hours at least. They look to be in control, but it was a pretty dramatic start. If you missed out on that 7 and a bit hours ago, you missed out on a fantastic opening 2 hours to this race where it was non-stop action everywhere you looked.
Yeah, it really was. That's usually not how endurance races start. Most of the time, it settles in quite quickly. Everyone's very eager to keep position and not gain positions because, sure, do you want to make it through the field? For example, like Williams Esports had a 15 place grid penalty. Do you want to make it through the field quickly to make up for those 15 places? Sure. And we've seen that with Williams. They're in P8 right now, so they definitely made their way through the field rather quickly. But do you want to risk everything on one overtake? Absolutely not. It's a 24-hour race. It would be mind-numbing to try and force a move when it isn't on. So usually you pick your battles from basically from the get-go, and it was a bit surprising to see. Obviously, I did watch the start. It was a bit surprising to see how much battling and fighting was going on, but it made for great entertainment, so who am I to complain?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You absolutely had to get your popcorn out for the first 2 hours of this race. Not to say you don't have to keep making that popcorn for the rest of it as well. It's a very intriguing race that has developed here. The first 2 drivers are very close together still, all things that combining. And you can see Zenith Esports, that Lucas Colombo is slowly building the gap to Julian Rodriguez in the MSI Esports car. And you have to say, coming towards the 8-hour mark, 3rd race distance, are Zenith Esports the team to beat at the moment? Can they convert this into the win?
Well, it looks like it.
So we just
yeah,
yeah,
we just
sorry,
had a
you were
little bit
saying
of a
something, we
we just had a little bit of an update. But yeah, it certainly looks like it right now. Lucas Colombo is doing a great job of continuing what Ricardo Rico and hold on, there you go. Ricardo Rico and Iago Martinez started. Right now the gap is just increasing, 51.8 now. When they pitted 17, 18 laps ago, the gap was at 50 seconds, so another 1.8 gained. So that's the 1/10 a lap we were talking about earlier. It's happening right there between Zenith and MSI. And unless MSI somehow pull an ace out of their sleeve, which at this point I don't know if they have one there, but if they do, it's not time yet to do it. It's still 16.5 hours left, but Zenith certainly look like the team to beat, yes.
So that's the main thing. Can anybody sort of carve down that 52-second gap, and can that team be MSI Esports? I mean, they're the closest rivals at the moment as we see it through. Obviously, it'll be a race to watch and follow all the way through if you can, because it is such an intriguing race. It's the top 2 drivers really being in a place where they're only slightly, one of them is only slightly off the pace. I mean, on that lap alone, it was 1/10 of a second that MSI Esports were off of Zenith's pace that they were setting. 1/10, that's it, between the 2 of them on that lap alone. So it is immensely close between the 2 teams as they make their way through. But any amount of a gap for Zenith Esports is a good enough gap. Any time that they're quicker than the car behind is fantastic for them, and that will only add to the gap that they've already got.
Yeah, and at this point, it's about managing that gap, maybe increasing it slightly every now and again, which is exactly what they're doing. So right now, it's going to be really. It looks to be really tricky. And if you compare the best lap by both teams as well, you look at Zenith Esports 141.209. You look at MSI 141.280, so slightly slower. Again, it's 7/100ths of a second. It's just under a tenth, but it's that gap that just it's a red line through the whole race so far between Zenith and MSI. It's just that little step that Zenith is always ahead of MSI.
Absolutely, and that is what it's going to be throughout. I think it's going to be an intriguing race all the way to the checkered flag. I mean, those first 2 hours demanded that sort of concentration in another right. There was a lot of battling going on. There was a lot of people, side by side action, door to door racing all the way throughout, especially with that top three. It's as you said, quite an unusual way to start a 24-hour endurance, especially for that long as well. But what helps is that all the cars here are GTE spec, so they're supposed to be performing to a certain spec level. They've got that balance of performance, trying to level out the playing field as much as possible. And of course, you mentioned earlier, Austin, that the setups will inevitably take a role in that as well. How well have you set up the car for Barcelona? But yeah, it's been very intriguing so far. We're just going to take a little bit of a breather, if you like, from all of the action, and you get to see our lovely faces for a bit. How about that? How's that for a deal? It's a bad deal, I know, but make the most of it if you will. We'll keep you up to date with all the timings. But Austin, I've been impressed. There's not been too many mistakes so far. We've seen one major case of damage for one team, but other than that, I think it's been relatively good from all involved.
I think one of the biggest mistakes was one that we didn't even see, which was the qualifying of Williams Esports. Basically, it wasn't the qualifying; it was more their driver swaps after registration and getting a 5-place grid penalty for 3 drivers being swapped. So 15 places, and they had to start from P18 and work their way through the field. In fact, I asked Javier Guerra about this, the manager of Williams Esports, of this Williams Esports team. I asked him how this 50 place grid penalty affects the race. How much more difficult does it make for them to stay out of any kind of incident? And his response was, we have an extra work to do in the first laps. It will be hard when there will be teams with slower pace, but I guess some teams will use their faster driver for the first stint of the race, which is what you usually see. Won't be easy, but we're expecting to give some show from the beginning until the end. Drivers won't be bored, smiley face.
So there you go. So that they had it all along. Their plan all along was to pretty much put on a show from the very start, and they have done as well. Currently on the standings, they are 8th place, and considering the fact that they had the grid penalty and they had that incident at the start, we didn't see it, but it cost them a mountain of time, a mountain of positions too. But they've done so well to fight their way back into the top 10.
It's now in P8 right now, and it's really going well for them so far. As I said earlier, they were hoping for a podium. That's a little bit far away right now, as they are 2 laps down on the leaders of Zenith Esports. But to get into this position, starting 18th, having that incident early on, and still making your way up the field, place by place, into the top 10 and now into P8. Certainly a very laudable effort from them so far. And with Agustin Canapino now driving the car, I would expect them to make some more moves.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a quick driver, is Canapino, and the driver from Argentina. Although it's daylight for him, it's getting towards the dusk for everybody else out on track. We've seen Drive X Esports. I mean, we've seen how the pace of Sergio Ignacio. He seems to be in a little bit of a world of his own at the moment. The top 5 seem to be at this moment in time. What's the key thing to sort of keep in the back of your mind if you find yourself in that bit of a no man's land type scenario?
The thing is, on a track like this, where you have now 32 cars running, 32 still running? Let me quickly check. No, 31 are running. Although, no, hold on, no, 29 are still running. Sorry, the car team is gone. XPD Racing is already out, unfortunately. But so, with 29 cars still running, you always have someone close to you. And sure, it's not a car that you can battle for position, either attacking or defending. None of that happens, at least for the top 5 right now. Although for P5, a little bit, because Unicos Gaming is under 5 seconds behind Race for Cat. So that's a battle for P5 that we're gonna keep an eye on. But right now, not much happening there. 5 seconds is quite a gap still for an overtake. But you always have people to lap. You always have someone in the way that you need to get past, who's usually slower, especially if you're leading the race. Tends to be that the cars that you're lapping are slower. So trying to navigate that traffic and not getting into incidents, plus the challenge, obviously, of battling the car itself, or battling the track, making sure you're not getting any incident points, you're not getting any sort of spins. We saw in turn 1 with the Porsches having massive issues there. So all of that combined, you're never running out of challenges in a 24-hour race. I can promise you that.
Now I'm having a look through the timing sheets here, and I see A2 Racing Team Mark Alcaraz. Current pit timer is 19 minutes and 27 seconds, but apparently they've only been in the box for 2 minutes. That seems a little strange. Didn't take them 17 minutes to roll down the pit lane, did it? Maybe
I
it
don't
did.
think so. I think this might be some sort of timing sheet or timing issue. More. I mean, we also see that apparently it's a 249 lap stint for the leaders. So I think we can't really rely on the timing screen too much. I don't know which number to trust here. Either they've been in the. I think they've been in their pit stall for 2.5 minutes. It didn't take them 20 minutes to get there. I think it was a timing cutout, sort of, but they've been repairing for a long time now, 2 minutes 45 seconds, and it keeps running. So seems like they are out of fast repairs for one, and it also seems like they have some significant damage that needs to be repaired.
Yeah, yeah. As you say, they looking at the timer now. Obviously, it's 3 minutes. They definitely have run out of fast repairs. One of the big things that you've got to remember is that when do you justify? When do you make the call to say, right, this needs a fast repair? If it's just the front bumper that's come off, obviously you just wait there, take your time. But then, if you use all your fast repairs too early and you have a very significant argument with the barrier, then you could find yourself waiting and sitting around, as you say, for a good 20 minutes whilst the team get busy repairing the car, maybe even longer than that.
Yeah, I think the call that I would make personally is I would say that if it's 10 minutes or longer, that is sort of the expected time. Obviously, you never know when the repair or how long the repair fully takes until you actually do it. But I would sort of try to estimate like how severe is the damage, how long would it take? And if it's anything like 5 to 10 minutes or longer, certainly if it's longer,
Yeah, absolutely.
you will use the fast repair. If it's anything other than that, I'd probably consult with my teammate or teammates on the call and ask them, what do you think? Should we use the fast repair here? And then you come to a mutual decision, and at the end, you're all in the same boat. So you're all carrying the same decision, and at that point, it's quite easy to justify. And if you say then at the end of it, all right, we made the wrong call there. We should have used the fast repair when we didn't, or we didn't use the fast repair when we should have, then you can say, but we all made that decision together and we're all going to have to live with it. And that's the way it is. Can't change it after the fact, can you?
No, I mean, once it's done, it's done. Unicos Gaming are in the pit lane right now as we speak. Danny Lozano has brought it into the box and they currently stop there then. So we'll see how long that pit stop lasts. Obviously, you've spent some time with us, and we have now got you back at the race. Look at that. 60 minutes and 22 seconds to go here in this one. And as you can see, the headlights are pretty much on right now as dusk descends across the track as the sun begins to set below the horizon as we now make our way through turns 1, 2, and 3. Oh, we've got a spinner in the background. Who was that spinning around right in front of another car? That was De Alba, who tries to rejoin there. Wow, that was Daniel Gomez having to take real avoiding action there in the high-speed Demons Ford GT. He really came close to being wiped out there.
The one lucky thing for that Ford GT is that that car has some significant grip. But again, this time it's a BMW for the first time struggling. Oh, this got so close there. And then you gotta wait there. I think this might be going to the stewards for that unsafe rejoin, trying to get the car going there in that situation again. So very, very tricky, this one. Thankfully, nothing major happened. Daniel Gomez was able to avoid.
Yeah, you could see that was so close. Very quick reactions from Daniel Gomez there just to keep it out of the other car and basically just go on an off-track excursion. So fantastic reaction from him. I think his heart rate would have definitely gone up a few 10s or 20s there.
Yeah, that's the moment racing drivers refer to as Code Brown. There we see why he spun once again. It's now the BMWs are starting to struggle with turn 1, with braking too late, and they haven't adjusted their brake distance at this point. We saw it with the Porsches like 3 or 4 times earlier. I think I don't want to jinx anyone, but we might see a couple more BMWs spinning in turn 1. I hope it doesn't happen, but it could very well happen at this point.
Yeah, and of course, what you forget about these drivers are that they're locked into their cockpit. They can't have any other camera other than what the driver would actually see in that cockpit. And sometimes you don't realize how many blind spots there are around that cockpit itself. So maybe it was an unsafe rejoin, but maybe the car just didn't even realize there was another car approaching. And it's just difficult to rejoin. But obviously, when you rejoin, you have to hope that no one else is there. And for the Mexican team there was someone coming through in Gomez.
Yeah, it is a tricky situation. But at the same time, that's why I'm saying it would be good to have a spotter who can then tell you, no, wait, there's a car coming. Wait, and then, okay, now you can go. So having a spotter always helpful, especially in these situations when you are sort of stuck with the cockpit view, and two, you are in a situation, your car is in a position where it's really difficult to see what is going on.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Rusty's car there. I wonder how terrifying. I mean, the teeth are terrifying in the day. I'm not looking forward to what they look like in the nighttime.
Oh God! Yeah, that could be even more frightening. If you remember when we were trying to set up our cameras and trying to go through the whole procedure of trying this all out for the commentary, it's gonna be more frightening than my webcam was.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? It's all good for the Rusty's car at the moment. It's we said it before, we'll say it again. It's a fantastic livery. Raul Esteban is currently behind the wheel of that Rusty's car. Then it says number 95 on the side, but if you look very closely, it's actually the number 18 Porsche. I know, looks are very deceiving, but it is the number 18 Porsche making his way now down in towards 14 and 15. Right behind him though is Tiago Carvalho. Now that obviously is not for position. I don't think. I'll have to check the timing screens.
I think it is. I think it is. Yes, indeed it is.
Yeah.
It is absolutely 100% for position right here. Thiago Carvalho versus the Rusty's car of Raul Monraba. Battling for P15 right now. IRS has been quicker by almost a second on the last lap. So it's, oh, hold on, I have to refresh, give me a second. 4 minutes ago they were a second quicker. That can all have changed since, and indeed, the last lap actually, iOS 10 Factory were 3/10 slower, but they're so close that they're probably just losing time because they are so close.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. Endurance racing does come down to that. Do you battle? Do you just let the other car go through and deal with them later? It's still relatively early on in this endurance race, so you've really got to, the phrase "pick your battles" comes to mind when it's something like this. Is it worth your time battling another car? If the answer's no, then it's pretty much your mind's made up at that point. But for me, the Rust-eze car is looking good so far, and if anything, it's the BMW behind that's going to have the problem of trying to pass the Porsche.
And you saw a little bit there in the hairpin of Lakaiha, a little bit of a squirm from the BMW. It was a great camera, is a great camera angle right here, because you can see every little motion of the car when it suddenly stops turning a little bit and then starts turning again. That's the little squirming, that's the little correction that the driver has to make when the car starts stepping out a little bit too much. And we saw that in the hairpin right there. So that cost him a bit of time. And ultimately, I would say that even cost him the opportunity of maybe attempting a move here into turn one. He's too far away now, with the gap being half a second right now. This is also a fantastic view right here, the bird's eye. But yeah, you see too far away. Not really an opportunity to send it down the inside. You need to get closer than that. Thankfully, the one thing that isn't really all too existent on iRacing, and certainly not with these cars, is a sort of dirty air. It's not really a thing. So these cars can get nice up close and personal. What also isn't too it's still there, but it's not too existent. I think it's very realistic, in fact, is the slipstream. So you get a little bit, but it's not the best thing ever. It's not the best thing since sliced bread. It does help you along, but you already need a better run out of the final corner to make a move into turn one. Oh, and there's someone off.
Oh yes,
That was a BMW. That's A2 Racing Team. That's the last team that's still running. Oh boy, they're really not having a good time, are they? Waiting for the replay.
And was it a loss of control heading in towards turn 5? Car turns
Looks
in.
like it.
Oh, it's
just too deep.
Yeah.
And then it just starts spinning and you can't control it, and then you have to wait for everyone. This is a good angle though. At this point, you see everyone coming through, and you know, oh, this was a bit dangerous though. But from that angle, you see everyone coming through. There's no blind spot there. You can just look out the window, and so this kind of helps. And he turned it around to make sure that he's on the very, very outside there. But that was a good rejoin. Cost him a little bit more time there, but certainly a good rejoin from Rafael Perez. And he's back running again. So at least he's at least no damage. That's again the thing you always look at. Oh, this got close there with the Porsche there, lapping him. What car is that? We can't see because we are looking at iOS 10 Factory and Rust-eze battling away again. 4P14 now. Although it should be 50. Oh my! I think my timing stopped again 2 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago actually.
Oh, you gotta keep refreshing it. Keep refreshing it. That's the way to go.
But yeah, it's for P14 now. I think High Speed Demons went into the pit lane. Yes, indeed. And the High Speed Demons are right behind. 1.5 seconds behind Thiago Carvalho here is Daniel Gomez for High Speed Demons. And we know about the woes of the Ford GT regarding overtaking. The Porsche, at least. Maybe the BMW might be a bit easier to overtake, but the Porsche certainly a tricky one to overtake for the 4GT. So maybe if Thiago Carvalho and Raul Esteban can fight away here, then High Speed Demons Daniel Gomez might be able to slip through if he gets close enough. He should be in the background right there. Yep, for a split second we just saw him. 1.7 seconds behind now, as he just did a 34-second pit stop. And is now back out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get away now towards the 16-hour to go mark, I'd like to say the Rust-eze Porsche, but it is Team Rust-eze making their way now down towards turn one once again. And we've seen a couple of, in fact, we've seen a few Porsches lose it on entry in towards turn one there. But that is Raul Esteban in that Rust-eze livery Porsche being chased down heavily by the BMW of Thiago Carvalho in the IRS BMW, making their way now up towards turn four. And obviously, at the moment, Carvalho is keeping close tabs on Esteban as they file their way through turn four, down towards turn five. Then, as you can see, Esteban just sticking with the racing line for now. He's happy with that one for now. And Thiago Carvalho just looking like he's trying to take some different lines in order to try and see what Esteban is going to do, what sort of driver he's up against. This is the time when you sort of size up your driver. Where are they making the mistakes? Where can I make that opportunity? Where is my car better than the car in front? You really start assessing how you're going to make the move stick, and that brings you to the point of where are you going to make the move. And more often than not, it's either turn one or it's turn 10.
Turn 4 would be the only one where if you want to get a little bit creative, like the 4 GT we talked about, that's sort of a surprise move that you can sometimes make work if you have a better run through turn 3 than the car in front. But other than that, yeah, turn 1 and turn 10, obviously the major overtaking opportunities, as we're still seeing the Rusties trying to fend off the IRS 10 factory car. Porsche versus BMW. And we have the Obsidian Racing car of Pedro Sanchez Albert in the pit lane right now. P9, that is. Now falling that, although I think they were P7 behind Williams ahead of Unicos. But they're going into the pit lane now. And that's a longer pit stop. That's over a minute. Did they have some sort of... yeah, 1 minute, 2 seconds. I think that was a driver swap, actually. I don't think that they had some sort of damage. Or it could be a fast repair. We've seen a fast repair took a minute previously, so that could be the case as well. But Pedro Sanchez Albert now in the car for Obsidian Racing. But I think he was in the car before. I don't think it was Sergio Gurdiel, Edu Fernandez, or Ruben Luque. So I think they haven't swapped, so it must have been a fast repair.
It could have been, yeah. I mean, it would make sense about a minute there to get all of that done. So we'll see how that happened. We'll see how that affects. That's Pedro Sanchez giving a little bit of a flash to the car in front, and the Porsche promptly moves out of the way. Obsidian Racing there, currently 10th place at this moment in time. Fastest lap of 1:42.1. That's pretty good from what we've seen from some of the top teams today. That is for sure. As he now makes his way down towards turn number 10 once again. But to take you through the standings as we head ever closer to that 16 hours to go mark, it is Zenith Esports leading the way, MSI Esports in second, DriveX rounding out the top three. There's the number 15 car of Kilometro Zero. That's being driven right now by Gabby Montoro, who we haven't really seen since the very first stint with myself and George, and that's a little bit of a segue into later on. More on that in just a second. But the number 15 there of the Kilometro Zero team making their way through, currently in 11th place according to our timing screens at the moment, as they're now making their way through that final corner. Looks like it's around 6.6 seconds to the car ahead, which is Obsidian Racing, as we saw there, driven by Pedro Sanchez Albert. So all to play for in this midfield for sure. The midfield, when you look at it, is actually pretty close on all accounts. All it will take is one tiny mistake from somebody, and that's going to bring everyone together.
Yeah, very much so. And Race for Cat, meanwhile, in the pit lane now. Andrea Rodriguez, I don't think that's a driver swap. He's still in the car. He was in the car before. So, yeah, 40... Oh, he's still in the pit lane there. 48 seconds, 49. It's still going up. 49.7 seconds, so that's a normal pit stop right there. Full fuel, tires changed, everything. 50 seconds in the pit stall, and he's back out in P7.
Absolutely, there is.
Oh, sorry, P6. Apologies.
Oh, that's all right. Jose Fernandez then gets past another back marker. That's actually that battle we were talking about earlier on between Rust-eze and let me remind myself. Rusty's and I've lost them on the time.
IRS 10 Factory.
That's the one. Thank you. Thank you for being my second pair of eyes. I really appreciate that one. Yes, so he's actually breaking up that order, and just as he does that, he then heads towards the pit lane. That must be annoying for the back markers. I've just let you through, and now you decide to pit on me. Well, actually, the IRS BMW thinks, do you know what? I'm going to follow you in.
Yeah. And at this point, if you want to stop battling, that's what you do. You just pull into the pit lane, do your stop, do your stint, and let's see. Momai's Jose Miguel Fernandez, and for iOS 10 Factory, it's a driver swap. Adria Pavadano now into the car. There we see it right there. Also, I think we have to talk about that parking job right there because that's not straight. That's slightly tilted to the right. And surely the driver could have done a better job there. I think what it also does, what it also does on iRacing, I think, is that, ooh, yeah, thankfully cars ghost in the pit lane, so
Yeah,
no
there you
worries
go.
about that. Because otherwise it could get really tricky if you have two cars, for example, pitting in the same spot, or two cars pitting right behind each other, one behind the other. It can get really close and tricky to actually get past them, so that's why cars ghost in the pit lane, thankfully. But yeah, the back out of on the track, Mamias took a bit longer, even though it was IRS who had the driver swap and the bad parking job as well.
Hey,
So
he'll say it was parked. He'll say it was parked.
fair
That's
enough.
all that matters.
Fair enough, but interesting to see that the driver swap didn't take as long. Maybe it was just a driver swap and nothing else. That's the only explanation I have. As plus G Escuderia in P8 is now in the pit lane as well. I think they were 7th ahead of Unicos. Now in the pit lane, they're going to lose some positions there. And Fernando Alcolea is now in the car. Rusty's also following in now, responding to the pit stop by IRS 10 Factory. They only want to lose one lap on them there. Not any more than that. And Roman Raba remains in the car, as it seems. More and more cars now pitting. We have the next pit window right at the 16-hour mark. And that kind of works out well for most of the drivers, for most of the teams, that if they do it this way and then they're going to do the same thing in the next 8 hours, then they're going to have the next pit window at the exact 8-hour mark. And then they don't have to pit at the end of the race.
Yeah, it works out pretty nicely for them. And obviously, we had that bit of a chaotic start. It was pretty much a safety car at the start of this race. We got green flag racing, eventually got ourselves back underway and racing. And boy, was it worth the wait to get ourselves underway. It really was worth that wait. There is your race leader, Zenith Esports, driven currently by Lucas Colombo. It's 51.7 seconds is the gap between the team in the lead and MSI Esports, the last year's winners in MSI Esports. Julian Rodriguez currently driving that one. And the gap really, Austin, has stabilized between the two.
Very much so. Last time we looked, I think it was 51.8. Right now it is 51.8. So it's been perfectly stable. Nothing changes. We've achieved equilibrium.
We really have. That was the word I was not ready for. You've caught me off guard with that one. But yes, Zenith Esports still leading that way. And it is a pretty good showing, a pretty good hand from Lucas Colombo. Obviously, his first stint was during our stint in the commentary box there, Austin. And how would you think he's done so far for the team?
I think obviously, if you keep the gap like this and you make sure that the gap stays the same, you manage it well, that's really all that's asked from you. And if you do that, you're doing the right thing. As Lucas Colombo is now coming into the pit lane, actually, I would expect him to stay in the car. DriveX Esports with Sergio Ignacio also coming in. They just got lapped, so they're exactly one lap behind Zenith. There we see Lucas Colombo stopping. I would not expect the drivers to change. And indeed, we are not getting one. So Lucas Colombo in there for another stint. And I think the same is true for DriveX and Sergio Ignacio, although... oh, my timing screen has stopped again 10 seconds ago. So I'll quickly refresh. Now there is a driver change for DriveX. Manel Kubo is back in the car, and we see it on screen there. We see, is that a replay of someone coming into the pit lane, or is that
No,
live?
that's Julian Rodriguez in the MSI car coming now into the pit
Oh
lane.
yeah, oh yeah. So
making his
he's
stop now.
responding. He's responding. So Lucas Colombo stayed in the car. Manel Kubo has now taken over the DriveX car in P3. And let's see if Julian Rodriguez stays in the car. He should be. He also came in last stint. So usually a double stint is very common. It's 2 hours for a double stint. So it's, you know, it's not too much to ask from the drivers to do 2 hours. Some like to do 3. I think beyond 3, that takes a special driver. That takes someone who can keep their concentration for a long time. It's very uncommon to see that. 2 to 3 hours is usually the typical stint. 1 hour, you don't really get into a rhythm, so that's why you see a lot of drivers doing double stints and sometimes triple stints. But any more than that, uncommon. Not saying it never happens, but uncommon. And 1 hour, you don't get into a rhythm, so you want to get at least 2 in.
Yeah, absolutely. There is your second place driver in Julian Rodriguez, who's rejoined back out onto track, and the gap is pretty much exactly what it was before. A big surprise there, but considering they both came into the pits, they both really had, well, actually, the MSI Esports car had a 33.8 second stop. Compared to Zenith Esports' 34-second stop. Fine margins, 0.2 of a second that Zenith Esports lost in the pit lane. But I think they could make that up in, what's that, 2 laps, a 10th per lap? I think we worked out that they were increasing at one point.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's how it would work. They can make that up in 2 laps again if they just keep performing that way. But yeah, I mean, 0.2 in a pit stop. Those are the margins we're talking about right now. It's quite insane to think about. In a 24-hour race, we're talking about 0.2 in a pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Julian Rodriguez looking to try and keep the title that MSI had earned last season. There is Carballo in the Level Motorsports car in the number 13 in 3rd place at the moment, and he's currently ahead of the DriveX sports car. And I just have a refresh of the timing screen, which hopefully will come back. Please come back. No, it's not coming back. Oh, there we go. It is currently 3.2 seconds between Level Motorsports and DriveX. So the cars behind him are back markers at the moment. So, but they look like pretty quick back markers, it has to be said. The number 9 there is the Porsche of the Obsidian Racing team. So they're actually a lap down, looking to just try and unlap themselves from what is 3rd place and looking for a move there. That's going to be very, very dicey. And there is the DriveX car of Manel Kubo there, who's looking to take full advantage of this one.
Yeah, interestingly, the DriveX team with the driver swap lost the position on track because they were 1 minute and 2 seconds in the pit lane, while Level Motorsports only took 33 seconds, just like MSI Esports and Zenith did. So they didn't swap drivers, but DriveX Esports did. So that's what lost them the 28 seconds there. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's what dropped them down. They had a 25-second lead over Level Motorsports. That has all come down, and that's sort of the worst scenario in this situation. That you lose, that you have a massive gap, and all of a sudden, you do a driver swap, the other team doesn't, and you find yourself 3 seconds behind them, and suddenly you start battling, and you're doing what you really, I want to emphasize this, really don't want to do.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of emphasis there. I have to admit. Well, we approach hour number 9. In fact, we are in hour number 9, which can only really mean one thing. It's time for a changing of the guards. So we should probably bring in the lovely 2 colleagues that we're working with this weekend, George Morgan and Jack Kanan, back to the commentary box. If you want to listen to myself and Austin, you can tune into to our late night show if you really want to. We'll be back on at 12:30 in the morning for that one. That's 1:30 in Central European time. If you want to come back and see us, we'll take you through the next 4 hours there. But for the next 4 hours, I'm going to hand you over to the lovely George. George, how are you doing tonight?
I'm loving life, thank you, Kieran. I am 2 Red Bulls in and living the dream, mate. I've been watching your coverage. There's been some thrilling stuff going on. Especially impressed still with Zenith, the fact that they've been able to uphold the lead that they held from the very start. Obviously, a great second show in there by Ricardo Rico. I've got to say, I've sort of got a little bit of a soft spot for that guy now. Certainly seeing after what we've seen at the start. Obviously, I love his style of driving. I think the mixture of aggression yet racecraft is absolutely superb. He can carry out the pace on circuit, and he certainly has lent himself well into Lucas Colombo's stint now, which is brilliant to see. Obviously, very much looking forward to seeing what this team can do going into the early hours of the morning as well. But obviously, I think one of the biggest insights for me, and certainly one of the biggest success stories, is that of Williams Esports. Augustine Canapino now in the car, the famed Spanish, not the Spanish, the Argentinian driver, going back to it,
You're in trouble now.
Absolutely in trouble there.
Yeah, that's the Red Bull talking. Going into the Williams hot seat now, and I got to say, he's doing some phenomenal things at this moment in time. P5 for the Williams team, and they're showing great pace at the moment. Let's see if they can carry it through the night.
Well, I'm sure it's in your very capable hands now, George and Jack, and we'll make sure we will, of course, leave you two to it and take our well-earned break here. Austin and I will be back with you very shortly in the next 4 hours. Until then, George and Jack, take it away.
Yes, welcome back here, folks. We are here for the dusk evening stint. And Jack, I've got to say, the action is still pretty hot as things are, even though the cars are pretty spaced out across the circuit. Given the way things are at the moment, Zenith Esports still leading the way, as we've already discussed. And they are absolutely flying at the moment. The gap obviously spreading up to around about 50 seconds or more to MSI Esports, which is certainly a good showing for them. Obviously, it's a huge ask to obviously carry out a lead so far or so deep into the late stage of an endurance race. So credit to them, and it gives them a great advantage through the evening.
Yeah, of course. So when we jumped off, the gap was 30 seconds. Now it's up to 51.9. Zenith have done a hell of a job, but I think we've come in quite lucky because we've jumped straight in, and there's immediately a battle for third place between DriveX and Level Sports after the pit stops. So that's what we're looking at right now. This is Augustin Canapino, and this is what I love about the Ford GT in particular is the night lights on the back of that Ford. It is gorgeous in that Williams livery with the blue and everything. It is amazing. But we're heading into dusk, heading into night right now, and this is where everyone's favorite. If you do endurance racing, the sight of just flashing headlights everywhere is what you're going to see now over the next couple of hours. But now it gets tricky because the track temperature is going to drop very, very low. Going to be less grip, and this is where we're in. This is with about 16 hours to go. This is when the eyes start to get a little bit droopy if you've been in the car for a long time. And of course, then we hop off at 12:30. Then we've got Kieran and Austin back in again. We're back in again at 4:30 in the morning. That's when it's going to be the tough one for both us and for the drivers. But for now, yeah, they've done an amazing job. Our leaders, just a couple of that traffic coming through there. But even after the pit stops, we still have on-track battles for third place between DriveX and between Level.
We certainly do. And obviously, still some very intense battling going on between those two teams. Obviously, Level Motorsports currently in P4, chasing that of DriverX at this time. Obviously, the gap is around about a second at the moment, though I do believe it has creeped up to 1.7 seconds. You're just seeing there Raul Esteban there for Rust Easy. And that famed livery that everyone seems to love at the moment. I'm not sure how that fares against the Williams Esports livery, but in its own right, it's a great livery nonetheless. I think the gaps across the track are pretty spread out. I mean, obviously the closest of the lot, like you say, Jack, are indeed Level Esports and DriverX. But obviously this could all chop and change now. We're going into the late stage. You can see darkness has pretty much dipped across the Spanish circuit of the Circuit de Catalunya, and I got to say, we're very much looking forward to seeing how this changes things or how this might shake up the classifications. We could see so much drama in the next 4 hours, so don't go away, folks. You're reaching the pinnacle now of the race. It's going to get really, really saucy from this point on. Andrea Provedano there in the IRS 10th Factory Sim Race in P17, currently trying to push themselves further in this race. Obviously, Carbono Esports in behind them, but a good minute and 6 seconds away. But ahead of them is the Rustizi team, driven by Raul Monraba as well in P16. Currently, there's a gap of 9.2 seconds. So as you can see, the driver that's in front of the Carbono Esports team, obviously given the fact that they are a minute and 6 seconds behind IRS, that's going to be one of the back markers. But at this stage, obviously, it's all to play for. And I've got to say, we're going to be in for more intense action in the next 4 hours. That's for sure, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. It may seem quite quiet now, but it tends to pick up a little bit when more pit stops start to happen as we crawl into about 10 hours, 11, 12, 11, 10 hours to go. When we hop off, it's going to get a little bit interesting because it'll be in full darkness. Then, oh, that's a DX droid into the wall. I was just talking about it was going to heat up. Straight in the wall, P20. Juan Ramos in the DX droids car has just put it in the wall on the exit of, that is the long right hand. That's so easy to do. Car doesn't look badly damaged, but he will have to come in and take a pit stop for that one. Have a quick look at this one again. And it just looks like we're right on board with him now. Takes the curb on the inside line. Does he lose it through the corner? No, gets on the gravel. Bang. And nothing he could do about that one. But hopefully he still has his fast repair left and he should be able to come out in quite quickly. Just come in straight out. But that'll really knock him. That's the rhythm gone immediately.
That could also be potential suspension damage as well. Obviously, we see it frequently in iRacing, obviously due to the physics of the game. Just look at that, a crunching hit on the wall there by Juan C. Ramos for the DX Droid team. Not ideal whatsoever, and that's going to possibly need a trip to the pit lane. But I got to say, it goes back to what we were saying about the traction on this curve as we come back to the live showing now. It's similar, that curve, that Campsa bend, very similar as he comes in for his stop. As the Ascari chicane at Monza, isn't it, Jack? Obviously, if you take the Ascari chicane and on the outset hit the curb on the as you leave the exit and catch it at least just that little bit, you can easily career off into the wall. Naturally, these cars don't have as much downforce as Formula One cars, so it's very easy to get that oversteer and plant yourself on the concrete wall, isn't it?
Yeah, and you just see how unforgiving it is as well. He literally dipped half a wheel on and it was gone. With the track control, would have kicked in there as well. It would not have helped him at all. But he was actually chasing this man, Fran Parada, in the Euromaster Esports car. So they were embroiled in their own battle. Thankfully, as we just saw in the pit stop there, they did have a fast repair. So they came in, car was fixed immediately, and they're straight back out on track. So they wouldn't have lost a huge amount of time, but they would have lost certainly a couple of positions. But they definitely were in a battle with the Euromaster car. But now Fran Parada is free from all attacks at the moment. He's got pretty much free track in front of him and free track behind him for a little while longer now. Still setting consistent lap times in that Euromaster Porsche. But actually, we're getting a nice view of the cockpit now, how nicely it's all lit up at night as well. This actually, I've got to give props, actually. The GTE cars look amazing at night with all the interior lighting, but the 4GT with the lights on the aero package on the back, it looks incredible, especially on the Williams car. They did a really nice job with the lighting on that. But Fran Parada has escaped a battle that he doesn't really want to be involved in now, and he's got some free track in front and a decent gap behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that gap now is stretched to no less than 32 seconds. So he's actually benefited massively off the misfortune of the DX Droids team. That's the Karuma Motorsport there you're seeing there riding on board in 22nd place. They're currently 7.7 seconds behind the DX Droids team now. So this gives a great opportunity here for Karuma to certainly increase their chances of another overtake. As you can see, Tono and Ondoriez, so apologies there for the pronunciation if that's incorrect, folks, but as you can see there, Andrea Pravado there as well with Tono and Doriez there in front as well. I think that's my timing gap that might have had a little bit of an error there as they now bomb their way down the stretch into what will be turn one. You can see there the Karuma Motorsport team just there in 22nd position, and indeed they are tucked in behind DX Droids right now. 8 seconds supposedly separates them, so I can't imagine that being the actual Euromaster Esports car ahead, that's for sure, as they've got a huge mountain to climb in order to try and close that gap. Just looking further back, you've got Customs Exilium there, GT. Juan C. Munoz there in P25. Obviously, a lot of movement to be had with these guys. 39.1 seconds, the gap there between them and Project Bullet Racing. And in behind them, the 50-second gap to the misfortunate Cometa team, who had an unfortunate incident earlier on in the race. Victor Santana driving for them at the moment as we run on board with the El Bar Ducato racing team. Certainly it has been a bit of a shake-up, and obviously I caught some wind of some of the incidents going into the dusk period of this evening. A lot of Porsches seem to be losing it around turn 1, Jack.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling around there. They were loving it in the warm and the dry earlier on, but now it's getting into the dark, the lower track temperature tire wear. Porsche does not like it. The BMW absolutely fine through there, but the Porsche is not liking it at all. This is Ivan Moreno. That is the Project Bullet iRacing car, number 27. They're currently sitting 24th at the moment in that 27 car, and the gaps back to the nearest car, they have a decent gap in front, a decent gap behind to the next car, which is the Customs Exilium racing car with Juan Carlos Munoz Cano. And the El Bardaqueto racing team is ahead of them by quite some margins. So they're really on their own here, the Project Bullet e-racing car, but they're still lapping around and doing a nice job, consistent lap times at the moment, and just making sure that they don't have a massive off. But you can really see, you get an idea just in this kind of upward shot of the darkness outside of the lights. So the lights are really giving you plenty of vision, and then you can see, obviously there's a car behind there, but you can kind of see how much you do rely on the lights and how dark it does get outside of that. So thankfully, as far as I'm aware, the damage model does not support the lights getting smashed, but it's certainly not something that you really want to do. That is the Supercopa Esports Mexico car. That is the A2 racing team that they're getting in front of now. A2 Racing, they've not had the best time at all. They've had a couple of spins, couple of offs, and that's Williams Esports actually now trying to get through. Look at that, the classic GT flashing of the lights coming behind, and they're really wasting no time there. Agustin Canapino, the Argentinian who races in the Turismo series over there. That is a fantastic racing series. If you haven't watched it, it's basically British touring cars, but in South America. It's absolutely fantastic, but very accomplished driver Canapino, and good to have him on the grid. But yeah, I think there's only two 4GTs on the grid, so Williams have really made sure that that's a visible car out on track.
No, absolutely, and it can only benefit them as they make their way around the circuit. Like you say, Canapino wasting absolutely no time at the moment and certainly trying to whittle his way up through the field. He looks incredibly fast given the fact that we're now in the night stint now, as we now witness Alberto Garcia come round this next right-hander along with a string of other cars. They're currently in P32 as things stand. Obviously, currently greyed out, I think, at the bottom. But the A2 racing team, like you say, seem to have had a difficult time today, Jack, at this moment in time, given the fact that obviously they've had so many spins, a few issues here and there. Not expected to be at the very bottom. I mean, we would have thought at least the BWY Academy, who were actually new to us at this moment in time, we half expect them to be challenging at the bottom places. But a shame to see A2 and Rafael Perez come under a little bit of difficulty here in this race here today. Obviously, we have seen them try and hustle and bustle their way through the field, but haven't been able to quite touch base on that. And obviously, the incidents have not done them any justice whatsoever. As we ride on board now with Daniel Jerez for the Mass Devils esports team, they're now within a second of Raul Esteban and Rustizi. So that gap has come down rapidly. Is it a case now, Jack, that the confidence of the drivers that have just transitioned now into the evening period are now starting to maybe take less risks as they come down now towards the next left-hand hairpin?
Well, it's definitely going to be make sure to minimize risk, but they're certainly going to still want to make up positions when they can, because the night period is actually the most crucial part of the race, because you've reached the half distance. The moves you make in the night period really do stick, and any accidents that you do have really, really do stick. So Daniel Jerez going to be chasing after Raul Esteban in the Rusty's car, and trying to keep pace with him now. He was within about half a second, but now that gap's gone back up to a second now. So Esteban's starting to control it a little bit, slightly going up now, 1.1 seconds. The cars behind are not embroiled in a battle with them, so 15th and 16th are kind of comfortable where they are, but it looks like the Rusty's car is pretty comfortable at the moment where he is. So they come through turn one once again. That there is the number 17 Porsche, which, as I'm just looking at, that is the Momias racing team, currently P10 at the moment. I don't think they have anybody no, they've pretty much got nobody behind them, but they are actually at the moment catching up to Plus G Scuderia, and according to my time screens, Williams Esports are catching P7 quite quickly. So they're catching to the back of the Obsidian racing car. So Williams Esports are on a bit of a charge at the moment for P7. They're about a second behind that car. And the Momius Racing team are closing up to the back of Plus G Scuderia, Fernando Alcalá at the moment. So the difference between the lap times, actually, just having a quick look, Obsidian Racing, 41, their last lap was a 42.4, Williams were actually 48.6, so they were actually in front. So I messed that up. Actually, Canapino's lost a spot to those guys on that lap. I wonder was that lap traffic, but now he's got a bit of work to do to get back past again.
Yeah, he certainly does, and certainly given the fact that we're on to the evening racing now, we're on board with Agustin Canapino now as he makes his way around this right-hander, the obviously the Argentinian looking to really try and push his way back up through the field. He's starting to flash and sort of gesture to the car in front of him now. I think we're going to have a battle on our hands now as we now witness them head down towards the Birth curve here, plunged in utter darkness here around Spain. It certainly is something to behold, that's for sure, but certainly given, as you said, Jack, the colours coming from the cars have been absolutely exquisite. It's amazing where technology has taken us now in this day and age. So we now witness the Williams Esports team bomb its way down towards the Lakea bend. Ahead of him, you've got the Obsidian Racing driver, Pedro Sanchez Albert, who is still holding on to that P7 position. The gap is still a second, but what a stunning livery there. The Chill Blast livery there on that 29 car. Agustin Canapino looks absolutely vibrant in these evening conditions as they now make their way around the Europe car bend down towards the RACC chicane. And bear in mind, the Williams Esports driver has got no pressure behind him, given the fact that he's 48, nearly 49 seconds clear of that of the Momius Racing team, or the Scuderia team, sorry, of Fernando Alcalá. But looking further back as well, the Momius, going back to the Momius Racing team, Jack, like we say, we've discussed their name. Obviously, it translates to mummies, as you said earlier, the Egyptian bandaged-wrapped corpses from ancient Egypt. But they're certainly not driving like them right now.
No, certainly not. They're really showing some good pace inside the top 10. Currently P10. They're 2.7 seconds off the back of Plus G Scuderia at the moment. Just refresh the timing and see if that gap has come down. Still about 2.7 at the moment, so staying rather stable. And I was saying that Williams Esports were trying to catch back up, but they're actually losing time now to Pedro Sanchez Albert at the moment. So whether they had a slowdown penalty or something, that previous lap of a 48 really cost them now. So this, I believe, this is not for position. This one right here, this is Raul Esteban, the Rusty's car, getting passed actually by the Momius Racing team, getting straight in front, no issues whatsoever. So Jose M. Fernandez at the wheel of that car, and the Rusty's machine pulling away from the car it was initially in a battle with. It doesn't have, that was the Mass Devils Esports, Daniel Jerez Juan at the wheel of that one. They've managed to pull a small bit of a gap. It's 1.6 seconds now, the gap between those. It was a couple of tenths, but it's now, there we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the gap is actually it is actually worsening. It's going out to now to 1.4 seconds, as you were saying, Jack. They're not having an easy time of it now, Williams. I don't know what's changed, certainly in the last few minutes, but certainly the Williams Esports team not having the same rate of recovery that they had earlier on. I mean, obviously Agustin Canapino is certainly a formidable driver, and anything can change as they make their way down towards turn one. We're in lap 275 now. I cannot believe that we're even saying that. Absolutely unbelievable scenes. Definitely the longest race I've casted or commed on since I've started esports and league commentary, but it's great to see nonetheless. I'm certainly enjoying myself here watching these cars go around the circuit of Spain, and you can see that Williams car, that lightning blue livery making its way around the circuit. And there's car number 3. That's Victor Santana and the Cometer team. Cometer having a very difficult day and difficult evening, I should say. They've had a couple of issues. Obviously, remember that the car had to come into the pits earlier on after losing its bumper. That was while, of course, Austin and Kieran were covering things in the last 4 hours. But the Cometer team coming off a very difficult period where they did sustain some serious damage to the car. And naturally, that does set you back. And obviously, ideally, you want to be trying to catch up before the darkness sweeps upon you, because it makes things a little bit more difficult when you're into these sorts of hours to sort of recover the damage done in the earlier stints, Jack.
Yeah, exactly. The danger factor is much higher at night. So if you have an accident here, it's really going to cost you even more time But yeah, Victor Santana, at least the main thing is, even with we've had the problems for A2, we've had the problems for Kometa, the main thing is they're still out there running around, which is the key part of 24-hour racing. In order to finish first you got to finish. So they're going to get it to the end, and that's absolutely crucial. And that's the heart of endurance racing. Just repair it with duct tape, just send it back out. We'll finish this race. But on board now with Augustine Canapino. And that gap is, I think, stable enough now, but it's not coming down, which is the crucial part for Canapino. It's about 1.7. It came down by a tenth on that lap to Obsidian Racing, but Obsidian with Pedro Sanchez Albert at the wheel is doing a really nice job to keep that car behind. Momius Racing Team 2.2 behind, plus Gia Scuderia. And as well, just having a quick look, Cherokee are catching high-speed demons as well. So there's a couple of things happening around the track as well. Mass Devils obviously dropping off the back of Rusty's, but there's a few drivers getting caught now, which is good. So the field spread, even while it looks quite large, there's actually still loads of different mini battles happening across the field.
Certainly is, and I don't think it'll be long before we start seeing them come into fruition. Obviously, given the fact that we're now in the night race and track devolution then takes hold, and obviously you've got to try and manage it as best you can. Obviously, given the fact that the pace will surely drop off, given the fact that the track would have cooled down, drivers need to be a bit lenient on the accelerator, trying to control the car as best they can. Obviously, still trying to hit every single apex, and surely, if anything, reducing the pace would surely allow you to hit the apex indeed, as we now witness these drivers take their way around the Europe car bend. Obviously, just ahead of the Williams Esports team, you've got number 24, that's Carbono Esports. The driver there, Mark Hagel, who has obviously taken the seat of the Carbono team. Obviously, previously he was not in the car in our last stint, so obviously made a change in those 4 hours. And it'd be interesting to see whether some of these teams have actually brought drivers into the cars before the evening stint just to prepare themselves for the evening race. Obviously, utilising drivers that maybe are more comfortable with the conditions, Jack.
Yeah, you will have drivers that are kind of night masters, or they're better when it gets trickier, and drivers that are more confident at carving through lap traffic. So they will be strategically using the drivers to different advantages. But yeah, Carbono Esports, they're kind of really in a no man's land. They're a minute and 4 behind Espinita Rocket Factory, Nacho Gaspar at the wheel of that one, and they have 26 seconds over Euromaster. So they're really on their own at the moment, even if there's plenty of cars around them. They, of course, are getting caught currently by Augustine Canapino in the Williams Esports car at this point in time. We look now, this is actually a battle on track right here. This is the high-speed demons getting caught by Carlos Marin, Cherokee PS Ocho Sim at the moment. 0.7 of a second between those guys. Lap time's quite similar, but you can see 0.4 of a second taken out by Daniel Gomez on that previous lap. On board now, this is BMW versus Ford GT. Now, we saw when they went down the straight last time. You might get an idea of if we get an external shot, but the M8 is a huge car in comparison to that 4GT. The 4GT is sitting low, very aerodynamic, while the BMW is just this big, massive monster that's just chasing after to eat you up with a massive front grille on it as it comes through now to the RACC chicane this time. A gap still about 0.7 of a second, but now he's in slipstream range, and that BMW is absolutely no slouch down the straight. These cars they roughly have about 600 horsepower behind them, or in front of them and behind them here. So 0.6 of a second it comes down to now he's certainly within slipstream range, doesn't want to try anything risky. And if I were Daniel Gomez, I would not fight this, because if you start getting embroiled in the battle, it's going to cost you later on in the race. Could cost you a couple of positions actually, but you can see now just closing up a little bit here. But I know for certain, I hope that he's not going to throw something massive down the insider. Daniel Gomez is just going to not fight too hard here as they come through the long right-hander. Gap's really coming down right now. I don't think it's going to be too hard for him to get past, and I don't think they're going to fight too hard.
No, I think the main difference, obviously, between these cars, and I'm sure you probably agree with me, like going back to what you were saying about the aerodynamic difference between that of the Ford and the BMW. Like you said, the BMW is a monster, as we now see Carlos Marin literally crawling all over the back end of Daniel Gomez. Any minute now, I can imagine a move to be made, but let's not forget, these GTE cars are massive, and certainly going around a circuit like Spain, where obviously the track isn't overly wide, especially when you're trying to round apexes and corners. it can make things very difficult. As you can see, I think Carlos Marin is definitely really pushing as hard as he can, and I think he's going to try and take a chance potentially on the home stretch as they now make their way around the Lakea bend, heading up to what will be the back Sambadel corner. As you can see them rising up through that semi-chicane or that chicane. As they make their way around the bank Sambadel now. Generally, the Ford suits straight line speeds better. You would expect the BMW to maybe have a little bit more traction heading around each individual corner. But as you can see now, they're starting to really ride their way through a very untidy entrance and exit there by the Ford. It might give a chance here to the BMW as they make their way onto the home stretch now. And you can definitely anticipate a move to be happening here. The Cherokee team looking on in anticipation as the slipstream comes into effect. Can he get the move done here, Carlos Marin, as they come down towards turn 1? No, he can't. And yet we can see the straight line speed of this Ford GTE definitely coming into effect here, Jack.
Yeah, you can see he gained a mile. There was a car stopped on the apex at turn 2 there. I couldn't quite see who that was, but it was a lapped car, I think. But you can see now the BMW just getting better traction through the corners, but there's not a hell of a lot I can do because that Ford has a little bit more power in it. But now you've got lap traffic that's going to come into effect in this battle right here as they come through this next sequence of corners, and they're going to have to try to catch them on the brakes because that Ford is not easy to get past right here. So there's a lot of, they're really in the middle of a sandwich right here. They're battling in their own battle, and the cars in front are embroiled their own one as well as they come now up to the S's, and they've got to negotiate their way through this next car right here. The lights get flashed as these guys will be fighting on track. The guy in front will not know that they're fighting on track. It's very, very hard to keep track of everything on this, but Carlos Marin still trying to find his way past Daniel Gomez here on the end of the straight. Still not going to try anything too untoward here. And we've got a Porsche up behind them as well. That's not going to affect them too much, but Marin's still stuck behind here. But it is good that he's not really trying to launch something untoward on the guys behind. That is the P4 car behind them, actually. That's Level Motorsports. Moses A. Carballo currently at the wheel of number 13, doing very nicely. Level Motorsports have been a really solid entry, actually, in this 24 hours. And they've done an excellent job. They've been consistently in the top 5 the entire race long, which is a really impressive showing. So we're getting a front row seat here. Still no way through. He's backing off at the end of the straights. And you can see just not quite able to get up alongside that Ford. And each of them are nipping the grass a little bit each time they come through there. Has he got to move up the inside there? Yes, he's got the traction on the inside line, side by side with the Ford GT as they come through turn 2, up towards turn 3 now. And the Ford has the run on the outside line. He might be able to shut the door on the BMW here. Into the inside goes the Cherokee car. Is he going to be able to do it? Not quite. They're still neck and neck here as they come around the long right-hander. Little twitch from the Ford on the way through there. And finally, has he finally got ahead? There's now still side by side on the hairpin entry here. Round the outside, Cherokee does it. Carlos Marin finally gets it done. And the Ford GT, that's the Porsche flashing lights in a celebration, I think, for Carlos Marin. Finally making his way through past the Ford GT. Beautiful racing between the two of them. He's finally got ahead, had that lined up a couple of laps.
Yeah, great move indeed. And as you can see, like you were saying, Moises Caballo there looking to try and get by, because obviously don't forget he's in P4. But you must have enjoyed watching that exchange as well as he now rises his way through these lap cars now. And indeed, Moises Caballo having a good race. Like you say, Jack, Level Motorsports have been certainly impressive. And I got to say, they deserve every bit of credit they've got. They've managed this race superbly. And I'm sure if they're able to try and get a podium finish, because obviously they're not far behind DriveX Esports, and that must be why Moises Caballo is really looking and pushing to be let through here, because obviously he's got his own battle to worry about. He wants to try and close the gap on P3 if he can, and as you can see, there's some flashing once again from the Ford GT. I'm not sure what that's about there. I mean, obviously he needs to unlap himself if he wants to try and overtake Moises Caballo there as they come down towards turn 1 once again. Obviously, these drivers don't want to do anything unnecessary. Obviously, we don't want an Esteban Ocon / Max Verstappen situation here at Spain, that's for sure, as they now round the next right-hander. It certainly is looking like a real hot prospect this evening. Certainly, the battles are lit up across the track. I'm just obviously having a look at the time gaps. I mean, obviously, we've got some healthy gaps between a lot of the cars, but that's not to say that we're not going to be left with something else on the horizon, as Escuderia or Plus G Escuderia are currently 0.7 of a second in behind Mamaya's racing team as things stand. So we could well see a battle there for P9. We'll have to see and see if anything develops there. That time gap is coming down slightly into the 6/10 mark. So maybe we could see a battle there, Jack.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I wonder has Momias actually passed the Scuderia? I'm not quite. Can't remember if they were in front before, but they were certainly embroiled in the battle before that, anyways. So I believe Momias have now progressed into P9, so they did manage to get past on that lap, but they're miles behind Williams seconds. Williams Esports 7.8 seconds now behind Obsidian, and the gap's kind of everybody's still on the lead lap. And then there's a huge gap between MSI and DriveX. It's a minute 24 between second and third, which is a huge gap. Level Motorsports only 5.7 behind that third place. So there's still some quite close battles happening across Cuba. Currently, the closest gap is Plus G Scuderia with Fernando Alcalaya and Momias Racing Team, Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu. They're about a couple of tenths of a second between them. But we're currently looking at our race leader, Lucas Colombo, Zenith Esports. They've led pretty much since the start, apart from Unicos when they led the opening stint of this race. But apart from then, Zenith have been in front the whole way.
They have, and they've been very impressive. I got to say, I go back to Ricardo Rio. I thought, or Ricardo Rico, sorry. What a phenomenal start. He was mounting so much pressure on the team that were in front at the time. Obviously, Unicos Gaming at that time. Obviously, Danny Lozano now driving for that team. But I got to say, Lucas Colombo has taken to this like a duck to water here at night. I mean, obviously, a very good strategy call here from Zenith, who have certainly managed to keep their drivers maintaining their gaps. We now witness Manuel Kubo now. We're following him as he rounds his way past this car here, obviously one of the back markers. Now he's clear of around 5 seconds to that of Moises Arcaballo now, who we saw earlier on. And no doubt wondering if the Level Motorsports can make a bit of a resurgence here. I think obviously Manuel Kubo is obviously looking to try and instigate a little bit of a gap in between him and Level Motorsports, because obviously he does not want to be in amongst another battle with that team, because obviously we've seen how Moises Arcaballo is in a battle situation, certainly where we saw his comfort ratio when he was trying to overtake some of the lapped cars earlier on. And he certainly looks fairly confident behind the wheel, certainly in the evening conditions, Jack.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Gap staying kind of the same now, 5.4, 5.5 between those guys. That's going to go back and forth, I think, for a good while. Currently now looking at Andrea Rodriguez, race for Cat Motorsport, currently P5. Just kind of drifting under the radar. They're ahead of Unicos Gaming, currently Daniel Lozano in that Porsche at the moment, 20.3 seconds between 5th and 6th. So race for Cat have kind of gone under the radar a little bit. They've just been doing their business in P5, in the number 5, and doing a really nice job there in that Porsche. So they're just making their way through some lap traffic at the moment. But Daniel Lozano, Unicos Gaming, remember they were in the lead of this race in the early part. They qualified on pole. So they've now fallen back down to P6, but I'm sure we're going to see more of them with still about 15 hours, more than 15 hours left on the clock. So still plenty to come when we finish this race tomorrow, when we at the same time that we start. So straight through, and a bit of lap traffic there for Andrea Rodriguez. No issues for him as he makes his way past the number 7 BMW right there. So it's them in P5, then behind them P6 Unicos, then Obsidian, of course, in P7, then Williams Esports, Momias Racing Team, and Plus G Scuderia in P10. Now, I think we've obviously had some non-finishers. I think KART are non-finishers for this race, which is a little bit unfortunate. Had a couple of issues there. But still, most of the teams running. So currently, we still have 29 teams still out on track at this moment in time. So that's a lot of drivers. 29 cars are currently out on the track. 29 teams still in the running for this 24 hours of Barcelona Catalunya. And of course, we have the English stream here. We also have the stream in Spanish and of course in Catalan, the language of Catalunya, which is also available on Twitch. I believe that's on currently, the MotoGP Twitch. If you want to go check that out, check it out in Spanish. But for now, stick with us, the English speakers, as we come down the last couple of corners right here. But 15 hours, 23 minutes left on the clock. So lots and lots to come yet. But now, this is the lull point. We're nearly 10 hours in at this point. And this is, they've been driving solidly for 9 or 10 hours now, and they realize, oh my god, I still have 15 and a half hours left in this car.
The madness of the fact is though is that even though, I mean, I know it's so easy to look at something like this and say, it's not real. The drivers ain't going to affect them. Big mistake or wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. The I suppose the stress and the tension these drivers are going through, they still feel like they're driving in real race conditions, because they are effectively. The stewarding is exactly the same. The pressure is exactly the same. The physics are relatively similar. Obviously, you can't mimic a lot of real stuff, but obviously you can do your best, certainly in terms of physics and mathematics. And looking at the situation out on track now, these guys have been pretty much hammering it out for nearly 10 hours, like you say. So given that fact, you've got to give them the utmost respect. I mean, certainly I'd feel it very testing. It can get quite frustrating as well, certainly if the race isn't going your way and you've got to try and last severe, lengthy stints. That in itself, you're almost battling with yourself in this car as well, aren't you, Jack? I mean, it's a huge effort by these drivers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like most of these cars have 4 drivers each. They're all communicating, and a team manager as well. Some of them have got a team manager as well that will be talking to them throughout the race, and they'll be in Discord using TeamSpeak, whatever they use to communicate. Because of course, due to the COVID-19 restrictions, of course, normally this event would be held in tandem with the real life 24 hours of Barcelona Catalunya. This would be held in a big hall where all the drivers are all together, and we'd be in a real commentary box rather than being in our house at the moment. But we get to see everybody, interview the drivers, and everybody's in the same room as one another, and you can feel the energy in the room as well. There's a real sense of competition around everything, and I think that I think a phrase from a certain Mr. Jimmy Broadbent sums up this. The cars aren't real, but the racing certainly is, which is, I think, is a testament to everything. But the guys at Mundo GT and the promoters at the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya have done an amazing job to pull this all together at the last minute to even get these guys out on track is incredible. But so I think we've realized in the whole lockdown period how valuable a solid internet connection in sim racing is.
Oh, definitely. And I don't think it's just for the younger generation. I've witnessed and spoken to many people who are into their racing. It doesn't matter how old you are. I mean, everyone has a love for motorsport. And certainly everyone seems to have adapted to that of sim racing. And it's been taken to whole new levels now. We of course see the F1 Esports Pro Series. Mundo GT has grown rapidly over the last few years, and certainly given the fact that the COVID-19 situation has sprung upon us this year, I think a lot of people are now starting to grasp and really understand the concept behind it. And if you look at it now here today, I mean, you could be very easily confused believing that this is an actual race that's happening on a circuit at Barcelona right now. I got to say, the professionalism that is on show here today, folks, is out of this world. And I got to say, it's an absolute privilege to be calling the very first English broadcast of the 24-hour of Barcelona Catalunya here at the circuit of Barcelona de Catalunya. And of course, this race is officially endorsed by the circuit as well. Like Jack said, these drivers, the sim drivers, would be also competing at the circuit alongside those of the real drivers at the track. So it makes this race certainly a very viable prospect, as we now witness Adria Pavadano. They're just letting what looks to be another driver through on his outside down the straight there past the paddock. And obviously we're going to be seeing lots of this now throughout the race. Indeed he goes through, and that'll allow him to kick on and do what he set it out to do. So got to say, as they make their way through turn 1, it's been nice and tidy so far. Obviously no incidents to speak of just yet. The drivers seem to be adapting quite well to the night conditions.
Yeah, just while we were chatting there was a pit stop for Unicos Gaming. Driver change, Ismail Martel now in behind the wheel of that Porsche. So that is the one change that we've seen. So they come out still in P8. So they only just come out behind Williams Esports, who promoted up to P7. And they come out about 9 seconds in front of Momias Racing. So Unicos Gaming with Ismail Martel. I think that's the first time we've seen him out on track today. So he's now out in that Porsche. As we look now, this is Rustiz, Raul Esteban at the wheel, and A2 Racing Team we look at as well. They've had their own different problems. They're getting lapped now by that Rustiz car. Careful! Oh, A2 Racing locking up I think they might have touched the Rusty's car. I think it was a little bit weird there. That was very strange. But the Rusty's car getting spun there, I don't think that's going to cost them too many positions. It might have cost them a position to IRS Tent Factory. Let's have a quick look at that. That was a very unusual incident there. So on the brakes here. So this is the 23 that's going to come through. Oh, just about avoiding the Rusty's car in the middle of the road right there. But yeah, very unusual incident that just occurred to us there. And so Rusty did lose a position there to Mass Devils Esport as a result of that spin and bang. Yeah, so they did get collected coming through there. And here it is. Yeah, got touched in the rear by the A2 car. That's very, very strange. Oh, the 2 car. Was that our race leader?
It was.
That was Zenith Esports collected in that as one as well. Very, very lucky to get away with that. You can see there. Oh, bang. And kept his foot in it. I'll tell you what, Lucas Colombo, he got collected, but managed to keep his foot in. But that's on board here.
Oh, that's dangerous re-entry, that is.
Yeah, stewards might be looking at that one for Lucas Colombo. Not for Lucas Colombo, for the Rusty's car. But yeah, Zenith Esports getting away with getting very, very lucky with that one. But they're still out in the lead. But they will certainly have lost a chunk of time. They may have damage on that car as well.
You've got to question the damage. It looked like a very straightforward impact on to the car. Certainly, it wasn't just a glancing blow. That was a proper blow directly on to the Rusty's car. There's going to be obviously looks into, I think, 2 separate incidents there. You've got to look at certainly the A1 racing team the A2 racing team who unfortunately caught that of the Rusty's team going down into Lakea. Obviously, that light tap was enough for them to lose traction and spin. But also, you've got to take a look at Rusty's and the driver, Raul Monraba, who tried to obviously correct the issue, but obviously may not have noticed the Zenith Esports team coming round the corner and taking them out. So I got a feeling the stewards are going to be looking at both sets of incidents for that one. Lucas Colombo probably counting his luck there, I've got to say. But certainly some questions to be asked about that particular incident. Obviously, a lot on the line here today. This race certainly comes with not only a monetary reward, but also the fact that there's pride at stake as well. A lot of these guys fielding professional esports teams, and they want to certainly stake their claim on the top of the grid. I'm just wondering whether maybe that Rusty's car might be struggling with a little bit of traction there. Has that car been damaged at all, do you think, Jack?
It can be a little bit touch and go with the damage. Sometimes the smallest tap can give you a lot of damage, and sometimes a good solid hit you can sometimes get away with. So Raul Esteban currently still running around. It doesn't look like he's got major damage on that car, but that incident, of course, has caused now that there's a little bit of a traffic jam forming. So he's now behind the IRS Tent Factory Sim Racers car, Adria Povedano. And those guys are only 4.7 seconds off the back of Mass Devils Esports. So now he's going to try and make his way back past and try and get himself back up. So the car in front is the car he's battling for that position. So they're trying to gain back the position they lost. But yeah, he'll be very, very frustrated. Just looking from the rear, there's certainly damage on the left rear panel from the contact. But I don't think that's going to cause them too many major issues. There's definitely damage on the left rear from what I can see. It's kind of hard to see in the low light here, but it certainly looks like the left rear is definitely pushed in on the left hand side. But that shouldn't, unless it was if it was a harder hit, there would have been a major trouble hit there. But they seem to be okay. This is the Iris Tent Factory Sim Racers car. They're about to lap the car in front of them, but they want to get through as fast as they possibly can, because that Rusty's car they're now fighting for positions. They've managed to gain a position as a result of that contact. But the main thing we want to know, of course, is how lucky was Zenith Esports and Lucas Colombo. Did they get away without any damage? And even if they did get damage, I think they still have a fast repair, so it shouldn't cost them any time.
No, I think probably the best thing for them to do is to sit tight, I suppose, and just wait it out. Allow Lucas Colombo to just nurse the car around. I mean, it hasn't cost them too much time. They're still maintaining a 50-second gap over MSI Esports. Obviously, that's still 20 seconds difference to what we had earlier on, Jack, between those two. So still, obviously, well above where they need to be. I mean, as long as they can keep the car clean now for the majority of the race and maybe pit a little bit later on, as we now watch the car number 27 That, of course, being Project Bullet iRacing. Ivan Moreno driving that car. In behind him, obviously, there is a slight gap of 3.8 seconds to Juan Carlos Munoz Cano, who is in P24 as things stand. So, obviously, a very small gap if you consider that of GTE cars as they make their way down the stretch leading towards the Kea Bend. And as they do so, you can see he's got that back marker just in front of him. So ideally, probably wants to try and surge his way through if he can, just not to be held up, because obviously that's the last thing you want at this stage. Certainly if you're trying to maintain a positive delta gap in between your opponent behind you. Certainly given this night racing conditions where mistakes can be made, every little bit of delta time is important, and you've got to make the most of the circuit. As you can see, back to our faces now, back on your screen briefly for a moment. Hope that's all okay. But
We don't want to see that.
yeah, no one wants to see that. But we're just watching as they make their way down the stretch. You can see that Rusty's car now making their way down the straight, now heading into what will be turn one again. And it definitely looks like this car is trying to push its way back into contention. I think the delta is beginning to stabilize now, though, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like they're not quite able to keep the tabs on the RS10 factory car at the moment. It does look like there is some kind of performance impacting damage from the contact from the Zenith Esports car. I think would have caused that major damage on the left hand side. So I think that there may be suspension damage on that. Certainly, if not suspension damage, there's definitely at least some aero damage that's going to cost them in the corners. But you can see now, gap, yeah, we're talking in marginal terms now, but the gap between Colombo and Rodriguez, so between Zenith and MSI, is now dipped under the 50-second mark. It's now 49.43 seconds. So that's still that's a long pit stop in between them, really, for tires and fuel and a driver change. So they still have a big advantage to come. So they did get away with more. I think that car caused more damage. I think this really displays the power of the MA. It caused more damage to the Porsche than it did to itself.
Absolutely. So that could be a very telling fact, obviously, as they make their way through the race. It's certainly been a very interesting night race, that's for sure. Obviously not short of incidents now. I did say it was clean earlier, but naturally it's taken a little bit of a change as they've made their way around this circuit now, given the fact that darkness has fallen across the skies here at Spain. As we now see Lucas Colombo make his way down towards turn one. Hopefully the damage isn't too severe for that of the Zenith Esports team. They've driven so well this evening. As you can see there, a little bit of maybe of a lockup there on the front right tyres of that Zenith Esports car as they now round the next right-hander into now the semi-straight, which will go under the banner. Very soon they'll be taking another right. And the gap now is dropping slightly, 7/10 down from against MSI now. That was 50 seconds, remember. So maybe there is a little bit of damage.
Could be, or MSI are starting to put some pressure on now. I think they will have known that there was contact there, so they'll now be pushing on, putting some pressure on here to Zenith Esports. So there may be a small bit of aero damage on the front, but I think the Rusty's Porsche came out worse in that one for sure. They're certainly crabbing a little bit to the left-hand side. This is the Unicos Gaming car, the number 12. They've had a driver change, so Ismail Martel and P13, Daniel Gomez in the 4GT, High-Speed Demons now into the pit lane. And we're approaching the start of a new hour now as well. So we're going to see some more pit stops here. We're going to see if there is going to be a driver change. There is going to be Diego Nicolas now swapped into the car for High-Speed Demons. They currently sit in P13 at the moment there currently, and they have a decent gap back to Mass Devils Esports. They should come out still in P13. But now a new driver joins the fray. But Daniel Harris now, Mass Devils Esports, they're going to be closing in, but they should still be behind. But now we're, of course, approaching the start of a new hour. And this is where we're going to see fuel, tires, and possibly new drivers.
Absolutely. The conditions ever changing here at Spain. I hope you guys are all enjoying it there in the live chat. Obviously, do please smash your messages there in the live chat on our YouTube channel here, folks. It's been a pleasure to bring you this action here on the Mundo GT YouTube channel. We want to hear from you as well. Please put your comments down below as we now watch an action replay of what looked to be that incident again involving that Rusty's car. Let's not forget that dangerous re-entry there back onto the circuit, nearly costing Zenith Esports that potential opportunity. But just look at there the definite tap there from the A2 racing car. But just look at that damage there, that potential damage on the Zenith Esports car. How crucial could that be? Just to say a little update here, Jack, as we come back to the live coverage. 48.9 seconds now, the gap between MSI and Zenith. That gap is closing up all the time. And I got to say, you have to wonder whether this is going to be a telling factor towards the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, they're starting to now open it up a little bit now, so they're starting to put some pressure on the wound right now for those guys. So they're obviously running around with a damaged car of some sort, but we're seeing now just a little bit side-by-side action here. The number 32 car we're looking at here, which is the battle for 24 Customs Exilium. They're a couple of seconds behind the next car, Project Bullet iRacing. And El Bar de Calcio. This is just a couple of lapped cars trying to make their way through. But this is now the battle. We're looking at Diego Cano in the El Bar de Quetzal and Juan Munoz in the Customs Esports car. They're battling away here for 24th place. So here comes Diego Cano trying to make his way through past Juan Munoz. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that as they enter the braking zone here. It's not quite able to get alongside there, but they are battling away. This is after the pit stops, I'd imagine. I think it was pretty close in the entry. You can see the 156 for Munoz that time. I imagine he just about came out in front of Diego Cano. So they're battling away here for the lower end, but certainly worthy to try and get yourself into any position that you can. No pit stops for our leaders just yet at this moment, but I'm sure that we're going to be close to that. The gap is 48.3 seconds now between the leaders, so it's staying stable, but certainly coming down.
It is, and I've got to say, it's very noticeable, I've got to say. Just watching this battle still carry on with Juan Carlos Munoz, who's now trying to fend off the advances here of Diego Cano, and a very, very wide move there from Juan C. Munoz, who very nearly lost out there. It looked like Diego Cano had the run on him going into the Repsol bend as they come under the banner there. You can see there Juan Carlos Munoz must be counting his chickens here as he runs a little wide again, not clinging at all to the curve, and this is going to allow Diego Cano to have a chance here to try and overtake the Customs Elysium GT car as they go around the next left. And there's
off.
Rusty's is off again. More drama here for Rusty's. That beautiful red livery is starting to come under some controversy now. He's off the circuit once again. More drama unfolding. I'm sure we'll have an instant replay to find out what happened. And here it is, as we now witness now the Rusty's car coming round what looked to be the next right-hander. Must have been the seat curve, actually, as they made their way around it. You could just see, just missed his apex altogether and just headed straight off just missed his braking zone, I think, there, Jack.
Yeah, very strange. As soon as he got on the brakes, like, he tried to turn in, just nothing from the car, straight into the barrier. And they were having such a great run, Rusty's, but now they're running around with a damaged left-hand side, a damaged right-hand side for sure. And I hope they still have some fast repairs left. I'm on board with this car now. Still running around, but definitely the rhythm is knocked now. It just looked like there wasn't even a sign of a lockup. He just got on the brakes, and I think the ABS just did not help him at all there. No brake pressure. And straight off, and as soon as you go into the gravel in these cars, you are not getting out easily. You're not stopping. You're going straight for the barrier. With the ABS engaged, it will not stop. So he's managed to get back going. Still P16, but damage certainly on that car now. I think they're just going to have to nurse it to the next stint and hope that they have a fast repair left. The drivers all have 2 fast repairs, which repairs their cars instantly. If they do not have that, then it's going to take minutes to repair the car. Precious minutes that they cannot afford.
Absolutely crucial minutes as well, certainly in the context of GT racing. And certainly it seems to me that the Porsche seem to be struggling a little bit with on-circuit tractions. We now see car number 17 coming into the pits, that being Mamias Racing Team. Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu, who's now coming into the pit lane, as you can see, into his paddock bay now. And let's see what they plan to do. I mean, obviously, it's going to be interesting to see whether they make a driver change or not. Jose, though, running a good race here by Mamias Racing in the top 10. And certainly proven to be a formidable opponent as they now set their pace. And indeed, they are making a change. Adri Montez now coming into the team and taking over, indeed, for at least for the foreseeable future. So it'll be interesting to see how he can take to the new conditions. Maybe, obviously, a driver suitable or suited, should I say, to evening racing. And it'd be interesting to see what the performance levels are like, as they do indeed make a few cosmetic and internal changes to the car. Let's see if they can be just as potent. They're going to come out. They're currently in P11 as they stand. They are dropping down the order slightly. So we'll soon see how much of a change this pit stop will make for them as they come down now. very shortly out of the paddock. I'm sure they'll be leaving their pit bay very shortly. This pit stop is starting to ride up into the minute mark now. Some severe changes being made there, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking full fuel, I'd imagine, in that one. They've lost 3 spots. Update on the gap up front. It's come down to 47.1 seconds. MSI Esports are taking a second a lap out of our leaders. So this is getting interesting now as we head with 15 hours to go. Adriamont is now coming out. The long stop, it isn't the minute mark, but that is certainly, I would imagine, for fuel, tires, and possibly cosmetic repairs as well. They do take up a little bit of time as well. So now they got to be careful on the cold tires on a cold track. They've got to get those tires up to temperature now. The tire model in iRacing is so crucial for tire temperature. If you do not get tires up to temperature, there is zero grip, there is no braking force, there is nothing. So they got to spend the lap getting the tires up to temperature, and it proves even more difficult when we've got a cold track at night. It's going to prove very difficult. But that's promoted now. Gabi Montoro in the Kilometro Zero car into P10, and the Mamaya's racing team came out in P12. But they should still have a pit stop advantage over the guys in P10. So we'll wait and see if anybody else is going to peel into the pit lane as we come to the 15 hours to go mark. Plus Gia Scuderia have come into the pit lane now. So they're responding. And IRS 10 Factory are also in. So a slew of pit stops coming in with the 15 hours to go mark, George.
They are, yeah, and the Williams Esports team as well, rising up the ranks. They're back up into P5. So Augustine Canapino, I think, obviously managing to keep the car on the circuit. He's getting through the tough bit anyway. He's doing an extremely good job to keep the car on track, obviously nurturing it around this circuit. They're considerably behind Level Motorsports right now, but they are in the top 5, which is a great showing from them. Augustine Canapino turning out to be an amazing coup for this team. Especially for this event here today, is Level Motorsports, I believe, comes into the pit. So whether Moises Caraballo is going to be jumping out of the car and we're going to be seeing a change, I'm not sure. Or are we going to be seeing some cosmetic and internal changes to that car? We've got a few drivers in the pit, like you say, though. Jack Gabi Montero being one of them. Scuderia have come in as well with Fernando Alcalia. And further back as well, IRS 10 Factory Sim Racers, Adria Povodano in the pits as well. So it'll be interesting to see what changes. Indeed, Level Motorsports have gone back with Toby Soriano from earlier on in the race. He's now jumping back in the car. So no doubt he'll be leaving the pit bay very shortly. But other than that, I can't see any other instant changes as such. Though I can see that Fran Parada is in the Euromaster Esports car. And Povodano is obviously in the IRS car still. And I want to go back to Unicos Gaming because Ishmael Martel, who started the race for this team, certainly is a pacey character. And maybe they're relying on him to turn up the heat for Unicos Gaming so they can come back into contention, Jack.
Yeah, it looks like we're back with the Rust-eze cars having a terrible run of it. But they've caught back up to Pablo Espez in the R70 car. They are doing that on pace, I believe. So they're either have just been passed or they're trying to make up some ground, but no driver changes apart from Level Motorsports, who are still they're just changing to Toby Soriano, and it's a long stop for Level, and they've now out of the pit lane. Driver X Esports into the pit lane as well, Manuel Cuba Torres. They are now in from P3, and Rust-eze are now in as well in the Porsche, so they're going to have to do some repairs as well as tires and fuel. I think this is going to be a painfully long stop for them.
I think so. Obviously, it depends whether they got the fast repair. Just look at the car, though. It's in a bit of a state. I got to say, it's still smiling though, which is good to see. But the car, nonetheless, needs a lot of work. Just look at the damage on the bodywork. You can see they're already getting buffed out. As we can see, whether Raul Esteban will stay in the car or whether they'll give him a rest. Indeed, they will. Martin Ray coming back into the hot seat now for the Rust-eze team. And certainly wants to get back on track with that Porsche. I got to say, Martin Ray looked extremely prominent in the grid earlier. Actually made them loads of places. So interesting that they've gone back to one of their stronger contenders out on track. And it'll be interesting to see whether he can make the necessary recoveries that they require. Obviously, this pit stop, not surprisingly, is going to be carried out over a long period of time. It's going to be a while before we even see this car enter back onto the circuit, which is not ideal for them. As you can see, the positions are being whittled down. There's the Cherokee car of Jonathan Guaitiz, who's currently in P12. He's in the pit bay as well. And very soon we'll be seeing them come back onto the circuit as well, as we now see the Mass Devils Esports team. Daniel Jerez now in P13, bombing past the pit bay. And this is when we'll start seeing some rapid changes in the Delta times, Jack.
Leader in, Zenith Esports into the pit lane as well. 45 seconds that gap's come down to now. So Zenith Esports putting some pressure now, but our leaders have come in, and Iago Martinez is now in the car for the leaders. So they're switching the drivers as well. Full fuel, brand new set of tires for Zenith. And we'll see now, does MSI also come in on the same lap, or are they going to extend for an extra lap just to lead this race even for a small little bit? No, they've decided to peel straight in. So MSI are in as well with Julian Rodriguez. They are coming in at the same time as Zenith, and we'll see if MSI are also going to switch the drivers. So the leaders are on the same strategy, and pit boxes are also quite close. Nearly it's just two garages down from each other here. We'll see if Julian Rodriguez is going to switch out of that car. Or is he going to stay in the car? No, it looks like they're going to switch by the looks of it. Or are we just seeing... Oh, Oriol Bohe is into that car as well. So MSI have switched. Zenith have switched. 2 new drivers. And tires and fuel for Zenith. And they're out and back out. And Oriol Bohe now in the MSI car.
Just to say, not a mega long pit stop for Zenith Esports. We've seen 1 minute twos before. Obviously, we questioned the damage on the Zenith Esports car after the incident with Rusty, after that incident at the Lakea Bend. But it looks to me like they didn't need to fix anything on the car, as we now witness MSI Esports' Oriol Bohe, who's currently in the car now, waiting to leave the pit bay. And indeed, I think he will very shortly. He's now beginning to make his way up towards a minute-long pit stop. So that means that delta time is going to be, if he comes out around about now, that's going to stay consistent. And indeed, a minute to go, and indeed, they match exactly the same pit stop time on the exit. Near misses on the safety car, mind you, on the exit. That was a close call. But Oriol Bohe has certainly, I'd imagine that he's probably been spoken to by his team in his ear, and they have said, come on now, Oriol, we need to push.
Yeah, Mass Devils have also been into the pit, and they've had a driver switch as well. Marcos Gonzalez is now in that car. So yes, the gap has remained pretty much identical, 45.5 seconds. 2 new drivers in as well. So I think MSI did that just to make sure that they didn't lose time by extending their stints. Now they've got to get through some traffic here. Oriol Bohe now in the car. Iago Martinez, who did the opening stint in the Zenith Esports car, he is now 45 seconds ahead of them. They still have a 2-minute 18 gap over P3. That is monumental. That's nearly 2 laps they have in front. But there's a gap, 45.8 seconds between the leaders, which after we've been going now for 9 hours, that's still pretty close. They're still on the same lap, 45 seconds. And just any more, it looks like there's been a pretty long stop for Mass Devils. They're still in the pit lane, still in the box at the moment. But after those stops, it is Zenith Esports who leads, MSI P2, DriveX Esports Scalpers in P3, Level Motorsports in P4, Williams Esports sitting in P5, 7.4 off the back, Race for Cat, Unicos Gaming, Obsidian, Mamias, and Plus G Escuderia round out your top 10. So Zenith Esports still in the lead, but the gap after that hour, the gap came down by about 3 seconds. So there's still plenty to come in the next 15 hours as Oriol Bohe begins to carve his way through the traffic.
Yeah, he definitely looks like a man on a mission right now, and I can imagine they want to try and pile on the agony, really, on Zenith Esports if they can. Iago Martinez, though, no slouch at all. Remember, he took over for the second stint in the Zenith Esports car after they changed it up earlier on in the race. Obviously, Zenith fielding a good collective of drivers here today. Obviously, they started the race with Ricardo Rico, who can forget his initial... pace laps with the safety car, where he was really pushing, of course, onto the compatriot there who was in P1, the Unicos Gaming team. That was Ishmael Martel, who was in fact back in the car at this moment in time as well. It's certainly interesting to see how these drivers are going to respond to night driving, but at this moment in time, it certainly is only the matter of a pit stop in between Zenith and MSI right now. That literal 45-second gap can be nullified with another minute-long pit stop, Jack.
Iago Martinez has just stamped the authority fastest lap of the race so far in the night. 41.1 he just set on that previous lap. So Martinez, I think he's been told to push, and I think Oriol Bohe has also been told to push. They're pushing hard in the early part of the stint to try and get a gap, but MSI certainly look like they're going with him. They're not leaving anything to chance with this stint. So the gap is 45.8 141.1 seconds. But you can see the previous lap for Zenith Esports 141.1. But how about that from MSI 40.7? I think they just responded immediately. Oriel Boe 40.7. This is interesting. There's still 15 hours left and they're pushing like mad.
Oh, I wish you could see my facial expression after that. A 1 minute 40.705. That is unbelievable. And that has smashed Zenith Esports' Iago Martinez's last time by no less than 0.4 of a second. That's huge, considering we're now in night drive and these two are the two competitive teams on the grid. Remember MSI, last year's champions. And these two cars are the only two remaining cars in the top that are currently within a lap of each other. So this is going to be extremely interesting. Given the fact that both of them, we believe, have started to push. We're just watching Michael Jourdain now mark his way through the grid order, obviously in P28 right now. But let's not forget, he's under a little bit of pressure. I'm not sure who that is just making that rapid overtake. Looks like a blue livery. I got a feeling. Did I see that? Number 23 was that, as we just seen that come past? And, a little bit of to in and fro in there as we see Michael Jourdain, obviously a familiar sight there. A late lock up there. Certainly car number 8 trying to find its way through. That's the R70 of Pablo Espez, who I got to say, I'd be very impressed with Pablo Espez in this race here today. He certainly is a formidable foe amongst this grid order, though I got to say he is pretty much on his own. 12 seconds separate him and high-speed Demons Diogo Nicholas, and also he is 51 seconds clear of the IRS 10 factory sim races. So very much this grid order has been pulled literally apart and put back together here, Jack, at this stage.
Yeah, this is exactly what I want to say. Back with Williams Esports, currently still P5. Augustin Canapino still lapping out there. He's obviously gone a long way into this race. He's doing a double stint by the looks of it, as soon as I mentioned it, straight in to the pit lane, as he now pits from 5th place for Williams and enters the pit lane. Now, are we going to see a driver swap, or are we going to see Augustine go even longer into this race? He's doing an excellent job so far. He's dragged that car up to P5 inside the top 5. We're going to see now, are they going to swap the drivers? Of course, they've got Josh Thompson standing by. Looks like there is going to be a driver change for Williams. Josh Thompson into the car was standing by. Of course, he did the opening stint. He carved the way through into the top 10. So Josh Thompson now back in the Williams Esports car. There is Iago Martinez, 41.2 on the previous lap. So they're still lapping consistently fast here for Zenith, but it just looks like MSI, they're just piling a little bit of pressure on right now. We're going to just have a look at the lap times this time by now for Zenith as they come across the line. What does Iago do now? Coming to the line, keeping an eye on our timing screens and on the overlay on the bottom left of your screens. 41.4 for Iago. We're going to have to wait a little while now to get the time for second place. The gap is still quite large between those guys. It is still about 45 seconds between them, so the gap is now about stable at this point in time. So there was an early push, but I think they're just calming down possibly a little bit now, our MSI and Zenith, because I think they realize that they need to save tires, they need to save fuel, because the battle I think is going to be in the pit stops between these guys as we see the time for MSI. I don't think that was quite correct, but I think it's a very similar time for those guys because it just came back pretty much identical gap, 45.1, 140.147 for MSI. So it was 200 slower than the leader. So they've backed off a little bit now, I think. So they're settling in.
Well, they're nearly enough. If you look at the 2 times set by Zenith and MSI, they're nearly enough, a second clear of the rest of the grid. So that's a phenomenal stat there for you. If you look at the rest of the grid, they're regularly in the 142s and 143s. Not Zenith and MSI. They're pushing and they're looking to, I suppose, solidify their positions in first and second. MSI want this to be a straight fist fight between them and Zenith now. And surely, as the gap still remains at 45 seconds, we could well see that later on, depending on how the race goes. Obviously, these guys have got to try and conserve their tyres. It might be the case that eventually MSI back off and though Zenith might be pushing. If you push in the night, obviously given the fact that the traction is greatly compromised, it can easily enforce you to make mistakes. But it's interesting to note as well how the BMW M8s are now cruising up at the front now. You can see that there's 3 of them up at the top end, that including Driver X Esports Scalpers team of Manel Kubo, who's in P3. MSI, of course, donning the BMW M8, as well as Zenith Esports. Phenomenal scenes in the top 3, Jack.
Yeah, so Manel Kubo is 1 minute and 4 behind MSI, so he's still on the same, he's not quite on the same lap as the leader, but hanging in there. But he is within about a pit stop of the leader. So the average pit lane, what we're seeing here, the average time spent in the pit lane is 1 minute 20 seconds with a stop time of 1 minute 1. So he is still within range of at least MSI, not quite the leader, but certainly of MSI. Gaps across the board, quite spread out. DX Droids came into the pit lane. They've now had a driver change. Albert Pifferer is now in the car, and pretty much the closest battle we have at the moment is R70 versus High Speed Demons. Pablo Estes versus Diego Nicolas. They're the closest cars on track at the moment, 1.3 between them. We're just running through the top 10 at the moment. I think this is Pedro Sanchez, Obsidian Racing. They've been consistently in that top 10, just running out over the sausage curve on the outside. That'll certainly have been an off track for Pedro Sanchez. I don't know. I don't think we have that on the overlay. I'd love to see the off track situation at the point in time, because of course 75 off tracks, that's when penalties start to get applied. So that could also come into play. I'd love to see what the off tracks are for Zenith, or what they are for the second place, because that can obviously prove a factor. Well, actually, I've just looked, and as far as I can see, there's 0 instance across the board for most people. They've been very good, very well behaved, actually, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, they've been very good, very consistent indeed. We haven't seen anything really clock up on the board for these drivers. All of them carry very respectable licenses as well, very clean indeed. Obviously, certainly in events like this, we like to see good, clean, fair racing, as we now watch the Zenith Esports car round in the next right-hander before they take the straight. As you can see, clinging to every bit of track he can find, obviously just tickling off the left-hand side of the circuit as he makes his way down towards the Repsol bend. Now you can see just dead ahead, that's one of the stragglers in behind. Just eating a little bit of turf there, maybe a little bit of oversteer there from the Zenith car. He's just trying to control it as he makes his way around the track, just trying to cling to the apex as they make their way around the seat. Now very shortly he'll be heading down towards the Verth curve, just runs over the outset of the curve there, just takes a good chunk of it, makes his way down towards the next diving left, this being the Verth curve now. He just climbed all over the first corner on the outset, heads across that curve as well, swallows a little bit on the left hand side, camps a bend now, swallows a lot of the curve on the inset, and he'll want to brush just well, he takes quite a lot there on the outset. Obviously, plenty there to work with as they make their way down towards the Lacayo bend indeed. You've got to wonder, certainly given the fact that they've been really pushing the pace, it'd be interesting to see what Iago Martinez, actually posts here as they rise through the chicane. I'd be really interested to see what this lap is like as well, as to see whether he's maintaining these fast laps or whether he has been asked to just ease off slightly, because like you say, Jack, you don't want to go burning out the rubber or the fuel just yet, as we now see them come through the RACC chicane, brush the curb there, perhaps a little bit too much through the first bend, coming out now round the New Holland bend now, swallows a lot of the curb past the DRS line. As you can see, the paddock on the right hand side comes across the line, and indeed it's going to be a 141.860, so they're still very much in the 141s, albeit 4/10 slower than his previous lap, Jack.
Yeah, indeed. So the times are really slower now, and I'm almost certain he's been told to back off and do those times, because they're already lapping about a second off the pace of what they were in their initial outlaps. So just on that previous lap, before this one, MSI were just a 10th quicker than Iago Martinez. So the gap is 44.7 seconds now. So I'm expecting a faster lap time from MSI this time by, to see. I would imagine it looks like it's about 3/10 quicker. I'm expecting a mid 41 from MSI this time. I'm having a look at 40. Actually, that's a pretty 41.6 for MSI. Yes, so about a mid 41. They just set that time by. So the gap is now under the 45 seconds. Remember when we started this stint, that gap was 53 seconds. So MSI are really pushing here.
Yeah, well, they've got to. If they want to have a chance at obviously taking the race by the horns, obviously they've got to try and push. And obviously Oriol Bohe is obviously the man they consider to be the man for the job. There's certainly the driver. He certainly seems capable. The early lap times have certainly been extremely promising at this late stage of this race. We are currently in lap we're well into the 300s now. We're doing extremely well here, Jack. Certainly as the time whittles down. You can see there Iago Martinez there for the Zenith Esports team now round. You see he's got to try and get past his back marker. I've got to say, it has been frustrating him recently. That's car number 9. And certainly that is, as I get my facts right, the Obsidian Racing driver, Pedro Sanchez Alba, as we now see the Zenith car just cruising up on the inside, very kindly getting out the way to see Obsidian Racing driver. Ishmael Martel still currently in the car though for Unicos Gaming, and the gaps are starting to close up a little bit around him as well. Obsidian look like they seem to be closing the doors on them now. 6.2 seconds away is Pedro Sanchez Alba. Whether that's increasing or decreasing, we're not quite sure just yet. But obviously Ishmael Martel, a very quick driver. We saw from the start that he was trying to defend from Ricardo Rico at the start of the race. And as we go through now, obviously, Ricardo Rico not driving the Zenith Esports car at the moment, but Ishmael Martel back in the car and obviously looking to try and push and try and close the time gap. Obviously, they want to try and close down on the Race for Cat car. That's the Race for Catalunya team. Julia Pros Albert in the car there. And currently in P5 and going well as things stand with that really nice looking spoiler indeed as well, as we now see. The car looks like the R70 team, Pablo Espes, the brilliant Pablo Espes, who is currently just under half a second behind Diego Nicolas. The High Speed Demon team, the other 4GT that's on track. You can just see Pablo Espes now trying to make his way into the slipstream of that car. That time gap is starting to shrink as they come down towards turn one. Can he make a move here? I can't imagine he wanted to dive in this late, certainly into the corner as they make their way around. Indeed, it's going to be a question of traction, I think, at this early stage. We now see that Diego Nicolas now trying to cling to the circuit. I've got to say, doesn't run tight to the apex that much, or as I say that, manages to convert his way through. But it looks to me like Pablo Espes has got better lateral grip going round that corner. Obviously, not really any differences between the two cars. Both of them relatively small vehicles in comparison to the BMW, the Porsche and the Ford. Certainly both very slipstreamy, very well aerodynamically built. If you compare the two of them, as they come on the outset now over after the seat, heading down to what will be the Verth curve. You can see the 4GT of Diego Nicolas riding right up close and personal with Pablo Espes.
Yeah, starting to just sizing him up now. I think the 4GT up ahead of him. He doesn't want to try anything too untoward here. Doesn't want to run wide through that gravel trap. We saw a car pilot into the wall there about an hour ago. Doesn't want to see that again. So onto the brakes again with the Porsche. You can see the 4GT just able to go a little bit later on the brakes, I think, compared to the Porsche, as he just extends the gap a little bit there. You can see how much he's having to work the wheel, even in these modern cars. And it's great to see the inputs that they're putting in as they come through the last sector here. This is deceivingly tricky, this last guy. It's very slow, and these cars don't like slow speed corners. They really do not like it at all. And that exit curve, absolutely lethal. If you manage to get a wheel onto it, you are going into the wall. Here we go, onto the exit there. A little bit of gravel nicked from Diego Nicolas there, but certainly Pablo Espes a little bit closer than he was on the previous lap. And getting his nice slipstream, I don't think he's still not close enough to at least go for a move on the brakes here. Topping out in 6th gear on the brakes there. We'll see how much he closes up as he enters into turn one. But certainly looks like they're very, very evenly matched on lap times. You can see they're 42.68, 42.71. So a couple of hundredths between them there. Good exit from Pablo Espes that time on the exit, but still not able to get up alongside that Ford.
No, Pablo Espes certainly very brave in that Porsche. I've got to say, whether that bravery is well placed, I'm not sure. Obviously, late braking into turn one, we've seen is a very risky maneuver indeed from the earlier spins we saw from some of the previous drivers. Just looking at the standings there that you can see on the left-hand side, obviously, we'll take a look at the first place downwards. Obviously, still currently leading the way is Zenith Esports, who are still on top. MSI, as you can see, currently P2. DriveX Esports currently P3. Level Motorsports P4. Race for Cat in P5. Unicos Gaming back up to P6. They're on a recovery charge. Obsidian just in behind them as well. Williams Esports P8 certainly seem to have settled in the top 10 as we now witness now the car number 8 once again. That R70 team, Pablo Espes, looking ever more challenging there upon there of the high-speed Demon 4 GT of Diego Nicolas. Will we be seeing an overtake here around the next straight? They are within half a second of each other right now, heading round the Europe car bend into the RACC chicane. We could be in for a shout here as they come round the final corner. That the New Holland bend. That is that in-swinging right-hander now. And you can see now that Porsche really starting to round up on the Ford. He's been waiting patiently for this move to pull off. Here's Pablo Espes now. Can he get the crucial overtake done? He is within now half a second. Can that time gap be closed as they come down towards turn one? Is he going to make a move? Not just yet. He is left frustrated once again. How long can this 4GT hold back the charge from this Porsche? Pablo Espes gets a better run in on the corner there, and that gap is certainly closing down. A little bit of a lock-up slightly there from Pablo Espes as they come around the next right-hander, coming down towards the Repsol corner now. And you can see, look at them in tandem momentum around this bend. Who's going to be better at sticking to the car? It certainly seems to be a test of traction here at this late stage as we now witness the R70 team livery of Pablo Espes coming round the left-hander of the seat now. Can he get a better exit? No. The Ford GT holding its own. And I got to say, the straight line speed certainly seems to favour the Ford at the moment, Jack.
Yeah, looking like it. Just seems that in Sector 2, that's where the Porsche is a tiny bit stronger. But this section of the track is where the Ford opens up a little bit. But certainly Espes has found some better pace in that sector now as they come down in the second DRS section of this track. Is he going to be able to throw into the inside? He does show himself to the inside, but still not able to close up here. And a little bit wide from the Ford up ahead of the high-speed Demons car. Goes a little touch wide. Now, if Espes can keep himself close in this sector, get the exit out of the last corner, he may be able to slingshot his way past. That's easier said than done when you're this close to the back of a Ford here, chucking it through the chicane. And again, the difference in lines there, you can see the Ford's having to go wide to get traction. Now, a little twitch there from Espes, and that's going to cost him there. You can see the gap opening up just a small bit as he hit the sausage curb, but still in the slipstream. He will have a tow, but I don't think he's still going to be close enough to get alongside that Ford there with the Ford with the pace advantage. That's the race for Cat Car P5 just behind them, and sitting in nicely there. You can see the team, Julia Prost, Ferran Montez. Here we go. Espes not quite, still not able to get alongside, and that little twitch coming out of the last corner, that's what cost him half a second.
Yeah, well, I made this comment earlier about the Ford GT. It certainly looks very good in straight lines, but when you're taking curves, whether it's the setup, and I made this statement before, certainly about the high-speed Demons car, whether they've got a setup that does not favour traction going around corners, I'm not sure, but they don't seem to be taking it as well as maybe other teams across this grid at the moment, as we now witness Julia Prost, Ferran Montana currently making their way around the next left. You can see the Race for Cat Motorsport team currently P5 and racing very strong indeed. And be interesting to see whether Julia Prost Albert is managing the car as required. You can see there the gap currently 27 seconds behind Level Motorsports in P4 and 16 seconds in front of Unicos Game, and Ishmael Martel I think is slowly prodding at that time gap. It seems to have stabilised slightly, but I swear it's taken a little bit of a drop as we now witness Pablo Espes once again trying to tackle that of the high-speed Demon, that being Diego Nicolas now as they round the next Bank Sambadel bend, coming round Europe car, I'm sure, very shortly indeed. It could be decided on the straight here. They're literally within, 0.3 of a second. You can see how close it is. Phenomenal time gaps here. Thinner than a fly's eyelash as they now round the New Holland bend, now heading down towards the straight. The yellow livery here in the lights of the cars. They now make their way down the stretch now. This is probably his best chance. 0.2 of a second separating these cars now. Pablo Espes is going to have a chance here potentially coming down towards turn one. Will he activate it here? He moves in alongside of the Ford GTE. Can the high-speed Demon keep on hold? No, he can't. A late break there by the Porsche seals the deal, and certainly a rising up the grid. Pablo Espes cruising into P13.
Yeah, I could see Diego Nicolas just opened the door for him there. As soon as he saw he was coming, he did not fight it at all. I think that probably the team told him, just don't fight it. Let's have a look at that replay again. I think on the entry, you can kind of see they just left the door open for him. Here we go. You can just see, moves to the inside, and the Ford, you can kind of see, just says, okay, you can go through. You've worked hard enough, and through he goes. You can see on the brakes, actually, it got a little bit away from him. Even on that simple little move, it was still trying to flip its way or the other way around. On the brakes, he's having to correct on the brakes a little bit there, but easy move for the R70 team. You can see right here, door is open, leaves the turn in quite late, lets him straight through, and I think he was trying for a cutback, but Pablo Espes got a beautiful exit out of there, managed to hold on to there. Up down the leader, look at that gap still coming down, 44 seconds dead now. The gap between Zenith and MSI, still quite a sizable gap. But we still have 14 hours, over 14 hours left in this race. So, but MSI are still putting on a charge here and trying to bring the gap down as much as possible, because this race will be won or lost in this phase of the race. The pit stops at night.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just watching now it all unfold here right in front of us. We're still riding on board here, of course, with the high-speed Demon team. Now being Diego Nicolas now, bombing the way down the straight. The Ford GT certainly hasn't disgraced itself here today. Certainly the Williams Racing team have done extremely well. Josh Thompson obviously still out on circuit. That's the Race for Cat team there as well, making its way around turns 1 and 2. And got to say, Race for Cat doing extremely well in the top 10, that's for sure. P5 to be exact, so the top 5, certainly a great showing from them at this moment in time. All the current drivers currently on 2 pit stops at this stage. Obviously, we have seen more throughout the grid, but obviously in recent times, obviously they seem to have shared equal amounts of stops so far, certainly at the top end, that's for sure, as we now witness the Race for Cat car rounding the seat. I think obviously in this circumstance, given the fact that the Race for Cat car is relatively clear from the cars behind it, it's probably just a case of just keeping the car steady and just coasting your way around the circuit, Jack.
Yeah, but at the same time, they can't ease off too much because Unicos Gaming actually took a big old chunk of time. They're the only other car that's in the 41s at this point. You can see the lap time from Ismail Martel was a 41.815 on the previous lap, which gained him roughly about a second on Race for Cat. So the gap between those guys is 15.3 seconds, and MSI, I mean, they're flying. 43.5 seconds. They took a half a second out of the leaders on that time. So yeah, getting spicy certainly. In the past hour, it looks like MSI have taken 10 seconds out of the lead of Zenith Esports, and with 14 hours to go and pit stop still to come, there's a lot riding on the line here.
Yeah, I got to say, just watching there, we're about to see a replay here, I think, of Nacho Gaspar, who made mincemeat of a traffic cone there as they came down. Not sure what this was all about as they came down to the next curve. Oh, he definitely, he opened it. He actually went into the escape road, another part of the circuit, and obviously
the old road.
Yeah, the old road, and has had to actually. Has actually had to rejoin the circuit, certainly in behind those runners. Whether that's affected the grid deltas, I am not overly sure. I'll just have a quick look. I mean, obviously, Nacho Gaspar, certainly a no slouch driver on his day. Just looking, I'm not sure how much that's cost him. It doesn't look to me like he's in any severe trouble as such. He still maintains a gap of 1 minute 10 seconds in front of Euromaster Esports, and he's still quite away behind Rusty's as well. Currently 42 seconds or 42.5 seconds in behind them. So he's certainly got a lot to find, but nevertheless, certainly these guys, I think, are finding it particularly hard to sort of judge the braking zones, I think, at the moment. But Martin Ray certainly seems to have got Rusty's back on track here, Jack.
I think he's been in the wall again, by the looks of it. The rear end is still damaged on that Rusty's car. You can see the rear spoiler is all bent on the rear. I don't know if he's had another encounter with the wall or the damage he hasn't repaired, but that's still certainly damage on the rear end of that car. But hopefully that's just possibly a little graphical glitch we're looking at there. Yeah, look at that. So you can see the rear left is still damaged on that car. Now, whether they didn't bother to repair it in the pit stops, but certainly it looks like they've been in the wars, shall I say, once again. But yeah, it's gone from pretty bad to worse. Just to go back on that Nacho Gaspar, that was a simple case. He got on the curb and tried to brake, and the ABS said no, and he went straight on. And he did very, very well to keep it in a straight line, and had the presence of mind. Said, "Okay, I'm taking the old circuit," and went straight around, demolished the cones. With the Rusty's car, I think it does need a little bit more Rusty's on the rear bumper there. Medicated bumper ointment, new rear end formula. Make sure you use it for your bumper there. If you've ever watched the movie Cars, it's fantastic. I'm sure you know Lightning McQueen. I think we're looking at the number 19 in the middle of this old train that we're looking at this point. But the gap's still coming down between the leaders. 43.3 seconds now, and MSI are the only team that are consistently lapping in the 41s. We can just see that Zenith have dipped into the 42s, but MSI, they're roughly half an hour into their stint right now, and they're still lapping in the 41s, lap on lap on lap. I think this is why they've put Oriol Bohe in the car.
It certainly seems like a good strategy call by MSI, and certainly they know about this race. They've won it before, they won it last year, so they know exactly what's at stake, and they wouldn't have fielded the driver lineup that they did without plenty of consideration. Obviously showing their true pace here overnight. Maybe this is where they are effective in this sort of a race. Maybe they take advantage of the night driving. Certainly is a very good thing to do, because obviously not a lot of drivers are very capable at driving at night, certainly in comparison to the way they would drive during the day. Obviously the delta times certainly tell their own story. Currently the gap between Zenith and MSI at the moment is 43.5 seconds. It's actually under that 43.4 currently is the gap as things stand. We know we're riding on board now with Fernando Alcalia, for the Plus Gia Scuderia team. He's currently in behind Adria Montez, who is currently half a second in front. And certainly the Mamias Racing team we've been impressed with recently, but obviously under a little bit of pressure now as they now run down towards turn one. As you can now see, Fernando Alcalia now trying to surge up on Adri Montez. This is going to be another test of strength, certainly in terms of Adri Montez. Obviously, they already pitted. They have only just recently had a driver change. So certainly it's going to be a question to see whether he can hold on to his own here and maintain that P9 position as he now rounds the next right-hander curve. That's the Renault bend. Very shortly, they'll be making their way down the stretch into what will be the Repsol bend. But holding on as best he can is Adri Montez, and he's maintaining that near enough 6/10 gap, Jack.
Yeah, for now, he's certainly holding on to that one. Plus Gia Scuderia chasing after that Momias car. Just looking at the lap times, you can see Scuderia about a couple of tenths faster on that previous time. 42.5, 42.9 for the car in front of them. This is the battle for top 10 positions here. Coming through the left-hander now, looking good so far for the two Porsches. That's that curb on the inside of the second part of the S is very lethal if you hit that. And different lines there, a little bit more curb taken on the entry by Fernando Alcalá, heading down to the sector number 3, and the gap still holding at 0.4 of a second, and definitely not going to be easy for the Plus Gia Scuderia car to get past at this point in time. But the main gap we're really looking at this point in time, and we're watching how it unfolds, is the lead battle between Zenith and MSI. So we're waiting for the times to come in. And actually, Zenith have now dipped into the 41, so they've opened the gap out now a little bit by a tenth of a second. So they're now beginning to exchange times. As you can see, Zenith setting a 42.000 on that time, just to please all the perfectionists out there. But 43.6 seconds it lies at now. But they're lapping quite consistently faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, I'm just watching now this battle between Mamias Racing Team and Plus Gia Scuderia. Adri Montez looking very pedestrian through those first couple of bends. Whether this will mean that they're going to be under significant pressure now shortly, I'm not sure. But that gap is still just over 4.5 tenths, now into the 5 tenths of a second gap, now half a second to be exact, as we now watch Adri Montez just almost trying to scale his way around this circuit at the moment. Maybe things are starting to become a little bit uncomfortable for him, as now we see Fernando Alcalá now rounding the next left-hander around the seat. Very shortly they'll be heading down towards the Verth curves. You can see the Porsches certainly lighting up scenes here at Spain, despite the darkness here. The floodlights, the white lights currently ahead. That's, of course, the number 19 car, that Porsche. And naturally, we're going to be seeing lots of battles across this circuit. But the Mamias team under pressure now. The two Porsches are going to be going at it. Let's not forget about the other Porsche coming in behind as well. That's the Kilometro Zero team, that being of Gabi Montoro, who is currently 7 seconds away and very close there. Indeed is the Plus Gia Scuderia and Mamias team, both nearly coming to cropper there around that left-hander as they now round the next swing-in right. And certainly we're going to start seeing a little bit of close contact here. You just saw, I think, the Plus Gia Scuderia may have spooked him slightly. Fernando Alcalá, they're trying to put his foot on the brakes to obviously try and absolve any chance of a little bit of contact with that. The Mamias Racing team is now round the New Holland bend, coming round towards the straight now. You can see Fernando Alcalá now getting right into the grip. And look at that exit he had on that curb. Once again, we're seeing that final curb be so prominent as he now rises up along the Mamias car now. And this looks far too easy as they come down towards turn 1. Fernando Alcalá, the Plus Gia Scuderia, comes into the first corner and takes it by the skin of his teeth. Just sticks the car in front, gets the nose in front, comes round the right-hander, the Renault bend, and snatches that P9. What a move there, Jack.
Yeah, excellent job from him. R70, I don't think he's going to let that go too easily there as they come to the right-hander. Might try and stick in behind Fernando Alcalá now just to kind of run his lines a little bit. He's obviously lapping consistently quicker in the traffic, so we'll see now if R70 can stick with them. I think it's a good idea for them to try and at least stay with them and try to drag themselves up a little bit further. As you can see now, we continue on lap number. What is our lap number? 318 we're on right now. The gap now between leaders has now dipped under 43 seconds, 42.9. And on that lap, MSI were considerably faster. I think that was about 0.6 of a second that time by. 41.7 for MSI, 42.2 for the leaders. So the gap consistently coming down between the leaders as we are now approaching the end of the 10. We're in the we're approaching the end of the 10th hour, at the start of the 10th hour, should I say? So we're in our 9th hour now, and we still have a good stint to go, and we still have 2.5 hours left in the box, George, to go in the night stints.
We certainly do.
Before
We haven't been short of action, though, Jack. We haven't been short of action.
certainly not. No.
Lots going on. And I just want to say as well to all the folks, now we've got a little bit of peacetime now while the drivers scrap out on track. Obviously, please leave a like and a subscribe as well to the Mundo GT channel. I want to see the like button being smashed here for this video. Obviously, I can see that the live chat has got people in it. Obviously, say hello if you're in the live chat. We'd like to hear from you. Have you enjoyed the action so far? And of course, if you want to tweet us as well, me and Jack have also got Twitter accounts. You can get in touch with us on that. I'm sure you'll see the taglines very shortly when we go to the video screens at some point. We have the Twitter tags on there as well. But credit to Mundo GT for hosting such a brilliant event. And as well, big thank you to the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for hosting such an incredible event as well. Sim racing certainly being placed on the precipice of racing, certainly at the pinnacle at the moment during this coronavirus situation. It's been nothing short of brilliant. We've enjoyed the coverage here so far. Lots of battles happening across the circuit now, as we now witness the 22 car. That's the Espanita Rocket Factor team, Nacho Gaspar, who's now under pressure from Kuruma Motorsport. Remember I said earlier on that the Kuruma team was starting to make waves here. They are still fighting their way up the grid. They're still trying to close on DX Droid, so this is very much going to be passing a lapped car situation. Kuruma Motorsport, Odger Cross still donning that seat for the time being, makes his way around in his car. They're making his way up through the semi-chicane, now round in the bank Sam Bedell. But as he does so, looks in good comfort at this moment in time in the BMW M8 GTE. Coming around this next right-hander, as you can see there, ahead of him, Nacho Gaspar trying to scale his way around the track. He hasn't had an easy run of it either. Currently in currently in P18, sorry, for the 22 car. As we now see the Kuruma driver, number 7, in 22nd position. That being Odger Cross. Can he unlap himself and increase his prospects on this race? You see there the lights being flashed across the grid here. Look at them. We've got a string of cars coming up towards turn 1 now. As you can see, Nacho Gaspar getting very close to the front end. And obviously, he does not have to give any positions away here. This is still Odger Cross has got to, at the end of the day, try and battle his way through. But whether he will be allowed to do it, I am not sure, Jack.
No, it's a tough one to call. Trying to get yourself unlapped, because as a driver who's a lap in front of you, really don't want to let a car who's a lap down in front of you. So it does end up in a fight here between these two. So hopefully there's nothing untoward that goes on here. But I know that Odger is going to try and at least get past it. Hopefully he manages to get past without too much problems. So P22 at the moment. Just continuing to update you on the gap up front. It's now 42.8 seconds. So Zenith are in and out of the 41s and 42s. They did 41.7 on the previous lap. MSI at 41.8. A little bit quicker from
45-second mark, and he should exit the pit bay. We'll soon find out. He's currently on the 30-second mark in the pits as things stand. Obviously, this will be interesting to see where Williams Esports come out, and indeed they go past Unicos Gaming into P7. So Williams Esports rising above now. Josh Thompson doing extremely well to maintain the pace of the car. And as we see the Mamias Racing team coming around that left-hander now, heading down towards the Verth curve, that familiar yellow livery that we've seen battling with the Scuderia earlier on. And indeed doing their damnedest to stay on track, as you can see, being donned by Adri Montez, who I got to say looked a bit pedestrian earlier on after their tacklings with Plus G Scuderia. Obviously, Fernando Alcalea managing to take advantage of the situation, moving up a position up to P9, and that relegated Mamias Racing down to P10. Certainly, they've obviously still got a long way to go yet, so obviously don't count your chickens too early, folks, as the darkness has indeed fallen upon the circuit of Spain. Very much we are within the realms of just looking at the headlights of the cars at this moment in time. Actually, surprisingly, we do have the ability to actually see things on track, which is actually quite interesting. I thought we'd be in for a stiffer task than this, Jack, but I got to say, the light coming off the cars, certainly very helpful.
Yeah, when you got about 30 cars on track with all their headlights on, it certainly helps quite a lot. As they head down the front straight, you can see a big train of cars coming through there. as we head on to the next lap, lap 321. According to our software, we're going to complete 848 laps of Catalonia today. So there's still plenty of laps still to be completed left. Again, I'm interested at the exchange of lap times here between Zenith and MSI, because it seems that the MSI car is far more consistent at this point in time. It's consistently in the 41s, 41.5 for MSI that time, 41.8 for Zenith that time by, as they continue to lap around this circuit as we approach the 14 hours to go mark at this point in time. Hopefully, I was getting some people saying that the stream was freezing. It looks like it's up and running now, so hopefully that should have solved that. So you should be able to see what's going on right now. So the guys have worked really hard to get that back. But there's your gap, 42.6 seconds between Zenith and MSI, and I do like to laugh how far they are ahead of everybody else. Everybody else is a lap down.
Well, I got to say, I mean, we're very clear, obviously, that we've got quite a few professional teams in this event. Got to give credit to Zenith Esports. They've certainly taken the race by the scruff of the horns. But MSI, obviously, last year's champions, you can't count them out, certainly in a race such as this. Also, Williams Esports, still very much there or thereabouts. Though I got to say, I think their main contender will be for the top, will be for the final podium position, that being P3. But like you say, a lot can happen in the remaining hours. It's certainly not over yet, folks, by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, a lot of night driving left to do. The conditions change very rapidly, but certainly judging from the times we're seeing from MSI right now, once again, they have gone quicker than Zenith Esports by 0.3 of a second. That time gap sort of has stagnated down to around about 42.8 seconds. Obviously, that my timing screen has indeed frozen there slightly. I obviously have to give you a better update. But looking at them so far, it certainly seems to me that MSI are posting some serious lap times here. And their last couple of laps have certainly been considerably quicker than that of Zenith Esports there, Jack.
Yeah, consistently faster than Zenith out front. But yeah, you did mention the how professional these guys are. Of course, iRacing runs off an iRating limit, and you usually start off with about 1,500 iRating. Just to give you a little bit of context, the guys in P1 and 2, Zenith Esports, Iago Martinez, 6,000 iRating, Oriel Bohe, 7,000 iRating, and Josh Thompson, who is a member of Williams Esports, of course, 7,700 iRating. That just shows you the caliber of drivers. That is not easy to get up to that level. That requires some serious commitment and some serious amount of driving in these. So these guys. Oh, we got a spinner actually. We saw there. For that, who was that? That was A2.
Oh, another one.
We've seen them facing the wrong way quite a lot today. A2 racing team, unfortunately, but managing to get going again. They've been in their fair share of incidents today, but managed to keep out of the way of everybody there. Let's have a quick look at a replay of this one. It looked like they did it by themselves as they head towards turn 1. Oh, that was gone before they even got in. That was on the brakes. That's unusual.
Maybe a bit. Just look at that re-entry, though. That was very close indeed, nearly reversing straight in front. I'm not sure who that car was passing, but it jumped straight over the sausage curb. I think, to be honest, we talk about composure in sim racing, and certainly I think this is another case of it. Certainly with the A2 racing team, they've had a very difficult day today. Certainly given the fact that Jordi Mazdo is there in the car right now, and I think he has struggled for his stint. And certainly I think a little bit of frustration is beginning to show on that team at the moment. They're currently tailing the field at this moment in time and considerably far back from the rest of the team. They're actually, looking at it on paper, 33 laps is the gap, and they're actually 20 laps behind that of Super Copa Esports Mexico, that being driven by Michael Jourdain. So an absolutely incredible gap in between A2 and Super Copa. So it's just a case that I think they're just going around at the moment to try and finish the race at this stage, Jack.
Yeah, ideally it could be their first one. So to get to the end of the 24 hours is a feat in itself. It's a real feat of endurance to spend a full day racing these cars around here. So even to get to the end would be an absolute bonus for these guys. It's a valuable experience as well to cut your teeth in a competition as hard as this one. To get used to how it works, how the driver changes work, how qualifying works, and all this kind of thing. But there is the leader, Iago Martinez. Zenith Esports still in the lead of this one 41.724 for them on the previous lap, and the gap comes down again between themselves and MSI. It's now 42.2. It was on the previous split. It looks like it's gone up a tiny bit, as we'll just see what the timing is across the line. 42.2 seconds. R70 are into the pit lane with Pablo Espes, so I don't know if there's going to be a swap there. But that is Zenith Esports is making their way past a lapped car there. It looks like one of the Porsches there. Yeah, it is one of the Porsches. 42.1 seconds the gap. So it was a 41.6 on that previous lap for MSI. So they're just lipping away tenths of a second each time. As we see now, well, the gap's actually coming down quite a lot faster. It's down under 42 seconds now. MSI are... I think that Zenith should be a little bit worried now.
I think so. Yeah, I think they're just monitoring the times now. I think Yago Martinez is still being given the instructions to push, but you've got to think Oriol Bohe is certainly taken to this circuit extremely well, certainly considering the conditions here. Obviously nailing a 141. He was in the 140s, don't forget, in a night drive time circuit. Phenomenal effort there to achieve that time. A 141.6 though on his last lap. But just remember, that is nearly a whole tenth faster than Zenith Esports on their last lap. So Oriol Bohe certainly looks like the man to watch right now. He's been really impressive since he's jumped into the car. Obviously, the number one car, obviously the championship contenders here for a second year running after winning it last year. And let's see if they can do it again. Obviously, that would be such drama towards the end if they can snatch the victory off Zenith Esports. How meteoric could that be at the end of the race? Obviously, still a long way to go. We could yet see a couple of spins, a little bit of controversy. What would racing be without controversy, Jack? Obviously, we like to see it. And certainly, it adds a little bit more spice to the event.
Oh, certainly does. That's was one of the beauties of racing, is seeing drivers get angry at one another sometimes. It's always fun to watch, especially from our point of view. But yeah, Oriol Bohe's got a minute 19 over at Manuel Kubo on DriveX Esports in P3. So they've got nothing to worry about there. That's almost a full pit stop. They've got over a second at this point. It's usually about a minute 20 of a pit. You spend about a minute 20 in the pit lane with fuel, tires, and driver change included. So that's quite a substantial lead that they've got over the rest of P3. So it's all looking good for these guys. 41.893 between first and second.
Right. Well, looking at the current grid order at this moment in time, we're obviously witnessing some movement certainly going down in towards the P3 positions at the moment, because certainly given the fact that you can see the time gaps in between the likes of the DriverX Esports Scalpers team, Manuel Kubo, who's currently still driving that car in P3, in behind Level Motorsports, who I've been very impressed with, Toby Soriano, who's currently in P4. The gap between him and DriverX Esports just under 40 seconds, 38 seconds, in fact, in behind. So that time gap could still come down. Let's look further back as well. Race for Cat as well in amongst it. But let's look at this battle. The Mamias Racing team coming back at the Plus G Escuderia. The Plus G Escuderia coming at the Mamias Racing team. Coming down the stretch now. Fernando Alcalia. This is a movement we saw earlier on in the race. Can they make yet another exquisite overtake as they come down towards the first corner? And indeed, Fernando Alcalia tries to outbreak that of Adri Montez. But Adri Montez is having none of it. Tries to hold on to that P9 position on the outset now, coming around turn 3. You can see there, Fernando Alcalia leaving no stone unturned. The gap has increased though, 0.4 of a second. Jack, they're turning up the heat.
Certainly are. That's a response from those guys there. So we'll see now if Alcalá can possibly mount a response here before the Plus G Escuderia team. This is a battle for, it's a decent position, P9, P10. It's a good result for either of them, but obviously they want to finish in front of each other for pride's sake here. Good exit from Alcalá that time in the Escuderia cars. They head down towards the S's, but still no way through just yet. Oh, if it's going to be a spin for Montez, and round he goes in that car behind. What a shame. Lost it all by himself. And they were fighting so hard. Alcalá goes straight through, says thank you very much. And that was hard battling. And unfortunately, Mamias now, I hope they've managed to keep it out of the wall, but now they've lost a ton of time. Let's have a quick look at this one again. Certainly looked like he just lost it by himself on the entry, touched the curb and just round it when nothing he could do. And did he kept it out of the wall at least, which is a crucial part.
Yeah, the Mamaya's team with 1 foot in the grave now after that expedition off track. Certainly not a place you want to be, not a place to park your pyramid, that's for sure, as they make their way up towards the campsite corner. Sorry for the puns as well, folks, as we now come back to the live racing action here. Back on board now, you can see there, we've got another little exchange here now, obviously between a lap car. That is certainly the Mexican car. Obviously, Jourdain there driving that car, certainly, as you can now see, looking further down, obviously there. Obviously, currently in P28, Michael Jourdain having a very quiet race so far. Obviously, I think doing what he can, obviously. They certainly have kept themselves quiet throughout this race, albeit not in contention for the top placings. But nonetheless, Adri Motez managing to go ahead. But great to see Michael Jourdain on track. And as I say that, comes into the wall. Certainly a catalyst going around that corner. Not ideal. He's going to wait indeed. Well done, Michael Jourdain, on that, waiting for the other cars to just pass ahead. But certainly hasn't been the fairy tale story here for Michael Jourdain, who has had to cope with sitting near the back. The Mexican team here today, though, it's great to see them on the circuit. We'll just watch the instant replay there. We just saw him come round turn 1. He just tried to slip out of turn 2, lost a bit of track